Xin chào mọi người, mình là Snack đến từ đội tuyển TWS.
Chào tất cả mọi người, mình là DMQ đến từ team TWS.
Chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Đậu đến đội tuyển TWS.
Sau khi rời khỏi BPE đội tuyển cũ thì em đã tạo thành một team mới để tiếp lửa cho việc đam mê của em trong việc thi đấu. Nên lúc đó em đã lựa chọn những đồng đội phù hợp với mình ở thời điểm đó, Dofu và Liborarit, và bọn em đã giành được chiếc vé World Cup trong năm này. Khi mà lựa chọn đồng đội để thành lập TWS, em nghĩ là Dofu và Liborarit là hai người mà phù hợp với những vị trí mà em đang cần có.
Chơi với Khánh, chơi với Snack khá là lâu và anh cũng có hỗ trợ về tinh thần và cũng nhiều thứ về trong game. Anh có đưa ra một số gợi ý cho Khánh để chọn người.
Lần đầu tiên mà Snack tìm đến em và để gọi em về để lập một cái team mới. Thì lúc đầu Snack đang ở TWS, đang ở BBE, và khi biết thông tin đấy thì em khá là bất ngờ và em quyết định là sẽ thành lập team cùng với Snack.
Thật ra trong thời gian đội tuyển em thành lập nó đã gặp rất nhiều khó khăn.
Thời điểm đó chơi online, khi mà bọn em ở chơi online là bọn em khá khó để hiểu nhau, nhưng mà một cách nào đấy thì ba đứa bọn em lại có thể hiểu nhau, hiểu cách bọn em thi đấu.
Thì thật ra là đội mới bọn em đã tìm được rất nhiều cái mới ở đội tuyển mới, rất khác nhau. Ở đội tuyển cũ thì em không phải, ở đội tuyển cũ thì của bọn em đã có rất nhiều kinh nghiệm đang thi đấu ở giải đấu lớn, còn ở đội tuyển mới thì của em vẫn chưa đủ. Em cảm thấy rất vui khi có thể chỉ dạy của kinh nghiệm từ mình cho các bạn. Mặc dù không có nhiều kinh nghiệm thi đấu như ở đội tuyển cũ BB, nhưng mà ở đội tuyển mới này của bọn em, từng cá nhân họ đang rất cố gắng để phát triển.
Anh thấy là team này là cũng không hẳn là các bạn ấy quá trẻ, nhưng mà có những người đã từng tham gia nhiều lần World Cup và anh cũng đang có một số kỳ vọng nhất định từ các bạn này. Thì theo kỳ vọng của anh thì TWS được ít nhất sẽ là được một cái glory trong vòng loại sắp tới.
Em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả những người đã ủng hộ em cũng như đội tuyển của em. Em mong mọi người sẽ theo dõi vào những trận đấu mà bọn em ra sân.
Em hy vọng là đây là năm World Cup đầu tiên của cá nhân em và cũng là năm World Cup đầu tiên tham gia tryout của Polaris. Thì em hy vọng là năm nay bọn em sẽ làm hết sức để vào được final và thi đấu một cách thật là trọn vẹn và tốt để tự hào khi về Việt Nam.
Bọn mình đã luyện tập đủ rồi, đây là đến lúc bọn mình thể hiện.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Ibin, đội trưởng của BB.
Em là Phát Miêu đến từ đội tuyển BBE.
Tôi là Slowzy, tôi là huấn luyện viên kiêm tuyển thủ của đội tuyển BB.
Trước năm vừa qua thì team tụi mình được mời tham dự NBBL. Và đó cũng là lần đầu mình được trải nghiệm ở môi trường mới.
BB ở trong vòng mùa xuân đến với BBL thì khá mới lạ.
2 năm vừa qua thì em có tham gia Say Cup với lại đội hình rất là trẻ. Trong quá trình luyện tập thì tụi em có bất đồng quan điểm rất là nhiều
Và đã có thất bại, mọi người đã có những ý kiến trái chiều với nhau.
vì lý do đó rất là nhạy cảm, nên
Mặc dù bọn em đôi lúc trên có cãi vã rất nhiều và chúng em đã có một thời gian dài không nói chuyện với nhau. Và chúng em giải quyết bằng cách ngồi lại nói chuyện và giải quyết vấn đề đó để hướng vào mục tiêu tốt hơn đến World Cup lần này.
tất cả các team bây giờ bọn họ thật sự rất là phát triển và họ cố gắng hơn rất nhiều so với những năm trước.
Ưu điểm lớn nhất của BB đó là học hỏi những yếu tố mới rất nhanh. Bản thân em thay đổi rất nhiều về cách di chuyển, cách đánh và xử lý tình huống rất nhiều. Sau khi em đánh gần một năm ở NBBL thì chúng em đã học được rất nhiều của những đối thủ của em của Trung Quốc.
Sự khác biệt lớn nhất đối với em là cả hai môi trường này kiểu thực lực nó rất là chênh lệch. Ở CVC thì tụi em cũng không cảm nhận nhiều sự khó khăn khi hoàn thành việc đánh giải, và ở vòng loại chung kết thế giới thì bọn em cũng vượt qua rất là dễ dàng, nhưng mà ở vòng bảng MPL thì tụi em đã cố gắng hết sức và kết quả nó kiểu san sát nhau để tụi em có thể đi tiếp, nên tụi em cũng rất là thất vọng. Và đặc biệt em là đội trưởng thì em cũng thấy rất là thất vọng về bản thân và
Không làm được bản thân mình và đánh mất nhiều chức vô địch ASC.
Sau 2 mùa thi đấu MPL thì các thành viên trong đội đã tiến bộ rất rõ ràng. Các thành viên vẫn còn muốn nâng cao hơn.
kiểu em cũng muốn cố gắng để hoàn thành nốt việc còn lại là K Cup này. Bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giữ được kết quả tốt nhất.
BB chúng em đã đi qua một cái khoảng gian rất là dài. Chúng em sẽ cùng nhau tiếp tục đi hết quãng đường còn lại.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình hy vọng đội tuyển của mình sẽ cố gắng đạt được trong top 6 của giải cấp.
Có một sự chuẩn bị tốt nhất, không đánh theo một cái khuôn khổ nào hết, và kiểu có sự sáng tạo trong đội hình và sáng tạo trong lối chơi để J Cup này bọn em có thể bứt phá. Và BB không chỉ mạnh ở khu vực C, và ở J Cup lần này thì tụi mình sẽ cho mọi người thấy BB xứng đáng với nhiều danh hiệu tốt hơn và sẽ xưng tầm quốc tế, và tụi em sẽ hướng đến những giấc mơ xa hơn.
This year's J-Cup, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be an absolute banger. I am extremely excited, as I'm sure all of you at home are.
Is not looking to let him disengage, and the weapon swaps coming through.
And seeing the changes that came out this year, Wufang as well as the new players like Verse, both of them back to back have showcased what their skill has been worth.
Come back here, Pace. You are going down. Never put metal in the microwave serve.
I think one of the things that brings out this year with the new players such as X1's Wufang is that he is not shy away from taking fights. As we've seen time and time again, he takes no problem when it comes to dropping onto target.
Blasted situation, Mind tried to desperately get away, but Frost is able to get the kill.
I think Frostfist takes learning to a whole new level, especially when it comes down to earning him, new tactics from, sources from gameplay, not only from his peers, but from other regions, and then taking that into the CN side.
So it's been a very, very long and hard road for Frostfist. I'm very proud for him to make it past group stage. Now, in order to win it all, he has to be able to beat Spider. This year, Spider has shown everyone that he has an edge on everyone.
Spider will still take the aggression. Musket shot takes a purple hit from the spear, and there is going to be that kill.
The sap from Mike going out, and yet again another parry.
Because Spider has shown an extremely dominant performance, as has Mike. They are still the GOAT.
Solos has Mike versus Spider, and Trios has GG versus JL.
Fully occupied so that she cannot help her teammates. She is not in position to throw out that F1.
Moving into that spring season of MPPL, looking at the roster changes coming on out, the fact that JL were able to pick up not one, but TXJ and VVV were still the absolute superstars.
In one fell slam, and it is just a cleanup operation. GG walk away with the MVP.
This year, GG added a lot of innovation, bringing Transformers back into the meta, something I've been waiting to see every single year. We did not see any Monk, and now going into finals again, we are seeing Monk again. So GG setting the meta very differently this year.
Baits him close enough to go into the Volder F2, and LXM is relentless.
By quite a big margin. Trios been very competitive. A lot of similar scorelines coming out from a lot of these teams. A lot of sort of mimicry almost. Wolves and GG, they seem very similar in a lot of their playstyles. We may see a very short finals if a team is able to come in and just absolutely destroy the competition.
Oh, Dragon Slayers, look for that Nazars, won't be able to find it. The second cast of that Tesseract.
So looking at the SEA teams, we immediately have to impress upon the fact that it is a huge achievement that they have been able to do as well. Like TWSS actually have Polaris running both solos and trios, so he's logging double hours in comparison to everybody else on the scene. Something else that we have to commend for BBE and TWSS is the fact that these are two teams that perform incredibly well under pressure.
With that Draco Storm, and they are very willing to take this fight as it is quite frankly just a flat advantage. Absolutely huge for them. Royki He trying to jump in with that F2, not able to find the dazzle.
They were able to come on through with monumental game scores, managing to rack up over 20 points in one singular game to absolutely skyrocket themselves into that top 12.
This year's J-Cup is going to be an absolute banger, and I am very excited to see it all take place and unfold here in Changsha. So much is going to be going down. Who is going to be coming out on top? I want to know, you want to know, you better be there. I'll see you guys there.
And that Viper ultimate is gonna make it absolutely impossible.
Thì vòng lại thì tụi em thể hiện không được tốt lắm bởi vì
Ivan finds the kill with the F2 onto Pambi Roy. He takes down Akame.
tâm lý của mỗi người lúc đó cũng không tốt á, tâm trạng cũng không ok nên là bọn em đánh không được tốt lắm, nên là bọn em cũng cảm thấy là khá là thất vọng về bản thân. Ở vòng lại thì bọn em kiểu như là bị áp lực là phải đánh thật là tốt để kiếm được nhiều điểm các thứ, nên là vô tình bị cái đó nó áp lực quá thì mọi người đánh không được tốt.
Sau một ngày thi đấu không thành công ở Refinal thì tụi mình đã có họp để review về 6 game đấu và tổng hợp ra những cái lỗi mà team đã mắc phải.
Nhờ sự giúp đỡ của ban huấn luyện và cả quản lý nên là tinh thần tụi em ok hơn.
Sau một năm tham dự NBL thì team tụi mình đã học được rất nhiều từ cách chơi và cách làm việc của các đội tuyển đến từ Trung Quốc. Như các bạn cũng đã biết, năm 21 của mình còn có một huấn luyện viên là GSS đến từ Trung Quốc. Anh ấy là đương kim vô địch chung kết thế giới nên anh ấy có rất nhiều kinh nghiệm ở những cái giải đấu lớn, nên anh ấy đã giúp đỡ team rất là nhiều trong việc phát triển và xây dựng lối chơi. Tụi mình cũng đã cùng nhau thảo luận để tìm ra một lối chơi phù hợp nhất để cho team phát triển trong thời gian sắp tới. Hy vọng là ở vòng chung kết tụi mình sẽ không mắc phải những lỗi đó để có kết quả tốt nhất.
Em muốn gửi đến team em là mọi người cũng đã cố gắng một năm qua rồi, nên là đây là trận đấu cuối cùng rồi, nên là em mong mọi người giữ vững được tâm lý và tinh thần để chiến đấu trận đấu cuối cùng này.
Team của mình sẽ chứng minh cho các team còn lại thấy đội tuyển của mình là một đội tuyển rất mạnh, có thể cạnh tranh sòng phẳng với các đội tuyển đến từ Trung Quốc.
Oh, is that the crawfish?
See what's up here.
I wonder what's up here. What's delicious?
I'm hungry, so we gotta check it out.
Look at the beef.
That is a lot of beef.
Hey, look, fish.
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 Oh, fish.
Try everything once.
Yeah, fish. Come on, let's go.
Whoa. Damn. That looks like something Valda would eat.
Wow. That's really flavorful.
Yeah, you like it? Oh.
No bad grades. You got good grades.
He's 10 years old again, and he got a B.
You got good grades, bro.
Caramelized sugar. Yeah. How does that help?
Let's go for it. All right, let's go.
20 minutes later.
Now, welcome to China.
Changsha.
Changsha.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's harder to take apart than actually being able to summon the extreme longsword on Padoria.
Yeah, you got that.
Huh? How did you do that? I don't think I can do it Croatia. Oh! I got one side.
Another.
Croatia. More like Croatia. Shall we go for something harder?
Oh my, yeah, this game was... I mean, this tasted like shrimp. It's not that bad.
I thought it was really good, but I think we could go for something level up a little bit higher.
Up the ante.
Yeah.
A little bit easier.
Let's get it. Let's got it. Let's get it.
Capybara. No. We're gonna get the capybara.
Yes. That one.
Something special, something spicy.
Okay, looking for something special.
Something hot.
It's you.
Do you smell that? I'm from the forest. I can't smell anything.
Sticky tofu.
Like Fritos.
How do you...
You gotta attempt it.
Why are you not saying anything?
Oh. No. What's up?
Oh.
I'm gonna pass on this one, but you know who could step up to this challenge? Alliance Frostivus. It got his name all over it. It even smells like him.
He's up for this.
Hey guys, we heard you like some cho tofu.
Hello. 这个呢，我的臭豆腐兄弟啊。Good.
Good.
Very good.
I got food. All right. I'll do it. Content.
Good. Yes. 臭豆腐 is Changsha beautiful food.
What's up, Frostivus?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
What's up,
Hey,
man?
dude.
How you doing?
Work. We got a surprise for you.
What is that?
High in protein. It's gonna make you an excellent gamer.
Yeah, try it, bro.
Is this what I think it is? From Changsha, I always heard about stinky tofu.
Correct. I tried a little bit of it earlier. It's my favorite thing of all time.
And what did you say just now? If I ate this, I will be the champion.
You'd be the champion. Best thing I've ever tasted in my whole life.
Fine.
How was that, buddy? Was it good?
Howcho?
We're finally here. We've had a lot of spicy stuff today.
Yeah, we've had cho tofu and Croatia.
You know what's spicier than the food that we had today?
The J Cup World Championship.
Let's bring the heat.
It can't be that bad, Duncan, right?
I mean, it looks a bit weird, but maybe not.
Is it that stinky?
With an updated rule set, the 2024 J Cup kicks off on November 26th. Here's a detailed breakdown of the competition format. The 2024 J Cup is divided into two phases, the group stage and the grand finals. In the group stage, 18 teams will be randomly divided into 3 groups, Group A, Group B, and Group C. Over the course of 3 days, the teams will compete in both solo mode and trios mode, with 6 matches played each day. At the end of the group stage, the top 12 teams, based on cumulative points, will advance to the grand finals. Before the grand finals, the 12 qualifying teams will participate in a pre-finals round. During this round, teams will compete in 6 matches in both solo mode and trios mode. 20% of the points earned in the pre-finals will then be carried forward to the grand finals. We have introduced a match point rule for this year's grand finals. The teams reaching match point in up to 8 matches enter match point eligibility. If they score first in any subsequent match, they win the overall championship. The ranking of teams that do not win the championship will be based on their total points earned throughout the matches. If a champion is not determined by the end of the 8th match, the champion and other rankings will be decided based on the total points earned after 8 matches have been played. To get more details about the 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship, please visit the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Event Center website. Additionally, you can follow our official channels on TikTok, Weeaboo, and Bilibili, with the username @NARAKA Esports to stay updated with the latest news.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here yet again in Changsha to bring you the grand finals for Trios J-Cup. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the lovely ladies, Got Moxie and Leah. Oh, it's going to be an amazing day. If yesterday was any indication, we are all in for an absolute treat.
Yes, yesterday was an absolute roller coaster. We thought that we might be finished a little bit earlier, especially after Mike was able to hit into match point incredibly early in the day. And then we ended up going later and later and later still. Speaking about yesterday, let's have a look at how it exactly went down.
Yeah, here we go.
Coming up, here we are, the grand final highlights of OUG's Mike, our champion.
Of the round. Making it first elimination, 1, 2, 3 is coming out from Mike re-release though. The Spider gets caught out using his ultimate. Look for the armor swap if he can. Now still tense. But the purple kiss place just hurts oh so much. And there's one blue vertical focus. And ultimate cast comes out with the orange sword, but there is Spider going down.
Putting on the pressure. Goldap's gonna come out. He clips him with the uppercut and the follow-up is there.
Door right now. Goes for Dragon Slayer, goes right past it, hides past it. But of course, one hit on the cannon. Now he goes down as Mike takes up the elimination. Into the circle, but it's gonna be the HP threshold that comes out on top, and Mike takes it with 6 eliminations. And that's all we need. 10 seconds. This is all kind of been for Spider, unless he finds a turnaround, because right now that crossbow is gonna connect through, and this could be our first Romy English tied position. But a run coming up from Mike.
Can Mike take down a second game? His ult is still up. Burns in the top position. He needs to be able to dodge. He is going to get stunned though. Tossed into the zone, and Mike is going to secure it again.
Yeah, Mike backs on off momentarily before trying to cut Wukong off at the top of the disengagement. 2-5 now gets parried and loses a massive chunk of that extended armor from that V2, and Mike with the jump into the spear, into the Homson RNG full send. Spider is able to just keep them on their feet. The Phantom Step comes into play halfway through the fight, and Spider has to readjust. The full hit on that LMB release. Mike with the chase tag, the one into the uppercut scoop to find the first spin connection, but does burn the stamina. Will be able to come through with the 1-2 into horizontal jump. And Mike is your 2024 solo NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
Well, I really have to say, because you know, most of the players may think like Syra may be the strongest hero for solo, but Mike, he used Volda to get the champion for the last game.
He did indeed, and it was a cracker, wasn't it? We were all just the build, the suspense, the explosion that was that last final moments. We saw Mike absolutely erupt from his chair, and it was magnificent.
Yeah. there was a lot on the line, right? A lot on the line for all of those players. And speaking about a lot on the line, there was a lot on the line when we headed into our pre-finals in the group stages, because all of the points that the teams were able to pick up back then, a portion of it carried on through, and we can have a look and see exactly how that went on through, because we got to see a lot of different compositions coming on out. JL have been experimenting in a couple of teams followed suit.
No, absolutely. Here we're seeing a Bowder absolutely dismantling Alliance here. Just, we saw so much. I feel like it feels like a long time ago, but it really wasn't that long ago. It was absolutely breathtaking, and I'm sure that today is going to be exactly the same. Alliance on screen right there. Although they've been improving a lot, they might be coming in today to take it all for themselves, but every single one of these teams has the same ambition.
Yeah, it's really interesting too that we got to see a couple of these teams moving away from the Valda F2 of the combo break and actually utilizing, we just got to see that from Bowder's POV, that Valda F1, which does have a lot of risk attached to it because, as we said, it does not have a combo break, so if you get scooped up in some of the extensions, it does get a little bit tricky for the Valda to escape from, but the amount of space that the F1 can lock down as opposed to the F2, it seems like a lot of these teams are prioritizing that instead.
Also, we can see like most of the team, they choose to use Kurumi instead Zipi, especially maybe for Zay and Mataro's combinations and Pakta combinations. So I think maybe Kurumi is the strongest support position for this patch.
Yeah, I think it's definitely gone back and forth. You know, we've for the longest time, especially throughout summer, we saw teams focus on using Kurumi a lot, and then it's hard to say. We don't know what they're going to do today, because yesterday as well, we weren't seeing all that much Liam V2 in pre-finals, but then yesterday we saw quite a lot. Things may have changed. You know, the players may have cooked something up for us, but we'll wait and see. Do you have any predictions, either of you, on what we'll see today?
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Kurumi and Syra at the same
and
time,
Syra.
because that's what JL started introducing. And I mean, DRG followed suit, YCG followed suit. JL have always been the sort of instigators of the meta change, whether it's base hero abilities or the heroes that are pushed into these compositions. So now that there's been a little bit of time to settle from the pre-finals into the grand finals, some of these other teams have had a little bit more time to adapt into that new composition.
Not only for JL, and GG is one of the creators in NBPL, like create combinations. As if like Balda and Mon combinations is created by GG, so maybe they're gonna give us something new in the finals.
No, I certainly hope so. I think all of you at home as well, you're like, what have they been cooking up for us? But you know who's an absolute chef? It is Alliance NY7. Look at what we have here. Average kills 4.3, the #1. Best position too as well in the pre-finals. Absolutely decimating competition, and you know, it's to be expected to some extent because they have a very volatile playstyle to some. We don't really know what they're going to be doing, and they can be very, very explosive.
Yeah, Alliance are always aggressive. Every single time they've had their really big pop-off games, it's been incredibly aggressive, and NY7 has been able to enable that aggression by playing that position 2 and playing either hyper-aggressively forward or getting to play a little bit more defensive and peel for his backline.
Very aggressive Alliance, not only trolls, also for solo. But we already know we're gonna have a competitions for the pre-show because we did that yesterday. So, do you know the rules?
Well, I mean, in pre-show, the host will pose the questions, the two casters will write their answers on the board. Each correct answer earns 1 point. After all questions are answered, the caster with the most points wins. The loser will receive a brutal punishment given by the winner. And as we saw yesterday, I'm assuming we're going to be getting the pool noodles out again.
Probably,
Also, I have to remind you guys because we have a lot of clues in the pre-final highlights. So we're gonna move on to the first question. And the first question is, in this shake-up, one team has won 3 consecutive matches. Which team is it?
Oh, I think...
Please, after you're ready, show us your answer. Okay, Moxie got JL.
Oh, I didn't even see we got multiple choice.
Wait, you just guessed it? You just knew the answer anyway?
Guess it.
Oh, I mean, no, you knew it. You knew it.
This way is pretty easy. So we have the answer, JL. Okay, so each 1 point for Moxie and Dunking. But you know, like, do you think JL is a kind of key in group game? And what about in finals?
So I think the problem for JL is that, like you said, they're very good in terms of the regular season because they come through with a lot of these new compositions. But when we head into grand finals, because they've already showcased those new compositions, they've actually allowed a lot of these other teams to be able to catch up and practice not only how to play them, but also anticipating how to counter them.
Yeah, we've heard many a time that TXJ, as you put it earlier, what was it? The
God of NARAKA.
The God of NARAKA, indeed. The general, the man in charge that everyone looks to see what they're cooking up. The absolute chef, the Michelin star. You know, he's been chefing it up.
At first, we call TXJ the God of Monks. He is one of the best monk in NVPL. But for now, TXJ no longer play monk position this time.
It's one Fong.
Yeah.
Instead, but that sort of goes to show TXJ always plays very vital roles to the team. But speaking about vital roles, VVV has been a vital piece as well of every single team that he's been a part of with TXJ, both when he played for TE and then when he got moved over to JL. So to see CD's GG LXM actually keeping pace with the statistics goes to show that JL might not just have the best players, just as we've seen in terms of solos, new players rising up to try and challenge the old guard. Cheers is having the same sort of renovation.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, you said it. I've talked about it quite a lot. You know, Alliance, Wolves, compare them to last year, very different. No, it's very different. I remember they were there, but they weren't really anywhere close to that top 6 bracket. But as we've seen, they've definitely been performing extremely well. But we'll have to see if they can replicate that today, because tension's high, anxiety is running through every nook and cranny of these players. I'm assuming, you know, it's a lot.
And Wolves already got 2 bi-weekly champion, so we still maybe predict Wolf may be the last champion for this time's J-Cup. But GG, wow, I have to say they're performs really well in the pre-final, the group stage. So we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. I don't think it's very competitive in Moxie. You know, we've looked through it all. It's so hard to really determine who's the strongest at the moment.
Yeah, but something that we do have to take into account is also that we have the SEA teams getting to come on through, right? BBE, 521, and TWSS all being able to make the cut and qualify into those grand finals. And they've been showcasing some really good matches. Both BBE and TWSS have been able to have matches individually where they were able to accrue over 20 points. And those were high pressure matches.
Yeah, so the number 2 question is about SEA regions. So please, both of you, draw 3 team logos from SEA regions. Yeah.
All of them?
Boy.
All of them.
All of them.
1 logo for 1 point.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys are good painter. You have to draw the logo, not only write the number down.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember, because both of them, all of them, showed in the pre-final highlight.
Oh, so it's basically to see if we were paying attention. Oh my goodness.
And then
one of them takes so long to do.
Okay. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Done?
yeah, I think so. Oh,
What?
it's horrible. I couldn't.
Please show us your painting.
Oh.
Wait. I know this one is 5-1. So what is this 2?
Okay, so this was supposed to be TWSS. I wasn't sure if it was the full circle or if it was a half circle, so I guess I was wrong about that one. And then I knew there was a ninja in the middle of it.
We both went for the same thing.
Yeah.
Remember when I was like, yeah, one of these takes absolute ages?
Yeah, exactly.
I started doing VVE and I realized the second that I began doing the bamboo, I was like, oh, I'm gonna be here for a while.
Oh.
sheets and then the ninja in the little corner, and then I was like, 521 doesn't have a logo. It's literally just 521 the numbers, and then I didn't have time to do TWSS, but I needed to get them in there.
To be honest, I gonna give Moxie 1 point because this 521 is almost the logo. It's not just the number.
What do you mean? It's double. It's double lined.
Double line. I said you can't just write the number down.
Okay.
But I know BBE's logo is a little bit difficult because so much things on the logo.
I drew the ninja. It's not that good.
You have to join the whole body, not only a hat.
That's true. I thought I wasn't sure.
It's like a ginger just. Hello.
It's not looking good.
Hello.
Right. But moving on, we're going to be taking a look at another one of those Discord comments from the official NARAKA Discord that if you want to join, so you can keep up to date with all J-Cup, all NARAKA news, get involved with events, make sure you scan that QR code in the bottom of the screen. But the message is coming from Box, I suppose. Let's go 521 BBE and TWSS. The support going out to the SEA region, rightly so. They've been fighting very hard to get here, and hey, we'll have to see whether or not they're able to actually pull it off.
Okay, now we have question 3. This one is easier. So, how many different combinations appeared in the group stage?
You say this one's easy.
Easier than the join question. Than the last one. You don't have to join anything. You just count the combinations.
How many different combinations in the group stage?
Also, we have 3 choices.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, this one's, you pulled the other one out because you knew that one. You knew the JL, but this one,
So, question.
This one's a
With
bit harder.
combinations, are we counting like every single different hero as a different combination? Or can it be the same composition but a different hero slotted in?
I mean, for different combinations, it's like, even if there is one hero difference, it's like different
It's
combination.
a different combination? Okay. Let's see.
You just need to write the number.
I'm trying to game the system.
What?
Moxie
What is
list
this?
all the
Gaming
combinations
the
on the
system?
board. 10 seconds.
Okay.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
What is this counting style?
Okay,
All right.
please show us your answer.
I went B.
Wow, there's so many messages
Yes,
on the board.
I tried to game the system
Oh my
because I was like, that's the normal composition, right?
And
Siphon, Attack on Titan, Siphon, Cannonball, and then Transformers, but everyone's been playing the different variations of it. So we have 3 variations of Sand Siphon, we have 1 variant of Attack on Titan, we've got 3 Siphon, we've got 2 variants of Cannonball, and then everyone always plays the Valdahari. So that gave me an idea of what the number would be in the ballpark of, and hey look, I got the question right!
yeah, correct. You know, this one is really like Ravenclaw style. So Slytherin, Moxie, you say you're Slytherin.
Oh,
sorry, Hufflepuff.
Okay. I've been dubbed the Hagrid of J-Cup.
Well, so we talked about the combinations, and you were Kurumi today. So, what's your favorite, like for the competition?
So I think Kurumi is incredibly strong. The F3 with the damage reduction plus the fact that it can heal, as well as provide the tether to revive enemies. And especially since a lot of these teams have figured out that Syra isn't really that well of like a solo support, right? She's very aggressive. She does a lot of DPS, but Kurumi is much better for just defensive stability.
What about Monk?
Monk? Well, Monk, I mean, we've seen him come in, and it's good to see him back. I'm glad, because he's very fun to watch. You know, like we talk about it a lot. Raven loves it. Those end games with the big boom, the slam with 2 people. You know, we saw it in the highlights as well. It's always very, very fun to see with the Monk packed into that end game.
Also, we have to pay attention to like Zay and Matari. This combination is a lot of teams chose it in the game.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a lot of these teams have been showcasing lots of different heroes.
Also, we're gonna move on to the next question because I ask you about Monk, and this question is about Monk. Please identify which hero is represented in the video, and you have to copy that.
We have to copy it? Okay, well, Dunk gets an advantage because I can barely move.
This is a bit tight as well.
Oh! Sorry, I remember this.
Oh, we know what.
I know exactly what this is.
I mean, what's the sound?
This is.
So we have to write it down. Write it down.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, write it down.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, maybe we're gonna have a new hero. It's called Cookie. New character, right?
Okay, I'm ready.
What?
I know what it is.
Like so long. Okay, please show us the answer. We do. Say. Wait, why you guys both write down the ultimate?
Because that's what it
Because
was.
he was doing this.
We only asked
which
for
is
the hero.
Oh, well, we're just extra.
You mean you want extra points?
Yeah, he needs the points to catch up.
Sorry, no extra point. But I can give
How am I gonna
both
catch
of you
up?
each
How
1
am I
point.
supposed to catch up?
Wait, we still have a lot of questions.
Okay, all right.
Don't worry.
Walk in.
Okay, so both of you, correct. Well, I made a mistake because this question is not about Monk.
No.
But I think the next one. This one is pretty easy, but it's also difficult.
Okay, easy and difficult?
Yeah. So? I know this! Wait, I didn't say the question yet. After securing a double grab as the Monk, what should your teammates say to you?
Wait, I remember.
Yeah. You remember?
Oh my god. Oh, what is it though? I've lost. It's cooked. It's so cooked. I can't remember. I don't know. Okay.
Got your answer? Yeah.
Hold on.
And also, you have to do that while saying that. Right now.
Okay.
Like, imitate.
I don't know.
Okay, just show us. You don't need to write down.
Okay. Okay. Well, is what you need to say to what your teammates should say to you when you get a double grab.
Well, you have to do that. Imitate.
Imitate the double grab?
Yeah.
Okay.
And say that at the same time.
All right. Whoa!
Say it. Say it. Good one.
Good aim. Good slam. It's not right. It's good.
Half correct.
Half correct. All right.
Correct.
The first one, right.
Half correct.
Okay, right. Hoom, and then I hold because I only slam if my teammates say good catch.
Yeah, 1 point for Moxie.
Okay.
Good catch. Please show us the answer. One grab.
Get it.
Yeah.
And
Woo.
okay.
Another one.
Good answer.
And then?
Say it.
Say
it.
Say what? Say what?
Good catch.
Good catch.
Good
I
catch. Good
remember.
Wow. Let's go. Yeah.
Say it, Ducky, say it.
Good catch. Yes, good catch. It was good something. I knew it was good something, but
Yeah. Well, 1 point for Moxie.
it's a little bit. I'm not looking too good right now.
So this was the last question.
That was the last question. You said there were lots more questions.
I think there might be if you want, but maybe it's after the whole competition. I can give you more questions if you want.
Yeah.
But now we're gonna move on to the punishment.
The punishment? What is the punishment?
Punishment.
Oh my.
Da, 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 da. Choose one.
Choose one.
Which color you like?
Okay, I'm gonna go for red because you know if you use blue, you focus attack and I counter.
Good choice.
What, do I get
For
one?
you? Yeah, and you have to
So I can defend myself.
wait. Oh,
Oh, we
you
have
have
to
to put on. Cover your eyes.
Blindfolded? Okay, hold on.
Ah.
Could you hold that for a second? Oh.
I will say right now though, if you do hit my hat, the makeup stylist might murder you.
Well, because you got half correct for the last game, so I'm gonna give one noodle for you.
Oh,
But you have to use it with, like, cover your eyes.
Yeah, my eyes are covered. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, are we ready? You're not in the way, are you, Leah?
Okay, both of you can do 10 times.
10?
10? Yeah, 10 times. And you have to avoid Moxie's attack.
Okay.
Okay.
All
3,
right.
2, 1. Action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
What the?
9. The last one.
Oh, parried easy.
Good parry. Wait.
I didn't hit you, did I?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I didn't dare. I was just hiding. I don't want to have the same situation with Jaeger because I know sir maybe
Yes,
yes.
Oh my goodness.
How's the feeling?
Wasn't too bad.
Wasn't too bad. Why?
Well, I mean, I parried a few of them.
Yeah, you did. Also, I mean, weak arms. No power behind the swing.
Oh my goodness.
So you do the parry with Noodle.
Yeah. Oh, the blue focus parry. Oh, right.
So we have one more comment from Discord.
We do indeed. I'm Spec, in fact. And one of these lucky comments, the honest comment, is from I'm Spec. He says, "Good luck to all the teams in the J-Cup finals. Play with confidence. Bring your best strategies and leave it all on the battlefield. Let's make this finale not just a competition, but a celebration of skill, passion, and unforgettable moments. May the matches be epic and the memories even greater." Very well said, I think. Very well said.
Yeah, and I mean, solos yesterday had some absolutely amazing moments which will always stand out for every single aspect of NARAKA's esports. I'm sure trios is going to be just the same because 2024's J-Cup is going to determine the meta moving into 2025.
So how many games do you think we're gonna have today?
Oh, that's a tough one.
That's a tough one. It's definitely a difficult question. I mean, it could go either way. We'll have to see. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna predict 5.
5?
5.
5 games?
5 games. I'm gonna predict 5 games in total.
Then who gonna win the game?
Well, I don't know yet, but we'll see.
But who can do 5 games?
Well, I mean, because we've seen it happen. Like Wolves took championships with 4 games. It was with the White Tigers Prowess before, but I mean, you know, we'll see. Maybe Wolves can pull it off again. We'll have to wait and see, though.
Then what's your prediction?
Let's say Wolves. I'll say Wolves. Wolves it is.
Wolves. Moxie?
GG. I've always been a GG fan, and I feel like the meta is perfect for GG, right? They can play Transformers, like you said. They were able to push into that Balder and Tianhai with 3-3-0. So I think GG, it's all there for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna choose Wolves. Because, you know, ZK, Nai Heqiao, and XEM, and they all got one champion before. This one is a really champion team.
Yeah, I mean, they've been showing it, though. They've been compared to GG. Like, contrasting, we talked about it a lot. I'll probably end up talking about it quite a bit more later on. But let's hope that they're ready for today.
Yeah. I'm sure they're going to be ready. I'm sure JL are also going to be ready as well. It's interesting, none of us predicted the team that has the current defending world champions.
True.
On any of their rosters, no one said JL.
Everyone loves an underdog.
Because there's a kind of curse for JL. But one more. I'm gonna ask you one more question. One more chance for you. One more chance for you.
The strongest player?
Drawing
in
question.
trios?
Please.
Trio.
In trios,
Draw
strongest
the
player?
strongest player in your mind. In trios.
In trios.
Why there's a lot of painting stuff?
Why do we? I'm so bad at drawing.
Gonna have a look?
No!
may I? It's McDonald.
Huh? Huh?
Like.
Uh.
Wait.
No, don't
Is it
judge
a
me.
person?
Yes. It's supposed to be a person.
It's a person, right?
Yeah, this is a person.
It's a person. Okay. Quickly.
Okay.
Done?
I think so.
I think so.
I don't know if you're gonna get this one. I'm not gonna lie. We'll see. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Show us the answer, please. Wait. Who is it?
He's the general, the king at TXJ.
Oh, you went 6J?
Yeah.
I went VVV.
VV.
Whoa, you guys are teammates!
He's the Farrier. That's the neck drop, and then VVV was known for pole sword Farrier. So
this was a pole sword?
hey, look, it's not a spear. It's got a little.
Wait, even no one chose JL. You both draw a JL players on the board.
True.
Oh my god.
It's about support.
Wow, I'm gonna really looking forward to JL performance today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But is that all the time we have? I think it may indeed be all the time that we have, unfortunately. But we are going to be going into those games very, very soon. We will be right back here. Make sure you're here. We'll be back in just a little bit.
带着裂痕与我终身，映照成身，不能凝望深渊沉沦。闯入勇且无前的。 前世天际，烈火中燃烧呼吸，翻转昨日神迹，重塑这个空间是我世界。此战不凡，直到万物退散。此战不凡，直到万物退散。 此战不凡，直到万物退散。黑暗把剑影投在星河，看光影错落的故事，有人像奇迹的颜色。 追上明天，不会无言，只为初见最炙热的誓言，连命运送来的永远都终结。前世天际，烈火中燃烧呼吸，翻转昨日神迹，重塑这个空间是我世界。此战不凡，直到万物退散。此战不凡，退散。 此战不凡，直到万物退散。轮回之中，我已是谁？记忆和光同尘。Let's go. 直到万物退散。谢谢大家。
你好，长沙现场的街坊们，让我感受
To all the NARAKA fans here and watching online, where are your cheers?
Welcome to the 2024 J-Cup NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship Trios Grand Finals. We are your hosts and casters, Dunkin' Donuts and Got Moxie. Congratulations to OUG's Mike for lifting the trophy yesterday. Today, the 12 Trios teams who stood out across 5 major regions will battle for the ultimate glory.
I believe the players are ready. Now let's welcome the finalists to the stage with the loudest applause and cheers.
First up, we have Team 521.
221 战
Playing
队
for the Southeast
，Pampi
Asia region, we have Pampi,
Yin,
Yin, Akame, and
Yin.
Cloud.
接下来
And
欢迎
next, let's
东
welcome
南亚赛
another
区
team from Southeast Asia region, TWSS. And for Team TWSS, we have Snack, LY Polaris, Dofu, and DNQ.
接下来请出
Up next,
中国大陆
Team
赛区战
Mainland
队
China is EWG.
EWG 战
Playing for
队
EWG is XI, Cookie, and Liu Wei.
接下来让我们欢
And now
迎
let us
东南
welcome
亚
the
赛
last
区
team who qualified from Southeast Asia, BBE. And competing for BBE, we have Ivan, Royhi, Fat Milk, and Slows.
接下来让我们欢迎
Next
中
up
国
with
大
a strong performance in MBPL Summer Split, Team Alliance. For Alliance, we have Revenge, NY7, Mia Sky, and representing his home Changsha, Yuma!
接下来让我
And
们
now
欢
is
迎
another team
中国
from
大陆
mainland
赛区
China. We have
深圳
SZ DRG. And representing DRG, we have Dongxing, Kakaishi, and from Lodi, Hunan, WX98.
接下来请出
Next up is Team YZG, runners up of the previous 2023 J Cup. Representing the region of mainland China, 17S, QGG, and CXC.
接下来让我们
And
欢
now
迎
let us
中
welcome
国
a
大陆赛
team
区
gone for a long time, coming right on back, Bowder.
暴打
And
战队
representing
叶
mainland
阳
China on
比
Team
克
Bowder, we
小
have
日本
Yeran, Peak, and You.
接下来让我们欢迎中
Underdogs
国
no
大陆
more.
赛
Let's
区
hear it for
成都
Chengdu
狼
Wolves.
队。成都
For
狼队
Wolves, we have ZK, XEM, and Alpha of the Pack, Nai HQ.
接下来让我们
And
欢
now
迎
let
中
us
国
welcome
大陆赛
another
区
team representing mainland China, OUG. And here we are fighting for OUG. We have Jinyu, SS, The King, and Rico.
接下来让我们欢迎
Next up, we have a
中国
team
大
that
陆
needs
赛
no
区战队
introduction. The current home of 2 defending world champions. Let's hear it for Team JL. For JL, we have one from VVV, and owner of the MVP trophy from 2023's J-Cup, TXJ.
And finally, let us welcome the team aiming to achieve the Grand Slam, Chengdu GG! And here we are, the Titans from Chengdu, GG 330 CJS, and from Lengshuijiang, Hunan, LXM.
Fight for prominence. The 12 teams have gathered. Who will wear the champion jersey and lift the trophy? Let's witness it together.
The 2024 J-Cup NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship Trios Grand Finals begins now!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last final day of the 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship. It's Trios Grand Finals. We've got to see the teams do their walk-ons. And Dunk, you know what that means. All that is left to do is begin that game number one.
It is indeed. We are finally here. We had solos yesterday, explosive performances all around, and here we're all very excited. The crowd is packed. We are all feeling just the hype, everything. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the lovely Moxie here, dressed up in Kurumi cosplay. Very nice indeed, and we're very excited. If you heard that, the crowd is too. Oh, it's going to be an absolutely amazing day, Moxie. I'm so excited. What are you most excited about?
I want to see if there's going to be adaptation. I want to see if there's going to be a new composition coming through, right? Because we theorized, and also just to say, Spider didn't play the Wu-Chen yesterday.
He did not.
The theory crafting was correct. That was a big old bait to try and make sure that players wanted to think that the Wu-Chen was good against the Sire. But JL has been doing a very similar strategy because, as we talked about in the pre-show, JL have been known to be the sort of instigator to push the meta forward, whether that's coming on through with VVV's Takeda F2 or even that Valda F1. But speaking about something that's going to be coming through, in a matter of moments and a little bit of that right side of the screen, there is going to be a QR code coming on through, and you need to be able to scan that one with your phone or any camera, and that will take you over to the official community Discord for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. And why do you want to be a member of the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord? Well, here's one answer: the honest comment section.
Indeed, you can have your comment read out live on stream, but it is coming to a close at this point. You better get in while you can. You can get your hands on these goodies, these gift boxes that allow you to choose a loot box out of the selection, but only a few will be able to get their hands on those. But you know what you can get your hands on no matter who you are? The Twitch drops. If you want to get your hands on these, make sure to get your NARAKA account linked with your Twitch account. And look, oh, Moxie, it's you over there.
Not quite the same outfit. But yes, everyone knows me as a Kurumi main, so I thought, you know what? It's the last finals day. It's trios. Kurumi is going to be always a must pick for a lot of these compositions coming on through. What better way to end the year than to be a little bit in style, in fashion. Although she might not be in style for very long, because a lot of these teams are still trying to figure out where exactly does this new puzzle piece of Syra fit in.
True, you know, things have been changing. You know, Syra, although she definitely has the appearance of a support, or at least initially that was our thinking, she's sort of evolved. Like, she functions in lots of different ways, and she can offer quite a lot of different utilities to the team, and that's why we've seen her being sort of slotted into compositions all over the place. We've seen her with, you know, the Valda, and we've seen her with the Zymatari even. Yes. We've seen her with Cypher, or like the sand part of Cypher at least. You know, all sorts of stuff. And I mean, I don't know. It's definitely going to be a difficult thing to determine. Especially, I mean, the teams, they probably put quite a bit of work in to figure out what's best. But which one's your favorite? Which one's your favorite Syra composition?
I really like the Syra Kurumi Takeda. I think it's a very strong composition. JL were the ones that came up with this composition, and the second that they did, a lot of these other teams, DRG, YZG, bent the knee and immediately buckled to that new composition. Some of the other teams took a little bit longer to come through, right? DRG and YZG did it almost immediately. Some of the other teams took a little bit of time to warm up to it, but having that Kurumi still able to provide that tether, but also having that Syra so that the Kurumi doesn't have to worry about being punished by the new Transformer composition, and Syra being able to act as a counter to both the Tianhai and the Valda is really, really strong, and it frees up what that Takeda can do with his ultimate.
And not only that, it also adds that little bit of the win condition that we talk about in End Zone, the heal off win condition. It gives them that little thing, you know. Sand Siphon is somewhat lacking in terms of the heal off win condition.
Yeah.
Its main sort of strength has been that it gets to that end zone and then makes it so heal off never really happens.
Yeah.
You have to scale up massively and dominate that end circle situation so that they don't get to that point. But with Syra, perhaps things will change, move around. I'm interested to see. And also, not only that, but Karumi, as we said, she's definitely going to be picked up today. But Zipping has been making an appearance within the Zai and Matari composition quite a lot lately. And I've theorized, we talked about it quite a bit as to why that might be. But we'll talk more on that later on. Here we are, Moxie. That's a lot of numbers.
That is a lot of money, especially because, you know, all of these individual MVP rounds will be able to secure a team even more money. And then we also have the MVP who gets to come on for not just with all of that currency, but also the MVP trophy. And I mean, TXJ, he's already got one in the pocket. He was able to pick up that staff, and that staff was a lot easier to pick up than the pole sword that it was a couple of years ago. Let's see if he can make it a second.
Indeed, he's going to build an arsenal. He's stacking his inventory. He's leveling up that Takeda ultimate for the team, you know. But we shall see.
He's going to hit that gold state real soon.
Yeah, he's going to hit it real fast. But we'll see. That is if he manages to achieve it. But for the moment, let's take a look at these standings off the back of pre-finals. If you weren't around for the pre-finals, every single one of these teams who's going to be playing today played then, and depending on their performance, the total points that they got in that pre-finals, a percentage of which was then carried forwards into today, into the grand finals.
Yes, 20% of the points. It used to be 13%, rather it used to be 50%, then it went 13%, and now it is 20%, and that 20% was secured for the most part by JL, who come through with pretty much already an entire round secured in advantage against some of these other players. GG and Alliance all very hot on their heels, which is very, very good, because as we've said about Alliance, right, very, very good team. They've shown a lot of improvement. They've shown a lot of re-infrastructure for all of their players that they picked up. But when push comes to shove and we get to that bi-weekly finals in the summer season, and that additional pressure started to creep in, they unfortunately did crumble. So having a good score in the pre-finals is definitely going to give them a little bit of a blanket in terms of that overall security.
Yeah, absolutely. That little bit extra, little oomph. You know, every little bit it can be very impactful. I mean, yesterday, for example, we saw Mike being 0.4 off of getting to that match point threshold off of the third game. If he'd gotten 0.4 extra in pre-finals, he could have potentially ended the day in Game 4.
Yeah.
It would have been insane. But hey, he ended up winning it out regardless. Congratulations to him yet again. But here we are taking a look at the schedule for the day. We're going to be kicking off with a lot of Fireflies, some oogliness to behold. I'm very excited. Morris Isle Night, Padoria Midnight, then Holleroth Dusk for those first 3 games. It is going to be very, very exciting indeed.
Yes, and it's all about who can get to that 65 match point threshold. There, by the way, that's the MVP trophy.
Oh,
the cat is out of the bag. It is
literally
Fistblades. You know, I'm a little bit sad it's not the panda ones that you got from the battle pass. But I mean, I guess having the panda paws would not be quite as ferocious as those amazing tiger claws that we're getting to see there on display. But no, as we were talking about, 65 points in terms of match point threshold for these teams to be able to achieve. So, more than likely, especially because we have hero points in play, and these teams are going to be starting with 0 hero points for the first 3 games, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of teams not really wanting to go for compositions that they want to find the MVP with, but that are more engineered towards picking up a lot of kills very quickly off of the rip. So things like the Tessa Viper Wuchang composition, and also the Xiphon composition over the traditional Sand Xiphon with Takeda.
It's so hard to tell now. You know, we've talked about this at length. Throughout the entire group stage, throughout pre-finals, we discussed what we're gonna see, what's gonna be coming up in those phases, and we're just at times we're sort of left like, oh, that's not what I thought was gonna happen. It's a bit all over the place, and we may see a trend break out today, but the thing is, yesterday, if that's an indication, yesterday was a little bit goofy, a little oogly. You know, we saw multiple games with triple Syra, didn't we?
Yes, we did. Like, you and I, we were up in the stands, we were watching the first couple of matches before our shift went on, and we were discussing, we were like, yeah, there's no way. Now that all of these players understand the power of Syra, there's no way we see what happened in group stages where she doesn't immediately get double picked and banned out of phasing for the players in group 1. And then literally, the first game that we got to see, all of a sudden, swerve one direction this way, one direction that way, and we had 3 Sires in the lobby running absolutely amok. But again, like, we don't really know if there's going to be a new composition that JL have been trying to figure out. We talked about the fact that Zipping has started replacing Kurumi for the Siphon composition. One of the reasons being that when Zip actually first started coming into play, when she very on the first time that she got released, her meta pushed Transformers out because she could stop the kills from double grabs. The TNI could play absolutely perfectly. You would get a good catch, but he wouldn't unfortunately get any follow-up on the slam.
The good catch. I knew it was good something. If you're not sure what we're referring to, literally, if you're not sure what we're talking about, the pre-show for today, we played a few games with Leah. It was very good fun. I lost out. I got bonked with a pool noodle. But yeah, it is what it is. But you know what else is going to be happening very soon? The games are going to be unfolding. The selection, the phasing is going to be happening rather shortly. I'm very excited. Since we're starting off with a Morris Isle Knight,
yes,
I'm curious if Viper Tessa Wu Chen is going to be making an appearance in the earlier phase.
Yeah, I think it's going to be phase 1. I mean, we've even seen it in the past in the summer split, when we would be immediately jumping into Padoria. It would actually be, first it started going into phase 2, and then it actually started entering into phase 1, because as we talked about for the bi-weekly finals, like, all of those teams still had the MVP eligibility ruling in play. They understood they were coming in, they needed to be able to hit that threshold as quickly as possible, so the Viper Tessa Wu Chan composition, which is designed to take full advantage of the beginning of the fact that you can get your ultimate online a lot faster in comparison to some of these other compositions, or that you power spike in terms of scaling earlier than other compositions, which again leads me to believe that we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of the Zai earlier in those picks in comparison to the Takeda, because as we always make a comparison of, Zai just needs one set, right? One weapon and one armor, and then your entire composition has pretty much hit the maximum amount of damage that it's going to be able to do, as opposed to Takeda, which the difference between that level 1 state of V3 and the level 3, well, it's night and day, just like all of our map rotations.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It does make a massive difference. And remember at home, if you're not sure at home, if you haven't really played Takeda, the entire team's weaponry and all of that inventory contributes to that, and it's extremely important. As we say, you know, that we refer to it as the scaling composition, and the Zai, the budget, as you said, you know, you only need one. But one thing that's interesting is that if perhaps Syra is going to be dropping into that composition instead of the Zipping or the Kurumi, it sort of becomes a bit more expensive, no? Because Syra scales based off of weapon rarity as well. So could be an interesting thing to see. If we see that composition be more popular, we may not see it as that sort of budget composition that we saw before.
And I mean, that's another reason why I really like the Syra Kurumi Takeda variant, because you're gearing up your Syra while still contributing to the power level of the Takeda V3. Because like you talked about, right, Syra needs a good weapon. The amount of damage that she does with the laser beam scales with the weapon and rarity of the weapon that she has equipped when she actually goes for the ultimate activation. Takeda just needs his teammates to have that gear. He doesn't actually need it all himself to be equipped, so don't squirrel over like 7 legendary weapons to your Takeda player. It is full into account every single one of your teammates' loot, not just your own.
Exactly. But we shall see, ladies and gentlemen. We're taking a look at all of these player cams, seeing what they're looking like, how they're feeling. No worried faces, it doesn't look like. It looks as though, you know, not necessarily fully relaxed or fully just sort of, you know, but I just immediately gestured as though I was lying down. I did that without thinking. But they're definitely at ease, so to speak, and I think that that's definitely a good sign. Going into a very high pressure situation such as this, you want to be calm, you don't want to be worrying too much, because you can get in your own head, especially when it comes to trios with multiple people on the same team. They have to work cohesively.
Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of these teams, especially from the SEA region, that we have the The panda claws
yes, the
that I
panda
was
claws.
talking about. Make that the MVP trophy. But
She's
no.
already got it.
She's won. I wonder what team she plays for. But no, returning to what we were talking about, right? The ability to perform under those high levels of stress and pressure, that was one of the reasons why a lot of the foreign teams actually wanted to come to the NBPL scene. Both 521 and BBE purposefully entered into the NBPL scene after having performed in the 2023 J Cup because they understood that they were a little bit ill-equipped to deal with certain aspects of the game, and that was one of them. Having to play in front of that many people, that high level of intensity gameplay coming on out, now that they've had a year to sort of settle in, you saw it on their player cams before you even commented how at ease BBE looked.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They spent the whole year here. You know, they've been guests of the NBPL, and they've certainly used it to their advantage. We heard a little bit about that in the video leading up to today, during the breaks and during that lead-up period to the pre-show. We saw a little bit of that. They definitely feel they've used the time that they've been given, and hopefully they can put it to good use.
Yes, I am so excited to get to see all of these. We're getting to have a look at the compositions and the average points that are able to be picked up by these teams on those compositions, and Xiphon average points seems to be fairly consistently for a lot of these teams because again it hits that power scaling. So even if you don't make it all the way to the end game, say you lose the second realm of Yang fight and you're not able to cleanse Yang depletion in time, you're still gonna be able to stack up a fair chunk of points because of the change to the ruling in terms of that overall kill score multiplier. And we're even actually seeing some teams withholding, showcasing that they have one of their players left to stop some of these other teams who pick up the majority of kills in a lobby getting that multiplier, because there are two objectives today. You need a win, but you also need to stop all of the other teams from winning, which means stopping them from getting that kill score multiplier and boosting up a good game into a great one.
Absolutely. I wonder how many teams are going to try and go very fast and like full of adrenaline, just a million miles an hour at the very beginning of the day, and who is going to take a slightly slower approach at the start and then try and ramp up. Because of course we've talked about this at length, you know, if you go too hard and then you stumble, you might not be able to get back up again.
Yeah.
And then going slower might be the better choice, so that you can ramp up, do a bit more steadily, a bit more comfortable. However, if you're not careful, the team that's going really fast at the start might be able to get to that match point much earlier on.
Yeah, and then that forces your hand. If a team is on match point, you have to change up your game style entirely, because you have to take into account what this team is going to be doing, what composition will they be on, trying to figure out what phasing and group they're on, so that like what composition, what heroes they potentially have to play around with too, because we get 3 groups, right? We get 3 phases with all of these teams, and when you're in one of the later phases, the teams in the previous phases have the option of making some heroes not inaccessible, but more expensive, much more costly. And that was why when Kurumi was the solo support that everyone wanted to pick, we got to really see a lot of these teams having to level up that Viper Tessa Wuchen composition, because that doesn't require the Kurumi. Xiphon needed the Kurumi, Sans Siphon needed the Kurumi, even Transformers needed the Kurumi. Is that 225?
It is, yeah.
Hey! Cheering on his teammates on trios. You love to see it.
You do indeed. He's just been spotted by the cameraman. Look, he's there. Oh, it's very funny indeed. But I can't wait. I want to get in and see what these teams have cooked up for us. I want to know if something that we haven't really thought of is going to come through. You know, some kind of Syra variation, something that we didn't really anticipate from it.
Yeah.
You know, we were. It was getting close to that when we saw the Matari variation of Cannonball.
Yes.
Remember, with from JL. I
Yeah.
believe, where they brought out the Syra version as well. Although the Matari version was once brought out, but it didn't do all that well, and they couldn't find their footing. And they did Syra, did a bit better. But then in the next few days, I remember they pulled it out again, and it performed much better.
Yeah, but again, is that just a bait? It's the thing,
it
because
could be the
they
spider.
they know the amount of eyes on them. They saw when they played the Tessa to replace the Yodo back when Attack on Titan used to have Yodo as its traditional third piece. Then in the spring season of MVPL, they had the Xiphon composition, which they were able to come up with in anticipation of the changes that were going to be coming to a Model War, where everything was going to be made much more expensive. So having that one thing that was, like we said, the budget composition proved absolutely invaluable. However, JL have known now that everyone is looking to them. So what is the best thing that you can do if you know that these teams are going to have the downtime between pre-finals and grand finals? Occupy their time by making them learn a composition that is not actually viable in the slightest, which, like you said, is exactly what Spider did.
The bait coming through, and I believe Frostivus was, I think, the only Wu Chen. No, or was there another?
No, he was the only one.
The only one who chose Wu Chen in yesterday's tournament, in yesterday's series, and it didn't go horrendously wrong. But he got he had an unfortunate situation, losing in the realm of Yang and then bumping into a very scaled-up player. And of course, you know, Wu Chen has his weaknesses. It still didn't look so bad though. He was doing very well in earlier fights, but perhaps it was just all a bait. He's just, haha, I tricked you.
Well, Jaeger was saying that he did an interview where both he and Mike for the Wu Chen. They'd been experimenting to see if the Wu Chen would work, and their experiment, their findings was that it was not the play. It was not the thing to be able to counter into that. Syra and Mike had been wanting to play the ACOS. We did see both the value of the ACOS, but also the failure of the ACOS yesterday. So it does go to show that a lot of the time there's not this 100% right or wrong answer. There is subjectivity to it, because at the end of the day, right, you know yourself, you play off meta. You have gotten so good at Taka that you can go up against these heroes that on paper have the advantage against you, but you can still win because you are that comfortable, that well knowledged in that specific style.
Oh, thank you for the compliment, Mom.
You're welcome.
But it is true. It is possible to win with something that's not considered meta. There's a lot of different situations that unfold in NARAKA. You know, it's a battle royale. It's so many different variables. Lots of things can potentially be, you know, considered meta, considered tried and true, tested, worthwhile, the most optimal choice. But there are obviously situations at times that can be considered, you know, off meta, not the right choice, a little bit too oogly, you know, that maybe it could still work, but it needs that niche scenario to happen, and also surprise factor.
Yes, true. And I mean, we got to see like the Transformer composition. OUG tried to make it work in the summer season of MVPL, and it looked entirely different to what it has become, because they would always just get kited into fighting into Forbidden Seals in the World Zones. And when you have a composition that is fully all around, managing to utilize that ultimate cycle of the Tianhai ultimate into a grab, and then Valda activates her V2 and spares the grab player when the slam comes through to secure another grab, which in turn means you're damaging those players but also sustaining your Tianhai player. Like, the difference is that a lot of these teams had time to be able to figure out the ins and outs of that composition, so even something that in the past looked weak can become strong.
No, absolutely. But here we are taking a look at the selection. The hero picks first round selection coming on through 521 TWSS Bowder and YZG in second. CD Wolves along with CDGG, the two Chengdu representing teams, are going to be in that third one. EWG BBE in fourth. And then, oh no wait, what am I on about? It's not solos, it's first, second and third. I got very confused there for a second. Too much solos yesterday. No, first, second and third, there we are. We've got it locked in, it is ready to go. And you were pointing out as well in the bottom right, was JL was paired off with
Alliance.
Alliance.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's That's interesting.
Yeah.
Third round as well.
Yeah, so they're going to have the table scraps essentially, because as we talked about, starting off the first 3 games of the day, all of these teams are only going to begin with 0 hero points. So if something like a Kurumi is made more expensive by the teams in Phase 1 and Phase 2, well, they're not going to be able to access it at all. 5-2-1 immediately going to be prioritizing that Kurumi as well. Xiphon is going to be locked on through for Akame, Pampi, and Yin. We're still yet to see what the 2 other SEA teams want to go for, as well as EWG. Viper, Tesla, Wuchan, we did discuss that could potentially be a swerve that these teams go for. And what's this from EWG? Feria instead of Hardy for the Transformers, so the Feria is most likely going to be utilizing that mech drop for the Tianhai security.
We might be getting some good catches there from EWG, but in that second round we have Bauda picking up the attack on Titan, and it looks as though the attack on Titan has now had its cost increased. Interesting. You know, we were saying earlier, Morris Isle Knight, do we see Viper come in the earlier phases? And we do. Oh my goodness, what is that, Foxy?
Wolves! Okay, this is like a mashup of Xiphon and Cannonball, because Cannonball, like we talked about, used to be the Yodo. JL are going to be going from Atari variant of Cannonball, as opposed to having the Yoto in there. So, as we discussed, a lot of spice coming for a little bit of Szechuan sauce sprinkled on top of round number 1. And I mean, we theorized that JL might have led the charge for these teams to return to that Cannonball era. It looks like that has just happened.
I'm thinking, my mind is racing. What is this composition? What is the order? What is the strategy? We've got the Yoto, the Feria?
Yeah, and the
Matari.
Matari, yeah. So maybe the Matari refreshes the Yoto F3. The problem is Yoto has always faced backlash, shall we say, ineffectiveness for the fact that her ultimate, it's so quick in comparison to something like a sustained Valder or Tianhai or Hardy. So even a simple Kurumi Tava with the 30-second duration is more than enough to provide the healing and the damage reduction through it. And not only that, these players, they can dodge the Yoto blades. It's so easy to get out of the way of them.
I was thinking, could they be going for F1 Yoto?
Would it be a TE play? No, that's F2.
F2 Yoto. Okay, so that's
the spinning blade that moves.
That's the one that throws forwards, and then you can reactivate it as that combo breaker.
And then you get that gold scale.
It stays on the ground for a while.
Yeah.
And not only that, but we're going to be having the synergy between Matari Ultimate and Feria F2 with that shot that silences. So we might. This is a very interesting composition. I'm very excited to see this go on to Morris Isle, see what it can do. Another interesting thing to note is that the majority of the Xiphon compositions, I believe, went for that zipping instead of the Kurumi.
Yeah, GG going to be landing, no surprises, where they always do Secret Tunnel, but like we always have before every single one of these games, here is your World Championship question. In the first round, which of the following 2 teams will score higher? Do you think it's going to be JL, or do you think it's going to be B Alliance? Remember as well, this is not an answer in Twitch chat, this is an answer in the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship website, as we might have to wait a little bit of time to be able to see who in that head-to-head will come out on top, as Alliance and JL are going to be landing pretty far away from each other.
Indeed, but we do have a little bit of action there between the 2 SEA teams. I believe they may even be spawning on the same square, and I think they're going directly for those Fireflies, and they're very happy to contest this. They're going to see if they could come out on top against their SEA comrades. But here we are taking a look at EWG. Cookie, the man, good catch. Here we go. He's going for that 1-2-3 into that vertical release focus attack into this Wuchen, going up to the ceiling, trying to disengage. He heals himself up just a little bit, but I believe he may be getting called over to try and help his teammates.
Yeah, Kakashi has been able to get his hands on the Fireflies to activate into that V1. Will be able to find the 5-second stagger onto EWG's X-Side. The terrain greets the kill, though. Delays it. WX98 with the pistol will be able to come on through with that one, but the Viper is now under fire. Goes to the body, gets the Soul Bloom for that little bit of reset before coming on through with the Kinetic combination of the F ability and the parry, setting Kakaishi up to find the turnaround. EWG's Cookie now happy to go for that Tian High F1, will not be able to keep himself alive. And DRG, between the two players of Kakaishi and WX98, will be able to win out the fight and survive.
But it looks as though we've got the third party coming on through with GG CJS, the Comet, flying directly in, taking down Dongxing. But the Viper ultimate coming on through. We've got the Matari ultimate to respond. The Zai ultimate as well, pulling the trigger, sending out those chains, and absolutely shredding through DRG, who've been weakened, had been licking their wounds, and taken full advantage of by this third-party situation. Now heading over to Celestra, we have YZG and 521 posturing at each other. Potentially, we may see a fight take place here out in the open.
Yeah, 521 could potentially cut over to the Forbidden Seal if they feel pressured, especially since Akame does not have that Matari ultimate to deal with CXZ's V1. However, we can see that YZG have not been able to get their ultimates other than QGG's first cast of that Tessa online. And that sort of goes back to why we saw so many of those teams in the early phases prioritize the Matari. I think they anticipated a lot of these teams running that attack on Titan, wanted to have the Matari in the back pocket to utilize the Matari ultimate and nullify all of the threat of that Viper. And now we're going to be having a look and watching OUG as they loop through Celestra on that Tian High. They need to find the scaling of the equipment to set themselves up for the first round of Yang. Meanwhile, JL also on a very costly composition, both the Feria and the Yushan really needing that equipment scaling too.
Absolutely, being able to scale up is certainly going to give them a big advantage going into the realm of Yang, which I imagine they're likely going to want to do. Heading on over to another team composition that will benefit very well from scaling up. We have CD Wolves out here just north of Sunwing's Rest. XEM has managed to get his hands on a purple katana, is going to be scaling up that ultimate damage very nicely, but it looks as though we're going to be heading over to Baudar up against 521, I believe. He does secure that Viper F, but he's running the F3, didn't get the full damage, but the ultimate's coming on through. V3 coming in as well for Baudar. Oh my goodness, the Masari ultimate is going to mitigate all of that pressure, and we're going to have to teleport away using that Wu Chen to disengage and get to safety.
Yeah, really good reaction from 521, seeing that it's the Viper V3 breaking behind those trees to break LOS so then Matari can activate that ultimate and get everybody out of LOS of the silence effect while the Viper can still fight through it. And off of the back of that as well, OUG have lost the opportunity that they were looking for to try and jump onto one of these teams. Now they've been able to catch on to Baudet. They're trying to lock down you, force that Viper into throwing out that engagement opportunity before they can look for that isolation. But 521 on that sidelines looking for the third party. The King going lower and lower, receiving that Hardy Cube displacement off of the back of SS's ultimate. Will be able to get himself out of the line of fire as 521 came on through a little bit late with that Moonbane. Unfortunately for them, the team that they jump on has the Wu Chen teleport primed and ready to go, and suddenly 521 are the team stuck in the middle.
They are indeed. Another thing to note is that we saw that ultimate, the ultimates get utilized early, and then turning around using that Wu Chen ultimate, Baudar immediately, they had a game plan, they ran straight to the Fireflies, and having that presence in mind, they did get attacked by OUG as we saw, but thankfully able to fend them off. They do live to fight another day. 521 unfortunately not able to get full value from this Moonbane, but perhaps may be able to still apply some pressure in this situation.
Dinner bell's been rung though.
Yes, coming in with that Moonbane, as we say. Moonbane to act as that sort of dinner bell. EWG Cookie, the sneaky monk behind the rock.
I mean, so many teams have just been drawn here.
Yeah.
Like Fireflies to the flame. As we're going to be having a look, Baudar trying to keep themselves in the middle of that Moonbane, hoping that it deters, but it's going to be running out in a matter of moments. They do have the Viper ultimate, they've got to use it immediately, but they're up against the Zyphon composition. The Matari ultimate comes on through. You under pressure now does not have the damage reduction and gets sent absolutely packing by Akame coming on through with that Matari dash, and it's all falling apart for Baudar as 521 finally got the opportunity that they were hunting for.
They did indeed, but look at what we have, Moxie. We have OUG utilizing this Moonbane peek, getting that parry there, taking the weapon and trying to disengage, not going for that follow-up, heading on over to perhaps see what's going on here between GG, TWSS, CJS is up against the corner, up against the rock, getting absolutely pelted down, does manage to utilize that ultimate, activating that F2 to try and disengage. The armor swap comes down, but oh my goodness, he almost didn't grab it, he almost didn't get it, took a little bit of damage, but he's heading right back on in. The Blistering Edge is going to do a lot of damage to that health bar. He needs to try and get a little bit of healing coming on through, but the Tesla ultimate is going to come in, and the crossbow is going to be finishing him off.
TWSS now just having to dispatch these two other players from the side of GG. So much was invested in trying to peel out that side that there might not be anything other than this Matari ultimate to try to turn things around. GG just going for the full disengagement option. One of their players as LXM moves up to the plate, occupying TWSS with the Cavalry Bloom now revealed in play. TWSS will be able to claim the kill. However, LXM has griefed the team and led them directly in to another composition entirely that have all of their ultimates ready to go. YZG's QGG comes on through with the Tesla enchantment into that RMB bonk of the Pulse Sword vertical, and now TWSS are the ones on the run. The Wuchen teleport in the absolute best opportune time to keep Dofu up and alive. They don't have any time to go for a full reset. They just have to rely on the Wuchen wind walls on that F1, as YZG, understanding that they have the advantage in terms of ultimates, more than happy to keep up the chase.
Indeed, they're posturing, they're looking, they're trying to see if they can find any weakness, and here they are, they found it. They're forced to use these ultimates. CXZ finds the stun, but is it actually going to net enough value? Dofu coming on in with his own ultimate, the F2 coming on through, the F3, I mean, oh my god, another Viper coming in. Kakaishi gonna force out these Wuchen ultimates, get them out of there. Let me escape, but please, Kakaishi getting fended off. The F coming in, it's not going to be enough. Polaris is going to fall, and now Dofu may be following suit. He tried to defend his teammate, but it may have been in vain. He goes down as well.
Yeah, Poison Splash is going to be the party popper, confetti showering that body, and DRG pick up another, taking them to a mind-whopping 7 kills that they've been able to use to secure leading the overall standings right now. Unfortunately for them though, that momentum might begin to slow down, as this composition does not traditionally do well inside that realm of Yang. Now is the moment for these mid to late game comps to really start showing what they're made of. And speaking about what they're made of, I am so looking forward to seeing how this Yoda with the F2 Matari reset is going to work.
I am as well, Moxie. I want to see it. XEM now dropping down that F2. We see him. Oh, does he get the? He doesn't get the full connection, unfortunately. I think it may have clipped one of them, but now we're seeing the synergy come through. F2 being utilized yet again, has that combo breaker available for another 4 seconds. NHQ going to be jumping into that Farrier mech, and now the ultimate coming out for XEM. 1/ missed, not able to find it. Does he find the second? No, he does not. He's getting peppered down. The Farrier trying to peel Roy. He takes a lot of damage. He's coming through. A 1 HP situation, 1 HP in a dream. Does he make it out alive? He does indeed. Full healed up. Ivan now getting peeled off by the other players, but it's not going to be enough. ZK's going down. XEM left alone trying to make something happen, but it's looking pretty cooked here, Moxie. NHQ now forced to fight 1 versus 3.
Oh, and especially since Ivan is less likely to go down receiving that Zip's healing, it might just be a matter of playing with the food. The slaps are coming on out just to make sure that he can't run away, as the more time that BBE is able to milk from this realm of Yang, the longer that buff is going to be active. Speaking about that composition that we got to see, we got a little bit of a clue on why the Yoto is being utilized, and that's Yoto Ultimate goes through the pillars.
Oh yeah.
So if they want to try and stop these teams from utilizing the pillar meta that has been established for Realm of Yang, Yoto would be a pretty decent way to try and go about that task.
That is true, and it's something that we see come out from Zai as well. Zai has the same functionality, but oh, I can hear the crowd exclaiming about something, and it looks as though JL taking down OUG?
Yep.
And it's not even in the realm of Yang either, is it? Oh, maybe. It may be in the realm of Yang.
It
There
was
it is. It
indeed
was.
in the
It
realm
was.
of
Okay.
Yang,
Okay.
yes.
I was thinking for a second. Wait, did Bowder win realm of Yang and then
pick
get a White Tigers?
Tigers prowess.
Yeah, that would
They
have been,
went Spirit
that
Well.
that would be pretty Chad of them.
they went Spirit Well. We're going to see a focus slide as well come through from that Matari that we just got to see the impact frames of
How
on
many
that
focus
slide
slides will we see?
animation. Yeah, we need a counter in the bottom
Yeah.
right. That was focus slide and pole sword as well. The combination that goes hand in hand. Name a more iconic duo. As BBE now might enter into that fray against JL. I've been burning that Zai F2. Has to go for the V2 activation to refresh it, as his back was quite literally against that wall. Now he's been able to keep himself up for another F2 to come on through. Puts himself towards the back line of his team to get a little bit of peel, as JL's VVV drops the cannon, not for TXJ or Wanfong, but for himself.
He's getting in there himself. It looks as though that Forbidden Seal has been activated, pulling VVV out of the Farrier mech. Roy, he's still low HP, fending them off, trying his best to stay alive and kicking, but it's not to be. Roy, he goes down. Alliance coming in with a third party. The Comet, NY7. They need these soul blooms. They have that Yang depletion. They need to find the cleanse, and this is definitely a very good spot to potentially find it. JL, they are still kicking. They're still going. And Alliance, they've only got blue armors. Bowder
have shown
coming
up.
in. Oh, yes, indeed. And it looks as though we got Wolves on the edge too.
Oh, we've got another focus slide. Another focus slide,
that's
and
two.
also that is two that we're up to. Maybe you can practice your Mandarin and count up. So we're going to be counting all of this damage coming on out from the side of JL. Wanfong is on the field in the Terracotta Warrior. VVV with a huge silence onto BBE's Ivan. The knockback finding all of the isolation, and immediately Alliance seeing that low health target go for the throat. The TXJ gets that first. The Matari too fast to outrace.
Oh my goodness, and Wolves exploding onto the scene as well. We saw one Fang go down to that F2 on the Yotohime, and I believe they may have been able to cleanse one. No, perhaps not. In fact, the Soul Bloom could have been stolen away. Now we have the Viper teams turning up. Bowder having been in the mix already, now trying to pull the trigger, but the Matari is going to be ready and waiting for that situation with the ultimate, mitigating it all. XEM, oh my goodness, explosive indeed, not only with the Yoto, but the Farrier synergy, all combined together. So much burst damage, and now they're pulling out the Yoto slashes to fend off Bowder.
Not just that, they use it to cover the body. Alliance's player went down directly where one of those Yoto slashes was directed so that they could get one of their players onto it and cleanse that depletion. But here comes Bowder, like you said. Forbidden Seal is in place, so V3 removed on the potential for Bowder too. He's still got the skill rush, he doesn't time the parry, and immediately he's gonna get punished. The Dragon Slayer's the overhold into that Nessus comes on out, and Peak has gone down. Yuran might be able to bail his team out as they did kite away from that Forbidden Seal in play, and JL now jump onto the left behind Wolves.
They do indeed. VVV with the F2, the musket, pew, right down on top of NHQ, who unfortunately was left. He was left behind. The pack lost one of its members, but now they still have two. They still cleanse two of those Yang depletions.
NY7's going for a revive.
Oh?
Yuma's body still hasn't fully burnt out. I think, or rather Revenge's body. I think, looking at the mini-map and the position, he might have returned to the scene of the crime to try and find that revive. As bad as you is going to be, well, returning to the lobby. As he gets taken down by BBE's Ivan coming on through with that Zai V2. And off of that legendary scaling, that weapon is going to be doing a lot of damage on the side of that chain side. YCG also now coming in through with CXC, doesn't utilize that Viper V1. They're going to burn the Witch and teleport first because they see the amount of teams that have been drawn into taking that engagement and down the Tester ultimate. They didn't really have the means, the tools to their kit to try and stop any of the third party turning onto them instead.
And we also have the Realms of Yang open and waiting for one of these teams to potentially dive in. It looks as though they may be a little bit more interested in something else. TWSS trying to find an opening onto 521. Pampy now coming out of that Zai ultimate is going to be going sky high with the Meteor. Looks as though he may be able to break away from this situation, and interestingly, we still haven't seen the team jump into the realm of Yang.
I think one of the reasons is that we still have a lot of Viper, Tessa, Wu Chang compositions in play, and a lot of the teams left in the open world are on a composition designed to stop that from coming into full fruition, right? If you have a Matari, you're more than happy taking a fight against the Viper.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering that we did see that Viper composition cost for the hero points go up, they must be like in the know that there are Vipers out there. You know, if there are Vipers, then we have to be careful about these Realm of Yang situations, and we have to be ready with those Matari ults.
Yeah, and we're going to see TWSS now trying to chase on to 5-2-1 with that composition. Is going to be Dofu coming on through, still hasn't pulled that F3 chain shot out just yet. Shows, oh my goodness, Dreadful Wheel and Assassin's Lunge attached to that dagger. There's the F3 trying to set up the stagger for the Tessa ultimate to find the connection, and it will be able to tether down one, but the Kurumi on the circle is keeping everyone alive.
Oh my goodness, the tankiness, the sustain coming in for 5-2-1. Pappy does find the parry, and Dofu goes down, having not even used the ultimate there. He was kitted out with the dagger Jades, but it's not going to be enough. Akame, though, taking a lot of damage himself, maybe in a bit of danger. The Tessa ultimate has been utilized. It is going to pop onto the Matari, but are they going to be able to follow up? No, Polaris is taking so much damage. The burn might come through, but no, they teleport away because he just goes down after it comes through, and Snack is the last man standing, and Pampy is looking to chase him down.
Can he run 5-2-1 into another team? It looks actually like they're going to let him get away. They're more than happy. You can see that they still have a couple of blue armors to their name, so they want to try and figure out whether they can get some loot upgrades as OUG. The reason they're currently hiding is GG took a fight against OUG and won. Because GG have Draco Storm to their name, and OUG are already down one of their players. In fact, their Hardy just fully bled out. SS is out of the game unless his teammates can find a rebirth charm. JL also now going to be able to get their hands on Draco Storm, and all of this aggression, all of that fast-paced action is gradually going to be slowing to a little bit of a slower now pod, as all of these teams, unless they have Draco Storm, they're going to be locking their doors, they're going to be hiding, they're going to be boarding up the windows, they're not going to be popping their heads. Oh my goodness! No way! Yes! It happened! Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting for a water wheel kill in Celestra?
Oh, that's rough, buddy. Unfortunate indeed. He'd been chased down. His teammates were dead, but he was still alive and kicking. Unfortunately, he does get flattened. But let's take a look at this Realm of Yang engagement between JL and OUG. The fight that the crowd was cheering for. Beautiful parry coming through, and the follow-up as well onto One Fong. But do they come out of this on top? I believe so. JL are the ones who are victorious here. The focus comes through. The follow-up SS is very, very low. He is going to be getting that peel coming in, allowing him to get a bit of a heal off. TXJ diving through with that F2, the empowered dash. VVV, oh, just barely rolls out, but TXJ now in this 1 versus 3 situation. No way! He takes down one. He take down the next one, the Matari ultimate's up, the uppercut, and there it is! What an absolute beast!
I mean, man's got the MVP trophy.
Yep.
For a reason. We call him the god of NARAKA. He has the most amount of respect for him from all of the players in the CN region. You can absolutely see why. As DRG trying to set up their dynasty, Kakaishi comes on through with that Viper V1, looking to lock down these players from BBE. The Zai reads out that the Viper is going to cross around that door frame and puts enough pressure onto DRG that they're forced into throwing out that Wu Chen teleport before WX98 could potentially go down and be stopped in helping his team survive, as GG are just hunting down stragglers at the moment. Any team that they find missing one of those members, and unfortunately OUG was in one of those positions. However, we can see, looking from the mini-map, it is just one player from OUG that GG have been able to find. Looks like the call came through from OUG's side. It was better to split their players and try and cover more map distance in the hopes that if one player was found, it wasn't a death sentence for the second.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very commonly used strategy. You know, you don't want to be spotted out. However, it looks as though the king is the one who has a bounty on him. It looks as though DRG may be the one who has it, perhaps?
Yeah.
It's going up a little bit. I think it must be them because I don't see another team that's close enough to be increasing the threat level of the bounty. But there we see in the top right has now expired, and he is now safe to potentially move away. But DRG, are they going to spot them coming? Are they going to spot him coming out of this temple?
Well, they might be running into BBE for trying to take on that fight, as we're going to have a look and see how GG won their of Yang NY7's POV that we're going to be following with that Zai F2 velocity on those nunchucks as well. One of your favorite soldiers, as the V2 now comes on out from that Zai sent into the chain side. GG, however, having both the Zip ultimate and the Matari ultimate in play to keep themselves sustained through all of this damage coming on out, doing a very good job of finding the isolation that they're looking for. Full just bodying down NY7 on the outskirts after having already removed Yuma from this threat, which means that they don't have the Matari to get a refresh.
Oh my goodness, beautifully spaced by NY7 here. We see him like managing to make it outside, but oh wait a second, what's going on here? okay. I thought for some it was another 1v3 situation somehow, but no, it was just them waiting it out and trying to get maximum value. But unfortunately, Alliance do fall at the hands there in the realm of Yang. It is what it is. But here, taking a look now at GG and JL, the two titans of trios at the moment, scrapping it out for this Spirit Well, trying to secure it for themselves, get their hands on that White Tiger's prowess.
Yeah, traditionally the Xiphon composition hasn't had a lot of staying power when it comes to contesting those Spirit Wells, as opposed to things like the Valder and the Tianhai. But Cannonball is even more fragile. If you don't immediately get that double mech cycle, the second that you've been able to, especially with Zai, put enough pressure with the V2, getting that fire tick damage directly to the Farrier's health, as opposed to having to burn through the mech health, you could see that JL were a lot more reluctant trying to hold their ground and go up against GG. Knew that GG would be able to have a better chance of controlling that Spirit Well, and just decided to dip, hope that they would be able to disengage and cover enough space that when GG got their hands on all of that loot, plus the White Tiger's prowess, another team would be closer and they'd get turned onto instead. Because one of the problems with running a Cannonball composition when we don't traditionally see Cannonball is that it's a lot easier to be able to find which composition and team you'd currently been fighting, as opposed to some of these Viper Tessa Gen teams where we're seeing so many of these players, so many of these heroes. Costume changing is pretty inevitable. Plus, if you run into someone with Focus Light or even a Viper with a Pole Sword, chances are every single Viper is running that. So it's a lot harder to try and figure out who you were fighting previously. As what is this? Wolves looking for that recovery. Down Souljade's, but up all of their players.
They are indeed. That is it's pretty bare inventory to say the least. But GG looking to take the initiative now. They have that White Tiger's prowess. I wanted to comment briefly is that CJS actually didn't choose to use his ultimate when they captured that. He may have actually not had it, now that I think about it. I'm not too sure, but if he did, then I think the reason why he would have done so is so that he could move faster without the Zai ultimate.
Oh,
if he didn't have it, then oh well. But oh my goodness, TXJ, what has occurred here? Poison Splash ticking down. CJS gonna make it out of there. I think lose it up just a little bit, but that is very unfortunate for JL.
Yeah, what happened to TXJ was he got enchanted by a Tessa ultimate in zone damage and then tracked down by a Matari.
That is rough indeed. Being isolated from your team, as we can see, VVV and Wan Fong, just they were kind of over there, but just not able to help him. We did see them on the tower as well, making it so that perhaps he could kite away, but it was not the case.
Yeah, potentially they also wanted to utilize that high ground where if they did get challenged, they would maybe be able to find the full drop-down juggle with something like the dual halberds, as you just managed to keep resetting your horizontal hits all the way down and get something like 6 or 7 off with how high that tower actually does go. As Moonbane coming into play, Spirit Well is going to show Mystic Might, so not the greatest of buffs, however it does still secure a double ultimate cycle, so it's in all of these players' best interests to keep an eye on which of these teams is going to be controlling it, because actually we got to see a pattern formed in the group stages where it wasn't the team that ulted first, it wasn't the team that ulted second, it was the team that ulted third that had the highest likelihood of being able to control that.
Indeed. And another thing to note, actually, I think Mystic Might, considering the Vipers we have here, might actually be quite good. We might see these teams look to contest it. As you said, Mystic Might isn't the most popular. I wonder if these teams are going to value it, considering the Vipers in the lobby and the trees that are around them. It could be the case, but it's hard to say, really. It's usually that Draco Storm and the Mystic Might are the most contested by far. But we shall see what unfolds here. A lot of action is taking place on that other side. Explosion after explosion. The cannon fire going across the screen, across the way. 330 taking quite a bit of damage. But we saw chunks coming down, the burst coming through. He does have that zipping ultimate ticking away, but is he going to be able to make it out of this one, Moxie? Because that's a lot of damage.
Oh, that's a lot of Dreadful Whales. Something to note as well is that we haven't really seen a lot of ultimates invested on the side of the Spirit Well. Wolves are going to be coming on through now with their Ferry and Mech, and Dongqing was waiting for that opportunity, because here comes the counterplay. That's a lot of players that are going to be stunned up by a Viper V1 into a Tessa enchantment, and XEM still inside that Mech is going to be kept toasty safe inside that dome, blocking all of the range damage from coming on through, and Wolves are able to get their hands on that buff. 2 mech cycles now comes into play, and the pillar is already down.
That's insane. Wolves, the kings of Spirit Well, they've done it before. They sort of started off being the strategic masters of Spirit Wells. We've seen happen time and time again in the past, but will they be able to continue along this pace later on in the day? They've managed to capture this one, to say the least. BBE looking at diving, having pulled that trigger with the ultimate, but getting stuck on this tree, taking a lot of damage, forced to fade back. The zipping is going to be healing him up, but the Farrier might have eyes on him.
Oh my goodness, the Farrier cannon shots coming through, almost immediately forcing the relocation with that Wu Chen teleportation. The question is there any place of safety? If you stick too close to Wolves, you eat all of the cannon damage and that follow through, because both ZK and NightHQ and XEM have the 2 traditional cannons, 1 Farrier cannon currently in play. Everybody else trying to take cover behind all of those bits of terrain is going to get caught a little bit behind when it comes to those rotations. The Farrier F ability will be able to pick up CXC. The silence going to be putting him right to sleep. And now Wolves turn their attention to trying to deal with some of these other teams that are looking weakened, as we can have a look at GG, who are just holding firm, holding onto those ultimates. They are known for playing the end games. Wolves might be the kings of Spirit World contests, but GG are the emperors of the end game situation.
They absolutely are. We've seen it time and time again come through in that group stage and the pre-finals. CJS going to heat up a little bit perhaps. Oh, the damage coming in. 5-1, shredding through YZG. 17S, CJS trying to fade back, avoiding these chains. Does send out a little bit of damage, but it immediately gets interrupted. The cannon fire is coming in from right field. Are they going to be able to survive through this onslaught? The Zai knocking him down. WX98 down on the bottom, attacking his teammate. CGS going down to aid them, trying to protect his brothers in arms. Oh my goodness, it's just an absolute blender at the bottom of this cliff. Dongxing coming through, the Viper coming in. Kakaishi gets bursted down, tries to ult. No sir, CJS now diving upwards with the Meteor, chains in hand, slinging them around, no space to move. If you go down there, you are turning into minced meat. One Feln gets knocked into the zone, diving up into the sky, trying to find a little bit of solid ground to call home.
GG now coming back into play with the last moments of CJS's Zai ultimate. Dodges the Yoda ultimate. XEM low enough, has to utilize the blades to teleport onto the high ground and take himself out of line of fire. Keeps these blades, trying to find the Sakura and knock these players into the crypt and take damage. Goes for the F2 connection. Baseball bats 1 player, but unfortunately he's not able to peel for ZK, and he goes down. A parry is found against CJS, battering him into that storm damage, and he chooses to grapple instead of investing that F2. Picks up the legendary fan yet again. Now utilizes the F2 to put himself up into the sky, looking for the drop down. RMB will not be able to find him, but bought himself enough time to cycle into his zip sustainability, and GG are still going strong. CGS with the wind gust, boarding back that V2 at an absolute breakneck speed. The skirmish off of the cliffside allowing him to keep pace with all of the players in the aerial, but JL's 1 bomb with that health reset on the Yushin ultimate comes on through and plays absolute mischief maker with the stagger.
Oh my goodness, it's so explosive. CJS, 1 HP in a dream. It's not to be. And 521's Yin is going to survive until the end. Who's coming out on top? JL and GG were neck and neck at the end of that game. Who will achieve the MVP? It is 521, the first MVP of Grand Finals Trios J-Cup. Oh my goodness, SEA taking the first game is so huge for them.
Yeah, I mean 5-1, like BBE, TWS, they all had their time to shine in the group stages. 5-1 scraped into that grand final spot, and you can see the work that they've been putting in. The fact that we had so many compositions in play, Cannonball was in play, they knew perfectly how to play around that, because as we say time and time again, Cannonball is this region's bread and butter. When Cannonball came to CN, SEA had already had it for months. So they understand when Wolves get their hands on that Spirit Well and the Fairy that comes into play, and she gets 2 pillar drops and a Yoto to play around with. 5-1 take full cover. Wolves do not turn onto them. They're able to survive the onslaught that Wolves places the lobby into, and even more importantly, they survive with their health bar so intact that they do not need to scurry for any place of security, which would then have put them at the tail end of where GG had ended up, where GG was able to find those teams like BBE trying to take cover because their players needed to find those heal moments because they were so low they'd have been forced to drop down into the cliffside, which is exactly what a Zai wants to be able to do with things like the F2.
Indeed, oh my goodness, what a game. That was crazy. And another thing to note is that Wolves, unfortunately, they didn't have the best loot going into that Spirit Well situation. You know, we saw that they had blue armors. I think it was 2 blue armors, in fact, and that the Yoto ended up keeping that blue armor for quite a while. If they'd happened to have one more purple, 1 more gold, or whatever, I think they could have certainly come away with a bit more, you know, a little bit more value coming out of that Spirit Well situation. But they did manage to achieve it regardless, and it was looking pretty good for them up until those few moments towards the end. JL and GG still holding strong, neck and neck, fighting it out, but 5-1 coming in and absolutely cleaning it. But here, oh, I may have spoiled it a little bit.
You kind of gave it away.
I'm so hyped. You know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Answer for Treasures Finalist Treasure Choice gift. You didn't hear what I just said. Well, if you want to get your hands on this, answer the question that is on screen right now, which is which team won game number 1 today? Was it A, OUG, B, CD, GG, C, 5-1, or D, CD, Wolves? Make sure to get your answer in the chat if you want to get your hands on this Treasure Choice gift, and make sure to keep an eye on it and your whisper box, as only one will be able to claim that prize.
Yeah, that answer a lot clearer than what was going on in those final zones, because there was absolute chaos coming through. Like, GG really felt like they were hitting their strides, as we talked about, right? This is a team that know ins and outs endgame, how to play it. They're very good. They're very good at looking at certain situations and not like needing everything to go to plan to figure out what they need to do to turn things around. They saw the way that Wolves were going. They saw the amount of power that Wolves would have over the lobby. They removed themselves from the situation. They covered themselves as best they could from all of the range pressure coming on through, just spamming that Dreadful Whale to be able to block a lot of incoming damage and make sure that, you know, the teams running from Wolves wouldn't run directly into the arms of GG, because you get scooped up into the Dreadful Whale animation. And then they were trying to do everything in their power. Like, the fact that we got to see the POV of GG when their Zai gets pushed into that storm damage and could have popped the F2 to instantly get from here to here and escape all of that potential corruption 6 damage. He instead opts to go for the slower and much riskier option of grappling into horizontal, and then he utilizes the F2 to skyrocket himself up into that sky, looking for the drop down surprise RMB with that fan. If he'd been spotted out going for that grapple with the horizontal, that's not a focus strike move. You can get stunned, you can get staggered, and if he was in that storm damage for as long as he was, with his health already that low, he could have died. So GG really going to show, like, even in these moments of pure chaos and panic, they're still able to hold it together, and it looked like he was gonna get Zai V2 coming on through, but the thing that came on out was JL's Wanfeng just on that Yuation, just dropping down from absolutely nowhere with the Terracotta Warrior and just starting to, like, mash every single player. That's not the sound
It's
of great
similar.
fun,
Okay,
baby.
that one maybe that we don't have a prop. This is as good as it gets. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Coming in, I think perhaps he was hoping to try and hold on a little bit longer, so that he could keep that health reset, but wasn't able to. Got forced into it, but still got a bit of value. But let's take a look at this meme coming in. Atari with Heng Sword, Aurora Burst, me getting ready to attack my enemy. No, you don't, buddy. Get out of here. You're in for a bad time.
I mean, that's just Matari towards any low health player when she has that F2 and she's just ready to go. Homing missile, peep peep, incoming, get down. So speaking about incoming, hopefully your Wu-Chen teleports are actually incoming, because like Dunk says, this happens all of the time. Why didn't you save your teammates, Kitty Wu-Chen? Well, unfortunately, you didn't manage to cast it.
But yeah, no, it's just that little bit, and then here, the Takeda. Ooh, just found a gold weapon. Give it here, boy.
That's you every single time you get a golden greatsword.
Yes.
You're like, immediately, time to go for my Tarka Greatsword Infinite. And then you run into a Takeda who just manages to put you over his shoulder.
Nah, but we light attacking that boy. All those animation cancels. But interestingly, we didn't see very much Takeda in game number 1, and I wonder if he's not going to be appearing as much as he used to. Regardless, we're taking a look at the scoreboard off the back of that first game, and SEA with a huge game, 5-2-1, 17.2 at the top of that leaderboard. CDGG on 16.5, BBE 14, JL 11.5. Taking a look at these stats now, we have quite a chunk of healing coming out for Yin Pampi with 24,000 damage on the Zai. And note that, interestingly, they didn't have as many kills as the second place team. However, because of that multiplier and because of the placement points, it leveled them up just that little bit more, and they secured that MVP.
Yeah, and I mean, Matari is one of those players as well, one of those heroes who has a much better opportunity of surviving unnoticed in those endgame situations, and even reached a point, I remember back in MVPL summer season, Matari players would hold on. They would see the teams that were coming in with the majority of kills, and they would do everything that they could, not to try and steal kills away, but survive as long as possible, so that when it did come down to it, when the storm was fully closing on through, that Matari had the F2 to take herself away from the throng of players and make sure that she didn't get taken down by either additional melee damage, and that she was also able to keep spamming Vitalias and try and win the heal-off situation, thus gaining that kill score multiplier. And that kill score multiplier is one of the reasons that 5-2-1 have been able to elevate themselves into the top score. Not rather the top score, but the top half of this leaderboard. GG going to be overtaking JL though, and there was a sort of a push, a tug of war between GG and JL all the way through that pre-finals to see who exactly would be coming out with that first place position. And it looks like the same is going to continue, because GG and JL, they've been running into each other an awful lot this J-Cup, fighting in both Realm of Yang, but also in the open world too.
Yeah, indeed. But taking a look at the overall scores, you know, between bottom 6th and 1st, that's 10 points.
Yes.
That's not all that much. But here we are yet again taking a look at the highlights from that game, sponsored by Thunder Robot, 5-2-1 being that MVP. But at the very start, we saw EWG unfortunately getting locked down here in this sort of crevasse, which is that what you'd call it, I suppose. And then the same happening to GG, oh no, to GRG in fact, sorry, from GG, just coming in with all the ultimates they needed to mitigate what they had still ready to go. The Viper ultimate, no sir.
Yes, DRG now coming on through with a huge Viper V1, but really good field attempted to come on out with that Viper, looking to find the interruption with the F stagger. It does get denied. DRD had too many players and were able to turn it into a full numbers advantage. This is the absolute insane moment that JL were able to come in with that turnaround, that Matari, the mobility that is provided with those blinks, and then the uppercut catch before the player can utilize that pillar and try and skill rush away from the clutches of TXJ. Now we're having a look at GG. This is when that Zai was utilizing that F2, absolutely blitzing down so many of those players, even trying to go in for a lockdown slap, but you can see 5-2-1. It was actually the Kurumi. The armor circle was dropped when the zone was closing. Yes, you're still going to take Corruption 6 damage because that goes directly to your health bar, but it minimizes the amount of damage that's being done to you by players around you, so you are going to survive longer. And then he was able to dance around those bodies and pick up the soul blooms, as opposed to trying to fight it out with the other players around him so that he would get that heal reset.
Indeed, I think I saw a poison splash as well. It may have been on the side. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
A poison splash. I think that may have actually come in rather clutch for them at the end. Because the Kurumi, I saw a poison splash pop, but the Kurumi wasn't taking damage. So I think that may have been impactful as well, and it could have been Pampy here. The MVP indeed, F2 V2 Zai with 24,000 damage, and the majority of which coming out from skills and ultimates, the Chain Scythe. Look at that, 17,000 out of the 24, all from ult.
Well, 10,000 of it was the F2.
Yeah.
Because remember, Chain Scythe is the weapon with
That's true.
So every single move with Chain Scythe is counted under that tally. However, fire burn damage and impact from the F2, that's on the skills and ultimates. So 10,000 damage of fire tickers, nothing to sniff at.
I wonder if the fire damage from the V2 as well is included, perhaps.
Yeah.
So the fire damage plus the fire damage from the F2 or V2, and then the actual impact damage from F2, all under the skills and ultimates. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why Matari is paired with the Zai, right? Because you normally, actually it is the tradition, it is the norm that when we have Zai MVPs, the massive amount of damage isn't done with the Chain Scythe, it is the Fire Tick, it is the F2 impact. So having that Matari, having the Matari ultimate with that V2 to be able to refresh everyone's skills, well, that means that Zai gets free casts of the F2 as opposed to 2.
Indeed, because the ultimate refreshes it for her at base. You know, it's pretty good. It does. The comet, the shooting star that is Zai in her current state, she's definitely going to be, I think she's going to continue being a very staple trios character for the foreseeable future. I mean, we saw earlier the statistic, in fact, I think it was 41 times that Zai and Matari had been used together as a duo, you know, because the third is interchangeable.
Yeah, it's still up for debate, and I think it's also, it's very situational, right? It's about, one, what hero points you have available, whether or not some of those other heroes had been made more inaccessible by some of the teams in the earlier rounds, but also it's about trying to figure out what is the vast majority of compositions that you're going to be up against. Because, like, we talked about it on live, Kurumi used to be premier. She used to be the best supporter, especially when they went through all of the changes with the F3. Basically, in the past, Kurumi only had one tether that would be able to heal. It was the F1. So we would always see F1 and V1 coming through. And then they changed it where every single Kurumi tether, so the F1, which is the base heal, the F2, which we don't get to see, but it's incredibly fun if you want to duel up. That's an attack.
We played it.
We have indeed, and you were one-shotting people with a legendary greatsword that we were able to pick up on Fedoria. And then the F3, which is the damage reduction. But you get that damage reduction with a heal tick per second attached. So you are continuously getting not just damage reduction, but also all of that sustain to play much more aggressively forward. But that tether is very easy to bait out, especially because the damage reduction, the chunk of damage reduction, comes through when the tether snaps. For the last 4 seconds, when that tether snaps, you used to get 90%. It has since been bumped down a little bit, but it's still a pretty high number, 70%, or 70% is what you get for the last 4 seconds when that tether snaps, and that's something that the Transformers composition has started taking advantage of, because what they do is they bait the Kurumi into using the tether, and then they grab a player, and the Kurumi is forced into expending that tether snap, that 4-second duration, the 70% damage reduction for the first slam. But here's the thing, Tianhai still has grabs left to go, and Valda only goes for her ultimate, that spear cast, once the Kurumi tether has been removed.
Exactly, the wombo, the synergy between these two characters. You know, originally we used to see, you know, in ranked and stuff, it wasn't really that prevalent in NBPL at all, but the V1 from Valda with the big wave and then Tianhai, that super wombo combo. But now with this V2, it's a lot more versatile. It's definitely very worth it, because we've seen how powerful it can be. You know, was it the burst cycle, I believe you called it?
The burst
with
cycle.
With the Valda being able to throw it down and come in and just reset after reset, making it very difficult for the Kurumi to actually get that value that they need from that one tether, because you can just reset it.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the time as well, the Kurumi's position is forced. So having that zip, having the ability of throwing a lot of your support as well as your ultimate from any position means that you can still utilize things like the pillars inside a Realm of Yang fight, or if you're in the open world, your zip can be positioned much further away as opposed to the Kurumi, who has to stay within that tether radius. And it means that it can be much harder, much more inaccessible for the Tianhai to find those grabs onto a player. And if you're doing that, you're denying the opportunity for a double grab to come through. Something that Transformers has always struggled with, because even when we got to see Transformers in other meta, one of the lines that you would see would be that things like the Yueishan would immediately go for his ultimate at the same time, so that he could deny any potential double grab, double slam from coming out.
I'm thinking now, are we going to continue to see Viper here? Or are we going to see less? Because we didn't see Syra.
No.
We didn't. She wasn't even in that game.
Well, I think part of it
Interesting,
is
actually.
because...
I think we've all forgotten about Syra all of a sudden just off the back of that game. But yeah, no, I don't think we really saw her at all. She may come in this next game, but I wonder, has she been phased out? Have all the testing come back negative? You know, it's not very worth it. It's not good.
I mean, part of it is time, right? Because whenever anything new is introduced in NARAKA and you have the ability of being able to dodge it, when it first is released, it catches a lot of these pro players by surprise. Think, you know, like dual halberds, staff. Very similar to things like the dual blades and the spear and the way that they operate, and they're part of the same weapon family, but vastly different in terms of timing and distance that they can cover and the way that you have to play around them, especially in the pocket. And we got to see when those weapons first got introduced, so many focus strikes going through, because these players were just mistiming the parries, because the muscle memory was built in that these specific weapons had this specific timing. Syra is very similar, because you can dodge a lot of her utility. You can tap dodge the RMB Sun.
Yeah, you can indeed, and with that wave roll glyph that you can take, it does make it a little bit easier. However, you know, unfortunately, because in solos it's definitely very prevalent, because stamina is very, very important. It's key to have the majority of the time. However, in trios, as it's not as bad as it used to be, you know, back in the day, you got 2 dodges and that was it. You had to go full rage to have your ultimates up all the time, but now you can potentially take a little bit of stamina, and you can potentially take that wave roll. However, not every character is going to opt to try and do that, and so it's not going to be as easy to manage. And then on top of that, considering that there are other players around, you know, in the 1v1, Syra can be dodged and rolled away from. However, if she has teammates close by who can potentially look to stagger, consolidate that focus onto one player, they can find that dazzle, and it can be very fruitful. But we will have to wait and see, because we haven't seen her yet, but will we see her coming up in game number 2? I want to see more of Wolves. I want to see what else they've cooked up, you know, a little spice up there. We definitely saw some spiciness come out from that last game with the Yotohime, Matari, and Feria.
Yeah, Cannonball. Cannonball variants still being experimented with. Part of it could be, again, 0 hero points for the first 3 games. A lot of the options of compositions were barred out, because it wasn't just like supports that were barred out, which is the way that we traditionally tend to see these rounds go. A lot of the hyper carries were taken out of play, like the Zai was made more expensive, the Viper Tessa Wu Chen came through and got phased out entirely in round 2. So that did leave those in round 3 having to sort of scratch their heads and try and figure out what exactly they wanted to slot in where. As we're going to be having a look now to see what is going to be our compositions in round number 2. Is it going to be more of the same? Is the Xiphon composition for the most part going to be picked early on with the Tessa Viper Wu Chen seen as a fall safe? Or are we going to see something a little bit different? Maybe a couple more Transformers coming through.
Indeed. And for those of you who may not have believed all of us when we talked about the coaches with the binders and all of that, you can literally see it right there. He's got the map on the desk ready to go, and he's figuring out where's the best ideal landing situation, the characters they're choosing, and all of that. But here we are, taking a look at the first round selection. A year-round Peak and U on Bowder opted to go for that zipping Xiphon composition. OUG with the Viper. Viper in first round selection. YZG with the Xiphon as well. And oh, there we are. The hardy Tianhai Farrier coming through. What are we seeing in this second one?
Well, Viper Tessa Wu Chen, Viper Tessa Wu Chen, instant logs for GG and Alliance, so Attack on Titan. Does JL and Wolves replicate, or do they reinvent? Let us see. There's debate, and there it is. This is the JL variant of the Sand Siphon. Sand Siphon was originally designed by the OGJ team. And yeah, I was actually going to talk to you about this. When we were discussing in the first, before the first game started, whether Syra would be slotted into something new. When Syra was first doing the rounds with all of these trios teams, there was word on the streets that they were actually thinking about replacing the Wu Chen and taking Syra Tessa Viper for a massive chunk of CC.
No, absolutely. I was thinking that that would actually be a very viable composition depending on what you chose. But here, taking a look at that last round selection, we have the Xiphon coming through with the Syra instead of the Zipping or the Karumi. So we're going to have to see how that works. But I'm very interested to see which ability choices are going to come through for that Tessa Viper Syra. Are we seeing the Syra with F1V1?
F1V1.
Or is it F2? We've seen a bit of F2 as well.
We're yet
Even
to see
V2 is still,
We are yet to see the V2, which comes with damage reduction, healing for all allies within the area of effect, as well as all of that damage with the RMB into LMB laser follow through. I want to see what the Viper's kit is going to be, whether it's going to be V1, V2, V3, and even whether it's going to be F2 with that silence effect or F3 with the heal card. Because now that we're seeing Karumi being phased out a little bit more and more, we are seeing that the fact that like the Zipping and the Syra not having the active cleanses that Karumi has available, the F3 does gain a lot more value, and you can see Alliance F3, GG, LXM F3. I know you and I though, we're all waiting to see one specific loadout, and it is going to be on Tentahooks coming on through. What is JL going to show us? As you did point out, Roy Hehe is going to be running the F2. F2, so silence effect for one Fong, V1 for the 5-second stagger, F1 combo breaker, and V1 enchantment for VVV. F1, V1 base staple for TXJ. And something to note as well is TXJ playing the Syra as well. He tends to be the carry on these compositions, the most important part.
That's interesting. They've definitely done a little bit of a little shake-up here with this composition. But here, can you find out? Can you find the reward going off of this prediction question, ladies and gentlemen at home? In the second round, which of the following two teams will have more kills? Will it be A, CDGG, or CD Wolves? And if the number of kills is the same, compare their damage dealt. So whoever has more damage will be the real answer here. And this is a question, a prediction that you do through the official World Championship JCA website, which you can not only access through the web browser or the in-game mini browser as well through the event center.
Oh my goodness, so many teams running straight to Arcadia to try and get their hands on that Ballpoint Essence. We're going to be starting off on the outskirts of Empyrean, though, with OUG and Alliance potentially going head-to-head. SS on this Wu Chen, what are we going to get to see? NY7's going to be starting things off. He is outnumbered though, so he's going to have to hold his ground and wait for the reinforcements to come on through. Now Alliance have been able to fully reposition, but NY7 has still been caught out, isolated. The first Tessa enchantment comes on out from Yuma, connecting onto two players from OUG. All Alliance have to do is cover the urn before they can interact with it, and they're doing just that. NY7 with the LMBs back-to-back loses the dagger on the second connection, but Alliance have been able to try and secure any kill that they can onto SS, turning it into a numbers advantage for their team. The parry comes on out, the slap from NY7 to secure the stagger onto the King, and Alliance's NY7 holds his ground, holds firm, and Alliance wins the 3v3.
They do indeed. What a fight to start us off. I believe as well that Bowder may have taken down OUG. No, YZG, in fact. I think it was Bowder taking down YZG in the kill feed while we were watching that fight take place. We're heading on over to Skygaze Cove. We have 5-2-1 scrapping it out here up against DRG. The Xayah ultimate is out on the field. Dongxing trying to disengage, trying to break away from the Xayah, but is not going to be able to do so. Oh, getting chased down by the light attacks. There it is. Pampi securing that elimination.
Pampi now looking for more, still with that V2 active. They're going to try and find it, but the Hardy is going to make it a little bit harder. They lose one of their players with DRG's WX99 getting to play off of the stagger that the Hardy ultimate is setting into motion. However, they're trying to find the revive. The Hardy, though, still making an absolute mischief of himself. The revive will come on out. The Hardy ultimate now removed. It is a matter of trying to survive until that combo breaker comes back into play, as we can see that it is already done. 5-2-1, playing the kill onto DRG's Kakaichi, as we can have a look now at GG versus JL's TXJ. TXJ with that Syra V1 puts himself all the way up into the sky, finds the drop down, surprise RMB onto LXM, who was not ready for it to come from on high, gets fully staggered on out into the LMB follow through, and JL just waiting to try and figure out how they want to play this next ultimate rotation. It's going to be the Viper ultimate, probably to set up VVV's follow through with that Tessa V1, but the F from the Viper connects onto TXJ. The RMB on the fan catch comes on through. He's trying to survive against the first place, but he's having to utilize his combo breaker, puts himself onto that drop down, looking for any form of potential sustain that he can find, and he gets a blue armor reset off of the ground.
He does indeed. Now LXM popping this Viper ultimate, perhaps a little bit overconfident that that was actually going to get some value there, or perhaps it was simply a deterrent for the enemy team so that he could try and fend them off. But oh my goodness, the dive in, the Viper F, obliterating GG here. Now forced to use the Wu Chen ultimate, immediately turn around and find them. The parry comes through. 3-3-0, getting chased down by the fan. The crouching horizontal does get taken down. JL now trying to finish off the rest of these players. GG LXM is between TXJ and VVV, just sandwiched, blended, sliced and diced and taken down. YZG and Alliance on the outside now taking a fight. QGG gonna get charmed up by the Tessa ultimate, but not before he does a big chunk of damage to the enemy players.
Yeah, Wish and Teleport comes on through from Alliance, taking them much further afield than GG's. YZG now, QGG still having that side V2, more than happy to try and track them down. Who's got grapple speed? Who's got grapple distance? Alliance have definitely been locking that one on the glyph board, as a lot of their players have been able to reposition, but one has been left to try and just keep some of that attention off of his two teammates. NY7 will be able to kite back to his players though and look for this reset opportunity. Are YZG going to want to try and take this fight, not knowing whether or not Revenge is going to be ready to go for that next cast, or rather Yuma is going to be ready to go with that next cast of the Tessa V1, as one thing that Attack on Titan is is able to do is win reset fights. NY7 coming under a lot of pressure. The wave roll and the coverage of the Tessa F1 keeps the Viper alive, and Alliance remain intact with all 3 players up.
They do indeed, and the Moonbane is going to be dropping down for the side of Alliance. Unfortunately, you take note, you can see that these grapples are not in abundance for Alliance. Unfortunately, they actually simply don't have the resources to chase this down. As they were walking in to that area, I was wondering they're going to need to make something happen here and not let them get away. Otherwise, they might not be able to chase them down. NY7 with 0 grapples in hand is struggling to keep up with these players, but he's doing so nonetheless. 17S eating quite a bit of damage from that F3. NY7 now, the return fire coming through, does have to try and find a reset. Unfortunately, he does not have the resources to do that either.
Yeah, it gets cooked by back-to-back connections of the Charger RMB on those blades and will go down. Now CXE full commits to the RMB from the longsword, but Alliance doing a very good job. They see NY7 going lower, 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 and they immediately converge on CXE to guarantee that they do not score a kill on that leaderboard. DRG now, we're going to be following along with a Transformers composition, but instead of the Volder, it's going to be the Farrier. So I really hope that we get to see these teams interact inside the realm of Yang. How is that burst cycle going to stand up if the Monk doesn't get to play the reverb guarantees off of the Volder Spear? Is it going to be the same line of thinking with the Farrier cannon connection of those shots? CC staggering those players and letting the Tianhai pluck them before they can hit the ground.
It could be what they're going for, but at the same time, it may end up being a sort of instead of it being a sort of synergistic sort of thing, it could be a I'm going to leave you the Farrier mech so that when you come out of ultimate, you're not in danger. But speaking of danger, Bowder are playing with fire right now. The Moonbane sending hits down to the earth. And you dancing around it, Cookie eating this absolute blender of a focus attack in the back. Volpoint Essence popping now in the 1 versus 3. Bowder, he's just holding strong, trying his best, but unfortunately, he is going to be going down regardless in that replay.
Oh, EWG is not going to be happy that they lost Volpoint Essence, and it wasn't even in a Realm of Yang fight. That's normally your insurance policy if you don't have something like a support and you're going up against maybe a Tianhai Transformer composition, and he finds a double grab onto you. So we're going to be having a look at JL. This is something that JL have started doing an awful lot of in the group stages, and that's just trekking around the outer edges of this map, trying to figure out which of these teams lost the hot drop fight and have revived outside of the zone to be able to utilize the fact that that area of the map is less likely to have been traversed by other teams, and the loot will still be obtainable from the ground. And it means that JL can potentially run into either teams that are still in that looting up phase or are just off of the Soul Altar looking for that recovery, and they've been able to do just that. They run into TWSS, TXJ picking up the Dandelions so that he does not make any sound. But they're going to prioritize going into the Realm of Yang to gear up that Syra and hit legendary scaling on the ultimate first.
Indeed. But will we see this composition truly dominate here? They are in a good position considering their loot, considering the scaled state that they are currently in, with 3 eliminations under their belt already. TXJ going to the sky, dropping down onto the pillar now, looking for the scale rush opportunity. WX98 eating that damage. The silence as well. Only the ultimate from the Viper is going to be locking down Kakai. He goes down, absolutely obliterated. TXJ, not a care in the world, almost willingly gets grabbed here, getting that damage onto the Tianhai. Not a care in the world. It's already 3 versus 2. Dongxing in a bad spot, utilizing that F2, going to the sky, but it is not going to net them all that much value. TXJ still having this ultimate ready to work with, and oh my goodness, WX98 gets getting absolutely cooked by the Syra ultimate, and now it's just a matter of time. Dongxing, that's all she wrote, buddy. He's going to be going down in a matter of time.
So oppressive. In fact, we're not even going to be watching the end of it. We're going to be heading over to look at BBE and 521. Yin, the last player standing for his team, likely not going to be standing for long with that Nezhaz, and he is just getting absolutely juggled. 49 seconds He's not going to be able to try and kite. I did not have access to those pillars to try and grief the timeout situation. There's Alliance and TWSS now going head-to-head. NY7 coming on through with that Viper ultimate. They're actually going to utilize the Tessa ultimate to try and stun some of those players before the Matari ultimate could come on through and stop the Viper from having that value. But TWSS will be able to nullify the threats of both, forcing the Wu Chen teleport. Polaris with that Syra V1 runs out of the 16 seconds duration so that Alliance can potentially try and reset if this next fight does kick off. It's going to be ult for ult. Tessa Enchantment up against Doka's V2.
Indeed, and it looks as though Alliance is sprinting over to where I believe a Firefly is located, right next to this little dip in the ground here. This sort of dugout place is a Firefly right there. But it looks as though, unless of course Yomar was the one who picked it up and had already used both instances of his ult, I think they may have already been taken by somebody else. NY7, yeah, the floating pile, Firefly, excellent pathing coming through from Alliance. The presence of I to know exactly where to go in this situation, having already utilized their resources using those ultimates. NY7 looking to just threaten this outside spot. His teammates absolutely obliterating TWSS in the middle, but OUG are going to be diving in, trying to find something, and it's V2 Wu Chen. Wait a minute, we missed that one, Moxie, coming out of nowhere. SS is going to be dancing with blades, and Alliance are about to be shredded to bits.
Yeah, Sashimi. Alliance go down. No one was expecting the Wu Chen V2.
We missed it.
It's such a risk. It's such a risk because it means that you don't have that teleport ability, but it does get stronger as the game progresses because, as we talk about when we get to final zones and the space closes on up, Wu Chen loses a lot of that resourcefulness in terms of that teleport ability because there are so many players who always teleport into more danger, out of the frying pan into the fire, as into the firing beam. BBE's right. Syra V1 melting down the players of GG who were forced instantaneously to pop that Wu Chen traditional V1 teleport ability and try and run as far away from both the Syra but also 521, which is an absolute tragedy for this team as they are currently under Yang depletion. They've got 2 minutes left to try and find any Soul Bloom that they can. Takeda ultimate comes on out into the plate. Pampy steps up to the plate, trying to keep BBE's Ivan held up and occupied so the Furin Shoves can't try and separate his teammates as BBE's Furin Shoves are still getting to come on through and put the pressure onto the flight, but the F2 means that Pampy gets to ignore all of the distance. He got shoved away from Ivan and still find the kill and the cleanse.
Very nice indeed for 521. I was worried for them for a second. They started off strong with that first game. If they'd fallen here, I think it would have been very disheartening for them, having succeeded and then immediately stumbling in the realm of Yang and losing their game because of it. But that being said, it could still end up being the case as DRG are hot on their heels. Pampy getting sniped by that F2 is now taking a lot of damage. The Meteor coming out, going up to the rocks, to the cliff, going to be trying to scale rush to disengage. But oh, WX98 fumbling the grapple there may have actually cost himself a little bit of... No, it looks as though he might be alright with committing the ultimate. He is going to go down regardless, and one Soul Bloom is going to get picked up for DRG, cleansing one of these Yang depletions.
Now EWG dropping down onto DRG Tian Hai. At an absolute drop of the hat, just utilized to zone as DRG looked for any opportunity that they could. Any player getting close enough, maybe it would have secured a grab for this Tian Hai to find that slam, find that kill, find any Soul Bloom. But unfortunately, it does look like that had the opposite effect. He went for the Tian Hai ultimate and everyone immediately repositioned until it was removed from play. And DRG are now going to be removed, or rather 2 of their players fully removed. Jay Aldo not in time to being able to secure the last hit and guarantee that they add another 2 kills to their tally.
Indeed, that is unfortunate. We heard the crowd just now, oh, you know, remarking at the fact that they weren't actually able to secure those kills and that they did end up going down to the Yang depletion itself. But here we are, look at that, Alliance, not only Alliance, DRG going to be picking up these rebirth charms from the shop, from the Rift dealer and actually recovering a few of their teammates. I believe Alliance is now 3-man strong yet again, and DRG have managed to pick up 1, which is going to be very nice for them. But the problem is that running around as 2 players and also just being at a weakened state is going to be very difficult, because all of these teams are just they're on the lookout, hawk-eyed, looking for any weakness that they can find.
Yeah, but they're sort of levying the timing at the moment, right? The second realm of Yang has spawned an up, Spirit Well comes into play. This is why a lot of the time we even see some teams that bought the Rebirth Charm, didn't use it, they'd only use it at this point because they know that all of the strong teams, their attention is diverted into this exact objective. And speaking about strong teams, it's going to be the 2 strongest teams currently in the lobby, JL and Bauda, going head-to-head. JL with the Syra mix-up Tessa and Viper CC, and it's going to be up against Bauda. We're going to be following TXJ looking for these drop-downs. He loves the drop-down meta. Will not be able to find the follow-up stagger with the activation of that Zai V2, but that forces the Zai into throwing out the ultimate, the Tessa enchantment off of the RMB stun that TXJ is able to secure, and this is looking like an absolute smoke show.
Oh my goodness, what an absolute dismemberment of Wanfeng. Not able to actually use the Viper ultimate, I believe. He couldn't. If he used it, perhaps maybe he would have lived a bit longer because of the damage reduction, but it just wasn't going to be enough perhaps, and that's why they opted not to go for it. And the material coming in, they just absolutely cooked them. And we saw that the Syra just couldn't offer enough healing in that situation to keep him alive.
Well, this is what we were talking about, right? Syra isn't a traditional support.
Exactly.
She's like a hybrid between support and CC. She's much more utility in the face of all of the healing that Karumi and Ziping is designed to be able to bring to the table. And unfortunately for JL, they ran into the worst composition where they have fire burn damage and no easy way of cleansing it. And they ran into the Matari, which means that your Viper can be entirely ignored. Oh no, DRG has been spotted out. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He's gonna try and run towards Imperium and break away, but that Draco Storm on the side of Bauda is just gonna be amplifying that damage, locking Dongqing fully down into the stagger. And we might see EWG though getting to take advantage, because EWG also control Draco Storm. So Dongqing was a sort of appetizer, but both of these teams, understanding the power that the other holds, that both of them are running that buff, decide that it would be better, it would be more valuable for both of their timings that they split the map into different directions so they don't run into each other and burn their resources and their potential availability of living that Draco Storm as long as possible. As here's a replay, EWG, how did they win their Realm of Yang? Also up against the Viper team, and also with the Matari ultimate, able to just say no.
Indeed, EWG is ready for this Viper. Viper's going into the Realm of Yang with that V2 on the Wu Chen as well. Cookie eating at that Wu Chen blade there. Oh my goodness. It does come through, knocking him out of the air, but as you can see, it doesn't look as though it's doing all that much. The the healing is just too much. You're not able to get true value, but as I say that, the focus comes through, and it does finally apply that little bit of burst that was needed to actually make use of this ability. He does get it out. The uppercut coming through off the back of that F2 there on the Matari does finish them off, but OUG now fighting desperately tooth and nail to try and salvage the situation. 2 players alive, 2 with Yang depletion. Their Viper's already been eliminated. Now BBE showing up to the party looking very scaled up. The golden armor on Fat Milk on the Karumi. Ibin, the golden fan, trying to make something happen on the side of this cliff. It's getting knocked down and charmed at the bottom of the terrain.
Yeah, but Jinyu, unfortunately, I think he's just going to go down, potentially to fire, take damage. No! Oh, pistol swap. Well, he was dead either way. Let's fully be honest. The spread on the pistol when these players try and disengage, it makes it much easier for everyone to activate into that last hit. as SS, he just goes fully into the zone in the hopes of losing his pursuers. As JL down one of their players, Wanfeng unfortunately taken out, will be going head-to-head against EWG, who are about to lose that Draco Storm. And JL, unfortunately for them, having that Yang depletion to their name, no way of bringing back Wanfeng other than a Rebirth Charm. And this late in the game, the only way that you're really going to be able to pick one of those up is probably a Spirit Well.
This is not looking too good for them. GG, they smell the weakness, looking to find it, but that being said, they're not all that scaled. TXJ may be able to fend them off at least for a moment. His teammate is not with him just yet. He might be able to show up soon to try and save him, but perhaps not. It looks as though TXJ might in fact be... Oh no, wait, VVV's taking damage somewhere else.
Oh, he's dead.
He's being focused down by Alliance somewhere across the map. We don't know exactly where it is, and TXJ trying to find something. The Forbidden Seal being popped now and pulling him out of that ultimate, making it all the more difficult to actually survive. The movement error just barely not attaching himself to the wall, not able to scale rush away. GG able to pick up the elimination, but at what cost, Moxie? Because this is not looking too good for them.
This is also their first elimination. So for GG, they need to find a couple more kills. They know that they're coming under pressure. They're going to try and get the kill on SS, but the Poison Splash! Oh! LXM almost went down. Forbidden Seal still going to be in play. Does look like we have one team able to warp on out with the Wu Chen teleportation, but LXM does go down to OUG. And good news for GG, there are so many teams in this area that everyone is just looking at any moving target. Unfortunately for GG, the moving targets are all of their remaining players. They've got split between OUG, Alliance, BBE, and every single team that had been drawn again to the dinner bell that had been rung with that Forbidden Seal activating. And that is going to be both GG now knocked out, as well as JL. So both of our two normal strongest teams have been removed from play, and GG not being around to control that final zone situation sets in motion for a team like Bauda, who are currently on 14 kills and crazily stacked, to be able to walk away with a chunk of points, as Alliance are also doing incredibly well. Double digits with 10 eliminations make that 11, as they're going to be able to claim one onto OUG's The King, potentially a third onto EWG. Unfortunately for them, though, EWG are knockdown stragglers, right? They're not an easy target. It looks like both Alliance and EWG were angling for that kill onto OUG, and now that that kill has been found onto The King, they both back on off as Alliance kite over to the Forbidden Seal, which can come back into play.
Indeed. GG, unfortunately. I thought I saw them on the map. They are indeed down for the count, along with JL. The big dogs, so to speak, have been eliminated from the lobby. And BBE actually currently in second place, looking pretty strong. They've managed to accumulate quite a few eliminations this game, 9 in fact, and they're definitely pretty scaled up and looking to try and take control of this endgame scenario. Bauda with this Draco Storm in a similar situation. We have the Mortal Defiance on Bauda's U. He is going to be doing a lot of work with what he has now. The Draco Storm, the ultimate, the Mortal Defiance, the legendary weapon and armor. I am looking forward to seeing what you is going to be able to do in this end zone. Wolves on the edge, being pressured just a little bit by EWG. BBE being pushed back now by Bauda. Wolves going for the rotation, and we see a lot of players all stacked very close together, and 5-1 hiding, crouched below with blue armors. They definitely don't want to be spotted out.
This is a very dangerous final zone too. We've seen the jellyfish floating around. If you do get hit by one of those, the poison is even greater than the toxic shrooms over in places like Sunwings. For Morris, as 5-1, gonna be trying to hide themselves, hide the discrepancy in terms of loot that they have in comparison to some of these greater scaled up teams, especially since for the next 70 seconds or so, Badger are still gonna be very much in control. Draco Storm is not something that any of these teams, no matter what position of gear you are currently in, want to invite to their doorstep, and because of this, it's much likely that we're going to be seeing a lot of this poke phasing. None of these teams really wanted to go for the full committal, especially because we still have a lot of Viper teams in play. That being said, someone's committing onto DRG to the point that they've been forced into burning that Farrier mech. Dong Quinn coming under fire from every single one of these players in the lobby. Goes down to the repeated crossbow coming on out from the hands of Fat Milk. And BBE might be the second SEA team to walk away with an MVP today.
It may indeed be. Oh my goodness, 10 eliminations. Alliance, though, they are keeping pace 11. Bowder currently atop the mountain in terms of kills, 14. EWG on 6. BBE doing a good job of pressuring Alliance here on this spot, on this cliffside. BBE taking a little bit of damage from the back. Bowder looking to dive in, looking to try and utilize this strength that they've accrued with all of this loot. The Draco Storm still in play, but no longer, just barely running out there. It does give them the initial pressure to make their way in, get the foot in the door, especially considering that they do have that Merciless Havoc.
Yeah,
and now Bowder pulling the trigger on that Zai, gonna be hunting with that Mystic Might, as it's gonna offer them that utility. But ooh, Jellyfish.
Oh, the Merciless Havoc though! It's set up the stagger onto Alliance's Revenge, and then Bowder's U comes through with the follow throughs, IV2. I think they've also got Dragon's Roar on the nunchucks as well. We didn't really get to see the full investment, but like you said, those Jellyfishes, Alliance, NY7 forced into burning that Viper V1. Yuma also coming under fire, and he still goes down, and Bowder claim another elimination, taking themselves up to a whopping 16. We could very well see the 20 bomb coming on through from them. Yuma gets a little bit too close, tries to lose his pursuers with the cannon, swap over to activate that poison tick AoE, but he just goes down into Bowder. What comes up must go down, and Yuran with the bow puts Yuma 6 feet under.
That was a juicy coming out, that bow shot. Doming him right in the air, falling through the sky. He goes down, the nail in the coffin, so to speak. BBE on the edge of this zone over here, holding strong. They do have the Kurumi, they have the Syra, and they have that Takeda. I reckon we're going to be seeing them come online relatively soon. Perhaps they're looking to try and time out these buff, or the buff, and also these timings on these Jellyfish might be important to note, considering that if they do get pulled down into that little tunnel, that sort of doorway, they could be very dangerous. 5-1, however, are going to have to make their way through. Has anyone spotted them out? Do they know they're down there? Because if they do, they can very easily pressure them as they're forced to come into the zone.
Oh, Huron is getting lower and lower and lower. Will receive the zip healing, but those poison ticks coming in through from the Jellyfish are being felt. It is a ripple into tsunami, full map-wide effect that is hitting every single one of these teams. EWD less so. They do have a tuna attached to them, Matari, so they will have that continuous tick of sustain. And Bowder trying to cover their backs as much as possible with the activation of that Merciless Havoc, just spammed onto the high ground, and it's forcing a lot of these other teams into going for the cannon fire to try and pressure other teams away from them. And looking for that engagement, we can see that Wolves with that Kurumi tether looking to try and keep themselves fully alive as that zone forces everyone to reposition, and Bowder absolutely untouchable currently. Wolves not wanting to take a fight, as like you said, underneath that cliff edge is going to be one of those Jellyfish just waiting to see if any team is forced into getting a little bit too close, and it looks like BBE unfortunately pull the short straw and they get noticed.
Oh no, this is not what you want at all. They're walking on over to Wolves. We've had a very conservative game so far. The ultimate is going to be coming through. Another Jellyfish is going to be popped, and we're going to be seeing the very rare sight, the Poison Circle coming out for the Kurumi. Now, Kurumi Circle, just quick, briefly, she has interactions with lots of different characters, with ice, with water, with fire. On top of that, with poison coming out from Poison Mushrooms and Jellyfish. Bowder's U now getting knocked down into the zone. Matari charging up that F2 to try and peel. Now Sky High. Bowder's U going back up to the top with that F2, the ultimate coming out from the Matari on the team as well to allow him to do so. That Jellyfish now yet again in play. Yeran looking to try and regroup with the rest of the team with Bowder's U as they clamber up and down this rock formation, but down below EWG licking their wounds. A beautiful parry coming out from Bowder's U. He has the Sap Jade doing a chunk of damage and healing up just that little bit extra, getting knocked down into the zone though. He does find his way back in with that F2. The Zai ultimate is being brought caught online. The trigger has been pulled, the chains are out, absolutely blending the lobby, Moxie. What are they going to do now? How are you going to get back up to the top?
Bowder being an absolute stone at the top of that cliff. No one is going to be able to bypass, but potentially they might be able to do just that as everyone puts themselves above the head of the Zai. Now the storm has closed on through, the heal-off situation comes into play. The Syra, the late ultimate from Roy Hee Hee. It's an absolute beam-off between 2v1s, and Roy Hee Hee is walking away the winner. The RMB into the stun, but it's going to be a draw as Roy Hee Hee was unable to find the RMB stun to prevent the other player from getting to the body in time. And both of the two Cyrus with the 16-second V1 ultimate duration, just like Balder with her V2, save the ultimate for the storm to fully close through. And then it's just an absolute light show.
That was insane. We saw them, I was about to say, is it going to be another SEA MVP? If it hadn't been a draw,
yeah,
they would have MVP'd.
Yes.
But Bowder having that huge kill score, able to come out on top in the end, dominating. They were so unbelievably scaled. They were in control until those very last moments where things went a bit awry, but still a massive performance from Bowder coming in. The OG name from back in the day, back in action, back here, ready to fight. Whew, game 2. Whew, it's getting spicy, Moxie. This could go the distance as well, considering how many teams are actually making their way to the top.
Yeah, and not just that, the teams that were previously at the top, JL and GG, they all fell before we got to see the final zone or even that final Spirit World come into play. And that's problematic for GG because GG find a fair majority, in fact the majority of their kills, their points, come through from those endgame situations. They walked away with, I believe it was 1 kill. They were able to find for the entire round. And to put that into perspective, they were on Attack on Titan. They were on the composition that is meant to be able to skirmish, to drop onto these teams, these fights that are already in play in third party, but that's where it becomes problematic for GG's playstyle because we always know where they land, right? Secret Tunnel for Morris Isle is always going to be Empyrean for Holoroff so they can land in Waterfall, and then in Padoria it is going to be all of that area of Twilight Pass. But we're going to very quickly take our eyes off of GG and have a look at the question for game number 2. How many kills did Team BBE secure in this match? Was it A12, B13, C14 or D15? Get your answer into Twitch chat and you'll be able to walk away with a Peerless Treasure Choice gift. But returning to that point, because it's so known what GG drop, no team really likes to go anywhere near to them unless they're directly looking for that immediate contest. So the opportunity to third party into a lot of fights that were going on around them was denied from the side of GG. They either have to take a fight against a team that immediately drops specifically to fight them, and they're on a composition which is not designed to instigate fights but to enter into them midway, or they're running around half of the map with no one in sight because everyone landed on the east side. They either went north for Arcadia, central for Empyrean, or they went to Skygaze.
An interesting turn of events as well. Another thing to note, Wolves, you know, they've been compared to GG. Their end games have been very, very strong, and they went into that end game with no kills. They had a very quiet start, a very quiet mid game. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get any eliminations, but I'm sure that they were likely in the same position where they're in the position that they usually are, or are very comfortable to take. They don't need all that many kills leading up to endgame because they're very they're very strong in that situation. But unfortunately here, could have been just simply the strength of Bowder and the other teams around them, or just simply the terrain situation with the jellyfish coming into play, making it very difficult for them to actually accelerate moving forwards in those final moments. But here we are taking a look at the scoreboard off the back of that game. We have Bowder with 18 eliminations, 19.5 game score, BBE with 15.5, Alliance 12, JL 10.5, along with 5-2-1, EWG with 10. Pretty big score lines.
A pretty big healing statistic.
Big healing and damage.
You could say that Peak has hit that healing.
Oh.
I say that, but we've seen supports go past.
We've seen it higher. That's true.
Still, zipping, group heal, advanced heal goes without saying. The MVP is probably still going to go to you, though, with 33,144 damage coming through on that side and a massive chunk of assists to his name. Very interesting to see where the delegation of that damage is going to come on out too, whether it continues the traditional path of the Zai, and a lot of it is attributed to the skills and ultimates. As we can see, all of the points that have been attributed to these teams so far as we head into, well, what could potentially be the halfway point in our game day, as we could go 6 games, but we also could go all the way to that 8th.
We could indeed. And actually, surprisingly, Wolves did accrue a few kills in that end zone, getting around 7 points. It's not so bad.
Yeah.
I thought it wasn't as good for them in the end, but apparently it was. But look at this, 10.5, 10.5. Not so bad. It's 5-1 matching the scoreline of JL. Pretty solid, but look at that. We have BBE in the lead. Good lord, by 0.1, edging out JL, Moxie.
Yeah,
Did you think you'd see that today? Off the second game, did you think you'd see that?
I thought they would do good. They have really good players. They've got staple players, one of which we'll talk about in a matter of moments, because we first have to have a look back at our replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. This was a 5-2-1 getting coming through with that Sai V2, the chain side, the kicks, just being able to secure the kill onto BBE early on. And remember as well, they want to try and find that revive onto those players, but the Hardy ultimate delayed things just a little bit. This is Bowder in this Realm of Yang fight going head-to-head against that Tessa and Viper with the Matari ultimate just coming on out at the perfect time.
Beautiful parry coming out from you there. Bowder just blending through OUG, making it look easy, but it's certainly not. Alliance here now managing to just herd TWSS up against this cliffside, but then the explosive OUG coming on through with that V2, shutting them down, but only momentarily. And here we are, 5-1, taking down a BBE and cleansing their Yang depletions, coming back into the game, and then Bowder yet again. Oh my goodness, the combos from the Zai ultimate, able to just extend it, make it unwinnable for him. And JL BBB, unfortunately, the last man standing there. And Bowder, they dismantled Alliance. They got every kill on that team as well.
Yeah, and they were also able to take full advantage of where the final zone came through. Here's the final moments. There's every single player left in that lobby, and we had a fair majority of them just got between a Syra and a closing zone, and unfortunately the Syra R&Bs, like when you run out of stamina and you don't have the means of being able to tap dodge it, you know that you're going to get stunned by that powerful dazzle, and it was powerful indeed. Let's have a look and see who's going to be our MVP. It's not going to be Azip, it's not going to be Azai, it's going to be Yiran coming on through, running up to the stage and picking up his first MVP on the Matori.
Indeed, and look at that, the skills and ultimates contributing the most amount of damage from his total 19,000, 10 kills, able to do a lot of work with those F2s. I imagine F2 empowered. It takes me back to what Spider did on Holoroth yesterday. The Stormstride, the Razor Swift, the Dreadful Whale, the Overlord. Absolutely stacked. Stormstride on Batari. The invisible lightning is very, very hard to deal with, and he certainly got a lot of value out of that Matari kit. It's definitely paid off. Good for Bowder. I'm very glad to see them doing well, because, you know, they're the OG name. Back in the day, back at the very beginning of NARAKA, you'd hear Bowder. you'd know who they were, and then they disappeared for a little while.
That was back when they had Man. Do you remember? Oh, that's an Easter egg for all of you OG MVPL enjoyers. But something else that we have to talk about, and we were saying, you know, BBE have a couple of staple players, one of which is Roy He. He has been known throughout. His performances on the Jacob stage has always been incredibly impactful. He used to play solos and trios, and he has been known, you know, for his Tian High. He had that amazing fight where he was able to win a full team 1 versus 3 on that Tian High. But we're going to be headed over to a very short intermission before we get to see game number 3.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Ibin, đội trưởng của BB.
Em là Phát Miêu đến từ đội tuyển BBE. Tôi là Slowzy, tôi là huấn luyện viên kiêm tuyển thủ của đội tuyển BB.
Năm vừa qua thì team tụi mình được mời tham dự NBBL. Và đó cũng là lần đầu mình được trải nghiệm ở môi trường mới.
BB ở trong vòng mùa xuân đến với BBL thì khá mới lạ.
2 năm vừa qua thì em có tham gia Say Cup với lại đội hình rất là trẻ. Trong quá trình luyện tập thì tụi em có bất đồng quan điểm rất là nhiều.
Và đã có thất bại, mọi người đã có những ý kiến trái chiều với nhau.
Vì lý do đó rất là nhạy cảm nên
mặc dù bọn em đôi lúc trên có cãi vã rất nhiều và chúng em đã có một thời gian dài không nói chuyện với nhau. Chúng em giải quyết bằng cách ngồi lại nói chuyện và giải quyết vấn đề đó để hướng vào mục tiêu tốt hơn đến World Cup lần này.
Tất cả các team bây giờ bọn họ thật sự rất là phát triển và họ cố gắng hơn rất nhiều so với những năm trước.
Ưu điểm lớn nhất của BB đó là học hỏi những yếu tố mới rất nhanh. Bản thân em thay đổi rất nhiều về cách di chuyển, cách đánh và tình huống xử lý tình huống rất nhiều. Sau khi em đánh gần một năm ở NBBL thì chúng em đã học được rất nhiều của những đối thủ của em của Trung Quốc.
Sự khác biệt lớn nhất đối với em là cả hai môi trường này kiểu thực lực nó rất là chênh lệch. Ở CVC thì tụi em cũng không cảm nhận nhiều sự khó khăn khi hoàn thành việc đánh giải, và ở vòng loại chung kết thế giới thì bọn em cũng vượt qua rất là dễ dàng. Nhưng mà ở vòng bảng NBL thì tụi em đã cố gắng hết sức và kết quả nó kiểu san sát nhau để tụi em có thể đi tiếp, nên tụi em cũng rất là thất vọng. Và đặc biệt em là đội trưởng thì em cũng thấy rất là thất vọng về bản thân và
không làm được bản thân mình và đánh mất nhiều chức vô địch ASC. Sau 2 mùa thi đấu MBBL thì các thành viên trong đội đã tiến bộ rất rõ ràng. Các thành viên vẫn còn muốn nâng cao hơn.
Kiểu em cũng muốn cố gắng để hoàn thành nốt việc còn lại là Say Cup này. Bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để được kết quả tốt nhất.
BBL chúng em đã đi qua một cái thời gian rất là dài. Chúng em sẽ cùng nhau tiếp tục đi hết quãng đường còn lại. Giải đấu lần này thì mình hy vọng đội tuyển của mình sẽ cố gắng đạt được trong top 6 của giải cấp.
Có một sự chuẩn bị tốt nhất, không đánh theo một cái khuôn khổ nào hết, và kiểu có sự sáng tạo trong đội hình và sáng tạo trong lối chơi để World Cup này bọn em có thể bứt phá. Và BB không chỉ mạnh ở khu vực C, và ở World Cup lần này thì tụi mình sẽ cho mọi người thấy BB xứng đáng với nhiều danh hiệu tốt hơn và sẽ xưng tầm quốc tế, và tụi em sẽ hướng đến những giấc mơ xa hơn.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, at Changsha, China, welcoming you back. Look at the streets, look at the lights. It's a beautiful city at all times of day. But here we are, we're here and ready for our game number 3. I am Dunking Donuts, joined by the lovely Moxie in her Karumi cosplay. We are ready to bring to you the third game I wanted to know as well, the BBE sort of video that we just had with the interviews was it was pretty cool. I think it was Slows who said, I hope to get top 6. You might be doing a bit better than that one, buddy. It's going pretty well for you so far. Let's hope you can keep it up for your sake. But again, what do we have here, Moxie? We've got that Discord QR code.
Yeah,
Get it in.
keep it up. Keep scanning that Discord QR code so that you can join at the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord server. I'm a member, Dunk is a member, and you can participate in all of the wonderful events that our community holds, whether it's custom QR codes for character designs or if it's the 2024 J-Cup Honors comment section, because as Dunk said earlier in the day, you are running out of opportunity to be able to get your thoughts heard.
Indeed, and you know, only a few of you will be able to get your hands on that loot box, and we're now on the honest comment section, but all of you at home, at least all of you who link your NARAKA account with your Twitch account, are going to be able to get your hands on these lucky drops. The Blue Lantern's Light Kurumi skin coming out later on at the end, towards the end of the series, so stick around for all of the drops. Make sure that your account is linked by going to the top right, go to drops and rewards, and you can monitor your progress and claim them, because otherwise you're not actually going to get them. They don't just get sent to you. You've got to claim them once it's finished progressing. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Moxie, we're about to dive into our third game of the day. It's been oogly. It's going to continue to be oogly. I'm excited. What do you think's coming out? Because we've actually been pretty spot on with our predictions so far.
Yeah, I mean, there've been a couple of curveballs, you know. We got to see the Wu Chen V2 in trios. We got to see a little bit of spice in terms of the cannonball variants coming on out. We've got a huge mix-up in terms of overall standings as well, which I think like has taken a lot of teams by surprise, and that sort of goes into the element of surprise that we were talking about in terms of that pre-show. A lot of these teams are going to have, you know, researched how to deal with the strongest contenders from MVPL, and there's a lot of video, right? There's a lot of footage on how JL play, how GG play, how OUG play, how YZG play. BBE, while yes, they have been participating inside the MVPL for the last part of this year, they're also still somewhat of an unknown quantity, plus moving into today's Grand Finals, they most likely weren't a priority for a lot of these teams trying to figure out how to play up against and look at the play style and identify, okay, this is Wanfeng, this is VVV, this is TXJ, we have to be fighting JL, or this is 330, this is LXM, we have to be fighting GG.
Indeed. Oh, and look at this. This is, in fact, WX98's parents that just showed up on the screen for our boy in DRG. Is getting that support from mum and dad is lovely to see. Supportive parents when gaming. You know, that's not always the case around the world, but it's always nice to see when it does happen. But as you were saying, BBE, interesting, because not only did they talk about how they wanted to get top 6 in that interview video, but also I believe it was Ibin talking about trying to be innovative, trying to be unpredictable, and bringing new ideas to the stage to try and give themselves an advantage. And it looks as though it may be working in their favor. But here we are with the round selections. First off, we have CD Wolves, CDGG, Alliance, and JL.
Yeah, so all of these teams now getting the premier picks for the heroes that they want to opt into, and that is something that we do have to talk about, because, you know, those two teams, I love the merch so much, I love the team merch so much. But speaking about like all of those really powerful teams, the teams that had an advantage moving into the day for the pre-finals and the points that they were able to put forward, they all started off in the later phases. So they struggled into being able to pick up some of these points in the earlier games because they were running compositions which aren't their premier composition picks. GG isn't known for their Viper Tesla Wuchen, GG is known for their Sand Siphon on Holoroth, and surprise, surprise, as we head into Holoroth, GG instantly snap up Sand Siphon.
They do indeed, and we still got that Viper being very, very prevalent. Now in that second phase, again, we're going to be seeing it. 2 Viper compositions picked up already. 3! Are we going to get the 4? The 4-piece perhaps? TWSS, are they going to go for it?
More than likely.
Snack and Polaris, are they going for it? Not got much time. What are you going to pull out for us? Oh no! The hardy Tianhai Valda going to be picked up instead.
Yes, Transformers 2.0 or Transformers H2O. Get it?
An absolute knee slapper, Moxie.
TNI, I've been waiting so long to pull that one out.
That's a good one. Good one. I've been waiting a while for that one.
Thank you. I'll be here all day. Well, actually, we'll only be here until Game 4. And then the caster rotations will swap and you will be left in the wonderful and capable hands of Raven PLZ and Sir Severio.
Indeed, but here we are, Moxie. We're going into this third game. We've seen quite a bit of this and that. We saw a little bit of Syra coming in with Takeda as well at the end in that last round. But I want to know, are all of these Vipercons going to be running V1 Wuchen?
Yeah.
Because last game, it wasn't the case. It was not the case at all, and it might be changing things around. With V2 coming into the mix, it could actually be quite good, especially when dealing with certain characters, Syra, for example. But it depends. If it could work against them, but not so well against a character like a composition like Xiphon, as we saw in that round of Yang, the Zai was just able to tank through it the majority, if not all, of the ultimate with the zipping healing.
Yeah, and it's much more of an aggressive style of the composition as opposed to, you know, if things go wrong and your player starts to get low or even goes down, Wuchen with that V1 can carry the body, can carry the Ken out, and you can find the opportunity to everyone hands all in, woo, we get the revive, and then off we go on our merry way. But V1 has had certain nerfs applied to it. The distance got scuffed down, and then we also got to see as well the signal flare going up into the sky, and there it is. It is going to be V1 for CD's Wolves on their Wuchen. We're going to get to see whether or not any of these other Wuchen compositions are going to be following the example that OUG set. As F1 V1, F1 V1. No, looks like the trend has not followed.
No, it has not. And I'm still... I wouldn't say I'm necessarily sad to not see it, but a little bit, perhaps. That we haven't seen a single V2 Syra. You know, I was under the impression that V2 Syra was actually quite a good utility because it functioned in a sort of position 1 playstyle that could be substituted or offer like similar utility that a Viper could. You know, you jump in and then you've just got this shield to keep you alive and disrupt the enemy team while you have that 8-second countdown until the stun comes through. But I don't know. It did also receive buffs. They're on the patch that V2 was buffed. But I'm not sure. Regardless, we do have this question yet again. Every game it happens. In the third round is Tianhai picked by the MVP team. So will the team that comes out on top in this game be using Tianhai? A, yes, or B, no? And this is a prediction on the website or in the event center in-game.
GG, that's not waterfall, buddy. Someone got the sat-nav the wrong way around. They dropped Yushan Ruins. They're contesting JL. Everyone knows that JL lands Yushan Ruins, and GG have immediately thrown the gauntlet down. BBE also throwing the gauntlet down onto Wolves, but those two teams have been vying for Mitab literally since the beginning of the MVPL summer season.
Yes, indeed, but we're kicking it off with BBE, the team currently in the lead off the back of the previous game. Roy He getting knocked down with that grapple bump, trying to find an opening. The Viper trying to chase down Wolves ZK on this Wuchen, who's trying to stay alive in the air. The F has been used, caught on the focus. Roy He gets knocked back down, going over to his teammates, who's Ibid, who's actually taking quite a bit of damage, has managed to find a little bit of shield to keep him alive, but it's still very, very low. Both of these teams are neck and neck. Roy He on the drop down getting clipped. The parry comes through. NHQ is going to make it out without getting punished, but is it going to be worthwhile for Roy He to fully run away? Coming back in, ZK's taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, Moxie is going crazy right now.
Tesla does manage to hit 60% rage to come in with that V1 and catch on to BBE's Ivan. Wolves by HQ saw that he went low. Fat Milk tried to get into position looking for the coverage on his enchanted player, but will not be able to peel. And Wolves, off of the back of that fast catch, Tessa V1, find the win. Something to note as well, JL triumphed against GG, who revisit the Soul Altar now as we get EWG coming through with the huge Dragon Slayers into Nezas, locking down the players of TWSSXI, trying to come on through with the fan RMB charge. Is going to be interrupted by the F utility coming on out. Gets a little bit of healing into that full follow-up from the Tessa ultimate as Liu Wei tried to come on through and claim any sense of spacing that he wanted to find. But now the Dragon Slayers, the Nessus, has turned against the EWG's side instead. 5-2-1's third party comes on through, and both of these two teams absolutely fall apart beneath their reach.
They do indeed. Pampy diving in, denying the heal in the bubble, and then turning his attention over to the other player, doing a multitasking right here. What a parry though from Pampy, able to cut Cookie down. He was actually doing quite well in the 1 versus 3 for a second there, but unfortunately it's not to be. He releases the stone form.
YZG
just barely. He does take one down, but as you said, YZG coming into the mix, coming in from left field, might spell disaster for 5-2-1.
They just solved Salvation Podium. They've got their hands on that Moonbane as well. They're yet to use it because they've seen how weak this team is when they come through for that third party. Pampy with the Poison Splash is going to go down, and now it's just a 1 versus 3 on the side of Yin. YZG, like, they had the Moonbane, they could have used it, but they knew if they did burn that one, they opened themselves up to being third, fourth, fifth partied by all of these other teams around them, especially since OUG are known to drop towards Salvation Podium.
Indeed, and it looks as though they were, they perhaps wouldn't have even needed it. I think maybe, I don't know, it wasn't worth it. I don't think the investment, they could have definitely used it, but as you said, the dinner bell, we talk about it all the time now, not only the Forbidden Seal, but the Moonbane. These players that could have been around there could have turned up and ruined their fun. Thankfully for them, they didn't need to use it. OUG now looks as though they've rotated up towards Plume Castle, and perhaps they were denied the entry to Salvation Podium by that team, by YZG. And it meant that they're in a really bad spot, and they've had their entire game plan disrupted.
Yeah, that is the problem for OG. Like we said, it's incredibly telegraphed when they go for these kinds of plays, and YZG have always been the contesters. Like, it was YZG and Wolves when it was OUG always wanting on MVP eligibility on Holoroth to drop towards Salvation Podium, and those were the two teams that always held them to account if they wanted to be able to solve that puzzle. Because for the Xiphon composition, we've talked about it, right? Budget composition, one legendary weapon is such a huge spike of power for that Xi composition moving into the first realm of Yang. So having that in your hands, as long as it doesn't get parried, or as our meme earlier showed, taken out of your hands because of a lovely Takeda coming on through, it is absolutely indispensable. So JL are on absolute fire right now. Not only are they on 4 kills, they've also been able to stunt any movement coming through from GG. In fact, GG, I think, are still down one of their players. That is a second time now that GG have lost a fight because they've burned their Rebirth Charms already.
Indeed they have. Not so good of a spot for them. They look to contest JL. JL very well versed, take them down. I imagine EWG though looking to try and take down TWSS, or perhaps vice versa, as I think it was TWSS who were the aggressors in this situation. The Valda making it out alive. Dofu with that spear. Oh my goodness, the Wu Chen ultimate couldn't have come in at a better point. They all get speared and CC'd and immediately teleport away, denying the eliminations from coming through. However, TWSS now only have that one ultimate. EWG do have this Tessa ult charge ready to go, but is it gonna be... No, it's not gonna be enough, unfortunately, as they are gonna get chased down. The F2 comes through, the drive-by Xi is gonna go down, and I believe that the remaining member of EWG may follow suit.
Yeah, Bauda have been able to kite away from YZG, and it looks actually like they were able to parry! Yeah. Oh, we spoke it into existence, YZG, I apologize. That's so unfortunate because Bauda, like, the second you got that legendary weapon, he went for that V2. When we looked at the Zion ultimate, it was legendary scaling. So YZG, not only did they lose the legendary weapon, they invested their Moonbane. Yep. So Bauda were able to fully kite out. They're also leaving the Soul Blooms, it looked like, which is a risky move with Wolves in the vicinity. They might actually backtrack over to those bodies and pick them up. But with the Realm of Yang's about to be spawning on through, if Bauda can leave the bodies, and with that 2-minute timer, it is pretty close. They might be able to, if they lose fast enough, return to the bodies if they do get hit by Yang depletion and still be able to pick them up.
Indeed. We'll have to see, though. BBE having a bit of a slow start, unfortunately, due to him being cut down earlier on using those rebirths. But Bauda They're large and in charge right now. They're looking pretty happy with themselves, having picked up that golden weapon, as you said. And it must be really, really devastating to the mental of YZG to have that happen. You know, losing, but when you have Moonbane and gold weapon on Xiphon is rough for your mental. It is going to be a struggle to come back, I believe. Or perhaps not. They are experienced players. For those of you who don't know who YZG is, it is the old KLA rebranded. If you didn't manage to catch group stage and pre-finals, that is who they are. JL here up against GG. We get to see the fight off spawn when GG look to contest JL.
Yeah, TXJ comes on through with the fist blades, that Viper F as well, managing to find the connection that it was looking for. GG trying to set up these isolations, but TXJ and VVV baiting, forcing that 2 versus 1 so they can take down CJS and keep both 330 and LXM in very low health at the same time. And remember, GG came to JL's home turf. They chose to move away from Waterfall and directly contest JL in the hopes of stopping any early momentum. But with GG on Sand Siphon and JL on a composition that has all of this power with the Kurumi, Viper and Zai, not only did they have early levels of aggression, they had the means of the F2 to come on through and displace, or even allow VVV to survive. TXJ could look for the full lockdowns, and in the meantime, Wonfeng would just keep everyone topped up and alive with the Kurumi F3.
What is this comp though? How are we missing this, Moxie? I think I missed this on the way in. You must have caught it yourself because you didn't seem all that surprised. No!
You know who wasn't caught? Or rather, who was caught? Bowder's you. Two players from Bowder get into the realm of Yang, and JL go 3 versus 2.
That's so rough for Bowder. They were doing so well off the start. The Infinite coming through though. Is it gonna happen? No. VVV fumbling the juggle, but he's not gonna fumble this one. Finds the uppercut, re-grab. Oh my goodness, Yeran is gonna disrupt with that F2 coming through. The uppercut with the pulse of the focus line. Follow up, very nice indeed, but Yeran, there's not too much you can do against some of this gold focus. They're fending it off. They're fighting tooth and nail, but unfortunately it's not to be. Bowder are going to fall in the 2 versus 3. Wonfeng and TXJ took down the other member, and it's truly heartbreaking for them there.
Yeah, and they're just going to play with that food to kite out that timer as long as possible. Alliance still going strong, fully committed to winning this fight. Kurumi Armor Circle from Revenge comes into play. NY7 out of that Cicada V3, having to rely on the fan setup instead, playing off of both himself and Yuma with the timings. One goes for the RMB, the other looks for the uppercut, and Alliance's communication line is absolutely perfect, and they're gonna be able to set up for the win.
Beautifully done by Alliance, taking down OUG there. JL obviously taking the victory over Bowder, who unfortunately went in with less players, less than 3 players. It looks as though YZG been playing around this spirit well and have now captured it for themselves, but oh no, ZK indeed, Moxie. He does fall, being left behind by his teammates. They're not able to save him, and now YZG turning their attention onto TWSS, who are not in the best position right now. Split up and torn away from their friends, from their teammates. It could spell disaster for them, as Valda has already been taken down in this composition.
Yeah, Snack has been removed from play as well. QGG is just about tying up some of these loose ends. YZG with Mystic Might off of the back of that Spirit Well. Both JL, Alliance and DRG, all successful victors inside that realm of Yang, will have the gift of Vermilion Bird's Might for the next 200 seconds or so with those increased revives. With all of their loot still available to them, Alliance gonna be trying to figure out a way of potentially playing around Ballista if one of these players can get on top of it in time. Everyone looking to kite over to the low ground before that one can come on through. Is DRG looking to actually set Kakaishi on the Syra up to catch them and stop any potential disengagement from the other side of that cave. The Tumult ultimate from WX98 locks them into the follow-through from Kakaishi, and this is absolute nightmare scenario for Alliance. The weather effects on Hollerup have turned entirely against them in DRG's hands.
Oh my goodness, what has gone on? No one really took all that much damage either. Everyone just standing there, tanking through it all. We have the healing coming out from the Syra and from the Karumi on both teams. Revenge now getting caught up by the Wisp, but armoring through it with that blue focus for Revenge. Able to then parry this focus attack coming in from the back from Kakaishi, but Kakaishi turning around and able to still take down Yuma. Is going back and forth. Revenge, 1 HP situation, and I believe DRG are going to be coming out on top here as they come out 2 to nothing for the enemy team. Beautifully done. JL now still with Vermilion Birdsmite are going to be taking this engagement within the Forbidden Idol dome with no ultimates to play with.
Oh, and Bioder have one less team to play with as well. They've just got their Matari and their Zai trying to live this engagement. There's JL up against EWG. Parry after parry comes on through. BVV with the overhold into that RMB from the Halberds. Gets knocked away by the Tessa F1. Keeps committing those early hits of the RMB. JL still have Vermilion Birdsmite. They've got plenty of time. They will go down and burn it. As now we get to see EWG looking for that third-party opportunity. Cookie was keeping himself standing all the while communicating to Xi the state of these teams with that Viper V1 coming on through on the outsides of the Forbidden Seal. But EWG might have bitten off more than they could chew. And BBE are going to be able to pick up the full elimination onto one of their players. Witch and Teleport now comes into play. Can they track down where EWG ran off to? The Tessa enchantment was attached, but it looks like EWG actually teleported further into the zone so that BBE had no choice but to reposition and run from the fight.
Indeed, able to put max distance there back over the top of the wall, making it very hard for them to be found and salvage the situation for themselves. But here, speaking of salvaging, OUG trying to salvage their game. Jin Yu being knocked in the zone, knocked around, losing that armor, forced to use this ultimate, now trying to find an opening onto YZG. But oh my goodness, I don't think it's going to be enough damage, Moxie. They're bleeding hard. The storm, the burn damage coming through as well. CXZ chunking down Jin Yu's 1 HP in a dream. There it is, the final chop, the lumberjack that was that pulse sword from 17S. And CXZ taking him down. YZG going up to 10 eliminations.
Yeah, very good game coming on out from YZG. They might be able to pick up an 11th if they can spot out a low health EWG. Getting out of that storm damage, and BBE are hot on their heels as well. This is going to become an absolute fight over who can claim these last hits onto these low health members of EWG. BBE will be able to pick up one of how fast those halberds can find the connection as well as the reach when you're trying to disengage them. Will BBE prioritize trying to hunt down these other players, or are they going to turn their attention to look at the realm of Yang instead? YZG potentially also going to be caught in that midsection between all of these teams, and EWG can actually utilize the amount of players around them to play off of that third-party potential and back away without any aggression instigated.
GG. Are we going to see the victory come out for them, considering their early game performance not going all that well, now being jumped upon by the Samolk Ultimates, both now being sent out. CJS with that half charge is going to be able to mitigate the damage, mitigate that combo, trying to dive in, trying to find the parries, managed to find one. The Fury Blast coming through, denying the follow-up. CJS dodging around, trying to find a way in, but not able to do so. Has 2 pushes left, uses 1. Now oh, wait a minute, LXM, 1 HP, the dagger doesn't get that full follow-up there. Now CJS forced to use that final the Fury Blast to deny the Dreadful Whale, trying to protect his teammates. 3-3-0 and LXM, 1 HP in a dream. He's the last man standing. Is he going to be able to come out on top? No, sir. The slap comes out, the focus slide getting kicked in the shin. CJS is going to be going down momentarily.
Yeah, in the meantime, DRG and JL still holding firm. Kakaishi with the Syra V1 playing into that Skater Ultimate. Rampage showcased on the Hong Sword with the RMV looking to find all of this damage onto that Yodo, or rather that Viper on the side of JL's TXJ. VVV is going to go down, and it looks like JL will stumble, but returning back to that fight of GG versus Alliance, the hero of the hour was Yuma. every single time that Takeda tried to, on the outside, throw out the R&B with the Fist Blades, that Kurumi was there intercepting every single focuser.
Beautifully done. But oh my goodness, does JL falling with this composition against this other composition that is also rather interesting. We've got the Sand Siphon not replacing the Tumulk, but replacing the Kurumi and zipping with the Syra. Now, we've seen so many different variations of Syra compositions at this point, but I don't know. I want to know if they lost here largely because of the character matchup, that it was just it wasn't a beneficial matchup in the Realm of Yang, or if they fumbled, that something went wrong. You know, the protocol wasn't fully fleshed out. They didn't know exactly what to do in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you one thing that went right. Kakaishi got a legendary katana from that win inside the Realm of Yang, and he has Aurora Burst. So that immediately went to a visit to the shop, and Craft Hammer was purchased, 500 coins expended, and we went into a Hang Sword. So Aurora Burst with that full stance effect and the AoE radius that it covers is now going to be legendary scale. That is terrifying.
That's pretty spooky indeed, but you know what else is spooky? Draco Storm on the side of both DRG and Alliance. Wolves with the White Tiger's prowess could potentially match them, however it's still just not a beneficial fight to take at any point really. Draco Storm being such a powerful tool, such a powerful utility for the team, and they may actually run into 5T1 there, who I think are hiding away in a bush and trying to stay out of sight, out of mind, when they know that these teams with Draco Storm are roaming the map and looking for vulnerable non-buff teams to take down.
Yeah, Wolves as well going to be covering their backs. They've got that White Tiger's prowess off of a Spirit Well contest. They know, however, that these teams who've won second Realm of Yang are going to be opting for Draco Storm, and they're going to be making sure that they always have that Ballista Tower at their back. So if on the horizon the call comes through that they're spotting a team that's looking strong and looking like they have that Draco Storm AoE effect to their characters, they're immediately going to have one of their players hop up onto that Ballista and use it as a deterrent. As unfortunately for JL, there is no way that they can deter from this next fight. They have 3 minutes, and it's going to be counting down, down, down until they get knocked fully out of this lobby. GG going to be in the exact same situation. It would be insane if JL and GG end up meeting each other and having to fight, and they are headed on similar paths.
Will we see them clash?
Yes, we will.
It's gonna happen, I think. Yeah, you're absolutely right. TXJ getting very close to GG CJS. He spotted him out, I believe. Did he see him? Surely, right?
Yeah, the problem is,
there it
for
is.
GG, if they see the Viper, they're going to think it's a Tessa and a Wu Chan backing up.
True.
So TXJ taking the lead in that position 1 is actually a bait to make them think different heroes are going to be behind them.
The surprise factor that we talked about earlier as well. You know, this if you see this comp in a tournament, it's pretty. Wait, what? Wait. Hello?
2 ships in the night. JL and GG pass each other.
Look at BBE as well.
Yeah, invisibility bush. JL haven't checked.
Oh!
Well, they know now. Cat's out of the bag. Tessa ultimate out of the invisibility bush. TXJ will be able to avoid it. Gorgeous reaction times. But JL now have a composition that they can fiend towards if they want to cleanse this Yang depletion. And with the drop down, RMB, they're absolutely making a play to do just that.
They are indeed. The Viper ult coming out from Roy Hee to try and just slow them down and prevent the onslaught that is going to be JL. It looks as though BBE scrapping it out against GG as well. They may have had to use their other Tessa ultimate to try and deal with the team that they teleported over to. Ivan goes down. Oh my goodness, BBE. Also, something to note, they were first place at the beginning of this game, but have since gone down to the second place. And off the back of this situation, I imagine they likely will be going out of the lobby, but we don't know just yet, as JL still fighting it out. GG in the mix. LXM getting stunned by the Viper ultimate, does get eliminated as well. JL getting the ability to fully salvage their game. They still need 1 Yang depletion cleanse, however.
3-3-0 with the Kurumi Armor Circle, unfortunately not going to be able to use that recast. The Tessa enchantment comes through. Now the recast comes into play. He's trying to stick on the body of CJS. The tether is actually attached. He tried to prioritize the revive on his player, and he goes down to the heel cut off of Pampy from 5-1 with the Viper F3.
JL, it's insane. Able to come back from the brink. GG, on the other hand, just not able to do so. And perhaps the scoreline for the day is telling of that. Like, it just, you know, JL able to do it, able to clutch it up, and GG just not able to. The scoreline represents that because of the big difference that we see on that scoreboard. 14 points difference between the two teams. YZG, though, who've not had the best day so far, they're certainly starting to speed up a bit now, Moxie. We've got 10, 11 kills on the board, and they're not slowing down just yet.
Yeah, and that was DRG that they were just taking down for that Spirit Well. Remember, DRG had a Aurora Burst in the back pocket, and we actually did get to see a flash of it, as we might only get to see a flash of JL, because TXJ is about to go down, sends out the 1-2-3, just getting the hyper armor to survive some of these range projectile shots from that repeater crossbow, but he's been able to find a little bit of a heal, turns back onto the fight on 5-2-1, but gets parried! Will be able to jump into his Karumi's armor circle, but the Viper now comes on through with their ultimate. TXJ trying to break away before the V1 can connect, will not be able to do so, and 5-2-1 converge on the stunned out JL, and the god of NARAKA is made mortal. As you can see, JL's Wonfong trying to win hide and seek, gets spotted out with the Tessa ultimate check inside the invis bush.
That's crazy. He must have seen him go in there and just bluff that he hadn't, and just out of nowhere pulls out the Tessa ultimate. But I don't think he even got it. He didn't even hit it. He missed. He just knew he was in there. But no matter, they still find the elimination. 5-1, cutting down JL. As you said, the god made to bleed. The Titan has been felled, and 5-1 looking very happy with themselves, picking up yet another few eliminations, leveling up yet again, going up to, what is that, 11 in total.
Yeah, now going to a Riptide dealer. What are we going to be rolling for? As Pampy is definitely trying to pick up a couple of things. Tuna has been acquired for this team. Alliance, we can see them taking a scrap on the other side of that Moonbane up against EWG. I believe they're down one of their players currently, and Revenge is down a lot of HP because of that Moonbane hit. There it is, confirmation. Yuma has gone down. Firefly Cage is also still going to be in play with a little bit of Rage Generation left to it, and this is why Alliance is risking it all! They're prioritizing getting that Takeda V3 back online, but it puts them on the other side of the Moonbane, and Moonbane has beef with Alliance, it seems, because that was directly on them yet again. NY7 and Revenge reduced to an absolute sliver of health as NY7 dodges out of one Moonbane into the next.
That's so crazy. What on earth? The snake is not happy. Mr. Moonbane's having a grumpy day. He has decided, Alliance, you are going down. NY7 eats the brunt of all of that damage, gets eliminated. However, we do have Karumi on the team who's still alive. We may be able to find the tether, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make his way in, given the number of players, the number of teams circling around this location.
YCG now showcasing the Aurora Burst they absorbed from DRG, trying to find the Spirit Well, also equipped with that Merciless Havoc. But they can see that a lot of these teams are waiting on the sidelines, trying to come on through with that just absolute grief of a Tessa ultimate on the outside. And QGG might have the Matari ultimate to hide from a Viper, but he's not going to be able to stop that enchantment window. And now they have to reposition, and another team gets to position themselves on top of that Spirit Well, but they're not getting it for free.
No, sir. No, they are not. Wolves now diving in. They do have the Viper ultimate ready to go. XEM grappling around, trying to stay airborne, not looking to be on the ground, as that is where you could very easily get taken down from all of these focus attacks, all of these range projectiles just flying in your direction. XEM now popping that Viper ultimate, does not get charmed like her teammates, but they are quickly able to cleanse it, and now it is going to pop. They are going to secure the buff. The Mystic Might popping out yet again for this endgame Spirit Well, and now Wolves are going to be able to dictate the pace and know exactly where all of these players, all of these solos, and these teams missing their teammates are going to be lurking around.
Lovely interception. Tessa ultimate into follow-up grapple dagger horizontal to keep this player from YZG17S gate capped right to the side of that storm, right away from his two teammates that could potentially have come through and peeled. On the other side of the map, we've got every other team trying to keep themselves out of Wolves' attention. The Tumult ultimate coming on down from the Sand Siphon compositions, just trying to lock up some spacing. BBE gonna be teleporting themselves onto the treetop, setting up for a drop-down Viper V1, but they get spotted out and intercepted by YZG with the Matari F2 blink mid-air connecting. Wolves also running right down that central belt with the Merciless Havoc, splitting these two teams onto either side of the map, playing right in the middle, which is risky if all of these teams turn onto them, and that has just occurred.
It has indeed. XEM does have that ultimate coming up very, very soon. The Merciless Havoc coming in clutch there, absolutely able to cut through all of these projectiles, make it very difficult for anyone to come in and capitalize off of this CC has been applied to Wolves. NHQ doing God's work, able to section off this position for his teammates, and finding EWG's Cookie just falling there at the edge of the zone. The Wu-Chen not able to survive, unfortunately. And now CD Wolves, even though they get Tessa ulted again, are still going to go untouched.
Yeah, Aurora Burst in play, Merciless Havoc to Wu-Chen teleport from Chengdu's Wolves. Can they escape the clutches of BBE's Roy He's Viper V1 though? XEM gets staggered, leading into that Viper every blast, and XEM goes down. Wolves yet again, they might have kept the Spirit Well, but they are not the Grandmasters of this lobby any longer. Roy He gets intercepted. So many players trying to make any form of play that they can to win that heal off, win that damage and kill multiplier, as 521 Zakame sits in the fist split animation, finds the parry onto BBE's Ivan, doesn't get the follow-up off of the investment of that F1. He's trying to find the revive onto Pampy, and he's getting punished for it. The Tesser ultimate will commit onto him. Akame goes into the sky so that he gets himself onto that tree side when the 3-second enchantment walks him forward, and he goes unpunished.
Bowder, you diving around in the sky, a lonely Zai, I believe, with blue armor, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. 521 Akame dodging around with the fist blades, looking to find some kind of value. Oh no, absolutely obliterated. The jabbing Soul Jade just squishing his health bar, hitting him right in the teeth, melting his chances there of staying alive any longer. BBE Ivan still going, still cooking, but CD Wolves coming back. They lost a member, but they're still going strong. 10 eliminations so far. Will they be able to get more? Will they be able to secure it? The focus line coming in, disrupting everything. The Zai dropping down out of nowhere. NHQ standing in the center. The Tessa ultimate goes out. They're still alive. They're still kicking. Wolves able to clutch up in game number 3.
Woo boy! Wolves walking away with the MVP potentially. No! The camera cuts away!
What on
Wolves
earth? That's
denied!
insane.
They're in the doghouse as YZG walk away with the MVP instead. It really did look like Wolves.
It looked like
might have had it. The Dreadful Whale jabbing combination. Absolutely brutal, but no, it is YZG that are able to close it out and walk away with the overall bag.
That's insane. Wolves was looking so good there. They brought it back from the brink, but no, unfortunately they were not able to get that, just that little bit more. Although, I will say, it's bound to be very close, no?
For sure.
Bound to be very, very close indeed, as they've got quite a few kills, and they got that first place finish. So the multiplier plus the placement points being 4, you know, it's gonna be enough to push them up. But another thing to note, these SCA teams are oogling and oogling today. They are gaming. They're sitting atop the top half of the scoreboard. And they're not slowing down, it seems.
Yeah, and all of them, like TWSS holding their own inside their 3v3s, BBE almost, in fact, were previously leading the overall standings. We got 5-1, absolutely popping off as well. Some lovely heads-up plays coming out from them in that final zone where they understand, like, we need to try and find this revive onto our player, but it's going to put a target on my back. The Tesla enchantment comes out, and he's just able to read the situation perfectly. He understands if he gets Tesla enchanted for the 3-second window and he's stuck on the low ground, he's not gonna survive the full 3 seconds. He's gonna go down. So he does a very good job, and it's so hard to find the exact pixel to put your character dead center at the top of a tree.
Absolutely, it is not easy. It's not easy at all, but you know what else might not be easy? This answer for treasures that is going to be coming up right here. Is it going to be easy or is it not? Which region does Team BBE and 521 represent? Answer for treasure. If you want to get your hands on the Peerless Treasure Choice gift, answer that question in the chat. Is it A, CN, B, EU, CNA, or D, SEA? Not that hard of a question, I will say, but who knows? Maybe you're fresh to the scene. I reckon you can probably copy off your neighbor there in the chat. You'll be all right. But keep an eye on the chat and the whisper box if you do end up being the winner of this whole answer for treasures. You need to keep an eye on it, otherwise you will not be able to claim your prize.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a little bit of an easier one. We made it a lot easier because we did name drop the region. Literally about 5 seconds before that question dropped, but no. Doing a very good job, right? We've always talked about, you know, all of these different regions having their own identities, and I'm going to give it a little bit of time before we give the specific region, but that region in particular has long been known for its aggression, and it's lovely to see that the macro, the understanding, like, it's not just the aggression that they're showcasing, it's the understanding, the temperament that they've been able to understand when to go that aggressive, but also when to pull back and play a little bit more defensive. And we're getting to see a lot more opportunities where things like abilities are being used for peel as opposed to setting up the plays.
Yeah, absolutely. They have adjusted very, you know, in a very good way. They've come through. Originally, they were a little bit suboptimal oogly, but now they have they've become kings of the scene, it seems, because they are doing extremely well. However, YZG, there we have it. Moxie, it was 1.5. 1.5 was the difference that brought them out on top. And I mean, actually, I'm surprised. I thought that Wolves managed to accumulate a couple more kills at the end, but unfortunately not. They were denied them, perhaps, only getting 10. Still with that multiplier and the ranking points going up to 16. Still a very good game for them, no less. 5-2-1 in third, 14.5, JL 10.5, BBE 10, EWG 8, and that's pretty damn good. The fact that we've got those SEA teams in the top bit is pretty impressive. They're beating out JL and even matching them, if not.
Yeah.
It's very, very impressive indeed.
Like we said, like, we're getting to see new blood come through, but we're also getting to see regions become much more competitive. And it goes to show, right, investing time coming to MBPL, being able to sort of utilize it as an internship program, has allowed these teams much better access to figuring out how to go up against the absolute best of the best and even become the best of the best potentially, as BBE have a really good chance of being able to qualify and lift that trophy, as we can have a look and see some of these teams that maybe don't have as good a chance. And this is the absolute surprise of the day. I am gobsmacked, no exaggeration, to see GG this slow down. And I mean, GG made a really big statement play at the beginning of that last round. They were feeling confident. They were on Sand Siphon, which is the strongest composition. And then they took the fight to JL's doorstep, not expecting JL to be on this, like, Frankenstein's monster composition mishmash together.
Yeah.
But it worked so well, and that sort of goes back to something that I wanted to talk about with JL. JL's problem has always been that they showcase their strategies too early on. They give these teams time to adapt, something that JL have been doing for the last 3 games today. All of the games that have been played today is showing off something different. They keep showing all of these different strategies. So if you want to copy JL, you're not going to be able to keep pace with every single change that they've made.
No, absolutely not. And we're going to be able to take a look at some of those plays, some of those compositions. The back of that game, the highlights sponsored by Thunder Robot coming on through 5-2-1. Combating EWG and TWSS in this third-party timing attack early on. Very fortunate for them indeed, able to find that moment to come in and snipe it away. And this, speaking of sniping away, Powder able to snipe away that golden star from YZG.
Oh, that was painful. YZG obviously not feeling it so much. They did come away with the overlap.
They got the MVP.
This is the crazy moment inside that cave where we got to see just so many ultimates come into play with the amount of small space. That is that really lovely parry coming on through. The Syra though with the combo break on that F1. Able to dodge away from the follow-up before resetting and coming on through into the sidelines of the fight with the staff RMB before coming on out with those jump horizontal hits. 5-2-1 now getting to follow along with their Viper V1, the chase down coming on out. This is the moment that TXJ got absolutely shredded by the dual halberds, and here was the moment that 5-2-1 faked out, making it look like they didn't know that One Fung was inside that Invis bush. All the time though, they knew exactly where that player was, and they came through with the Tester ultimate to force the reposition so they could find the punishment.
Indeed. And you know what it was there at the end? We got to see those final moments. YZG with the Zai ultimate was the deciding factor with that fire damage, able to make sure that he secured those last few kills. And here he is, the MVP, very rightly so, considering he was able to secure those kills at the end. 8 eliminations in total, 25,000 damage. And look at that, the chain scythe and the skills and ultimate coming out on top in terms of damage. The staff being the third most at 2.5. Absolutely absurd. We've got almost 20,000 damage coming out from the ultimate combined with that F2. Massive performance from QGG for YZG. And yeah, it is quite funny that they lost out in the early game. Not only did they lose the legendary weapon, they also lost when they had Moonbane.
Yes.
Moonbane and legendary weapon on Xiphon, and they lost to Bowder. They fumbled the bag, but they're able to come back in and recover. That's solid mental if I've ever seen it.
Well, one of the things about Moonbane though is you need a player uninterrupted to be able to hit, see, and cast it. So a lot of the time, actually, if you take the fight a little bit too early when one of your teammates is setting up Moonbane in the back, you go into the fights outnumbered, and a lot of teams have the know-how to be able to find the punishment, and they were fighting up against Bado, who are incredibly experienced in being able to take advantage of those situations. So no surprises, really, that sometimes Moonbane, it gives and it takes away, and if you ask Alliance, it definitely took away absolutely everything. 7 hits of a Moonbane, just blap, 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 gone. Wiped off the face of Holoroth. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, that was a surge. It's actually more like smudge.
I wish we got a player cam reaction. It was the moment he dodged, he backstabbed.
Yeah, and then
out
the next
of one
comes
and then the next one, blap, blap, blap.
Oh, absolute insanity. So sad to see for him. It's rough indeed. Very rough indeed. He's behind the house like, oh, okay, it comes down, dodges, comes down again. It's just dead. It's and then on top of that, he could have dodged again, but there was more around him.
And then the cliffside as well just like hemmed him in. His poor Karumi had already invested that F3. But speaking about investing, we're going to be investing into a very short interview.
感谢解说席，同样的话，让我们的本场采访嘉宾和所有的
Hi
玩
guys,
家
welcome
朋
to
友
the
们
post game
先打个招
interview.
呼。
This is Leah translating. So let him say hello to audience first.
大家好，我是 Bambi。
那现场所有来看我们这次3排的解宝们，我们先把掌声送给这2支越南的战队好吗？哇，今天真的是通过了前3场比赛，
Welcome to those two Vietnam team into
5大
this
赛区
time's
的各
interview.
路豪杰齐聚一堂，在今天啊这个现场一切都有可能。
And
首
for
先我们先
today's
问一下
game,
潘比吧，
everything
那潘比
possible.
今天
So
为何队伍
we're
到
gonna
目前为止
ask for the
打
first
的状态
question.
会这么好，是有什么原因能跟大家谈一
Why
下
you
吗？
can have so good
Đầu tiên
performance
thì anh
today?
nghĩ hỏi Bambi là vì sao hôm nay đội 521 đánh tốt như thế, trạng thái tốt như thế, phong độ tốt như thế.
Thì sau cái final á, thì huấn luyện viên và ban quản lý đã luyện tập cho bọn em có một cái tâm lý thoải mái và cái trạng thái tốt nhất để chuẩn bị cho vòng hôm nay.
就是预积分赛结束以后，他们教练也给他们疏通了心理，然后提高找到好的状态、心态，找到好的心态。
After the
去
spring
调整
final,
他
our
们的
coach
风
helped
度
us
状
to
态。
improve
看来
our
在整
mood
个的
and our
J-Cup
state
的
for the
总
whole
决赛
games.
整个心态的一个稳定性和心态的提升，真的是比什么
So
都
now
要
we know
关键
mood
啊
and state
我想
is
问一下
really
大家也是非
important.
常熟悉的这个罗伊西西了。
And also we
目前
gonna
为止
ask
，BB
Roy.
排到这个名次，今天来之前是有想过的吗？那为何
So
BB 今
far,
天
have you
这么
ever
好，能让
thought about
罗伊西
you
西
may
排上
have
吗？
this rank, this
Tiếp theo là
rank
hỏi
now?
Roy thì hiện tại là mình đang đứng thứ 2 trên bảng tổng sắp. Thì là trước khi bắt đầu trận đấu thì Roy có nghĩ đến viễn cảnh là hôm nay mình sẽ sau 3 trận mình sẽ đứng ở top 2 không? Và vì sao hôm nay team mình lại đánh tốt như thế?
Em nghĩ là bọn em cũng luyện tập khá là nhiều và bây giờ bọn em cũng tiếp xúc được với nhau và nói chuyện nhiều được với nhau thì chúng em vẫn tự tin đánh tốt trong cái việc hôm nay thôi.
他们就是多多训练，多多沟通，然后调整好心态，然后就是加倍努力就可以了。
We just did more training and communicate more so that we can like try hard in the game and we can have such a good
可以
grade
说
so
两
far.
支今天的表现这么出色的前3场的队伍啊，确实是为我们送上了这个精彩
So
的对
both
决。
of you
那
had a
来
very
到了
good
我们非常美
performance.
丽的这个长沙，
And so
问
this
一下二
time
位，
you
首先问一
guys
下
came
潘
to
比，
Changsha
有体验过
City.
什么美食？有什么话想跟现场以
Did
及
you
线下的，包
eat
括是正
any
在收看直播
Changsha
的节目
special
们说
food? And how do you think about
Đến
it?
với lại Tráng Sa thì đội năm 21 và đặc biệt là Pampi thì có trải nghiệm đã ăn thử nếm thử các món ngon nào của Tráng Sa chưa?
Bọn em đã thử món đậu hũ thối ạ.
他们吃了臭豆腐。
We
那
ate
这边呢，罗伊西
sticky
来这边有
tofu.
体验过什么美食吗？
Rồi thì sao em đã thử món
What
gì
about
chưa?
Roy?
Thì bọn em cũng đã thử uống trà sữa cô gái đỏ.
他们喝了茶颜悦色。
哎，那看来
So
啊
we，
到目前为止，
drink
把
a
长沙的这
specialty
个
is
特色
called
美食
茶颜悦
和好喝的
色。
都体验了一遍。那么最后一个问题，我相信包括是现场所有收看
So
我
we're
们这
gonna
次比
move
赛
on
的
to
节
the
目以及
last
线上的玩家
question.
都想来一起来问一下二位。先潘
I
比来
think
吧。
all
那
audience
这
may
一
want
次
to
的
know
2024的 J
for
Cup 的
this
三
time's
排，你们的
2024
目
J
标是什
Cup,
么？
what's your
Mục
target?
tiêu của team em và Pampi trong J Cup năm nay là gì?
Vòng chung kết này mục tiêu của bọn em là quán quân ạ.
他们目标就是夺冠。
目标是夺
We
冠
want。the champion.
哇，我们先把掌声送给潘品。我觉得今天无论后面的结局如何，今天通过他们的一个精
So
神
no
面貌，
matter
确实展现了
how
自己是
the
来自越
result
南
will
赛区的一支
be,
劲旅。
I
我想
think
问一
this
下大
kind
家
of
也非常熟
spirit
悉喜爱的罗伊西
will
西，
left us
他
so
们这次
deep
来的目标
impression.
又是什么啊？
Roy
What
thì
about Roy?
em cũng là một tuyển thủ rất là quen thuộc rồi. Thì hiện tại thì mục tiêu của em trong chung kết tổng J Cup là gì?
Em nghĩ là bọn em phải giành cúp của năm 21 rồi.
他们也是跟5-2一比，也是夺冠。
那今天
The
究竟
champion,
这两支队
absolutely.
伍能否圆梦在我们美丽的长沙？究竟后面的比赛哪一场比赛会先开赛点？谁可以捧起
So
我身后的
today
冠
we're
军奖杯？
gonna know
让
in the
我们共
following
同期
games
待。
who's
再次
gonna
感谢
be
两
the
支队伍
first
的代
one
表
to
介绍我们的
got
赛后
to
采访
get the match
让我们继
point.
续2024 J Cup 三排
We
总
will
决赛。
focus on the following games. That's all for the interview. Thank you guys.
With an updated rule set, the 2024 J Cup kicks off on November 26th. Here's a detailed breakdown of the competition format. The 2024 J Cup is divided into two phases, the group stage and the grand finals. In the group stage, 18 teams will be randomly divided into 3 groups, Group A, Group B, and Group C. Over the course of 3 days, the teams will compete in both solo mode and trios mode, with 6 matches played each day. At the end of the group stage, the top 12 teams, based on cumulative points, will advance to the grand finals. Before the grand finals, the 12 qualifying teams will participate in a pre-finals round. During this round, teams will compete in 6 matches in both solo mode and trios mode. 20% of the points earned in the pre-finals will then be carried forward to the grand finals. We have introduced a match point rule for this year's grand finals. The teams reaching match point in up to 8 matches enter match point eligibility. If they score first in any subsequent match, they win the overall championship. The ranking of teams that do not win the championship will be based on their total points earned throughout the matches. If a champion is not determined by the end of the 8th match, the champion and other rankings will be decided based on the total points earned after 8 matches have been played. To get more details about the 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship, please visit the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Event Center website. Additionally, you can follow our official channels on TikTok, Weeaboo, and Bilibili, with the username @NARAKA Esports to stay updated with the latest news.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Changsha, China. We are back. Game 4. I am Raven PLZ. I am joined by the great Surveil. What an exciting first half of the day, but there's still a lot of NARAKA to be played, Surf. Man, summarize what has happened so far, brother.
Well, we gotta take a look into seeing about going backwards, starting throughout the scoreline, seeing into Game 3. And haven't seen YG earn the MVP, but still, the leaderboard has JL on top, but team coming through in round 2 with dramatically coming out past them, BBE. And something that makes C teams a lot more formidable this coming year, and now leading into today, coming out on top against one of the premier teams in the league.
Yeah, the global scene came out swinging today. I mean, throughout the year, 5-2-1 BBE, and even during this pre-final and group stage, we've seen the global players do super well on their Viper composition, but it's still very early. We'll have to see what's going to be going on as the day progresses.
Yeah, but we got it, guys, for you. The Discard QR code is going to be over there in the corner. Pull out your camera, pull out your phone, get a good chance of getting through in the community, because the honest comment section has been popping. A lot of players been able to kind of share their favorite moments, and that kind of, you know, synergy between the community as well as your enjoyment of J Cup is something that we always like to see, especially though if you stick around with the Discord, because there's always going to be events happening. There's always going to be things for you to do, as well as posting out art and whatnot. But of course, of having everything coming through here, I know that honest comment section has gone through and given a lot of people those prizes, but more importantly, just shoutcasting for them, you know, showing them on the stage their love for the game, but also their love for the moments that had happened.
Yeah, the honest comment was definitely my favorite part, just like these twit drops. We are finally here. We've been talking about it all week. The Let Me Down emote is here. The Blue Lantern's light is here. It is grand finals. It is the last day of the J Cup finals. Make sure to be tuning in. There's still enough time to get your twit drops. I really see this going a distance, sir. It's going to 8 matches.
I think so as well. And for that Blue Lantern's light, make sure you guys stay put until the very end. Don't log off after, or don't tab out at the very end. Make sure you watch until the end of the show. That way you can get a chance of getting said Blue Lantern's light. And we'll let you know how in order for you to do so. But going right back into the action and seeing what has occurred already. The first 3 games for Trios Grand Finals has gone out. We have the players to earn themselves the heroes or the compositions that they have been looking forward to using. The hero points have now grown to 9, meaning that we are no longer in that 0-point deficit where they can't even try to use a copy of a character that has been banned for a +1 gain. This is now where maybe Transformers could potentially come through. We are in the daytime maps for the next couple of rounds, so now it really comes down to this. If the players and their recognition of understanding the cycle, the macro, and understanding when in the best place to bring it out, and the coaches as well, is it going to be time for where Transformers come out for MVPs back-to-back?
Exactly, sir. When is going to be the transitional period? Because I was wondering, I was looking at all the teams, there's a lot of Viper compositions to open up the tournament. Now, Viper, one of the better compositions to play, just because you don't have to risk going into Yang, you can play on the outside, you can play all the scuff situations, try to pick up kills, get your team warmed up. But we saw some interesting things today.
Yeah, we did.
JL running the Viper Zai Karumi, and I had my head scratched, like, why would they ever play this composition? And it looked like a complete counter strat to their rivals GG. Both of them engaged after looting their positions to the north of Holoroth, and GG happened to be on their side, and they happened to get their knees cut from them because Zai, that budget buff of getting loot early, they were able to take them down with that silence. Because I was thinking, how does this comp beat another Viper composition when everyone is playing Viper at the time?
Yeah, and especially seen into round 2 when they brought Syra out with a Viper and the Tesla. And that was something else I was looking at. I'm like, this is something that we saw from them bringing out from scrims in the past, competing against the 18 teams as a whole and just rotating out, but they never brought it to group stage qualifiers ever. And then seeing how it performed after that one round, this is kind of the utilization of not using heroes as often later on, but making sure and seeing what it performs out later, we can see that the score for MVPs get higher for the money earned. $20,000 if a team earns an MVP into round 4. And like we said, it just keeps on going up.
A lot of people talk about Battle Royale, but if you're going for first place and you're winning a car, playing Battle Royale is not that bad, and that's what these guys are doing right now. They're playing for first place. Touching back on, man, the competitive scene right now, the Viper timing test, the counter strategy, a lot of these teams, we saw them in scrims, they would try something out, and they would just kind of put it in the pocket. You'd only see it one time. I was lucky enough to talk to Ryomen, to talk to Brandoro, to see what the CN teams were doing throughout the week. And looking at their map rotations, they definitely felt out where the foreign teams were landing and how it affected their overall strategies. For the most part, the pro teams know exactly who their neighbors are. They just counter strat each other all year. They generally land in the same locations depending on their compositions. So looking at this global stage, GG, they've been tooting their horn a little bit, saying they're going to take down JL, they're going to take this title, they want that Grand Slam sweep. But JL let them know, like, not today. TXJ coming up with the new strats, running some funky stuff, but it's been working.
It has been working, and that's the same thing that we saw into that replay from what happened in round 3. Off the jump, JL surpassing GG off the Yushan Ruins. So then, outside of Holoroth, having seen GG's position in terms of the scoreline, they aren't that far away from the peak of making sure. We still have to reach match point threshold. That is 65 points for all teams combined to just try to reach that point threshold and then just go ham that following round. Unless it's for them to kind of just slowly accrue. The points going in for these past 3 rounds has everyone at the average in the top 3 around 45 to 48 points. So for right now, it's only up to them to catch another 19, 20, 25 points just to make sure they are in the clear. So that way, once they can bring out their key component comp out of the phases, that they'll be safe enough to do so with the intention of just winning out the tournament tonight.
Yeah, another thing to be looking at, the global scene, 521 BBE showing up. Now, paying attention to them throughout the year, they're known for their Viper competitions. They're very, very aggressive in their region, and they get a ton of value off it. But one of the things I always saw them struggle with in the Pro League were their end games. Now that the early games might be transitioning to some later game combos, we still haven't seen many monks come out. I'm curious to see whether or not BBE and 521 have ironed out their Yang situations, or have they developed just another strategy entirely where they can bypass it using the Spirit Roll and play endgame another way. We've seen Wolves innovate with this strategy, but if they hope to win, I don't see a path that doesn't go through JL, GG, inside the realm of Yang.
Yeah, seeing how they ended up in the first round, 5-2-1, playing on a Xiphon comp, bringing out towards that Noble Cave region. They were working up against Viper Wooch and Tessa's in the masses. That round having a severe amount of those comps to be running around, as well as going against GG into those final moments. But seeing about the last hit confirmations, 5-2-1 just came out with the massive amounts of just making sure that they can just hold out for the very last moment, and that kind of securement comes through of having that Matari on standby, just in case you see the Viper ult comes through, because that's something that always makes a pressure hold come through. But for TWSS, OUG, and EWG, and DRG, they're on first phase selection right now. GG's in second with YZG and Bauda and Alliance, and Team Wolves, 5-2-1, BBE, JL, they are in the third round selection. We are on the Morning Dew Midoriya map. It means we have no Fireflies in the vicinity on the outskirts of the map, but this does open up the door and seeing how Arcada does come through into the introduction of the spawns.
Yeah, Midoriya, like you were saying, very, very wide open. Known for its Cicada play, known for the Kylan Hottie play, which is completely gone. Are we going to see the Monks come out, or are we going to still see the Viper compositions? Everyone is trying to get their Viper points out of the way right now, because once they hit match point, they need a composition that they know they can secure the MVP for. It's not just about winning the tournament. As you can see, winning the MVPs gives you so much more money, and we're seeing another new competition serve.
Bro, OUG bringing out a Zai, a Farius Shen, and a Zippying to be in round 4. We're going to see a Xiphon coming, or a Sand Xiphon coming through with Syra from TWSS. But then, seeing another Xiphon, this time on the left side now, Alliance, and Bauda, GG, YZG, they still have an option to go through for the points of just making sure that if they have an option of bringing a character out, like Viper, Wooch, and Tessa, that they would follow suit in the second phase. That's what we've been seeing in the past, we're seeing today. And so seeing a second pair isn't going to be a surprise. GG is taking the initiative on being that second comp. Now for Bauda and YZG, this is where things come through. They can copy it going off, or they can switch it up, and they're going to be seeing YZG playing out the Transformer comp, playing the Hottie, the Tianhai, the Valda, as well as it coming out from Team Bauda.
Yeah, I imagine the Monk compositions were coming out. You can't just sit back, only play your Viper comps. Eventually, you do have to commit and try to take this lead. GG, even though we were talking about 5-2-1 and BBE, GG actually has one of the best Viper compositions within NBPL. It's overlooked a lot because of how dominant they are on Xiphon, but actually behind or ahead of Alliance is actually GG. Now, Alliance, they've been known throughout this season, throughout this year, for their explosive playstyle, carried on the back of NY7's big plays. My man is constantly making plays for Alliance. He's been showing up big even throughout the group play, their pre-finals. Can he keep this momentum going? Can they get a big score out of their critical Viper composition?
It would be something to see, because they've been getting their kills off of Holoroth with NY7 playing it out as a Viper and securing those last moments. And one thing that comes out towards this point is that if Alliance want to make best use of their strongest comp in this scenario, that would be this round. But obviously the third round selection can disrupt that, right? We still have Matari available for the selection pool process for the third round selection, so if everyone sees the opportunity of seeing the Viper, Wooch, and Tessa being predicted, they can go for it. I am curious to see, because we've been seeing some changes with the Cannonball comp coming through, where Farius Shen, as well as coming with Wei Shan, and seeing Matari being slotted in, such as with JL, bringing that one forth out. It would be a spot as seeing if Matari slots into any other comps. I mean, she's worked with Cicada before, right? That was something that was the Xiphon comp. But one thing is to the next, where maybe there's going to be a pocket selection for her, or just to use the hero without even using it in her core comp, like the Xiphon.
Yeah, I mean, every single year, I always say it, Silence Viper comes out of nowhere and everyone scrambles at Jacob for this answer. Now, initially, the big splash was Syra. We saw Syras in trios, we saw Syra in solos. Everyone went back to the lab and tried to figure out exactly where she belongs and exactly where she fits. JL, great job. They find a position with Viper and then they hide it for the world stage. They almost never showed it throughout the scrims. Bauda opened up with a lot of Syra, but moved back to what they're doing. Now, you definitely, my man, I've always been a big fan of him. He's moved from position 3 to position 1 to multiple teams, and every single time he has carried those teams to these top 5 placing areas. I'm super stoked to see him carrying Bauda in that endgame on the Zai, and Zai is still getting a ton of value in this meta. Before, during group group stage and pre-finals, we saw Zai's power spike kind of fade away. A lot of teams more favoring the Transformers, more favoring the Cyber compositions, but now we're seeing Zai as this opener being a big answer to all the Vipers running around.
Exactly, yeah, and like we said, right, with the hero points in that first 3-round selection, having Siphon to be a core composition to be used now rather than later, because like you said, she got weakened once it came down to Transformers. Tianhai is that offensive pressure, both for Romiang and outside Romiang. Spirit Well contesting is something that Zai would normally have full availability of controlling. Then seeing Tianhai drop in there, you would see the Transformer comp with Valda just to be enough pressure, where we saw even the F1 to be utilized, no combo breaker. And outside of that usage, you know, it's kind of interesting seeing how that Valda comes out with the F1, but more importantly, it's the Worry Ward state that comes out from Zai when the moment of time of reckoning is when she has to burn her ultimate, and all of a sudden, that's when we see the Tianhai come out here to proc Bull. That's when the Valda can throw out here Water Spears to confirm for Zai, because Zai's not immune even in her F state, so when things come out and she is in the middle of that activation for her F2 skill and allowing for that Comet, Valda has free real estate for that spot, the Water Spear into that Tianhai grab to come out.
Now OUG, Mike won it for solos. OUG somewhere in the middle of the pack right now, doing solid. They're normally one of the top 5 CN teams. They have so-so performances inside Yang, so-so performance in endgame, but even with those so-so performances, I don't even think anyone in the top 8 is out of it right now.
Yeah.
We're only 3 games in. We saw YZG, they were struggling a little bit, but then game 4. They have a massive game right before now, and they're just back in it. And we still have a ton of games moving forward. I'm still excited to see these endgame scenarios and how these teams will adjust. We saw a lot of different cannonball variations with that Faria. We had the invisible Faria or invisible mech, as Frost was saying. We got the Montari, Faria, Yodo. I love that idea, using that V2 to refresh F3's ability on Faria and the F2 and Yodo. It's a new rushdown variation on that old cannonball strategy.
Yeah, and bringing it into Midoriya, which brings that towards where round 4 is. You know, and that's something I actually wanted to touch base on. We have Midoriya to be the map for in terms of now daytime. The team's kind of having this understanding of where it stands. It being the newest map is one thing, but also looking to try to counterplay. We've seen players, they have the option to drop in the Twilight's Pass. The high aggressive teams, such as with GG, would take the opportunity of spawning there, but then the counter option would be seeing OUG spawn there, as well as seeing JL. But more into the state of mind is that rotation of pattern. You know, if they go towards the Tincture Woods, which is straight north, you would see the aggression going straight to the west side of the map and then closing into Imperium, because in trios, you'd notice how heavy the center of the map would usually be in any map, right? You see Plume Castle and Hollow Rock, you see Celestra coming through, and then into the Imperium. But bringing it out to those fights, that's when those closed off positions, like we saw, this is going to be that drop off of the spot. This is actually a fight I actually wanted to mention earlier where 521 knocked out DRG in the beginning moments, right? These highlights kind of come out here just to showcase that the C teams are not out here to stop running through. They even knocked down BBE, and one of the fights over by the Imperium region.
Yeah, 521 got tons of value. Whether or not they won or lost Yang, they have a ton of these scuff situations mapped out from their experience in NBPL, taking EWG out with Pampy on the Viper. One thing that really impressed me is just how clean the closeouts are. Now, normally, we've seen in the past a little bit of mistakes out, getting parries here and there when closing out someone 1 HP. But this year, every was on lock. The focus fire is pristine. Even TXJ and JL get ripped apart by 521.
And then you can notice how it comes out to quick succession as eliminations come from 521, but having between Pampy as well as having against Roihihi out of Team BBE, the 2 players that have been here probably the longest out of the C regions, especially Roihihi, formerly from the Team VNGC in the past, but then seeing how 521 has kind of evolved over the sense of staying into their roots. I know Pampy is kind of keeping an eye in terms of everything. Ivan being the captain of the team is kind of keeping the motion going for the players, but just having a core mindset that comes out, knowing that the teams that you're going up against are the top ones in the world in the CN region to kind of dominate the scene for as long as time is remembrance for the MVPL seasons, and then having new C teams to come on board. TWSS, they haven't had a fantastic day so far for the first 3 rounds. Things could turn around. You know, you mentioned how YZG, they have a slow start going through, and then they suddenly start ramping up. TWSS, the potential right then and there is that the team could try to see about evolving their sensibility of what to do next, coming from the experiences from these past 3 rounds in the grand finals for trios.
Yeah, Polaris had an explosive clutch up in solos. He's going to need to show up for his team in trios if TWSS hopes to dig themselves out of this hole. Now, even though they're in dead last, they still have the opportunity. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Now, YZG, another thing I want to touch on, GG.
Yeah.
GG, not really known for being super experimental, and when I was talking about that composition, the Feria, Yodo, Matari, it was actually GG who tried that out in Wolves, and I was like, wait a second. Wait, now we're just being experimental now for this World Finals. This is the first J-Cup we've actually seen where teams really held a ton of close things to the heart and then exploded onto it in the Grand Finals. The last time I really saw this was the first J-Cup Finals where they used Temi and Yodo to cover the box. Now, in this World Finals, we're using Syra, we're using Matari to reset cooldowns and old traditional ideas, and we're still bringing out the old school ideas. I'm wondering what we have left. Does someone have a counter to that Valda Monk Transformer comp of 2024? I'm really curious to see, does TXJ have something new? Does GG want to adjust their V2 variation on their Hottie for it?
Yeah, because the V2 variation coming from the Hottie is just that DPS increase, but also not utilizing the aero mech capabilities of using the V1 with the aerial rescue, allowing for the teleport to be placed and to saving the team. But more importantly, seeing the chances of the V2 Hottie would be a special treat, especially on a different side of things, especially when if there's a new composition to be just held out until the very last moment. Like we said, Transformers haven't been used. No one's using out the Hottie just yet in masses. And when that time comes, that's going to see where the predictability comes out for not only to the teleporter, but also to the players. And I also kind of want to bring back into the Yodo for just a moment, because I always like seeing that Yodo human being brought back, even though she's kind of in the, tier of being used. But seeing how we were looking at that Rummy Yank fight that occurred, Yodo, he made F2 to come through for the reset with that Matari. I think it also kind of alleviates in terms of separating those opponents from each other. If that's going to be something that players are just trying, like if they were trying to see the synergy off of just separation versus just commitment towards a fight, and using the Yodo Hime ult as another degree of the nth number to just allow for everyone to dissipate, it would also cause one or two things. The pressure from the Yodo goes against the Matari, and the Matari ends up getting usage of using her ultimate. If every strike comes out from her ultimate and it would delete the stealth capabilities, would there be a composition to exist because Yodo Hime has the capabilities of doing that where Viper wants to be slotted in? It's just going to be a chance of seeing if today would be a possibility for those players to choose that in the future.
Man, looking at the stadium serve, I know this is your first year here. We got a chance to sit just behind where we are casting in the crowd to experience one of the rounds, hearing the roar of 5,000 to 6,000 people. What were you feeling when you actually got to see this? I mean, normally we cast at home. It's pretty quiet. We get hyped between each other. But to see just how the passion that there is in China compared to what we experience over in the States, hoping that NARAKA spreads, like, I cannot describe how magnificent this arena is. It's a giant 360 arena looking over VIP spots. Man, sir, what were you thinking in the stands when we were sitting up there?
Well, comparing it back at home, whenever I see a parry, I geek out. I'm like, oh, that's crazy, And then having to multiply that by 1,000 with the people around me when a parry happens is actually kind of incredible. Kind of going off and seeing those fights, right? If a person gets killed, one player getting killed, the whole crowd erupts. And I was looking in the seats and I'm looking left to right, and everyone's in that same mindset of watching the game, enjoying the game, as well as just looking through and just being in that environment. It really is a positive experience coming out here, especially being able to cast for this year, as well as being at J-Cup for the 2024 season, and then seeing everyone who loves NARAKA to be here at that moment in time. It's irreplaceable for time.
Now, I was very surprised of just how supportive the crowd is when 521 and BBE, they're looking very dominant, man. I'm getting a little, I don't want to get my hopes up because the global scene, I just know how good, how consistent GG is, Wolves is in JL, but the crowd like gave a nice golf clap, just like, you know what, the global scene got something coming. They're showing up today, and moving forward, what do you think 521 and BBE need to do in order to keep their momentum going?
One thing that keeps BBE and 5-2-1 on the aggression pattern is we saw even from, not even from the C teams, we saw it from Wolves. They played it very safe into that map, right? Where they were hiding out and had 0 eliminations up until like into the 5-minute mark. But then one thing that led them out is that since they had the offensive pressure of holding out, they had Syra, that would be something that will come through. Someone who can have that last hit confirmations. Since C teams brought out the Farius Shen into the mix, something to utilize into Farius Shen would be seeing them use Farius Shen just to secure last hits, unless the comp selections really deny that. We're going to see OUG actually bring up that Farius Shen, as we saw with the Zai, as well as the Zipping. The Siphon coming out from EWG, as well as from DRG. TWSS opting in for the Siphon, a Sand Siphon with Syra supporting out. And then the second phase comes through here. Could we see a change up from before?
I wonder if you're actually allowed to do the change before. Nothing different, but still, we saw that Fairy, that Zipping, that Zai. I'm wondering if that composition will be able to do well with... The question that you always have to answer in trios is how do you deal with Monk, how do you deal with Temi, how do you deal with Viper? And it looks like we're mainly having to deal with the answer for Viper and Zai this world, not so much Temi. For the last 2 years, the trios meta has been absolutely dominated by this Temi meta. Now, the last selection is going to be coming up. I'm curious how JL and Wolves are going to pick here. I always consider the last phase kind of like the personality pick for a lot of these teams, because since the two meta compositions are usually picked up, it's very, very hard to choose a composition at this point. So you end up going with a little bit of a mix-up. Now, JL going with their opener with the Syra Viper composition. Can they keep this going? There wasn't many monks in the lobby when they picked this. I want to see more of how this composition answers versus the Transformers.
Yeah, especially the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, they brought out Viper for the 3rd time, so that's a 3-point usage into using said character. That means that this comes out from them from 9 points down to 6, which gives them, gives me an idea in terms of how confident they want to feel about it. It's that Letterman jacket, man. I'm telling you, the Letterman jacket buff is coming through for them. It's sick. But more, sustainability for what they can kind of achieve in the next 4 rounds. If they want to end it sooner, they have 6 points now to kind of last them for the remainder of today. So hoping to see if the JL can earn out an MVP with that comp, because if it changes up the flow for the other teams to see the availability of the success, will they invest in using that selection process?
Yeah, after a long awaiting round, looks like we're moving on to that 4th round. Like you were saying, JL, not only are they my favorite team, but they're definitely the best dressed right now. That Letterman mount jacket, when I saw it, I was like, wait a second. Why does their outfit look different than everyone else's? And you mentioned it's a Leatherman jacket. And looking at every single team, everyone kind of has like the same jacket on with the different colors. But JL, they got the real swag on.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the hero selections in terms of the skills from the players. Starting off from the first row, Transformers from both Valda and Wolves is going to be an F1 usage for the Valda, as well as seen towards in terms of no changes for the Viper Wuchen Teslas outside of Alliance and GG. Now switching over to OUG, DRG, EWG, and BBE. Looking at the Syra, because we saw BBE brought out F2, they're still going to bring her out with the F2 Takeda into the involvement, and seeing towards the Zais or the Zippings being at V1 and nothing else for the Zais to change out besides F2, V2. Then switching over to the last row, JL having the option to use V2 or V1 for the Viper with the F2 silence, and then seeing the F1 combo breaker for TXJ to escape, combo breaker for Valda for CXC. A lot of options on the table for these teams. TWSS opting in for that Siphon or this Sand Siphon with the Syra. Our map drop locations come through. Our predictions should show through for you guys on that website for the portal for you to take a look. But more importantly, it's kind of crazy how fast-paced this moment could happen, because I'll see a lot of pocketed spawns here, Raven.
And for a question for you guys at home, after the 4th round, will any team reach match point? Total scored greater than equal to 65 points. A, yes. B, no. I mean, it's getting pretty close. If someone has another 20-plus point game, it's possible in the top 3 to get over that 65 point. I really want to see this go to the distance. I want to see a lot more of what these teams have prepared for this 8th round. We don't really get to see 8-round match point as much as I would like, and there's just so much depth to the meta. I'm excited to see what these guys prepared for on the biggest stage.
Yeah, we're stopping out here because I know Azoth Peak had Alliance, had BBE on the drop, and we're going to see the action dropping in with Reishishi avoiding the slap and confirming the kill that Mortal Defiance might have just saved Revenge's life here, but Reishi going ahead and confirms it, finding himself no armor there, but he's not going to let that stop him. He says NY7 with the F3. He gets struck, and it's going to be a whole blue focus between the two. As the conversion comes out, he uses his F skill to try to confirm as much heal and sustainability despite Fat Mode. Going to be coming through, holding the blue focus. But NY7, man, he's just rotating around these guys' ankles.
Man, NY7 finding the 1v2 situation with the presence of mind to cancel, but Roy he's gonna let him know, I'm back, baby. Hitting him with the parry. Now Yuma, in a 2v1 situation, has burned his combo break. Roy though has no armor. He is gonna use his F for that nice dagger, putting him in the corner. Bad Milk threatening the triple charge. Yoma not sure what to do. He ends up releasing, and BBE makes quick work of Alliance off spawn.
3 eliminations BBE are taken into this fight. We're switching over to Skygaze Cove. There were 4 teams that spawned here, folks. So now we have TWSS, 521, and 2 other teams are going to be in the outskirts. But we can see the engagement. 521's Pompey going to be taking the rooftop position, while TWSS are near towards the Celestial Barge. They are holding out towards that corner. DRG are actually opting into the north side of the location to just hide around and just seeing what's going to be coming up next for 521. Now, there is a bell here for the spotting of any of all players, but more importantly, seeing that Lava Conductor's protection come into usage where they are able to be immune to any burn tick damage. This is going to be where 521 can easily rotate and fall to the ground wherever the terrain is going to grief the other players.
Yeah, nice patience coming out from 521. They see TWSS on the Ballista. OUG sees it as well. They don't want to hard commit to the situation, but this is the chance where you want to take advantage of the ticket accomplishments. Those Sand Siphons running around the Syra, they are most vulnerable off spawn right now, but OUG, they want to control the terrain. They're going to take it to the building, but Snack's bringing over the Ballista and has something to share with them.
That's a complete cinematic shot. I love to see the Ballista coming through the building. And for the workshop, because Polaris, he is closely enough to try to avoid those positions of Jinyu, but he is making sure that he's in open view in case his teammate can come out. Like SS is now on the Ballista, so now it's Polaris. This is the biggest benefit just to back off, because right then and there, the turnaround for TWSS is not having to invest their ultimates until you can hear the Zion ultimate in the background. Now for Jinyu, he is going to keep going through. SS still putting out work for OUG and just putting it on the ground level and utilizing that Ballista as often as he can. Now, as it comes through, he gets himself to have the protection off of Jinyu with the dagger just to make sure no range shots, no grapples, no pushing players can come out with this. But Dongqing, man, that man's on that purple fan. He is scaled out. He's got 0 grapples, but he's going to be able to spam out. No foods go down for TWSS, and now Dongqing is going to be one team with DRG to separate from this engagement.
Clean engagements and disengages coming out for these. OUG, DRG, TWSS all piled into this building, but no one wants a hard commitment for here. TWSS, unfortunately, gets put in the middle and gets shredded. 2 of them are already down, and now OUG wants to pick off Snack for the last kill, but instead, DRG is going to hard commit on them, and SS on the zipping, trying to back off of here, looks for the blue armor reset's not going to do it. The King wants everyone else to drop down, but 521 is going to come into the picture now. At the top row, it's going to take down TWSS on the Snack, but on the bottom, DRG versus OUG. Big shots coming out, raining out from the barrier of SS and the Ballista. Kablawi, Kakaxi's trying to back off right now, down to a sliver of health. Now 521's going to come in with a third party.
It's going to be a big boulder of a Parry Shenmek in the Tessa Enchant. It's going to proc, and it's going to be SS's danger zone right now, but he's protected. The stun, though, it does come out as Pampy is able to find it with the activation. He's able to go ahead and back off here. He finds the loot with his team and finding the elimination against the King from Team OUG. And now for 521, Pampy looks to try to find Jinyu in the vicinity. Before the shots, though, DRG are not so much in the good position right now. F3 to go with Shotgun Blast. All the hits off of Wusha 98's health, and then the elimination has been earned. 3 eliminations for 521 right now. They're tied out between BBE and JL for the threshold of being the highest, but then YZG at 4 eliminations total. It's still up to 521's gain to keep the aggression going. Even with no Viper ultimate, they still have the skills online.
The global players are making a statement. They are not slowing down. Even though BBE is switching on that Sand Siphon, 521 is showing up big, but OUG, they've been controlling this Ballista, raining down shots onto 521, but 521 doesn't care. They're going to fight back. Now SS is going to get involved, try to go for the flank, but immediately he's going to get hit by an enemy. F3 Silence is not going to do much for him. The King is going to fall right now. 521 is going to take down OUG's SS, and now in a 2v1 situation, Shin with the Zai ult is going to try to fight back, but 521's is going to pour it out of there. Akami doesn't want to take the risk as DRG comes back in.
It's absolutely incredible seeing how many rotations are going in and outside of this building. I've always been interested in seeing this, even when the play test was available for this place. I was wondering if a fight would ever occur here, as it's been going on today. And we're witnessing it. DRG gets that nice musket shot and eliminating one of the members of Team Alliance. But then again, you can see how NY7 actually going up against Team Bauda, and he's getting eliminations as well. Akame finds a kill against Jingi in the background, but 5-2-1, they are worse for rare right now for their HP. Look at it. It is below 200, below 300 for some. And now for Yin, he's going to see it, try to go for a heal. As you can see, Pampy is in the corner. He uses F3 to come out here. The F2 from Matari comes out from DRG. Toxic, that's going to be another elimination. DRG is picking up for their team at number 4.
Nice job from 5-2-1 to make the noble sacrifice of Pampy. They see that it's too scuffed. They don't have ultimates up. The Zai ult is still a threat. They end up opting to sacrifice their teammates, live to fight another day. As we transition to that early game, YZG has that red Jade onto the Monk 17S. A lot of the weakness of this 2024 Transformers, unironically, is actually Monk. Most of the teams want to force out that Monk ult. Makes sense to put that red Jade there. Now we're going to get EWG stacked with triple purple armor. Is going to be fighting off of TWSS.
Now the F2 comes from Cookie in just a moment here. I sense it, but he's looking for it, and now he finds the striking moment. There's a parry from Cookie that allow for the Furence to come out, and this could turn this around. Nice tap dodges, my friend. And we're looking for the F2 to come through because Cookie is looking to try to cook out in here with a musket shot left and right. He finds the connection to go straight into the center. He still has the F2 after the Matario, and he utilizes it right then and there. He has ultimate to utilize again, this time to push back. He gets caught in the dazzle. His F2 still available, gets caught in the Dragon Slayer. Not looking good as that Wistro confirms the stagger, and then Cookie gets caught again by the Wistro, and the long sword beam from TWS's Snack eliminates, but Dofu goes down. Polaris is still in the game, but for just a couple of seconds, you see Lue is going to go ahead and try to get that Velocity Untold in check, and this is going to be a problem for Polaris because out of nowhere, it's going to be just him and Snack left alive.
Valiant effort from DWSS. They're still fighting. They were against the odds, against purple armors while they're holding white armors. Nice shift fairy coming out from Polaris. Stagger's going to come out, but the F3 is going to be coming in. OUG coming in with a third party, looking for some free kills. EWG's going to scramble, try to back off there, but can you run away from OUG's SS? Nice drop down into the Scalewatch. We're going to get the toothpick. Zai taking SS for a ride, put him against the corner. Nice bow shot's going to come out, but the zone pressure putting both teams in an awkward position. They're going to opt out to reset and hopefully re-engage on a better position.
Yeah, and the Shadow's collapsing right now, and the Romy Yang's going to be available in just a moment for the teams outside of Skygaze Cove. They got to make their way towards the Sword Tomb and even further into the Pyrium, just like how we're seeing JL. They are actually the guardians of the Sword Tomb right now in terms of this map area. They have the southern position to go into the Romy Yang, hoping to see if they can try to initiate the first round, but we're going to get a replay from earlier. JL winning up against GG. This is going to be where that jump horizontal comes out from the staff. And you can see a parry from TXJ, even with the Viper Ultimate active. 3-3-0 stuck in that stun range for the tether to be active. There's the elimination right then and there. And then TXJ is in this position of chasing down CJS, goes for the 1-2-3. With the F2, the silence is good. The jump horizontal is straight, and that's going to be an arrow that goes into the sky. TXJ is going to go ahead and initiate. We're going to see a Razor Swift Jade, as well as a Stamina Strike and a Cyan Fang in the builds for the players, and Assault Smolder coming through for the drop down. JL TXJ up against YZG.
TXJ has been spectacular for his team right now on the back of his Syra. He's going to be opening up with the ultimate. CXD going to respond with the ultimate, but the Viper stun is coming out. What do you do right now? 17S is going to get laser right now, but they're going to go with QGG instead. Focus Fire's coming in. Valda's trying to peel for it now. TXJ looking for a soft target. Transformers, no soft targets inside, trying to buy some time, avoiding the grab. 17S desperately looking for the double grab, but getting roasted by TXJ with these bow shots. Double headshots gonna be coming out. Light attacks looking for the stagger. Nice split up. Nice parry coming out from TXJ, keeping up the pressure onto the no ult CXD, but he's gonna pour it out of there and stay alive.
Drop down blue comes out here. That's an elimination. YZG burning out their Ropine's S and 17S now in the spot with a 3v2 situation. There's gonna be one blue focus to the next. 17S throws it out. He gets caught by the RMB. He has one hit in the dream from being eliminated. It could potentially have been a 3v2 down to a 2v2, but a musket shot coming out from YZG. And you can see CXZ is going to go be the first one to the box. He needs that purple armor, a successful fight, and a gold weapon given out to QGG, and seeing it to be a gold fan. Now they also have Vodrish Grip, and they're picking up Fist Blades on the action. This gives YZG just a necessary lead into that Realm Yang victory.
Big clutch up for YZG. Transformers just benefits so much from winning that Realm of Yang, getting that purple weapon on the Hottie, getting that purple armor on your Monk, and purple weapon. You just come online in this mid game. Now Wolves as well, looking to get some offense going, looking to pick up some speed. GG and JL pulling a little bit of head, but the one thing that's been consistent about Wolves this year is they never bow out. They keep on coming to those end games. Now going back to the Realm of Yang versus BBE and the global scene. The old school, the old guard, XCM is going to be Monk ult. Can BBE have the answer to this Monk ult? One grab's going to go on for Fat Milk. Second grab is going to come through, but nice combo coming from the Hottie of NHQ. Again, Fat Milk is going to get scooped up, dropped down, and cooked and reset. Fat Milk going for a ride, going to get cooked by the crossbow, and he is out of here.
That's going to be that cycle of destruction, and you can see that the grab attempt comes out again, but XCM is missing, and this time he confirms it, and then slams down against Ivan. That's a free blue focus confirm into the pillar, so that way you can see XCM goes for the drop down to the R&Bs. The Pole Sword Stone Form is going to deny it with Roy He looking to kite around, but there goes down his teammate, and there goes down that parry. This is going to be huge coming through this point now with the teams entering outside of the Realm that have lost it. JL coming out. They are taking a fight in the standpoint. BBE as well, making this one happen, making it count and trying to look for that push. Oh. The focus slide is revealed. Roy he has that F2 and he procs it on his standby with one Fang looking at it. There's the Tessa enchant and the Skybound drop down comes out for that Viper Raven.
The V1 is going to be popped down. Roy Hee trying to back off right now. BBV has called the focus fire onto Roy Hee. Can he survive the damage coming out from JL? He is able to. He's able to switch up the pressure. But one Fong, nice peel coming out from him. But Fat Milk is going to come in, engage, put that armor circle in the center of JL. JL forced onto the back foot. One Fong desperately trying to create some space, trying to back off onto here. It's a losing battle. BBE is looking to take down JL. Focus slide's going to come out from Roy Hee, and he's going to cut One Fung's legs out of him.
JL getting eliminated, potentially completely out of the game. TXJ has to kite this, but there is 3 opponents that he's on his back right now. There's the F2 mitigating it out. It was placed outwards, but it was just using it for the goal focus. JL eliminated for today's game. We still have the whole chance for BBE to still hold on. They just got their Soul Bloom left out. They still need one more, but for BBE right now, a whole new team has arrived to the scene. DRG are rushing them down as fast as they can, and not sure whether or not the ultimates are active, because you can see Ivan goes down, Roy he's locked in, and that's going to be where potentially they might get eliminated while Fat Milk looks to recover the game for them.
BBB unlucky, they just took the lead, but DRG says, wait a second, BBE, you can't just take the lead like that. We're gonna be slowing you down. It's not gonna be that easy, but you know what's gonna be looking easy moving forward. YZG, 10 kills on their Transformers. Wolves as well, stacked to the gills, juiced up, ready for this endgame, and Alliance on their tried and true Viper, looking for GG. GG having a big early game, early in this tournament, but they've been slowing down right now. And against the ropes with Alliance's aggression right now, we're getting some Viper on Viper violence as NY7 comes in with the focus slide, lands the first Pole Sword hit, and now Pride on the back. NY7, wait a second, we can't ultimate him right now. He's gonna be backing up right now. Needs to reduce this damage before he gets taken down. GG trying to land the kill, but unable to. NY7 down to his last sliver of health. He's gonna back up and use the crossbow to try to get some damage, but can GG survive against the rope?
It's gonna be a dangerous situation. 3-3-0 gets a kill off of Yuma. The Wuchen Port gets the team outside of the line of sight across the corner. Will LXM spot it? 3-3-0 is down. He died out towards that poison splash. Mama saying, wait a second, we can get this res, bro. But then Alliance, they can notice that the death has been occurred for themselves to go back to where they came from. They see 3-3-0's body. They're like, where's the team? And there's going to be LXM just hiding out, using the time to heal right now. The weakness escalation is about to ramp up to an 11 for the teams right now. Alliance are having that 7-kill game so far for round 4. They are 6th place in the overall, and having YZG right ahead of them. For Alliance, it's up to them whether or not they can try to find out GG, because GG, they are using abilities to kite around. They have the positions right now with no grapples just to use their toes, as well as using the dagger. One of the quickest scale rushing weapons to come out for them, and mostly just to make sure they can just tonally get out of the shadow.
At GG, still, they've been here many times before, finding ways to clutch. It's all about salvaging these tough games. If you want to be a championship team, now we're going to get Alliance versus OUG. Tessal's going to be coming out. NY7's trying to back his team out of here. OUG's SS leading his team through this zone, but Alliance and multiple teams sitting right on the edge. Super dangerous position. OUG trying to make their way into this. Shinyu has to be careful right now. He is the lifeblood of this team on that side. But the King with the Varian Mag is going to find a kill onto Alliance Revenge. Now SS leading his team through the center of the map, navigating all of these potential teams. Alliance is going to lose Revenge, but they still have Yuma and Y7 on that test of Viper. Now inside the realm of Yang. The second realm of Yang is going to be tested throughout the day. Will every team commit to it? It's super risky under these circumstances, but fortune favors the bold, and we're going to get DRG versus YZG.
Oh man, DRG Jays are looking kind of great right now. They got double jabbing on the standby, so if the stats come out, you know exactly why. We're going to see 17S get focused on though as Tian Hai, working out the Matario early, as well as a Zai ultimate to come out initially. 17S emergency ultimate to come out, and the active state for that Matario is another 4 seconds for that invisibility, so then he'll have sight of line, or line of sight I should say. Dongqing, he's just smacking away. Using that pillar, 17S finds that high ground, but Wuxia 98, as long as one of the ground units as well as the soft targets get caught out from stagger, that would be immense for 17S to get at least one guaranteed grab, and that Ball of Spear is good, but the pillar is what's going to deny it. We can try to go for another grab. 17S has around 5 seconds left on his ultimate as a Transformer. He's using a lot of health. He has no armor out of this deformation. Uses his F immediately off the Inception, but then the teleporter comes out to save the day.
QGG, great job putting down the cube down to try to keep and extend 17S's life. He's desperately trying to kite right now, but Don Q, he doesn't mind who he's going to be focused right now. He's his max health. QGG with the hot hit, putting on the pressure onto WX98 on the crewman, but it's not going to matter. CXC comes out of nowhere, lands the parry on him. The F3 is going to reduce some of that damage. QGC trying to keep on the pressure, but Don Q is the last one left standing, and out of nowhere, YZG is going to turn it around and absolutely shred him.
Absolutely incredible seeing how that Matario kind of forced out the 17S ultimate to come out, and we're going to see a martial art will form hook to be earned in the gold pole sword as well as a purple spear, and then seen in terms of the J selection, seeing a soft set Gecko Foot picked up that Draco Storm buff to come out. QGG going to opt to pick up that gold armor for the team, and being the flight form for the team's escape, it's going to be YZG's game so far. That's an elimination spread that I don't think any team has gotten so far for today, but there is still time to happen. About having the highest kill lead in terms of today. Let's see whether or not YZG can come out on top while we switch over to the Imperium.
Indeed, sir. LXM going to be diving in, trying to get the opener, trying to secure this kill on Bauda's Peak, but Peak not going to be going down quietly, is going to pop the Volta ultimate, try to find this 1v3 situation. Perry's going to be coming out, though, cleaning this up, but he is going to get a spear off, but Peak has a little bit of health, though. Tap dodge roll, trying to dodge out of there, has his puts the gold FF, desperately trying to give them a bubble bath, but it's not going to matter. GG Relentless getting on the board, up to 4 kills right now. Now, I was saying the same thing about YZG. They fell to the bottom of the lobby, and they climbed back up all the way up to 4th place. Same as possible for GG, same as possible for Obata. It's going to be a back and forth bloodbath as the day progresses.
Exactly, yeah, and we're seeing BBE still in 1st place, 54.7, 65 points. Just like the prediction said, will any team reach that threshold and make match point possible? A lot of points can be earned out. If YZG earns another set of eliminations to earn a multiplier on top of that 20% increase, that's something that YZG can take into the end game. But that's only for if and only if the other teams don't start fights out right now. Just like we see by Fusion tested teams, they will take any initiative of not ending this out. If there's 5 or 6 teams, they want to make sure there's a little bit of a minimum amount, because there's going to be the elimination against Alliance with Yuma going through, and GG are getting an ambush upon as YZG makes that attempt.
Yeah, Draco Storm versus the Blueberries, the blue armor of GG. Tough break for them, but they do have that Wuchen point. They can back out of there. We're going to go over to DRG versus BBE. Can they keep up the pressure? DRG with that Yang Completion, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. They need to find a kill here. Zyalt is out. Takeda, Ivan has to respond to this pressure of the Zai, but Don Q has them all. Crowd control in the center. Nice job going to be coming out, giving a little bit of room for his team to breathe, but it's not going to matter. Ivan is going to fall right now. Now Fat Milk stuck in the Hepta. Now on top of him with the Zai. DRG is going to slow down BBE. They had a chance to get to match point. Roy Hehe with a cheeky play on the tree. If I don't move, they don't see me, sir.
It's a very, very tough position. Look, they're checking the bushes too. Wait, Roy Hehe has 3 Vitalities right now. He can take the time to heal. He's going to have enough position where, I don't know, out of sight, out of mind. I heard cannon shots underneath. Roy being very careful about his spotting. He goes for the heal. Let's hope to see whether or not the players hear it or see it. Nope, they are not. So Roy can at least try to survive. But of course, DRG are on the outskirts right now. 8 eliminations, 2.5 minutes left on the runway depletion for Dongqing as well. I think he's the only one, and he is the last teammate to make sure securing that Soul Bloom. And Roy was just, you know, hidden among the masses of the trees, where he could have just denied the team's position 1.
Man, unlucky for BBE. They were poised to possibly MVP this round and get to that 65-point marker. Well, he desperately trying to hide right now, but he's going to get found out by Coxie. Where are you going? Dasher's going to come out. And the F is going to come. They want this kill. Roy Hehe is going to try to secure something out of her, but he cannot. No health, no play left, and DRG is going to pick up another free kill.
Another kill, elimination, and a Soul Bloom get rid of runway depletion. Bars. And now we're looking towards Arcadia region. We have a lot of teams to be approaching to the side. It's like a Matthew McConaughey and the Lincoln Lawyer. I'm just strolling by and watching all of these action coming out here. As you can see, LXM goes for the clink and making sure whether he can scare rush to the sky. He is looking towards and being careful about the horizontal hold. But of course, if LXM puts himself in the spot with that dagger, he could try to knock with the horizontals and releasing them back and forth. But that's always coming out the corner side of blues, where some players may not be able to realize it's going to come out, or they're already preemptive in understanding that it is going to happen, because they can hear the blue focuses. They just have to understand from what direction. But with that change, with the 360 parry system, where you're able to parry in any direction around you in a circle, that's where the changes could come in clutch for some of these players. Spearwell contestation comes out. As you can see, YZG, they're already locked in with that gold band. Cold Spear, if I'm not mistaken. So up until this point, or Gold Pulsar, I should say, from 17S. So up to this side, if 17S needs to use ultimate, if anyone wants to try to contest it, this would be the spot, Raven.
Man, GG is actually contesting this Transformer team with their lack of loot right now. They do not care, and they actually forced the Transformers back. I believe this is one of the weaknesses of the Valda Tianhai. Who do you have to really stop the B1 pressure? And right now, LXM threatening with the B1, just sitting in the center, capping these out. They're already at that halfway point, but out of nowhere, OUG's like, wait a second, you're not going to be taking this for free. We're going to contest this, and we got a Faria mech.
This is going to be a drop-down cannon shot out of nowhere. Jingyu avoids that test enchant, but then the V1 Viper comes out. That means he has to fully disengage and try to protect a protection field of cannon shot. There it is. Going to drop down, but the F2 comes out. Dongqing finds SS of the F2 shot. The Tianhai ult to come in the back side from Wolves, and this is where they were waiting out to see which teams were really wanting to aggress, as OUG burned it out against the odds, against the Viper Witch and Tessa. This is where Wolves can then clean shop with another set of gear and a Draco Storm buff.
Oh my goodness. Wolves started out this year defining the meta of this Spirit Row. They got pushed out of it. They've gone back to the left. They've reinvented themselves. Not the third party, not the fourth party, but the fifth party coming in, finding all the teams scuffed in the situation and dominating and grabbing this much needed loot. Now we got a gold longsword on XEM, and now Wolves is probably one of the favorite teams to take this lobby. I was really surprised that GG was pushing their luck right there, trying to take the center, but they never overcommit. They play these end games so well, but now Wolves, they know how dangerous this Viper team is in endgame when they are in Transformers. They're going to be diving in, jumping onto GG. CGS trying to back off, get his team out of it. Tesla ult's going to be invested. CGS in the center, defending the urn. Doesn't want anyone to get their soul back. Hadi ult's going to be invested, though. LXM taking a ton of damage right now, and they're going to use the opportunity to back off and try to create some space from Wolves.
Separating from that pond, you can see Wolves is trying to try to kite around here and try to keep that protection threshold. That's what the XEM is here for, but ZK has to be spotting this one out. The Wuchen port comes through, and now for GG to kind of work into a reset. 57% rage on towards LXM for that Viper ultimate, but the push is going to be happening, man. Wolves having that Draco Storm. They don't want to leave anything worse for the wear. There's a nice parry coming out here, though, from GG, and it comes out towards Hold, checking with the dual blades. Remember, we saw Cablum earlier, and it's going to be coming out from XEM. He's going to be coming through and hoping out to worry about that Hong Sword later with that vertical blue focus. He still has ultimate. We got a Moonbane dropping down into the southward position of where we're heading into, and for XEM, looking to time the reset here. He sticks close to his teammate. He won't have to worry about his white health, but then again, all these players are right in the heart of that Moonbane strike. It's a dangerous game right here.
Yeah, Moonbane is in. 80% Moonbane is in. TWSS against Ropes. They're just fighting in the center of Moonbane, but the V1 is being invested. Polaris doing a good job landing on the edge, but the rest of the lobby spots him, and everyone starts shooting him and shreds him, but it's Wolves ZK who ends up picking up the kill, and now GG trying to take advantage of the situation. LXM against the Ropes, trying to create some value. Last one left alive, but Wolves hot on the heels. They've been walking down GG, and unfortunately for LXM, his life will be ending due to the Moonbane.
Absolutely terrified moment in walking into a Moonbane with the Scare Rush. GG knocked out of this round. We have 13 players left alive. Spear Will is still active. 5 minutes on the clock. You can see YCG are going to take the hard contestation of it. They're going to have 3 cold weapons, and the focus light does not have between 2 targets. You can see it's going to be coming through with that Tianhai ultimate. 17S opting in to look for those grabs and making sure that you use that cliffside to the disadvantage of the opponents. They're going to have to take cover from the 17S ultimate strikes. The Tianhai grab brought to you by Cookie. Wow! Nice one. And then another Draco Storm buff coming out for Final Circle. That means 10 opponents would have to be very careful for the next couple of ambushes that could happen. 2.5 minutes is on the timer right now for it. 17S is looking to use that cannon. He might as well have a Rupture Gale Orb because of how stacked YCG is right now. They could take the fight to anybody's position.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. YZG all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. Now climbing to the top, up to 14 kills. They make quick work of TWSS Snack as they move on, spawning out Wolves. They don't want to fight the other strong Monk composition. They want to find all the solos and duo players running around. TWSS Takeda trying to get out of there, tap dodge roll. Moving away from this, but the focus line is coming down. The stagger from the Draco Storm is not going to let him get away, and CXZ is going to find the kill.
We are at 15 eliminations. YZG are climbing up in terms of the leaderboard at 3rd overall right now, and they are still not going to stop the chase here. The King is getting pressured into the bottom floor. He might be caught out by the elimination. 17S's Pole Sword comes out handy. This is 16 eliminations right now for YZG, pushing themselves to 2nd place. Now they're on track for surpassing VBE, who have been holding on for that position for first for a good long while today, but surprisingly enough, YZG having the accumulation for points right now to just keep on stacking. 7 opponents for them to find out here. Jingyu knocked out here, but Wolves XEM snags the kill from the distance. That means that Wolves are going to be the bane of their existence if they can survive for a couple of minutes longer.
Yeah, with 9 people left alive, 3v3v3 gonna be going down for this game for 2 Monks and a Zyphin. DRG's trying to hold on to the high ground, using their cannons to pepper down Wolves, hopefully getting the Monks to engage on each other, but no one needs to really commit right now as the zone comes in. Lots of space right now. YZG doesn't want to wait. They want to still get the value out of the 40 seconds of this Draco. Moving in, they're letting them know the high ground is gonna be ours. We're okay if you just go down. You're being evicted, and now DRG are gonna be neighbors with Wolves.
Yeah, the cannon shots dropping in from the top of the cliffside. 17S allowing for the pressure for Kakaxi to potentially get hit. They're trying to locate the sweet spot for those shots, but of course Wushin 98 is on the ground level. Dongqing 98 is Dongqing is gonna actually get struck by a musket shot, so now he has to drop down to create cover. Zai with the ultimate. If Dongqing can find those last hit confirmations, it's only going to come down to making sure he can burn out with his F skills of every single one of the skills that comes out from either Team Wolves or from YZG. But YZG, listen, they got Draco Storm. It's going to end out in a couple of seconds, so that amount of pressure from pushing a team isn't going to be necessary for the team. That's going to be the set timer for the buff for everybody right now. 3 teams left into the final field of play, and we got 2 minutes on the clock, and whether or not we're going to see some pop-out ultimates, and that's going to be where DRG are taking the initiative of being aggressors.
Yeah, Dongqing knows that he has to get something going right now. He's going to try to force out 17S's Monk ultimate, but 17S trying to take to the sky. Cassie uses Q. He is going to make a big mistake right now. Dongqing's going to capitalize and take down 17S, moving on to CXZ right now. Everyone is in his crosshairs right now. Everyone is getting whipped. Valda going to be backing off, getting into the corner now. NHQ has the Zai aggro on top of him, forcing Wolves into the corner right now. YZG in a tough situation. Wait a second, serve. This Zai team is taking the initiative.
They got everything in their hands right now. The control from Hep to detach into free gold strikes from that chain side coming out here. XCM up against what seems to be the odds. CXZ gets caught through, and using his combo breaker, he's already going to be caught out by the time he leaves. And NHQ going to be picking up that elimination. Wolves XCM looking to try to go ahead, use the F skill, dodging out Dongqing's 9 strike with an ultimate cast. And now it really comes down to that Matari ultimate. It's going to come in clutch. We get 1 grab. XCM sees it, hopes to hold it down for his team to find the elimination with 1 strike, but they didn't get it. He rolled out Kurumio is in play, and now it's up to whether or not DRG can hold that Parasol down, because whether or not 7 players still left alive, XCM still having his team fully set to earn them out, and another grab against DRG.
XCM desperately trying to get it healed up. The Kurumis, his legs getting shredded right now. ZK trying to use the cavalry room to save him, but it's not going to matter. Don Q with the Zai ult again is going to come and shred through, and against all odds, this Zyphon composition is absolutely bullying these monks in the end game. Don Q is absolutely going crazy. He's down to 1 HP. Kurumi's trying to keep him up. He does get a little bit more Zyphon, desperately looking for a bloom. He's going to find another kill onto NHQ. DRG is sweeping through 2v2 situation, but the hottie of QGG is trying to secure this. Now down to a 1v1, pushing him into the corner, pushing him into the zone, not able to get the dash through, and DRG is going to clutch it up.
They got themselves the multiplier necessary just to close the numbers a little bit. And this could be a good spot for them right now. We're listing themselves as being the MVP, and that's a guarantee, no question about it. You see the man cheering, easy game, easy life. This man is seeing towards the sky. You know, YZG, with having QGG being on that center monitor, you know, he has his peripherals ready to go for the players. It's like, I know what's going to happen next. I'm locking in. And then that's where we stood out. That's where they come out on top. MVP 4, round 4.
Man, what a big play from them. I would never expect a Zai team to overcome 2 Transformers, especially with Valda. Not only does Monk counter Zai, Valda also counters Zai. Both of these teams make a critical error. They're trying to play against each other. They're trying to play for that heal-off situation using that transform, but DRG and Don Q, they take advantage of it. They take advantage of the hesitancy. They take advantage of holding your ult to NARAKA too. It's Worlds right now. We got an ult in order to secure and win this round.
It's crazy too, because I noticed that once that Tianhai used that teleporter, it was free real estate for a Zai to hit the F2, and he was locked in the sky. And having no combo breaker means that he wasn't able to reposition in midair. He wasn't able to proc out that ultimate, and they just took full punishment for that route. That's tough for 17S, especially coming out as being the Tianhai, but clutching out, especially having Hadi on the standby, just make sure the team has the flight form to make sure to mitigate out, and dodging out Matari's F2. It's just something that's sight to behold when it comes down towards the players into those final moments.
Yeah. With that Matari F2 coming through, I'm surprised that Hadi was able to bob and weave in that situation. But Hadi, known for that clutch move. If you let a Hadi get to endgame in a 1v1 situation, it's really, really tough for a Matari to win that situation. Even if she has teleport over here in CN, everyone got the crazy reflexes. A Hadi easily dodges that, and they're able to secure that win.
Yeah, well, we got a question for you guys over in the Twitch chat. Make sure you guys take a look and see about the question says. How many players chose Siren Game 4? Are you paying attention? Are you looking at the stream? Are you tabbed out right now? Tab back in. A1, B2, C3, D4. Make sure you guys put the answer inside the Twitch chat, and you can earn yourself a Peerless Treasure Choice gift. Just make sure you have your NARAKA ID handy and allow for your whispers to be open. You should be able to see NARAKA BLADEPOINT tagging you if you have been selected for the answer. That is correct. And then you would send them the necessary information in getting that gift. But bringing it back towards that game, right? We've seen how it was for YZG in rounds 1 and 2, and it wasn't so hot, right? We saw how much the performance kind of let out in terms of being a diminishment. We thought they were going to be bottom 3 in terms of the 12 leader flipper. Yeah. But then you see them kind of climbing up. There's something that you predicted out where the players in YZG just locked in within that Transformer round being available, because once we run out of those hero points to be now available, they saw the usage just bringing it back out in full frontal view. Padoria being one of their mainline streamline maps to kind of work into it, it seems, especially off of the hot drop spawn. Skygaze Cove having 4 teams to kind of work against. We saw DRG, we saw 521, we saw TWSS. They're trying to opt in to try to start that early on aggression. YZG just kind of slow rolled and putting out early game eliminations and just working the economy.
Yeah, when Monk gets going, it's pretty hard to stop. And that's what I saw the early games, the Viper, the Hype, BBE, 521. The big question I had in my mind, do they have a Monk? Can they bring it back? Now, boy, he's been known to be one of the legendary monks in the game, and I was excited to see that Transformers was back this year. Are we going to get another 1v3 from him? Unfortunately, we haven't really seen his Monk come out yet. I'm excited to see it moving forward, but you see how devastating it is once Monk starts getting going. You get into Rumble Yang, you get him that good armor, get him that gold weapon, and this is the results. 18 kills for YZG at a 25.6 score. DRG clutching it up, getting a ton of points right now. Secure it, almost securing the win at the end, getting knocked off, but still doing an amazing job clutching up even more points at 13 kills at 15.5. OUG at 9 at 10.5. Wolves at 8 at 10. Alliance at 7. BBE at 6. Now, surprisingly, the two strongest teams, GG and JL, not having a good game.
Not having a good game at all. I know GG is in the bottom 6 of the threshold, so we're going to take a look at standings later on. Before that, the standings in terms of the stat lines so far in that game. QGG with 7 eliminations, 29,000 damage. This man in MVP, I don't know who is, because that's going to be where that hottie really came in the clutch. Now, it was the V1 variation. That means Burn takes aside. It was just him having the activation of just using the pole sword that he had in his pocket with 17S, as well as just using as much of this 1.0 blues. I'm pretty sure we're going to see it in terms of that dual blade action coming out, but that was from 17S as well. You know, the Tien Hai was the focus of that lobby. Hotties are out here striking left and right, and we're going to look at the standings and striking fourth with 12 plays. Have TWSS 15.3 points, 28.2 for EWG, 11th, OUG in 10th with 35.7, Bowden in 9th with 37.8, 39.5 for GG in 8th, and Alliance at 7th place, but with DRG in 6th place with 48 points, 50.6 points so far, 4-5-2-1 from teams from 5th place, JL in 4th with 52.1, 52.5 for CD Wolves in 3rd, and the silver placement spot so far for BBE is 55.2 points, but with YZG's game, a 25.6 game, they skyrocketed past towards this to 60.9 points, first place in the overall grand stream after game 4. Now, that's where we're going to stand on in terms of the standings, Raven. Just kind of hoping to see if that momentum keeps that stick on for the final 4 rounds, or potentially less.
Yeah, there was potential for the trios matches to end, but I always thought we were going to be going to distance. But first, Thunder Robot, the highlights of the day. Going back to the Realm of Yang, YZG on their Monk composition, stuck against Ropes, 17S, so backing up, buying his team some time, going to clean up JL, BBE, Roy Hee on those Siphon. They need to get a ton of value here. They end up taking down the Titans of the lobby. JL gets absolutely worked by them. Wonfong has a decision here. Can he get away? But he cannot because of the focus slide coming out from Roy Hee.
Yeah, Roy Hee then gets locked out here to try to find the elimination of TXJ. And then following after that, YZG, QGG, Romy, dominator in terms of the endurance on the hottie ultimate. No chance to get hit by that blue. He rolls back with that fan R&B, and he keeps it going, and they win that realm. And then we saw how DRG were able to knock down BBE with 2 stead, and then finding that final elimination later on as the 5-0 goes down. Roy Hee was actually the next one to get caught out, and they made that push to ensure that they got rid of that Romy depletion that was on their side.
Yeah, this end game was absolutely insane. It was so back and forth. YZG, they salvaged the situation. QGG says, I'm not going out like this. DRG, you're not clutching up anything. It's my time. I'm clutching up, pushing everyone into zone, pushing that Zion to zone, letting this Matari know you ain't hitting this dash. See ya, Kakashi, and clutching it up. YZG comes from the depths. Now, YZG's rebranded KLA, and for the longest time, for the past 3 years, we've always seen the most dominant teams. We've talked a lot about GG, we've talked a lot about JL, we've talked a lot about Wolves, but you can't sleep on YZG. They've been one of the strongest teams in the league, and they are still going to show up big on this world stage. They've always shown up, and last year, most people don't know, they could have won it all if Bowda's You now clutched it up inside Yang in a 2v1 situation. We could see KLA, or now YZG, being the defending champions. So it's no surprise to me that today they are showing up big and they are coming back, and now they are leading the charge.
Yeah, they're taking points off the board against the opponents today, so that means it's better for them. Being the team closest to match point and seeing how QGG from YZG kind of opts in and using that fan as soon as he got it from the first realm, and then using the fan as much as the RMBs, which is something that we're actually talking about between solos and trios, and seeing how the fan kind of operates out in trios more successfully. And we've seen it in the past for as long as the fan has been released. So seeing how often he was able to kind of throw those out with no punishment because his teammates were just there along the line, along the synergy of just making sure those staggers were confirmed. It's something that a lot of players, some players may not have that type of synergy, but we see in the Pro League, that's what you see day in, day out.
Yeah, the synergy you're talking about, Sir, is absolutely insane this year. And like you were saying, fan is so critical in trios. It's just so much more consistent than using the longsword. The longsword being a staple of trios for the longest time. Same with Spirit, same with Pulsar. But as soon as fan was added to the game, I cannot lie, going against 5-2-1s and BBEs, fan, as IDC scrimmed them last year, it really goes to show how strong that weapon as a support weapon, as a carry weapon, even as position 2. We've seen a new rise of a playstyle this year where a lot of the position 2s constantly look for scale fishing, constantly looking for that flank play, and a lot of the times the weapon of choice is that fan, is that pole sword. We're seeing all the hotties do it and all of the Mataris do it.
In the extended range from that kind of comes out. Now, another weapon that has its prominence coming through here in the mostly the scene is Spear, right, as an option. We've noticed how the staff kind of got out of the way where the Spear became more prominent, mainly because you saw how much control comes out once you land that Dragon Slayer into the Nejaz as guaranteed gold focus that your team can then rubber band a fan R&B into to allow the continuation of the damage, or even seeing the pole sword being more of an option. Now, Greatsword has its uses here and there, but seeing how mobile the pole sword comes through and seeing the adjacent, maneuverability of the players to use the weapon, whether A, because of its baseline definition, or just seeing about those tacked on Jades that come with it. We saw the Cavaloon being revealed from 17S to be used. We saw have the detach twice so far in the domination for today, and seeing how well they have the detach with Xiphon and allowing for Zai to not be the wielder of that Jade. You don't get the stacked Jades to your DPS, you give it to the support lines, because those stacked Jades can then be used while your active ultimate comes through and just strikes them down with no remorse.
Yeah, I think that's something that's changed in 2024. Not a lot of the old Jades are as prevalent. A lot of teams, at least in this J Cup Finals, aren't really straying to those really, really good melee Jades, those Aurora Bursts, the Merciless. Instead, they're focusing more on the range Jades, using those safe places to sit on the outside. It's just because with Syra, with the new ult changes, and with so many different compositions, everything has kind of been thrown in the air and mixed up. Everyone is revealing new ace cards. Every single round, we are surprised by new compositions come out. I have never seen this entire year a Varia, a Zipping, and a Zai.
Yeah, it was kind of a surprise bringing through here, and it also brings out towards those rotations that we would see. But seeing over here, this is where our points are, and seeing where the match point threshold is to be closed. YZG need only 4.1 points. That's literally 4 kills, and allowing 9th place to be secured. 9.8 for BBE to earn points in that way. 12.5 for Wolves and 12.9 for JL. 14.4 points in the field for 521, and DRG are 17 points away, while Alliance at 21.9, 25.5 for GG, 27.2 for Bauda, 29.3 for OUG, EWG with 36.8, and TWSS with that 49.7. Now for the top 6, that's a game that could potentially happen where they just earn enough kills and points to be earned out just to surpass it. But 17 points and 21.9, that's a different story for Alliance, a team that has been able to kind of perform out in terms of the other maps to kind of come through here into round 5. Is kind of a position for them to try to seek for a massive, I'm just gonna lay low until I need to just assassinate and I'm out. Like just quick in and out, just like that money that's being earned. We're just bankrolling out here.
$28,000 to win a NARAKA match. That is a car. Imagine loading up, being like, what comp do you want to play? I really want to win this car this round. I mean, we're going to be looking for those transformers. Now, surprisingly, even though we had a couple monks in the lobby, even though we had a couple scaling teams in the lobby, no one played slow in that endgame. Everyone really forced the issue as soon as they secured that Spirit Well. Now, in the past, leading up to this finals, a lot of teams would sit back and didn't want to risk dying there just because on Transformers, you do have that option to play the heal off, have that Valdo, have that Monk, secure the win, get that multiplier. But when you have two of the same character, it becomes a little bit of a gamble. And instead, now they're just rushing down teams. And that was something that I saw TXJ and JL do very, very early. As soon as the group stage started, when they played Monk, if they got that Spirit Well, they didn't stay back. They used the double ult that they got from that buff and rushed down teams. You saw GG get run down. GG loves playing those endgame situations, but they're just too much of a threat. Now, rushing them down when you're ahead definitely is the smarter play, but I'm curious to see these normally defensive endgames. Are we going to see constant aggression as we close out this 2024 J-Cup?
Yeah, because when you saw the Xiphon comp get targeted out there from DRG, you saw how fast that whole position of theirs behind the tree forced them out, and they took full aggression. They were the first one to ult out of the final 3 squads, and then seeing how the events unfolded even before that, seeing how that Moonbane kind of coerced, pain, sorrow, grief for GG. But seeing how even with the Draco Storm buff being utilized, that's one of those buffs that just make aggression happen for the RNG, whether it's his White Tiger's prowess or if it's Mystic Might. Mystic Might, you would see teams playing in a defensive manner, mainly just because they can have vision on the players of where they are at any point in time. They have 25% mitigation to be had for the next 2.5 minutes until Shadow 3 and Shadow 4. But then when you see White Tiger's prowess, right, that's passive heal. That means they can keep the pressure going, and then they can allow for themselves to get a strike. Boom, that's a stackable, mitigation buff, as well as just having the strike of 20% of an HP of an enemy, and that's also a location if you can see the aura around them. But then when you have Draco Storm, that's 100+ damage just per tick, and that's somewhere in between. A Hadi is striking in and he is closing onto your position.
Yeah, when Valda, Monk, and Hadi all with Draco Storm approach you, who is the viable target to really press? You have the cube for the backup. Every single character has that gold combo break. How do you find a way to open up this team? All you can do is really run away in those situations, but unfortunately for GG, in those end games, this is where the Viper compositions, they lose a lot of steam. They don't have that power spike. They don't have a transformer on their team to hold their ground. Their Viper teams all have to be able to run. They look for those hit and run situations, and when they're pressed against the corner, they do get squished out, especially when both teams have 2 gold armor Hadis and Monks, plus the Valda. There's just no vulnerable target that you can find burst when that team is that stacked in an endgame.
Yeah, especially seeing their armors and seeing how much it kind of alleviates in terms of, oh, this is the person that won the X round, or they purchased it, right? Because in a Immortal where you're able to purchase items in those shops, that's something else that comes down where the teams can accumulate so much Darkside coins in terms of the early to mid game that they can kind of hold onto it and on reserve. So that way there's 2 options. If one of the teammates fall down, that they're equally allocated between each and all teammates to look to buy the Reaper charms, or they can hold off the gold, pile it up, and just purchase out a Jade of their options in the shop. Most notably seeing Jades like Mortal Defiance. If a team is stacked out, if they are stacked out and they're not taking any damage and they're not taking nothing for granted and they still keep pushing you, are you thinking to your back pocket, okay, do they have in Pandoria that Volpine's essence? Is it in their back pocket? Am I committing an unwinnable fight at this point in time? Am I taking that risk where then I could be at a position where then their teammates can come through and he just gets a proc of 1,000 heal, or even with the Mortal Defiance with that 400, plus having to worry about their skills being held, as well as their ultimates? That's just a fear factor moment.
Yeah, another fear factor moment for everyone right now. Look at GG's body language, and this is something I noticed throughout the year. Every single time they win, every single time they lose, almost no reaction out of them. Just looks like business as usual. They have one thing on their mind, and it's winning it all. It doesn't start by just one round. It's a consistent grind when you go these 8 rounds. One round is not going to do it, but one round can bring you back into contention. We'll have to see whether or not 521 and BBE have built up the resilience. Now they mentioned in their interviews that their time in NBPL has really benefited them. Playing against the best CN teams in the world, that's why they spent all of their time in CN to prepare for this moment as well. And it looks like their work is really paying off. I just hope they can keep up this team, keep up this momentum as the games progress.
Yeah, but even with that though, you also have to notice with BBE is that taking this past year in terms of that practice, that's invaluable, especially going up against their opponents. And this is going to be where we can see the selection process for the first round. OUG opting in for Transformers, and it looks like EWG are going to be going for the Zyphon. I know that Team Bowda and TWSS have the option to pick set comps such as their peers right now, but things could turn around. They can try to early Viper Hooch and Tessa this one. They still have it available for them to try to opt through and just disrupt the flow for the 2nd to 3rd phase. Now it's up to seeing whether or not they have that in the playbook for themselves into Holroth Sunday. There it is, coming out from Team Bowda as it comes out. TWSS with Dofu, Snacks, and Flowers. They're going to be finding that Transformer comp to be locked in. That's going to be no point ban so far, but we're entering the phase 2. This is where 521 Alliance, GG, DRG are open to field play. They have all their points available. Zyphon comes out from GG. This is going to be where they can take that, if they take a fight, that they can earn themselves into the north as they've always done between Imperials and Yushan Ruins. It will be a contesting between them and JL, but of course if DRG goes into Viper to Tessa and a Zyphon comes from Alliance, 521 has an option right now to go into that Syra Zyphon. They're going to be going ahead with the Takeda on Pompey and with a Syra in a Kurumi.
Yeah, surprisingly, looking at GG, looking at JL, both of these teams have refused to bust out their Monk compositions. They believe it looks like that the Monk composition is the key to MVPing rounds. We've seen it time and time again, just like last round. Now, BBE is going to be going for their Zyphon. Zai, we looked at it on paper, underpowered versus the Transformers, versus the Valda, but DRG proved us wrong, proved that there's still a play, proved that there isn't straight counterplay when it comes to things, and again, we are gonna get that invisible mech, the V1 reset with Matari comboed with that Varia snipe and that Yodo F2 to get on top of a target and hopefully burst it down. I'm curious though, because Wolves is not known for that burst playstyle. That's more of a style that JL does, that very, very high execution, finesse play. But if Wolves wants to win it all, I like that they're risking it. Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, and another thing to mention, right? That's Varia Shen snipe, the F2 coming out from that side and having the Matari. Varia Shen F2 is that goal focus strike from a ranged shot distance, and then as well as that micro decision making and switching to that range weapon as extra poke that can come out with a guaranteed stagger. And as well as seeing Varia Shen F2, this also puts you in a defensive position to protect your teammate, like as if they get parried or they put themselves in the spot that they were not fortunate enough to be in, and allowing for that hit to come through against a target from the spot at a fair distance away, such as in the Romy Yangs, as well as putting themselves in the open field of combat. That's also allowing a 3-second silence, meaning that opponent can no longer go ahead and use a skill or ultimate to kind of counteract that pressure that just been occurred upon them. And for Varia Shen to get that twice, back to back, it's kind of a case scenario where we've seen it be used for Zai, but in this case, instead of that offensive just go all in with the Comet, you would see it be used just to make sure that there's enough pushback for their teammate to come out. That's why we see the Yodo Kime, they was using the F2, that's as a defensive ability to kind of use the defensive by the 9-second timer to kind of cast out, deal a DPS, or using it as a combo breaker in the worst case scenario.
Yeah, a lot of the times when compositions, even on the Xiphon, have a Matari on the team, the meta was so neutral-based, it was so defensive-based that you had to blow through everyone's ultimate. And on the back of Matari, you would try to burn through at least 2 ultimates, but with the combined aggression of the unblockable dash through. Now, when if Matari can do that on her own, it makes sense why Wolves has been experimenting with a Varia and Yodo. That was one of the big strengths of Cannonball. The finesse of it was the neutral game was unstoppable. You could not get away from it. You were forced to dodge, forced to get out. Later on, it moved to a more defensive style and lost that offensive execution as it moved on to Hadi. But the original concept of Cannonball is comboing that silence, that Yodo F2, and bursting someone down. We saw it go down a little bit earlier. It didn't work out inside the Rumble game just because of how strong the defense is of all these teams in 2024 NARAKA.
Yeah, and especially considering that Yodo can try to stagger Transformers such as Tianhai as well as Varia Shen. It comes to no surprise. They gotta be very careful because she can still get grabbed after that partition for it in terms of that fight. Looking at the skills, everything's kind of similar to what they've always been. The F2 V1 40 RG's Kakaxi as the Viper, and F1 from the VVV out of JL. Seeing the Siren be having the combo breaker, as well as seeing the F3 V1 for CXC as that Viper, and another F1 usage coming out from Dofu from TWSS. That's going to be our hero selection of options. The similar abilities coming out from the Zai, the V2, F2. That's something we've seen in all the case scenarios. The V1, F1 for the Zippyings, and so on and so forth. And the F2, V2 for the Varia Shens. But our drops are coming in here, Raven, as it comes out with EWG taking that Salvation Podium.
Yeah, the line's going to be heading off with Bauda, EWG going with the puzzle, and I'm surprised YZG's not going to be contesting the puzzle right now. Instead, they're going to be fighting GG instead. Now, first though, a question. After the 5th round, will any team reach match point? Yes or no, sir? The previous round, I didn't think it was going to be a yes. It was possible, but if I was to put my money on it, I believe this time there's a good chance that someone gets on to match point, considering that the average of the MVP rounds is around that 18 to 20 points, and a lot of teams are in that striking distance. But I still think, sir, we're going a distance. Everyone's too evenly matched. Every team here can have a pop-off game. We'll have to see what Game 5 is going to bring for us.
Yeah, hopefully they don't have a fly down because they got to zip up because everything comes into this position for Game 5 Holoroth and into the city of Tonga. You know that YZG, they're quick at the loot on the southeastern end. They're going straight towards the Artisan's Guild, but then CJS, straight into the temple, is going to be having blue armor, blue staff, having combo bow, has fist blades on standby, has Zaya at 5 grapples. He can take any chase he wants to. He just wants to make sure all those green jades or all those green troves have been accrued, because now the fight begins. YZG CXC without Hongsword charging up the RMBs. Green Trove going to be left behind, but of course there's YZG. Oh, double parry coming out from CJS, but then he gets locked back this point, and another parry. The connections are impeccable. It's CXC. He's one hit away from death.
Nice job from GG, making quick work. That team play is impeccable. There is just no counterplay for YZG. All of those moves were unblockable. The stagger was impeccable. Just absolutely suffocated off spawn. Now going over 5-2-1 with Alliance. Nice cover is going to come out from Pambi, forcing out that combo break from Yuma. Now Yuma going to put on the pressure with her French, trying to get the surround onto Pambi, but Pambi's going to take out the hand, put his hands, slap his way through, break inside the house. Yuma's like, wait a second, Pambi's going a little bit crazy. Let me tap dodge out of here, but Revenge going to be coming back in with the triple charge, and Yuma's going to take down Pambi.
Yuma really coming out here with that pimp slap, coming back in and realizing what his worth was, because now NY7 left behind in the marks. Coming through with that blue focus charge up, goes for the drop down. If he decides to save his teammate, no, he's connecting that blue focus. There is a swipe right there against 521's Yin, and that's Alliance making up the 3 eliminations off the rip. Their shops are right next door. They can go ahead and buy out Moonbanes, because talking about Moonbanes, we see it in use as Team Bauta have it up against CWSS. One strike to the next. You gets locked out. Polaris gets elimination. Peak trying to charge out that greatsword of the purple rarity, even though it's going to be a slow-wielding weapon. He is baiting out in the face of danger.
TWSS has the advantage with this Moonbane right now, but Euron does not care. We got to fight inside of it. Double charge going to come out. Snack is going to fall. Euron with the fist is going to trade out right now, and now bringing it to a 2v2 situation. Pete, the triple charge, spin to win. Polaris out of nowhere gets chopped in half. No parry coming out of them, and Bauta is going to club chop even against a Moonbane.
They're coming back. I saw TWSS in soul form. We're switching back to the west side of City of Tongs. GG has ultimate action for CJS. F2's invested. Alliance is NY7 and active Cicada ultimate. And now the Tumult ultimate is coming through here. NY7 looking to try to kite around here as Yuma is preparing to reset. CJS is not in any fear form whatsoever. He walks straight through. Looks towards investing that Fury Blast, so that way there's one less one to worry about. And then taking the final 5 seconds of his ultimate and just trying to capture in a snare. There's the release. There's going to be the capture. There's going to be the omnidirectional strikes that they are not looking towards. Alliance forced to use the Kurumi ultimate, but NY7 is down. The Kurumi ultimate coming out from 3-3-0 to keep the team's aggression going. And Alliance, even with 3 eliminations, are going to go down here 4 or 5 and potentially 6 eliminations, and it's confirmed for GG.
GG has shift gear surf. They're hot dropping now. They don't want to play slow. We saw it in the scrims. We saw it during group lane. Now we saw it in pre-finals. GG has another gear. They're up to 6 kills. But OUG versus DRG. Kakashi gonna pop that V1. Everyone's gonna be scrambling. Hottie trying to make some space for Shinyu. Shinyu gonna respond by popping that Valda on. But the focus fire going out to King. One's gonna be going down. SS is gonna go down. DRG with the perfect execution. Now Shinyu in a 1v3 situation. Nah, we're not waiting. We're hitting you with that Tesla. We're not going to even give you a chance. The stagger's about to come out. Again, another spear, but it's not going to matter. DRG's going to put him in the air, lifted off the ground. Shinyu, 1v3 situation. Can he show us something amazing? He's not going to be able to. The F's going to come out. Combo break is down. Shinyu backing off. Gets the armor swap. Wait a second. He's going to get a hit on Kakashi. 2 people down to 1 HP. F's going to be coming down, a little bit of health, but good job for them to not drop the ball and get clutched up 1v3.
Gotta appreciate Kakashi doing the jump RMBs, but we're switching over to the boomerang clip. BWG Lue going to be going ahead and activating his skill. Hopefully see his ultimate come out here in a moment, because Wonfong still has some proc that Tianhai ultimate. So for Wonfong, looking to try to regroup, trying to see the pressure, looks for a jump parry, and he's still looking for parries. He's switching out blue focus against the X-Side, Clink #1, looking for the horizontals. This is a dangerous game right now, so he has to take that teleporter to look for that drop down as he repositions towards his teammate. He attempts to look for that Dragon Slayer, but ultimate comes out. Cookie's in active state to back off here with a Matario. This is only going to be a couple of seconds, but here's the problem coming out here. That lake having the algae erosion effect, meaning that they lose HP every second that they stay inside of that lake. It's a spot that could have worked tremendously for JL, as Tianhai can just look for the grab and throw them in.
Wonfong able to get the grab inside the house. Tough grab coming out, but he's able to pull it off. Able to get the re-grab. Cookie trying his best, but the double grab is out. Kablowie! Luye is going to get taken down while VVV takes down Zai. Now, on the outside, EWG Kuki trying to win this 1v3 situation. Sobel's going to go out for one box, stacking up right now, looking for the PO, but Cookie's keeping up the pressure, trying to secure the kill with the VVV. Wait a second. This is a setup right now. Finds the Sobel right now. 2v1 situation. Wonfong really, really low. But TXJ's going to take the charge, get the stagger off. Covered by parry. Cookie going to be backing off. Look for another opportunity. Sets up the scale watch, takes to the sky, looking for the drop down. TXJ denying all the plays right now, though. But VVV doesn't want to wait. EWG's with a salty run back. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of sodium in your bloodstream.
That's right, and there's going to be Cookie looking for the sweeten up the deal. He's going to go for a reset, making sure he can go ahead. Back sword to the corner, but that 2v3 situation comes out. The salty run back from XI and Lue could cost them the lives. The 1-2-3 comes out. Cyan Fang from Cookie to kind of go ahead and confirm against TXJ. This could work in their favor. The one jump parries to the next. Cookie confirms the kill. TXJ goes down. JL losing out their first set of lives, now having to find a reposition. We are 2 minutes out for the Realm Yank to be occurrence for the teams, and now for Cookie, it's going to be the victory that they've been looking for with 3 eliminations earned this round so far.
Straight Ooga Booga coming out from Cookie. EWG with the clutch up, with the message. They're not out of here. Now OUG the king with the grab onto GG's LXM, sending him flying, looking for the re-grabs. Gonna get one. Does he get two? We are gonna get two. Sending up to the sky. Nice slash is gonna come down. Kablowy. LXM is gonna go down. The king reigning supreme. CGS down to his last health. Will the grab kill him? No, he's able to live, but with a sliver of health. 330 trying to desperately peel for his teammate, but against the ropes right now. 330, last one left alive, is gonna get parried by Sinew, is gonna get shredded by the king, and OUG is gonna put GG to the ground.
OUG like a comic book character with their origin stories coming out here with 3 eliminations into round 5. With the sound effects and everything, we know OUG has it in the works for them, but they still have Realm Yank to try to accrue for. Purple armors across the board, check mark. We got purple weapon, at least for the Tianhai to have it on standby, but then again, BBE having no eliminations. They're over by the Yushan village. They have a sense of mind right now. They can hope to earn themselves a kill here or there because someone just took a hit against one of them. This would be a spot for them to kind of work into the shop because once this Realm Yank starts to clean up the point, they still have a cave that's available for them to rotate down towards if they don't feel inclined to take it. But then again, it's a Siphon Comp. Siphon Comp always takes any sort of initiative, even with one purple armor or the next, they will not shy away from any fight.
Now looking at the overall map, TWSS posting up for the Realm of Yang, possibly in the top left. EWG has BBE's Rohihi right now. Grapple check, checking the vibes, looking to just use this store right now. Want to set up for that transitional period in the mid game. In 2024 NARAKA, everyone had really concentrated off spawn. Everyone really concentrated on endgame as NARAKA progressed. But now we're seeing the cutting edge of these mid-game scenarios. There are multiple ways to go into Realm of Yang. No one's getting in for free. Sometimes you can go Spirit Well, sometimes you go for Stash. But now, Wolves, this F2. I'm curious to see this in the Realm of Yang. What can you show us, Wolves? Do you got the rushdown strats working?
Whoa! But will we get a kill outside from TWSS knocking out Night HQ? So that's a grief moment indeed, and that's going to be a 2v3. Unfortunate Yodohime left alone with the Matari. This means that it's going to be, oh my goodness, Polar Haulers has a Soul Slash on standby, so the connections for this is going to be easy unless the turnaround happens. But we know TWSS looking at Snack here. He's going to be looking for the 1-2s. The Soul Slash drop down coming in from Polar is going to be making sure that F2 gets invested first, so that way he can initiate. The ultimate comes down for Yodohime, but Snack, he's already on standby. He knows he can grab this. It's going to be up to how fast the slashes come out and how fast the teleports will come through. There's his third slash to come out. You know XEM is looking to kite around here, but his teammate gonna see it. ZK gonna come out here and get crossed out here with like a tic-tac-toe and one slam down, making it easy for TWSS in this round.
Well played from TWSS. Even though I wanted to see the clean execution from Wolves, they surgically pick apart Wolves. They do not wait. They don't want to even give any chance to Wolves to clutch this up. They immediately ult. They put him in the wombo, slashing up with the hottie. XEM against the ropes, and TWSS is going to clean that up. But BBE, wait a second. They're going for a ride. The king again with the double grab. Who can stop him? Rohihi, BBE's Fat Milk, trying to peel off for him. He cannot. Rohihi, 2v1 situation. Can you show us some magic? The double charge is going to come up. The follow-up from the king. No, he cannot. The king is reigning supreme today.
We got the hook twins. We got the 1-2-3s. Might be my favorite man today so far, the king. Having Gold Spear to be picked up, having the Windy Trinity, and a Flamebringer on a Tianhai comp. Bro, if I... Listen, that combination right there is enough of a death sentence considering that cycle of destruction Xingyu being on said Valda, and then having the Vermilion Burst might mean these guys can go anywhere in the map to find players. Alliance, though, taking fights over by the Windy Stones and having going up against it with that Draco Storm. And YZG has the chance of activating Forbidden Seal, and there it goes. That's going to be a denial for every single one of these Waifu and Tested team comps, not to find an escape, but not also to find the aggression with their ultimates.
CXE is desperately looking for that F2. Now, they do have Draco Storm, a lot of playability right now, but this pillar, Alliance using it perfectly, dodging, weaving. They don't want to get held down. They don't want to get that silence up and executed right now. They are on their Siphon composition. They need to get value off this now, holding on the high ground. Focus attacks are going to be coming out, denying any aggression from YZG, and now YZG, CXZ against the ropes. Last hit situation, Yuma, nice tech chase. He's trying to roll out of here, but Yuma is gonna chop him in half, and now NY7 gonna pop that F1, jumping in right now, but YZG showing up to the party right now with the Tessa, looking to tech down NY7. He's gonna back off right now. Revenge also low, down to a sliver of health. QGG trying to close the distance, but Revenge is going to be backing off, and now picking up the Soul Balloon. YZG is going to be able to pick up their teammate.
First elimination in this game, but the more important part is that they have activated the Forbidden Seal. You can see how I was about to mention, teams can enter through here. Bow to You, going to be looking ahead to be the first one to engage, while the range shots comes in from the back line. Peak is going to be looking to just try to keep eyes out for any disengagers from the fight that has gotten previously. We're switching up though. We're over towards west side, towards and seeing the Feather Lake as EWG Liwei is going to go ahead, F2's the heck out of there, but Cookie's locked in here. Kabloom animation as DRG Wushin 98 gets caught by the omnidirectionals. The 1-2-3 is confirmed for the gold focus strikes, and that chain size comes out. The ensnare soul is confirmed for a clean execution, and the V1 Viper ult is going to potentially stun 1 or 2, and it doesn't even matter, even though that jab is coming out here. There's a parent. Kakoxi gets caught out. Liwei is going to be that key component in this composition, and is using that gold Hong Sword and dealing out that massive amount of damage. And with the Vermilion Bird Smite, BBE still trying to rush down these players as they're still going in.
BBE finding this nice third party, a bunch of low players. I've been coming flying in, looking for the kill. Cookie's gonna get taken down by Fat Milk, and BBE keeping up that momentum, up to 4 kills, representing the global scene. He is gonna get flanked out of nowhere. 5-2-1 coming in with the third party. Matari also gonna be invested right now, desperately. 5-2-1, staying on top of BBE. They're trying to get out of there. They're trying to use Invis to flank out of here, but Fat Milk is going to distract 5-2-1. They can't lock him down. The melee aim assist can't find him right now. 5-2-1 desperately trying to secure their kill onto the other global team, BBE.
Gotta be careful here for Akame, because even with 2/3 of his armor nearly to the extinction, he still has to take the time to chase it down. 100 seconds down the clock for that Rumyang depletion. They have to confirm something. 1 grapple left for Akame though. This is going to be a tough spot. In the meanwhile, we got ourselves back to Windy Stones in the zone. Wolves and ZK up against TWSS. Now Wolves, they are second place right now. They got 7 eliminations. 59.5 total score. They need 65. The Rumyang depletion is making it a lot more harder, and since we lost out towards 9HQ, you're going to have to look towards the escape route. ZK is going to be holding that blue focus as much as possible, but if he can do the turnaround, that would be kind of crazy. There's a blue focus. Okay, well, hold on. Hold check this one out. We're going to see that F1 come through, and hold check. That's going to be the gold focus. A parry like that comes out. The soul shots denies it, and that's going to be elimination for TWSS, picking it up for number 7. And this is going to be where YZG, they can end up coming out here to clean up shop here, Raven.
TWS starting to get red hot right now, but can YZG put out the flame? V1 Viper is going to be popping out. They're all stuck into the zone, but they are Transformers right now. Volatile can be invested. CXZ desperately trying to find the focus fire target, realizing both Transformers are going to be popping right now. They're opting to hold them in zone right now. TWSS, Shadow Corruption is rising right now. Down to half health, no white heals on him. He has to make his way back into the zone. Wuchen Port's gonna be invested. YZG back into the zone right now, and Snack sees it. Will he pop the ultimate, commit to the situation? YZG moving back to the zone, but the corruption is getting close to max right now, and now on the back foot, TWSS is gonna be holding YZG in zone.
This is the problem. YZG gets caught in that grab. That's unfortunate. As it comes out, that's gonna be the elimination. Remember, YZG, they are first place overall. They only need 4 points right now, folks, to try to get into that match point threshold, and they are getting picked off piece by piece, layer by layer, and looking towards the chance to lead cake, because if that fruit layer isn't on top, then that's going to be a done deal. And now with only 2 teammates alive, you know YZG has to really hold out for those endgame positions. 5-2-1 actually losing out in terms of that Rumyang depletion, but that's okay. They got themselves those Rebirth Charms to be purchased, at least for 1 teammate to be brought out. QGG, 17S, last one's left alive. Switching over toward the Rumyang for number 2. EWG having purple armors across the board and a gold pair of nunnies, and their opponents are going to be JL. That's going to be seen out of Cloud Weaver on XI, as well as a group heal on him and Liwei. And having Kabloom on that Matari as well is going to be a dangerous game in the predicament for JL as they are rushing through here as the Transformers gone.
It's not looking good for JL. They're going against a really, really stacked team. One Fox going to take the sky, looking for the flank onto Cookie, getting the grapplers, peppering in with some cannon shots now. On the outside, Luye looking for the flank. Fong knows that the execution's coming on 2 on him. He's able to get a stagger on both of them. Holds 3, but out of nowhere, BBB comes, and he gets a huge barrier on the Zai. Wait a minute, One Fong with the Q, backing off, getting a ton of pressure onto them. He's going to have to pop ultimate now against the corner.
This is going to be a dangerous position for Onefang because Liuwei has himself to get caught into that sidelines. There's no more chance for him to get through, but he uses his F2 early, but he still gets out towards the pillar. Liuwei going to be looking to try to hold out the scare rush and tries to reposition towards his team. One jump consumed by Onefang, and now Onefang looks to try to get those grabs around the sidelines. There is a knockup. Can he confirm it? No, he can't. And Liuwei is still poking out HP against Onefang's threshold. Now the ultimate for Tianhai is going to be down here in just a moment. The blue spam comes out, but will the kill elimination come out? Yes, it will. Xi goes down. Onefang gets caught by that snare, and that's going to be a 2v2 situation. EWG taking themselves out for a ride.
Now Cookie with the Zai ultimate. What can you show us, Cookie? He absolutely crushed JL earlier. VVV trying to create some space. He is going to get taken down. Now TXJ in a 2v1 situation, but Cookie's not going to let him go away. No combo break for him. Where you going, TXJ? Cookie's in the house. Lawyer is going to clutch it up, and EWG is going to take down the scuffed JL.
Making sure they can come out here. They're going to find themselves an overcomer there. We're going to use that Jade, but more importantly, seeing the fights outside south of the Emberhawk region. We know that TWSS Snack having that Tianhai to be active as a shield as his teammate Dofu gets res. Polaris is going to be on that duty on the ground side, but with common armor. I'm not sure if there's any other armors for him to swap out here because now YZG, QGG, they're looking to rush down here. Remember, only 2 teammates alive, and you can see the distance. Poppy from 521 just kind of keeping eyes out here towards this building. And this building is a very inclusive building for players just to kite in and out from the rooftop into the second floor, and the stairwells themselves can just cause disruption. So that's going to be the avoidance for TWSS. Might be having eyes and ears around and seeing that 521, a team that could be potentially in the background if they spotted them earlier, that they didn't know that they could be in the vicinity of this area.
Yeah, 521's looking pretty stacked themselves. I'm looking at the overall score. It's very, very flat across the board. But first, we're going to get GG at the no ult zone, finding BBE's Roy Hihi, already stripped of his armor, surrounding him, putting him into stone form, and now it's CJS coming in with the back with the cannon shot. They're going to clean him up quickly. GG, we saw them in the past. They were in a scuff situation with the blue armor. Finally, they're going to be getting it going. They need to capitalize on one of these end games if they want to secure this cup. It's so competitive. Look how close all the scores are. We're soon to be on match point with only a couple of games left. GG needs to come back online. This is the first time we've really seen GG not at the top this entire J-Cup. Same with JL. We got 4 minutes for this Yang depletion, and they're going to be finding their rivals. GG.
JL making sure they can use that blue armor to the utmost capacity. 1 LMB, 1, 2, 3, guaranteed, baby. We're looking for the RMB spam though, and there's going to be CGS activating the F2. BBB deleted out here. White Tiger's prowess. The reveal comes out for the 1-2s, backs off, and with that Hottie strike to come out, we're picking up that Soul Bloom. And now CGS, even though he falls down, he's going to make sure he can throw out that V2 and snare. That teleporter was ready the whole time. Now it's up to Hottie to try to disrupt the Zai, but Zai is not letting up with this CJS. He's a parry, here's a parry, and nose ahead. So that Tianhai comes out, tries to delete him as fast as possible. Ain't going to happen. Moonfall Pass still has a lot of coverage for the team to try to find themselves out, as GG are just going to try to pepper away the HP from Onefang, but JL, they're at 3 minutes mark. They got 3 eliminations, and they're still just trying to see what's going to be coming up next, considering that their ultimates have just been burnt.
Yeah, TXJ is already out of there. Onefang to make the noble sacrifice, try to lead GG away, give TXJ as much space as possible, but TXJ lets him know, you're not going out. No teammate left behind. He's going to come in with the flank RMB, looking to cover his D-transform. TXJ leading his team, trying to pull them out from the depths, but LXM says no, lands a big parry onto Onefang, and now TXJ in a 1v3 situation. GG able to pick up some kills right now, all the way up to 9, and out of nowhere, TXJ is going to be able to get the parry onto 330, push against the corner, no combo break in sight, dodging the CGS's Meteor. TXJ bobbing, weaving, valiant effort from him, but GG says no and puts him to the ground.
And picking up 10 eliminations, GG are having the round at 7th place and picking them up to 50 points, but we're going to switch over towards Tequila's Gate. We're going to see EWG Cookie getting struck out here, but looking to bow shot charge up, try to see a strike against Team Bout as you, and then looking at Yaron, who I believe is just looking to charge up those longsword beams. He's releasing those, so now Cookie keeps that in mind for looking for parries. Stone form here for the 1-2-3, and the Cookie gets caught by that test enchant. Uppercut, toothpick, no, not going to happen here. The terrain is too much of a hassle, and for Cookie, gets caught to the enchant. Thrown out with an F1 by X-Side to make sure that he is mitigated up, and then seeing that Wuchen got out, knowing that the team had no opportunity to out DPS that Xiphon comp.
Yeah, EWG, really disciplined from Cookie. Even though his teammate's getting converged on, decides not to pop the Meteor right away, knows that his teammate is good to go, and now Bada in a tough position. All they have is you and that V1, a couple blueberries running out. They do have the Xiphon composition chasing them down. Same with TWSS. TWSS starting this tournament very slow and finally waking up right now. They're up to 10 kills. Can they catch up to the standard around 40 points? There's only a 20-point difference between first and 11th. That's just one pop-off game. It's neck to neck right now. It's so competitive in trios. I see this still going to distance serve, but what a crazy situation as BBE and YZG get closer to that match point threshold of 65.
Yeah, and with YZG having one teammate, BBE have two, leading them out here to be very careful about their decision making, because there's Xi with that parry, nicely done against CWS's Dofu, but Dofu gets almost caught into a drop down blue. He still gets silenced, he still gets struck out, and now it comes down to Bowder getting thrown off that cliff side, just like he's like his brother. He's like, long live the king, throws him off the cliff. We know everything comes out for Snack, where he's looking to the lead. He's going off into this point and making sure to deep form so he can be mobile, but that Moonbane might be saying something otherwise. We still have a Draco Storm Spearwell in the sightlines, and just like a princess in the high castle, let down your hair, because that tower is going to be something that the players want to try to keep themselves onto the high ground. As LXM finds elimination against Snack, that Spearwell in the middle of the Moonbane, it's kind of grief, to be honest.
Long live the king indeed, serve. OUG is picking up the pace at 7 kills, so is EWG at 13. CGS though, GG, we haven't seen them with this endgame, with this Spirit Rod. They have Draco Storms online. CGS, first ult on board, he still has one in the tank. What can you show us, CGS? Nice dash through by the Matorai. Where are you going, Loye? He's gonna get absolutely exploded. EWG is gonna lose Loye and Cookie, one of them left standing, and GG, once they get going in this endgame, they are hard to stop.
This is going to be a massive game for GG, and they're going to have that soul when they picked up the crowd cheering in the background, having to see the support coming out from the players. You know that BBE Fabio going to be caught in that Mercer's Havoc, and seeing that V1 and Snare, V1 come out from the Sedated Soul, that's going to be where Fat Milk is having that common staff to work his life around, and just kiting off into the Moonfall pass, but that's not going to be enough parry like that coming out here from OUG. The King comes back with the Slade. 8 eliminations. Man's pulling the sword out of the stone, because he is not going to stop there. However, that Draco Storm buff we mentioned earlier, it's still rising to the occasion. And even though we're going to tip that Black Cauldron, you know that GG are still going to make sure that they got the spells to work out in their favor.
We still got a minute and 30 of Dragon Storm, a minute and 30 of Pain. GG not holding him back anymore. The gloves are off. They're looking for a target. They were on the Viper team last time. Now Bowda's on the Viper team right now. You, the homie. What can you show us? 1v3 situation versus Draco Storm. He's going to pop the V1. Matarial's going to be invested though. V1's going to be neutralized, but CGS is going to keep up the pressure onto Peak, trying to defend his teammate against the wall. Tap dodge roll. It's not going to matter. LXM's going to cut him down.
This is going to be a Marcellus Wallace type moment. He's going to make sure that everything's A-okay, because if GG can try to hold down from this point, they will get the multipliers to come out with 14 eliminations. That's huge, but if they can go up to 18 and take the multiplier, they'll be good to go here. There's a jump horizontal. Biatas, your wrong goes down. We're at 15 on the mark. GG still takes the aggression towards the building top and making sure that Jingyu can get spread from his team, and so that way they can hold this position and looking towards that range. But we got to remember, cannons can just strike through those rooftops. They got to be careful about whether or not they can take that chip damage later on, because CXZ, YZG, they're playing for placement. I'm okay with that, as long as they don't get spotted out. But you know, Castle Curse moments always happen here and there, and whether or not the teammates want to look up here, that's going to be a spot where YZG has to separate from the spot.
This is really what separates GG from other teams. With this momentum, up to 15 kills, they're not going to let the overheat get to them. They're slowing down right now. LXM doesn't have ult up. 20 seconds left on their Draco Storm. They don't need to push the issue right now. The lobby has been thinned down to just 11 players. They just have to close this up, get that multiplier, get that nice fat placement point. CGS, LXM leading their team to the left, getting away from everyone, but they have to be careful. There are a couple of players hiding in the bushes, waiting. And the Moonbane, the 80% Moonbane in the center. It looks like GG's going to take a nice pit spot with 60K in the bank, buying up, looking for those Jades. It's looking like an MVP round for GG.
Dang, we're going to see CJS picks himself a Dreadful Whale, right? Having himself to pick up in a Soothing Boon as well, and then seeing towards 3-3-0, actually been able to pick out, if I'm not mistaken, either Dragon War. So if that comes out towards picking pieces by piece, you can see that SS with the Cloud Weaver and seeing a Merciless Havoc from Genie. We saw that earlier with the Windy Trinity, but a group heal, advanced heal on SS as well as Juggernaut level 3. This is going to be that support line that they've been looking for. They got it, and now they're secured out as a Transformers comp to make sure they can keep pushing for that Vitality. That's going to help out Tianhai, but when he hits ult, that armor ain't going to do nothing. Still got Spearwell for the Mystic Might. OUG want to take the stand, and they're taking their stand right here and there.
Long live the king of OUG, though. He's popping the monk out, letting GG know you're going to have to go through me if you want this Spirit Well, looking for the grab. He's been on fire all day. 3-3-0 is going to get taken down. CJS is going to get picked up. He's getting barbecued right now by Shinyu. OUG is absolutely on fire on the back of the King. Another grab is going to go. Can we get another? Slam's going to go down. The whole lobby's setting around them. 5-2-1 is making a play. Can the Global dethrone the King?
Two worlds colliding, and here's going to be the King on his lonesome. He's got one thing left, and that's going to be the grapple spam, as well as the advanced heal group heal coming in from his teammate from the 3-0, but it's going to be a spot right now for that last Matara actually to stay alive for GG. And for whether or not we can see the King get himself the go-ahead, build Rage back up, and get his ultimate into play, you know it's going to be a problem right now if 5-2-1 get this ult spam, because remember, 5-2-1, they're at 7, they got 2 eliminations, they're at 53.6, but they're Takeda, they got 4 Fury Blast to be ready to go. They already expended 1, they have 3 left, and they can use it to defensively hold their position. You can see the parry is confirmed. Pompey looking to try to get that Spear Well confirmed here. The R&B spam comes back and forth against the ball that is Jing Yu charging up. There's a release and has it to not hit anyone. His ultimate is donezo, and SS, he's out of there with that combo breaker.
5-2-1. Pampy on the Takeda has one more shove in there. They're desperately trying to hold on as they still have that Siren ult in the bank. Akame threatening, daring anyone to come in. No one wants to jump in on this, but OUG, they don't want to give up so easily. They fought tooth and nail for this. DRG, though, coming in with the triple ultimate. Tessal's going to be invested, and now they take the center. They still have a halfway to get this. V1's going to be invested by Kakashi, looking for the stagger, looking for some. Everyone's going to be peeling out of there, but Akame is going to go in with the back of that Cyro, the flamethrower from OUG. No one wants to give up this Spirit Well.
Kakashi lurking in the shadows like a member of Organization 13, just looking to lurk behind the shadows. The King, though, is back, and he's got a vengeance right now. He's pulling out that Dreadful Whale to connect everyone going through. The Spirit Well shield wall is down, so there's nothing that's going to save him. But like I said, that Rage Bar is being built up for him, so if he's able to kind of defend this Spirit Well right now, this would come out. We know that SS has that advanced group heal, so it's going to come out to the King, spamming out to make sure they ensure no range shots come through. The Tianhai ult comes out, but he's got to deform. He's going to be able to do anything with this, because even though he's going to be a big format, if that Spirit Well clears, that means he can't get a refresh ult. But look at that.
Wait a second.
And the Flamebringer, he gets his caught. He gets caught by the Tessin Champ, but this is a dangerous position here, Raven.
OUG's the King. He's been a double grab connoisseur back to back to back to back, but he's getting shredded by 5-2-1, holding them in zone. Pampy leading the charge, holding all the CN teams in. They've learned, just like they do in NBBO, we can do it too. Pampy still has his Cicada ult online. The Kurumi ult is going to come on from Yin. This double healer composition doing work. 8 people left alive, and now 5-2-1 looks like the favorite to take it.
Looking at their arrival, making it its way through the final zones, the final 2 minutes, and having to translate that language of where this final circle will end up coming through. Now, looking at this in reverse, you know this is going to come out where the Transformers would be the last ones alive, but then if you look towards in the future, you know that's going to be a chance we're seeing the Takeda making it through. Pampy on the aggression, making sure he can throw out those Fury Blast, confirming blue focuses as long as he can. There's one R&B, ZXE goes down, that's elimination. YG is down. They're not going to get themselves match point. Pampy making it much more difficult for the other players here as he's going ahead and rotating back and forth with that gold staff, and he's stacked out of his mind the last 80 seconds in the round right now. And 5-2-1, they're at 5 eliminations. They still have that Cyro for Akame.
DRG, GG, OUG on the top ground. No full team left except 5-2-1, desperately trying to pick apart these last players on the high ground. Kakashi in the corner, stuck against the wall. 5-2-1 leading the charge. Akame, 1-2-3. Pampy jumping LMB, gonna close it down. And now just couple players left. Shinyu push into the zone. Pampy jumping LMB's gonna close it out. 5-2-1. Are we gonna see another global MVP? Only up to 7 kills though. They need to find GG. It's gonna be a close one. LXM push into the zone. Sent deeper into the zone on the back of Pampy shoves. 1 player left alive. 5-2-1 remains at the top, and they're gonna climb up to that second place.
Earning themselves out for the win in first place. I still think those 15 eliminations keep GG as MVP. 5-2-1 did a valiant job in terms of converting themselves here. But if things lead out here in terms of 5-2-1, that would be a good transgression seeing them catching another MVP. But then again, you know, 5 eliminations and having to find out where that last remaining teammate, and then all of a sudden hearing Matario in the background, that's crazy enough as is. I know these guys are like, wait, who is it? Even I'm curious about it. If I'm doing the math in my head though, 15 eliminations and being one of the top 4 players and top 4 teams means that you have the placement points and the eliminations points score alone to give you that card that you've always wanted.
Yeah, GG ends up closing around 15 15 kills, absolutely insane. But 5-2-1, we just heard it in. They're at match point. GG's able to secure that giant bag though. Thousands of dollars for every MVP. Surprise, surprise though, Surf. Usually when GG gets to these positions, they snowball out of control and no one can stop them. But now 5-2-1, using all of the tricks they learned in MVP, is taking it to all of these teams.
That's actually kind of incredible seeing that 5-2-1 able to reach match point before any of the CN teams. And that's something that comes out as a big surprise. So, forcing out the hands into round 6. It is up to seeing the value of the effort coming through from the C team and making out here on top against all the odds. And then gunning out here, gunning for all the glory and fighting for that prominence that we've always loved seeing and seeing around the MVPL stage, Raymond.
This just goes to show that hard work is paying off. That full year practicing against the Chinese teams day in, day out. Sometimes it looked good, a lot of the times it looked ugly, but 5-2-1, BBE, representing the Globalist teams, they tucked their chin in, they took the slugs, and they kept on fighting, and it's paying off on the world stage.
That's going to be a tremendous point, man. I know that I look at the crowd here and I'm hearing them, and they're seeing all the reactions coming out here live. But more into the sensation that comes out for the team comp selection, seeing Siphon coming out here with a victory in terms of not necessarily as the MVP, but being in first place, surviving out with that Syra, with the Kurumi, as well as that Takeda. It's a comp that we've seen in the selection process before, and seeing how it kind of works out against the Transformers. You know, it's crazy seeing OUG taking full dominance in the area and playing out the cards in their favor. Spearwell returning back to it. But just like we're gonna return back to that point, we got a question for y'all in the Twitch chat to make sure you get your Peerless Treasure Choice Gift as an opportunity. Which hero did 5-2-1's Yin use in the game 5? Is it A, Kurumi, B, Weishan, C, Matari, D, Wu Chen? That's going to be the answer for you guys in the Twitch chat, and making sure you have your NARAKA ID open and available, as well as making sure your whispers are good to go, because once the NARAKA BLADEPOINT adds you in the chat, make sure you're aware and understanding that you have just won yourself that Peerless Treasure Choice Gift, but you got to make sure you act fast so you don't miss out. Going back to that point though, and seeing how the comp selections are coming through after round 5, now we have round 6 to kind of work into, because considering that, you know, the survivability that comes out from Syra in most case scenarios, you never really see a chance for Syra to do that necessary amount of damage, but just to do the control that's poignant. And knowing that even with the Syra, the light beam, that's where something that Transformers are just underutilization of just getting caught back before they realize it.
Yeah, 5-2-1, like you were saying, bringing out that double healer, the Syra Kurumi. This is an excellent point serve that's sustained in that endgame. Normally, Transformers should pick it apart, but we see OUG make a critical error, a little bit of an overheat right there. And to be fair, the King was absolutely on fire. He was double grabbing everyone back to back to back. It was so hype. Vintage monk grabs coming out of everywhere. And I remember seeing the King when he first switched to trios. His monk was shambles, but not today. His monk is absolutely the most dominant monk as we've seen today. But like you said, 5-2-1, the global stage. I was hoping that BBE and 5-2-1 had some innovation for us. We've talked a lot about TXJ having innovation. We talked a lot about GG bringing in Transformers, but that double healer composition, 5-2-1 has been in the lab as well, and they've been cooking up, and it did pay off here. I think in order to win this tournament today, it's going to take a lot of ingenuity and a lot of strategy, and I was a little bit worried for the global scene right now. Not anymore, Serve.
Yeah, 5-2-1 coming out here through. BBE not even that short behind. YZG, they had a rough run coming out from the Windy Stones and losing out the key proponent players to make it out, and then having QGG to kind of be that last remaining, side of the lines, and the sight lines, should say. Not getting the place of points that he needed for his team to work out. And then BBE, they're just for some points just to make sure they can have match point another global team out of the C service. So seeing this proximity of points to be how close this is, and not having the dominating forces to be at the top in the spots that we usually see. GG, even though they got the MVP that round, JL seeing dominating teams with the ingenuity aspect, having to go up against those core aspects, now having only 3 rounds to make it happen, and ensuring that they can try to reach match point before it's too late.
Yeah, it's funny that you brought up JL. I was just thinking about how EWG was having such a bad day so far, but they took it to JL, and they pushed JL to the bottom of the leaderboard at 3, but at the top, GG finally in that form that we know them for, at 15 kills at 17 points. Even though they get the first place, they could have skyrocketed even further, but 5-2-1 had something to say to them. EWG with 13 kills at 15.5, 5-2-1 with 9, cinching up that clutch up at the end. 14.8 points, OUG at 11. The King blasting through the lobby, clapping everyone at 12.5. TWSS finally waking up. They were having the worst day, but with that 10 kill on the back of Modern Transformers, they're shaping up. They can still bring back and have a good showing at this Worlds.
I know Wolves with that 7 kill elimination, so 7 deadly X's. They're going to be going ahead and try to defend it out here. No versing the world. They're more so seeing about going up against their peers, but seeing GG stats lines. You see 6,000 damage. I know people say, oh, that's just a Kurumi normal stings. I'm like, listen. The healing comes out here when they say in the live, but the problem is that once we saw GG kind of work into the end game, that's where Matari, that's where Zai, that's where the pressure comes out. And especially seeing Matari with the F2 just strike through, dagger on past the opponents, and then looking to pick up Solo, switches back over towards the other side. CGS was very prominent in using his ultimate as often as he could to just try to create that snared soul situation, releasing out the chain side and locking them in, allowing for Matari just to connect those strikes. But then all of a sudden, you saw where it came down, where even though GG kind of had the opportunity, they knocked down in terms of looking towards, you know, JL to GG, or I should say for OUG, and putting out the king out of his misery, things like that, where they can rise back up. That's just where the storyline begins today.
Now looking at the overall standings, CWSS jumping from the depths, 10.5 game, bringing up to 25.8. They need another big game and consistent game in order to be competitive for the rest of the live, but EWG having a good game themselves at 15.5, up to 43.7. Bauda slowing down a little bit at the bottom at the top 6. GG climbing back up into the top 6, getting in striking distance of that match point at 56.5, DRG at 57.5, Wolves at 59.5, BBE at 6.7, YZG at 63.9, almost there, but the only team to get to that match point. They can potentially end the tournament right here and pull off one of the biggest upsets of NARAKA Trios. 5-2-1 could be the first global team to have a victory at Jake.
That would be absolutely astounding, and seeing the performance coming from today. Because if you guys don't know, once you reach match point, all it takes is for that team, any teams in said match point, all they got to do is MVP the next round, and they win out the entirety of the tournament for finals. And in this case, grand finals at the J-Cup World Championship. If any team below them gets points higher than them, that would mean that we go for another set. But you're going to get some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, and Gamers United. With the first set of fights coming here in the city of Tonga, you see CGs, CJS looking for the RMBs and making sure the connection comes out. He's going to spam out those stabs to the RMBs, but then all of a sudden, switching over towards using that purple longsword he had in his pocket, picks it up with a quick 3-set eliminations.
That was so clean coming out from GG off Spine Alliance. Again, clean play, scale rush, no counterplay. 5-2-1 gets shredded. Big clutch up from Cookie right here. I thought they were done right here. Onefang with the double grab. Kablawi with the crossbow, but Cookie says, not today, JL. There's nothing like a little bit of salt in the bloodstream. They run it back. Not today, JL. Onefang's gonna be going down. TXJ is going to be going down, and on the back of Cookie's confidence.
That's going to be a little Red Riding Hood moment. He's where art thou? Because, you know, CGS, they're coming out here with the swinging with the cookies, but of course, seeing how the king comes through and getting that double grab into that Flamebringer, that's the strike of the moment, and that's where the king comes out, and he gets eliminated, because then 5-2-1, look at this, look at the plays coming through here. They see the Batari, they see whether or not they can lock them down, and GJ's LXM, he's pushed out, man. There is nothing he could have done at that point in time. And for 5-2-1 to earn themselves, they were so unsure whether or not they got MVP, or rather to go through. They realized their match point. They're like, we're match point? Okay, cool. Lock in.
Nice job at 5-2-1. Normally we see that disciplined play coming out from Wolves, coming out from GG. It's wonderful to see it from the global teams, that a lot of this clean play can be learned by other teams, but GG is going to cinch up that MVP. 4 MVPs for LXM. One of the strongest position 2s in the league, and he always shows up when it matters. His Pulse Sword at 8,000 damage. Like I was saying before, Pulse Sword, fan. It's the new position 2 weapon at 28,000 damage. GG letting everyone know, hey, we still want that first place. They set out this year for that first place, and with this win, it puts them back in striking distance. Are they going to feel a little bit of pressure? Is it going to be stolen away from a global team? Absolutely insane.
This is where that mindset shifts for the players. You saw, like I said, he's like, all right, we made it. All right, lock in. Because the things that happen next for 5-2-1 is this. Now that they're going to be a prime target, right? Players have played against them. They notice anything going through. That's why the coaches are there. That's why they studied out every single one of those guys and seeing what's going to be the next play, because match point operates differently than what you normally see in a 6-round setting. If you guys, like I said, if you guys haven't been familiar with how it works with a match point, once you reach match point, all it takes is to be in match point and gain MVP. all other teams now, the other 11 opponents for 521, it comes down to this. Will they recognize where 521 are to make sure they can eliminate them quickly and swiftly, or is it going to be something that leads out to where 521 dominates early and they recognize that fact, knowing at their key composition, their phasing picks, and knowing when to go ahead and knock it out of the park? And is 521 prepared for that? Are they setting themselves up for that counter pick option?
Exactly. The early Vipers, we saw it, Serve. You pointed it out. We're saving up those points. The Transformers are coming out. 521 showing that even without Transformers, they're getting close to those MVPs. GG in that position, still getting a ton of value off their side. GG's the inventor of Transformers. We haven't really seen them rock the composition. They're not at match point right now. It seems that the overall strategy to the day is saving your Transformer games for the situation that best suits it, and the best situation is looking for that match point. Now, we've seen in the past, like you were saying, Serve, for match point, it's always gone the distance for trios. Rarely has it been ended early, because if you look at the actual point spread, even though 521 is at the top, it's really, really close between everyone. Don't go anywhere, folks. The tension is rising. We'll be right back after this short break.
And that Viper ultimate is gonna make it absolutely impossible.
Thì vòng lại thì tụi em thể hiện không được tốt lắm bởi vì
Ivan finds the kill with the F2 onto Bambi Roy. He takes down Akame.
tâm lý của mỗi người lúc đó cũng không tốt á, tâm trạng cũng không ok nên là bọn em đánh không được tốt lắm, nên là bọn em cũng cảm thấy là khá là thất vọng về bản thân. Ở vòng lại thì bọn em kiểu như là bị áp lực là phải đánh thật là tốt để kiếm được nhiều điểm các thứ, nên là vô tình bị cái đó nó áp lực quá thì mọi người đánh không được tốt.
Sau một ngày thi đấu không thành công ở Refinal thì tụi mình đã có họp để review về 6 game đấu và tổng hợp ra những cái lỗi mà team đã mắc phải.
Là sự giúp đỡ của ban huấn luyện và cả quản lý nên là tinh thần tụi em ok hơn.
521 are cooking right now. They're gonna be coming in strong and shaking down one of the Titans.
Sau một năm tham dự NBL thì team tụi mình đã học được rất nhiều từ cách chơi và cách làm việc của các đội tuyển đến từ Trung Quốc. Như các bạn cũng đã biết, năm 21 của mình còn có một huấn luyện viên là GSS đến từ Trung Quốc. Anh ấy là đương kim vô địch chung kết thế giới nên anh ấy có rất nhiều kinh nghiệm ở những cái giải đấu lớn, nên anh ấy đã giúp đỡ team rất là nhiều trong việc phát triển và xây dựng lối chơi. Tụi mình cũng đã cùng nhau thảo luận để tìm ra một lối chơi phù hợp nhất để cho team phát triển trong thời gian sắp tới. Hy vọng là ở vòng chung kết tụi mình sẽ không mắc phải những lỗi đó để có kết quả tốt nhất.
Em muốn gửi đến team em là mọi người cũng đã cố gắng một năm qua rồi, nên là đây là trận đấu cuối cùng rồi, nên là em mong mọi người giữ vững được tâm lý và tinh thần để chiến đấu trận đấu cuối cùng này.
Team của mình sẽ chứng minh cho các team còn lại thấy đội tuyển của mình là một đội tuyển rất mạnh, có thể cạnh tranh sòng phẳng với các đội tuyển đến từ Trung Quốc.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2024 Changsa China Trios Grand Finals. I am Raven PLZ. I am joined by the great Serve. I'm giving you a chance. You said that Bowser was going to take it all. Now, with what you've seen so far, who do you think is going to take it? I mean, I'm not going to lie. I got to be supporting the global teams now.
Yeah, wholeheartedly, man. The gloves are off. You see that? That was a storyline right there. That's a B-plot storyline that you guys saw for all those movie references. I'll stop. Listen, everything comes down towards 5-2-1. But just like how 5-2-1 is kind of dominating out and reaching match point, let's see you reach out for your phone and matching up with that QR code in the bottom left side of the screen. That's our bottom right side of the screen, I should say. That was going to get you go into the Discord. That's going to get you go into the honest comment section that come through on the screen for you to be able to read. I dare say it, we shall read it for you as you make and compose that message of heartfelt thanks towards the J-Cup moments as well as the players and everything beyond.
Yeah, the best part of the 2024 J-Cup definitely are those honest comments. I love seeing the Twitch chatters getting active, seeing some of those regulars on the big screen. Now, free stuff, Serve. It's time. This is the last day. This is the grand finals for trios. This is the last time to get that let me down emote. The same thing for that Blue Lanterns light. The grand finals, and it is absolutely spicy. It's absolutely worth it to get those 2 hours in and get these drops.
Yeah, and especially considering that you guys have to be here at the very end of the event in order to get into that Blue Lanterns light draw, and that way you can make sure in getting a free outfit for your Kurumi, fits, wardrobe, however which way you would like to say it. Even if you win it, you can also send it to a homie that doesn't have it, or a gal that would want to be able to support you into those trying times in playing out as a Kurumi. But for more important things coming through here, we have that JL, moment of where is JL? But then again, you see GG, they got MVP, but where's GG? And then you see where the CN teams are, and then all of a sudden you see BBE, boom, 3rd place overall. Then you see, boom, 1st place, 5-2-1, and you're like, wait a second, what's going on behind me? Because, all the players are kind of noticing what's going to be going on from this point on forth. We're reaching into round 6. We're getting outside of those daytime maps in just a bit. If we enter into round 7 and 8, that's a whole different set for what the players are kind of going to be going out in all-out warfare when those Firefly maps reaches upon round 7.
Yeah, usually as the matches progress, we see a little bit more conservative, especially as we go to the middle part of the tournament. The teams start to sit back, they stop taking risks, but we saw some crazy ooga booga plays for that Spirit Well. We see OUG's the king hold the line. He's like, I'm not giving this up. We're all in right here, but everyone ends up diving in. A little bit of an overheat from a lot of the CN teams, not something we normally see from them. And who is the most patient team on the edge? It ends up being 5-1, and they steal so many points away from GG, and they're able to get to this match point. I could not believe it. And $40,000. That is a lot of money. We're going to a nice car now. Like, not just a car, a really nice car at 40 Gs.
Picking up a sedan, big luxury style, put in the air conditioning seats to be available. That's the type of car we're looking out here for. And for the players to kind of work into it, it also comes down towards OUG, right? It means no worries. If everything comes up for them, they can work down to using the Transformer comp coming out in Morris Isle. That's going to be where it's at its utmost peak. But the problem is, for OUG, they're in the 2nd round phase. Seeing how much the chances for Zyphon to show up here, maybe even seeing the opportunity of a mix-up for Comps. We got to remember, the points are finite. There's not enough points to kind of carry over if you want to get too hasty with it right now. For the 1st phase team, they won't have any sort of issues, but for 2nd phase and 3rd phase teams can change out for their anticipation of what was going to be available. And considering that EWG, Bowden, and Alliance are in that 1st phase, things could just go ahead and be in haywire mode where it may not be even available.
Yeah, up to game 6. We've seen everyone's pulling out their ace cards right now. We're getting to that clutch moment right now. I'm wondering what these teams have prepared to clutch it up or to deny the clutch. We saw that counterplay coming out from JL to slow the GG down. Their rivals, little did they know, the true rivals were the global players. Now looking at this phase 1, Alliance going with one of their tried and trues, the Zyphon comp NY7. Can they carry Alliance through right now? Bowda going to be going through the comp that they absolutely crushed the scrims with that Zyphon with the Syra.
Now going to the 2nd phase, GG, JL, OUG, DRG. Selection process brings out a Syra Zyphon coming in here for OUG and seeing a Zyphon from DRG. And with seeing a Zyphon coming out, a Sand Zyphon from GG, that's going to be JL bringing out that premier pick for the Matari into the Fairy Shen, into the Cannonball with that Wei Shan as their 3rd.
Now, for the last pick, that personality pick, we're seeing 2 points for Kurumi, 1 point for Takeda and Matari. Everyone's going to get an idea of what lies ahead of them. A couple of siphons waiting for them. It looks like 5-2-1. We're finally seeing one of their Transformers. Are they going to be able to clutch it up? Or Yee with the Viper compositions, are they going to be able to chop down everyone off spawn? Are we going to see our first global team? I'm not going to lie, sir. This is probably the most excited I've seen in NARAKA Trios in a long time.
Yeah, and I know that if I2-1 are trying to cut it up like Edward Scissorhands, just trying to be very precise with their movements coming in to the next flow of battle, because coming into Morris Isle in the Transformer combo, I was mentioning it, it comes at the point if they can luck out with its terrain, right? If they find themselves in a spot where nothing works out, if there is so much cover into the mid to late game, even to after the early game onset spawns, and they find themselves to reset and then they have to take a fight, they end up in the tree lines, right? Shipwreck Expanse, a decimation of their efforts to try to play in Tianhai, because there's so many cuts and corners for them. I mean, even in Eventai Temple, unless they find a line of sight, there is so much to worry about in the position. But 5-2-1 having the opportunity here to win it out and take that J-Cup trophy, being the only match point team, it is on to them to see it through. And with that $40,000 MVP prize pool, they earn it out today on top of the victory for MVP. They take another 40 stacks.
Yeah, there is so much to be made if they get the MVP. It's the rest of the MVP money left over. We saw just how much Mike made yesterday. A historic event, the biggest solo prize pool of 183,000, but something I think that's even more historic. We're seeing NARAKA history in the making, a global team. After 3 years of NARAKA, the Chinese teams have seen immortal, untouchable, especially in trios. Their teamwork is impeccable. The amount of grind that the General of China has put in TXJ, GG's endgame. They always look unstoppable to the global players, but 5-2-1 is proving everyone wrong today.
Yeah, and bring it out here for the final round potential. Lee, and you've seen how the chances for the skills to be changed up. Nothing to be out of the ordinary. Everyone for the Valda as 5-2-1 from 5-2-1 TN is going to be brought out. XI, or I should say Leeway from EWG bringing out the F2 Takeda, something that we can see that could disrupt their flow of combat. That's something that we've seen. The difference in skills can create disruption for what to anticipate versus what can happen in the actual state of combat. For round 6, Morris Isle midday. We are dropping hot between both Sunwings and Ventai Temple and an outskirt spawn for 5-2-1 at the Alchemist's Cottage. We got a question for y'all. Will the champion be determined in the 6th round? A yes, B no. Couple seconds on the clock, and it's ticking down here, Raven.
If I'm a betting man, I gotta go with no, but my heart says yes. Prove everyone wrong. Now, the 5-2-1 has shown the recipe to success. You gotta come to MVPL. You gotta train with the gods of the game in order to become a god yourself. They're proving everyone wrong, that even the Chinese teams can bleed, can lose over on the mainland, but it's a tough road, and I don't know if they can still do it. It's still a Hail Mary. I don't think GG and JL are gonna go quietly.
And even with JL and GG, even gods bleed. Round 6 begins, folks. My name is Severio alongside with Raven PLC. We are entering potential match point round to come out with 5-2-1 at that point in time, staying safe. But we're starting off hot here in the Sunwings Rest. YZG coming through here to the north side. We know that Team Bowder are on the outskirts and the teams are supporting. The fans are out in the crowd, making sure that the support is in loud, in terms of decibels, I should say, because everywhere around, once you see a little bit of action like this parry, Roy He's going to start this one off here at the Ventai Temple against TWSS.
Roy He opening up with a huge parry, flying in with the F3, getting some damage, just looking for flank. His teammate under a ton of pressure. TW does snack, trying to close it out, covering his teammate. Spear gonna be setting up some space, but Roy Hee opening it up, doesn't want to back off, looking for the flank play. Nice shot from TWS, spacing out, denying the flank right now, but Roy Hee's gonna grapple in, try to secure this last hit. Fat Milk is down to 1 HP there though. Roy Hee comes in with the close ride with the F3, and TWS is looking in shambles, but they are looking to bring it back.
This is going to be a close position because we got to remember BBE there, close to max point position. Elimination picked up from Fat Milk against Snack, and now looking towards the last opponent left, Polaris. He's going himself into the distance of that Ray rolling out. He has no ultimate ready, and looking towards the anticipation for a jump parry. Doesn't come out for it because, you know, Roy he's looking to try to spam out here. There's a jump R&B. There's confirmation to deny the escape. And the V1 Viper to invest into that. That's crazy because now it's up to TWSS for a salty run back, and we get a stun for free. This is dangerous, man.
against the wall right now. Roy Hehe has put BBE on his back with his dagger, pushing through right now, but TWSS is not gonna go quietly right now. They're throwing blues left and right. They're gonna take down Ivan. Now Fat Milk against the ropes. Roy Hehe doing his best, looking for the flank. The Tessa ult's gonna slow him down. He flies in with the F3. He's not gonna be able to connect. Instead, Doofoots is gonna take down Fat Milk. The stun's gonna come in from the Tessa ult, and TWSS is gonna deny BBE off spawn.
Trying to make that turnaround for points. Oh my goodness, we were so close. But then all of a sudden, Ivan being the last one remaining, TWSS might have had a good option in running this one back. And seeing these parries coming through, it looked like it's an all-in warfare between both TWSS and BBE over by the event side temple. No other teams kind of go ahead here and contest the charge up to Stoneform. Some parries coming out here as Ivan goes ahead and confirms it. But there's going to be the Viper ult coming out here. This time, this is coming from Dofoots from TWSS and the Wuchen port to get the team out. It is a safe and a fair distance as BBE live to fight another day, or they can re-engage.
BBE is swinging the salty runbacks. TWSS, they have a really risky play coming back and fighting out that scenario, but fortune favors the bold. They get a nice four-piece off spawn. Now we're seeing the match point team 5-2-1 on the Transformers in the south, scaling up, setting up for that first round of the Yang. But to the north, YZG Wolves trying to get on the board, trying to get to that match point, up in the high 50s.
And now we're seeing that Takeda doesn't even have ultimate ready, and he is caught by the intestine chant into that Viper ultimate. You know things come out here in disarray when it comes down towards Takeda having a spotlight for everything. As XCM has that purple pole sword and the Moonbane in their hands, they cannot confirm any sort of lockdown against the opponents. And for everything coming after this Moonbane, you know, XCM, he's going to have 5 grapples left, but CXC is already cutting corners and losing it out towards the Sunwings region. Now for this, it's going to be, we're down to 3 grapples. And this is a tumult, by the way, that CXC is playing. And even though he has common armor, he can always find a swap along the way and just keeping that distance and kiting out here. So meanwhile, we're switching over to Shipwreck Expanse. We're going to see DRG in a contestation for 5-2-1. Now 5-2-1, they spawned at the Alchemist's Cottage. They haven't lost their first set of lives. Their gear is looking kind of snazzy. 2 blue armors and 1 purple one for Akame as the hottie to keep it in sightlines. But with that Xiphon comp coming out from DRG Kakatsu, look at that. Moonbane is on standby. Wushin 98 can have this to turn this fight around and deny 5-2-1 to that championship.
Yeah, 5-2-1. They're desperately trying to navigate their way to that first round of the Yang. Once they win that first round of the Yang, they can cruise control to a possible MVP, but they still have to get kills. They still might have to fight an off-spawn fight right now. 5-2-1 is going to get caught out right now. DRG is going to connect right now. Akame with the flank, holding blue right now. Now Pampi forced to come back. Yin is really low on the Balder right now. Dodging, weaving, has the cube up, gets out of dodge, gets out of the flank, and the Moonbane is going to come down. It's not looking good for 5-2-1.
Definitely not, especially that Pampi hasn't been able to get any sort of utilization for his ultimate, and now that the Moonbane strikes come down, he's going to have to escape this region, losing out Yin, using out the Valda, the one person that's a component in any Tian High Transformer comp to make sure, and nowadays that they can confirm those grabs, is not going to have it, but Pampi's still going to try to fight back. He's seen himself with the Moonbane, one strike to the next. Oh my god, another Moonbane strike because it's deletes his health bar, and that's going to be where Pampi gets caught by the burn, and those omnidirectional strikes as Wushin 98 finishes the deal with a musket shot. That's 3-5 eliminations that DRG are taking into this game.
Nice timing attack coming from DRG. 5-2-1. They try to play slow. They try to set up for that Realm of the Yang. They get super scaled up, but DRG is going to cut them at the knees, take that loot for themselves, and set themselves up for a big MVP round. Already at the 5 kills. Akame against the ropes. He's going to get the overhold. Wait a second. 1v3 scenario. He is going to get buried out, though. DRG's not going to let that happen. Akame with the jumping LMBs is going to get taken down by DRG.
And that's 6 kill eliminations coming out for DRG. That means that they are up towards the point of 63.5. They only need 1.5 to reach into match point. And like I said, it all comes down to whether or not 5-2-1 can come out here on top as MVP to end the tournament. But if any of the players or none of the teams, they are still closing in here for those kills, those points, and securing that 65-point threshold. And it's looking pretty close between 4 to even 5 potential teams or players to kind of go through. GG, they have 1 elimination already. They are 57.5 totaled out. They still only need around 6 or 7.5 points in order to ensure that they can reach match point and being one of those teams. But TWSS having 4 eliminations, rocking out of the event high temple with the kills against BBE. This is going to be where even at last place, they are still trying to play those games of catch up because like we said, anything can happen where a team can end up having that pop off and they can just close in that gap.
Yeah, we saw GG there hiding it up, hiding in the bush right now, don't want to engage. TWSS on that Viper composition. Everyone's trying to set up for that first Realm of Yang. That's when these compositions really come online. We saw JL run this composition on a heavy Viper day, that Matari Yushan Feria. Very bizarre composition. An invisible mech, such a big counter to Viper. We haven't really got to see a full Yang fight as JL runs this. It's never really on them when they go into Realm of Yang. It's gonna have to beat Transformers, other Siphons, and even potentially a Xiphon composition. I'm excited to see if JL is going to be running into there, or they'll play for Spirit Well.
And they also have to worry about the Sire, right? Because listen, if anything comes out, Sire can also stagger a Fairy Shen mech with the laser beam. That's something that can disrupt the whole flow. However, switching this back over to the situation that's happening over towards the northeast of Sunwing's Rest, we're going to see TWSS having a scrim off against Team Bowda. Now, Bowda, he's healing up in the face of danger, even with the Kurumi Parasol to defend him with that mitigation for the F3. That's where it's going to be coming out to be casted. The healing prayer comes out for 4 seconds, and then you goes on the offensive. Ultimate comes out from Takeda. The Tessa enchantment's good, but the F3 was missed out, so we're going to see this full investment come out and see whether or not the Fear and Blast can be staggered out between the stun.
Yu is going to get staggered right now. They're going to secure a lockdown onto Peak, but Yuran with the Cyber ult says, get off my teammate. Laser beaming TBWSS off, not getting that focus fire off. And now Doofus on the Viper, stuck in a bad position, but nice bailout from Polaris, porting them out of there.
Now it's going to be a spot. Dofu finds himself one heal. He's looking for number 2. He ain't going to be allowed that, but he's going to throw a blue focus. F1 comes out here passively, and it's going to be you to try to lock him into the zone. The Shadow Corruption damage is going to be taken away, but those nunchucks are from Yuran. It's going to confirm that kill. You're about to find the second elimination then, and looking at total count number 5. This is about his point right now for that Realm of Yang to find it, to fuse it, but then again, no ultimates on standby. They don't get an ult refresh. It's not like how Solos operates, where you enter Realm of Yang and you get that ult refresh for trios. Only your skills reset when you enter said round. But switching on over towards the Crow's Nest. Another fight happening. This time, though, Wolves finding the sun. And actually, this is south of Celestra, and this Realm of Yang could have come out potential as NightHQ finds that musket shot, even with the disappearing Viper ults.
Wait a second. BBE with a little bit of a miscommunication. The V1 stagger is going to come out from the Viper, but Wu Chen ports him now. Now going into the Realm of Yang, we are going to see JL on their their Matari Yushan composition. DRG is going to come flying in with the F3. BBB going to put down the mech. Wonfang invisible, looking for a stagger, but Don Q sitting up top. Doesn't want to engage right now. Fairy Mech's going to be engaged. TXG trying to find an opening on the Matari. Looking to connect right now, but nice feel going to come off of Don Q. Looks for the uppercut, looking for the scale rush again. Wonfang going to make his way to the Faria, setting up to ultimate, but Don Q is going to respond with a Xi ult, and now we're going to move on to the phase 2 of the fight.
Don Q has to be careful here. He can always get staggered by Fairy Shen into a free lunge by the Almighty General, as Wonfang's going to be looking to use that Wei Shen ultimate on offensive points. He's at half health while Don Q is going into that Kurumi ultimate. We see the lunge. That's going to be where it comes from the background. Then he leashes that Ensnared Soul, making sure that burn tick comes out for that Wei Shen, who comes right back in and trying to convert in terms of damage and denying the pressure that's coming out with those ultimate strikes. But of course, you know, Dong Qing's been waiting this out here for the longest, and just making sure those burn tick procs come out and confirms Wonfang's demise. Dong Qing makes sure he can try to lock down VVV, who is going to be one of the few remaining teammates off of JL. As you can see in the background, TXJ is at 1 HP. He gets eliminated, and then you're going to see the victory come out as DRG wins out the first round.
Multiple players low HP. JL known for their clutch. Not today, though. DRG puts him down now in the other lobby. 2 Giants Alliance and GG facing up NY7 on the Zai. Finding the focus attack. Perry's going to be coming out from 3-3-0. Holds the line on the Battle Kurumi, but he is going to get flanked by NY7. Nice field going to come out for LX7. Dragon Slayer's going to be coming out. Everyone down to 1 HP. LX7 is going to fall. CGS down to 1 HP. NY7 with the flank, trying to lift him off the ground. Revenge down to a low hit point. CGS trying to make some space for it right now. 1v3 situation, looks for the RMB, sends it again. But Alliance had too much of an advantage. GG is gonna fall.
That fan working nice and tidy, because now they got golden onions, they got an explosive armor, and a purple cannon to pick up. And looking towards and ensuring that that buff is going to be something offensive. They're going for the Vermilions. We're seeing a spread of buffs. You see Wolves probably picking up from the Spirit Well and having Draco Storm, but EWG actually opting in for that White Tiger's Prowess. Now that's something that's interesting. You're going to notice that whether or not EWG are going to try to hunt down 5-2-1, they are playing it's safe. They need to make sure that they don't hunt down and lose out the potential of their lives. They already lost their first fight. The reset period only comes down to picking up scraps from bodies and then working with what they got, because looting game right is too risky, especially with the Realm of Yang 1 concluding.
Now, even though 5-2-1 got the match point, this is a critical part for this tournament. You can't let the overheat get to yourself. It does come down a lot of the time to points, especially when everyone's so evenly matched. When you look at the points, JL all the way up to DRG in first, only separated by around 10 points. So many teams are in contention right now. You still want to keep up. Slow and steady wins the race. But 5-2-1, they've spent a lot of time in NVPL. They have the discipline, and they're slowing down their gameplay. I'm liking what I see from them right now.
Yeah, and seeing Wolves here with their Draco Storm, it's about to expire in just a moment, but they're able to pick that up, and they are that Viper Witch Intensity team comp that does not necessarily take it to Rummy Yang fights. They are mostly into the outskirts in the overworld. And now for Wolves, they are just out here straight past the Islet Crater and just hiding out in the swamp area. Meanwhile, Shipwreck expands 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock for JL. They have the moment of the 2-minute timer of them scouting around, making sure they're finding players. They were not successful in doing so, but GG, they are still in soul form as well, and they are hiding out and seeing whether or not it is in their best interest to ambush, because Alliance, they are on the cusp of the arrival scene, and hoping to see whether or not you can see Alliance could take the fight into their own hands.
Yeah, Alliance does have that really good spot right now. BBB's going to lead the charge. RB, jump down the B, going to stay safe, get that poke damages. He's going to get taken for a ride, though. NY7 and Yuma putting on the pressure. Revenge with that flank. He's going to get silenced by BBB. Now turning around the pressure. BBB going to drop down the mech, get into there. 1:40. Can GL find the cleanse?
Looking like a part 2 trilogy of the trilogy, because it comes down towards JL, making sure that whether or not they're going to become the one known as the Godfather, they have to make those decisions right now. And for VVV, he's going to be the menace of the story, even though he's making all the decisions right here to stay on top. There's a one cannon shot, and looking towards that Wei Shan ultimate to come out here. The one Fong's on ground level duty, and TXJ is making sure he can try to stagger out, but there is Alliance putting out the points, and they have 50 seconds on the Vermilions. Even if they find eliminations, the whole lobby has accrued in terms of Shipwreck Expanse. 5-2-1 now appearing outside of the bushes and just looking for that potential for snagging kills left and right as a yoink strategy.
Yeah, rare situation GG against the ropes. When they're on Siphon, they find ways to get that soul bloom. NY7 stuck in a position. CGS is going to pick up the kill. Do they get the soul bloom? Looks like one of them did end up picking up, but Alliance still fighting back right now. Multiple teams coming in. OUG from the flank. CGS as well. 5-2-1 showing up to the party. Can they pick up some kills? Pampi sitting on the outside right now. Doesn't want to overkid. Yin's going to find a kill onto Yuma. Cannon shots are coming out. Switching to the pistol, but Pampi choosing to engage right now. 5-2-1 wants to get active right now. GG desperately trying to get in. Nice parry going to come out from Pampi on to OUG's SS. Back to back. Parry's putting him to the ground. SS, though, is going to use that Tamiyo to back off and stabilize.
This is going to be Pampi acting out here like Val Kilmer and Heat. He's just making sure he can put them under fire. There's a lot of mentions out here, folks, but Pampi, he has himself to worry about this ultimate, not so much, because with this ultimate cast himself, Tianhai, it will be something for all the players to want to disperse, and this is, like I said, Isaac had cast the curse it way ahead of time. Shipwreck Expanse against Transformers, it's not looking good for him because there's so much terrain. And now for 5-2-1, no utilization of this ultimate. They have to back away, and they have to disengage quickly, because I hear the grapples and they are getting hunted.
Yeah, that Wombo coming out, the Valda Monk being invested right now. They're not able to get much out of it, but YZG showing up to the party. QGG is going to connect to Pampi, seeing the retreating Transformer team. They want a piece of this, showing that weak body language. 5-2-1 has to back off right now. Good thing for them. GG, desperate for a soul bloom, is going to pick off OUG instead, and EWG is going to show up to the party.
It's going to be a Top Gun motion, because if they can keep themselves nice and tidy in the flight format and just making sure they get dropped down for those blue focuses like that parry, this is going to be a healing intersection for the kills. And of course, looking for the blue focuses. I heard you went down because everything comes up, because Pampi is looking to try to hold down those blue focuses, and back and forth repair. Dat dodge, looking left and right and keeping his team in motion for the reset. This is dangerous for them. 2 blue armors, but somehow, some way, 5-2-1 are holding down the position, locked and loaded.
Yeah, 5-2-1. Really, really good disengage from in there, covering, moving, making their way to the no-ult zone, making their way out of GG's range, but I spoke too soon. I might have cursed them right now. EWG is going to find the kill onto Pampi, but 2 people from 5-2-1 are going to be able to live. They're going to make their way into zone, try to avoid the situation, play for that res. OUG, our GG still in the hunt, and we're going to move on to the realm of Yang.
Now, Alliance are taking a lot of forefront pressure from DRG to Xiphon that is stacked into this game, as we saw the first Rummy Yang victory. Dongqing 98 having himself to launch himself with a Comet, going towards NY7 in the background and looking to try to push him away from his opponents, just making sure he can keep him in the back line. And there's going to be nickel focus strikes back to back, and we're throwing those left and right. And there's going to be one ensnare soul ready to go here. We're extending the time for the ultimate to not be used, because you know Dongqing's going to go ahead and throw that ensnared, and there's a confirmation. Alliance goes down, immediate execution. DRG opting in for that win. Bowder winning their Rummy Yang, as well as seeing BBE pick up that Mystic Might from a Spirit Well. well. Looking at the gear here, we're going to see a gold fan. We're going to see a chance of that as being a overcut. No, that's a wind spout being available for these guys, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to have to double check and see later on, because otherwise, DRG, they might be the most stacked players in this lobby.
Yeah, like you said, sir, definitely the most stacked players indeed. Over already leading the lobby with kills, up to 12 kills. They have woken up and they're absolutely fragging out. 521 has a chance to get that res, but it looks like they cannot end this tournament. Multiple teams now. It's up to them to get that match point. It's going to be spicy of a game 7 as the drama unfolds.
And it's dangerous right now. 12 eliminations DRG have in this game, making it extremely difficult for 521 to try to see if we're going for that range res over by the Artisan's Grove. That's going to be a little bit sketch. No one's around here to watch this. Pampy being on scout duty allowed him know, and now Akame is back up. He's got to be quick with this escape, going right back into it. But like I said, 12 eliminations DRG. They are stacked out here as the kill leaders into the game right now, playing Xiphon and winning out 2 Realm Yangs this time around. 521 approaching very closely towards Wolves and seeing, oh no, into the bush to try to confirm that no one is in there, and ZK is just staying still for dear life.
Wow, just narrowly missing that Phoenix Blast. Now Wolves looking to use the store as well. The store is getting very, very busy. It looks like there's a sale on the store right now. ZK is like, wait a second, it's getting a little too spicy for me. I'm going to make my way out of there. 521 though, recovering their game, able to move into the zone, stay alive right now at 1.5. They have a decent points lead. They still can be playing for first. If this goes the distance, every point is going to matter.
Yeah, and I just realized why we saw the YGG cam. Man, they are little decimal points away from match point, and I feel bad for the boys, but we have to see what's going to happen here. A lot of players, a lot of teams should say, having entered match point, it's going to be stacking up here very soon. 521 Yin having the Phoenix Blast, and with the blue longsword, blue armor, it's kind of like a fight with your eyes type situation if everyone wants to come through. Here he switches over that longsword though. Purple Raider now. Wistro comes out, trying to deny the range shots coming out here against Akame, who has to burn that F2, and Yin trying to keep the moment in case any pursuers come through. The F1 comes out. Pompey utilizing his own combo break here. This is a lot of skills to be burned out here, Raven, before the engagement really begins.
Does a bubble from max range, trying to cover his teammate. Nice job on 521 though. They've been really, really good fighting on the back foot right now, even though they're a bunch of blueberries, even though they're not as scaled as they'd like to be. They've done a good job of keeping off the pressure as everyone's chasing down. But speaking of being under pressure, we saw GG before. They had that Yang depletion. They got upset in the realm of Yang, but this is what makes them so strong. Even though you have them on the back foot, you can't count them up. They find a way to come back. They find a way to cleanse. EWG, though, chasing down the global team. They don't want them to win that match point. They can sense the weakness of the team that they're chasing. Looking for this kill. Can EWG end 521's run?
They're at 51.2 points overall. They still need around 13.8 just to secure themselves that 65 point threshold for match points. So for EWG, this could be that pop-off game we were mentioning that could happen for them, and they can come through. Bowda's as well on the 7-point kill game, being a little bit up on terms of EWG, but not so much. But they still need that amount of points to be earned, 13 plus. Now comes down to Bowda getting confirmed out here for Focus Fire, and oh my goodness, that's a lot of fan RBs. That's a lot of fist plays with focus action, but there's going to be the confirmation for the comment to get dodged, and you goes for the pelvic thrust, avoiding out NY7 and turning around that pressure that was brought upon himself.
How does you press against the corner? You don't want to pressure him. He turns it around, lets them know he's not going down quietly. Immediately popping that Cicada ult, taking matters in his own hands, throwing those R&Bs out like hotcakes, doing a ton of damage, forcing out the V1. Karumi ult is up. He's out of charges though. Now NY7 with that Xi ult is going to be able to turn this momentum around. You though has something for him, switching over to that fan, getting the damage going. Alliance is forced onto the back foot.
This is going to be a fan spam on 1, 2, 3, seared on both sides. Looking towards the R&B spam coming out. You have to look and invest the F1 at the right opportune moment. There it is. Hoping to hold this out here for the blue focus horizontals. Seeing the parry from the teammate connected towards it. It doesn't get caught with the parry, but there it is. Revenge goes ahead and gets struck back here and knocked back. This is a nice synergized moment coming from Team Bowda, but a parry like that could have disrupted the whole flow. And the F1 from Euron comes out. The Siren Heal is impeccable, but then again, NY7 is dying to the zone. Alliance are going to go down. Bowda has just secured themselves the 13 points. They're going to still need to stack up here into this end game in the 9 minutes left.
Let's go, you. Bringing it back. They had a little bit of a lull start, but on the back of Takeda, on the back of Bowda's used Takeda, absolutely shredding Alliance, who was on a roll up to 7 kills. But Bowda letting them know, Your run stops here. Now moving over to the Spirit Well, facing off versus DRG.
DRG Dongqing saw that tip K to Fear No. A little bit of panic mode using F2. Hasn't used ultimate yet, and Matari, nice moment for the proc to come out here. Look, we're going to spam out the F2. This time we have an ultimate ready to go, but that Spirit Well is going to deny the range shot, so that's going to force out DRG. They don't want to take the engagement as heavy as they would like, even with you having the ultimate active for a couple of seconds. Pampy, look at the drop down into here with a bell. Wait a second, we've seen this from Wolves before. Here's going to be the Tian High ultimate coming out. Pampy going to be forcing out the disengagement as it comes out towards Bauda, and having the bubble for the Valda, having the meter build up for that Spirit Well. We're at 50% for them to clear this one for Shock.
We've seen Viper drops, but have you seen Monk drops? Pampy coming from the top roads, pushing them off and securing the Spirit Row. Now 5-1 has a good footing into this lobby, stacked to the gills. Pampy with the gold armor, Akame as well with the purple or blue armor, but Yin getting the purple armor. They're looking poised to get some points going.
And I believe they got themselves a Dragon War, so we're going to have to see that later on. Shipwreck expansion is a whole different coast that we have to focus down on towards, because EWG Liwei, right? He's got himself the Fear and Blast to be invested so far for this ultimate. He still has Xi's ultimate for the Tumult. He still's got Cookie for the Karumi. And now they're looking to try to force out and split a team apart and looking for the pick apart scenario. Cyro F is invested, F2 from Liwei. We saw that from EWG in the free screen, but now OEGG goes out from Wolves, and Wolves is spamming out blue focuses left and right. You know, XEM's not going to shy away from doing so. He's got 8 grapples. He's got that pole sword on standby. The moment that he finds ZK to utilize the ult, he knows he's going right back in.
Yeah, Wolves a little bit quiet this round, but up to 4 kills right now. They're playing that hit and run. Viper, that attack on Titan. 5-2-1 has their work cut out for them. Still multiple Viper teams in the lobby. BBE, Wolves, but the majority of this lobby, very, very durable compositions. EWG on the Siphon, Bauda on the Siphon with Syra, GG on their Siphon. We're going to get a nice stacked endgame now. DRG up to 12 kills. It's going to be a heads-up play, Bauda and DRG as the favorites, but you can't count out 5-1. You can't count out Transformers. That double grab can just turn things around. We saw it earlier from OUG's The King. Is Pampy on that same level?
Gotta see, because, you know, DRG, they can get eliminated now, and this could be a breath of fresh air without them even knowing for 5-2-1, because, like you said, Transformers Endgame Circle, this was also into the endgame, you know, final shadow collapsing. It would be a spot. If this is the endgame circle on the high ground, oh, the resets. I don't want to think about it. That would just be the scenario that 5-2-1 would love to take into consideration. But the problem is, there's a lot of counter action coming through, and that's just hiding away from the Transformers. Even with the Mystic Might buff the next couple of seconds, they're still going to hide out here. Meanwhile, Dreadful Whale going to be here in the hands about his peak. We know that Yaron is going to be able to kind of utilize himself with those nunchucks, having the Dragon War to be charged up here. And he has that lockdown potential in Assault Smolder. We've seen that even yesterday in solos, where the Assault Smolder comes out with the nunchucks to kind of lock someone down. Stanchion Sky Pillar and seeing an Overcomer actually for Kakashi. That's going to be the moveset coming through for the Matari, while the teams are just locked down here, stacked out, and just trying to burn for resources.
We're seeing a classic endgame here, a battle positioning, buttery rocks, high ground contention, as that 80% Moonbane forces everyone to the corners of the map. No one wants a hard commit right now. The one thing that counters Siphon is another Siphon all in you. The protection of that Temi wall, very, very good, unless the enemy team has that Temi. Unfortunately for Pampy, Temi wall's not going to be allowing him to get those grabs, but we saw earlier, upsets can happen. The Zycom beating 2 Transformer teams. Can the opposite happen? Can the Siphon comps fall to a singular Transformer team?
We have to see, because Yin, he has no armor, and everyone notices that, and they're trying to hunt down this Valda before she procs ult. He gets 1 heal off. This is a dangerous spot, though, because the teams can just look to lock down from every other side. And Akame, he has no ultimate right now. Could have had to force proc it, could have set up a teleporter, but this Dreadful Well is going to deny anyone coming in here. Draco Storm, I should say, coming out from the Spirit Well. It's getting kited by Bauda, and Bauda are ready to launch it out here. The confirmation comes through. They got Stormstride. They're working through and picking that one up. But in the meanwhile, he's going to the offensive, and he's looking to pressure this one out here with that gold pole sword. So with it, taking each team into consideration to push them off here, there's going to be those last hit confirmations that he's making sure to force the disruption between all teammates from his opponent's side.
Bauda wants to stir the pot. You is the big spoon coming in, swinging. He still has another ult in his pocket. 2 more shoves to his name. He's going to find an R&B onto Roy Hee, but Roy Hee is out of there. BBE wants nothing to do with this Draco Storm team. On the low ground, though, GG with the classic cannon pressure, forcing everyone on this left side into a tough position. The meat grinder between Bauda and GG, slowly closing the distance, slowly choking them up, and the first victim is going to fall. Ivan from BBE will die to EWG.
Liwei is going to be the possibly the second one, but his ultimate comes out here from a teammate. A Dreadful Will connects, and there's going to be a lockdown. Liwei goes down. There's the RMB slam down. Iran immediately deleted in the background somewhere, somehow, as a Syro, which is kind of a big surprise, and Battle wasn't expecting it. This is going to be a spot where the drop downs can occur. Now for you, having to see that side come through, he's going to see her disappear just like that, like a blink of an eye, and looking to see whether or not he can throw out those focuses to make sure that the denial of pressure. Losing out your third in this case is not a fun time, but there's still chances for 5-2-1 to hold out for dear life. As you can see, they're waiting for that res to happen, and they're picking up loot along the way.
Yeah, 5-2-1 scaling up, playing this incredibly smart. Transformers has a huge edge when it comes to heal off, but there's so much terrain around them. A lot of these Sidemen teams have triple cannon. It's going to be tough for them to live through this sustained DRG on the Sidemen. Don Q is going to get forced out with the Tesla ult. Has to pop the ultimate now on the low ground. Dropping down. His teammates are going to cover him with the attacks. Now going into this cave, there's a gremlin in there. There's a giant troll. It's Bauda. It's you. They got gold armor. Don Q is going to get out of there. Doesn't want any part of it, but he has to fight his way through everyone as Pampy's going to pop the ultimate on high ground.
He's got the high ground position. Don't let him strike back. There's one against Xi. There's going to be a spot right now for Pampy to look for these grabs, but like I said, Shipwreck, it's a little bit of a cursed moment. If he can find another grab against Liwei there for the last hit, it's not going to happen. Yu's already on it. He's making sure to pick up the Soul Blooms and rotate out. He finds another grab. This time, though, the meter dump comes through, but he knows there's not going to be enough time. He only has time for one more grab. Pampy looks to try to make sure that Kurumi does not have a sort of escape route, so once he deforms, he's able to cut her off. Here he comes down, full armor, ready to go in the offensive. He takes one time to heal the Tumult Circle into the last 2 minutes, lock down this building for everyone to try to cut past, and then comes GG with that Takeda Fury and ult out of CJS's pocket.
GG doing a good job holding the building, using the durability of their Kurumi Circle. This is their house. If you come in here uninvited, they are going to take you down. But on the high ground, 5-2-1, using the Hottie, using Akame slashes to secure their position. Q's going to be coming out. They have the Monk already. They're poised to win this heal off, but it's not enough. They're going to keep up the pressure. Challenge GG inside their house.
This is going to be a spot. Akame having that gold nutty is going to smack with one R&B, and it's 900 damage, and now he's going to get a full reset. He's allowing for his teammate to get the heal off. His Pompey has ultimate in just a second. The Flamebreaker is confirmed. The ultimate's ready here. Hold on a second. Wait a moment. We're going to see whether or not the ground units come up to the sky, and Pompey on that high ground gets that Tian High ultimate active. He's going for that pressure hold. He's looking for the melee grabs. He's got to be safe enough to look for it, and he finds you, of all people, to get them out the game.
Bauda is going to lose their carry. Explosions going down as Pampy's looking for the grabs, picking up Cookie as well. He gets the slam, he eliminates Cookie. Pampy now definitely looking for the Soul Bloom. He's going to get knocked into the zone, and Wolves is going to turn it around.
That's the dangerous spot for Yin right now, but with the Valdo ultimate active, the spears are still on standby. We still have 7 or 8 opponents for them to look towards. DRG are still alive, 3 set. The whole team is still available to proc out here for Wolves right now. Looking to counteract this with their Viper ultimate in the last possible moment and guaranteeing that stun. We're at 25 seconds, folks. 5-2-1 Akame still alive, still has Hottie ultimate, still has that ultimate to be active for that teleporter. CGS looking to try to deny this point here. There's going to be the ultimate from the Akame. There's going to be a chance for them to dissipate from this point on. And of course, as the XCM kind of puts himself here for the stun, having a spotlight in the moment here for that tested chance to kind of get those last hit confirmations. Who's going to come out here striking for this sight line? There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Of course, Akame comes in for the last strike, for the last hit. He picks up the Soul Blooms. He's trying to get his team to stay alive, but he is not going to survive out. It's instead going out to DRG with those eliminations and the MVP for this round.
Massive, massive plays coming out from GG, controlling the house, controlling that low ground. We saw 5-2-1 bringing it back, but Wolves is going to slow them down. It's not going to matter. DRG is going to clutch it up, is gonna show up big. They were quiet all day, but now they are just as loud as the crowd.
And they're pushing through. We saw the support coming in from the family and relatives off in the distance, and so congratulating them for their MVP. But we got to remember, there's $40,000 to be earned because of that MVP. So that's going to be stacking up, and like we said, it keeps scaling up. That means we're going to Game 7. We're allowing for ourselves to earn ourselves more money for MVP. Whether it's a blessing and a curse, allowing for this to warn out here isn't going to be not just for the competition, but for the war for attrition, as mentioned before, time and time again for everybody, and looking to earn out that victory.
Tough break for GG. This is the first time I've seen them a little bit strained. It usually looks like business as usual, but not today. Under the pressure, under these last rounds, they're so close to closing it out, and they just cannot seal the deal. Another team is coming out from the depths. This time it's DRG, and these MVP bags serve. We're getting some nice cars out here every time we win some NARAKA BLADEPOINT Battle Royale.
So much money on the line throughout the MVPs, and now actually recognizing the teams, 5 teams now under match point. At one point, 5-2 one of the only ones, but there were so many close behind. BBE's earning their spot. YZG was one of the teams not able to cut it through, so that's going to be where it leads down to this next round. Instead of taking the pressure, almost half the lobby is under position to hopefully confirm themselves a win as long as they end themselves the MVP. And this leads us down into round 7. This gives us a chance of seeing, okay, we're actually at this point, what are we preparing for next? Because round 7 and 8, this is where things get a lot more spicier.
Yeah, everyone was asking me whether or not I think Trios was going to go to distance, because we saw Wolves did end it super fast. I don't think that record will ever be broken in 5 games, especially on this world stage. Everyone is just so evenly matched. Everyone is pulling out all the stops. DRG. I was talking to you earlier. I was just like, I don't really recall a lot of DRG's strategies. They're not really known for a singular comp, a singular player. They just are always here in these grand finals. They're always in that top 8, representing NBPL very well. And they are in striking distance to take it all now.
Yeah, and considering that DRG are using that Xiphon to the utmost aptitude test, and that's something that JL had invented, this is where it comes down to practice makes perfect for DRG. They are at the lead with 84.3 points.
Oh my goodness.
Crazily, 12.1 points above 521. 68 points for Wolves, and you know, BBE and GG, they just secured match point just barely. I mean, we saw the reaction from GG, like, oh my god, I can't believe we made it. Because this is coming down towards a brass tacks wire. This is coming down to where you were so close for YCG, 0.6 points. That would have meant just elimination or some placement points, and that's even harder to get those placement points considering that multiplier only is accrued for first place. So for YZG, still up to them to try to earn match point next round, and then hopefully to see if round 8 occurs. But Team Bauta at 8.2 with a deficit for 9.8 for EWG and 9.9 for Reliance, 9.9 for JL, 13.3 for OUG, and at 35 points it feels like for TWSS, which is just a mile away. But we got a question for you guys into the Twitch chat. So make sure you guys get your chances here for those rewards for that Peerless Treasure Choice gift. How many kills did DRG get into Game 6? Is it A17, B18, C19, D20? Now, I know the number kind of because I saw the last number on the list, but I know that when the calculation comes through, it's going to be a little bit higher. That's the only hint I'm going to let y'all know in the chat, because I know you guys have a little bit of trouble in the chat. Like, I wonder if it's, you know, someone trolls you. They didn't throw the Kappa face for you in the Twitch chat. But regardless, make sure you guys have your NARAKA ID handy. Make sure you have your whispers open, and ensuring that if you do get added in the chat, yeah, you get yourself a reward. But round 6 concludes, man. Now we're in the overtime. We're in the overtime for the round 7 and round 8. Now we have 5 teams to contest this for J-Cup Trios, Grand Trios qualifiers for the World Championship. Now we are looking at how tense the situation has become, Raven.
Yeah, we're talking about $250,000 on the line, not including the MVP. Every decision right now is going to be worth thousands of dollars. Can you imagine that you got to bet it all on blue or red when you're inside that realm of Yang? All of these teams have to have a little bit of nerves. We saw it from GG. I'm telling you, they've looked immortal this entire season. No emotions, whether or not they win or lose. No celebrations, maybe a little bit of a smile after able to secure a win for a weekly finals, but nothing like this. Right now, we see them under the pressure. They do get over that line. The question is, though, will we see that consistent GG? Will we see that godly endgame GG to close it out? Or will we potentially see one of the global teams take it? Will we see history, sir?
It's crazy. 2 out of the 5 teams here in the global scene. And looking at the scoreline, answer was 19 kill eliminations. That's come out from DRG. They got 26.8 points. Baudo with 13 points earned that round. EWG with 11.5 points. 8.5 points for Wolves. GG with 8.5 as well. 7.5 has been earned out for Alliance. And while 521 earned out 7 points that game, now and secured the MVP, you still see BBE catching 6. And while TWSS gets 4, 3.5 for OUG, YZG with a 0.5, and a JL with a 0-point game, something that I did not expect to see today. Didn't expect to see it in the past. We did see a 0.5 at one point. We never thought we saw a donut coming through from one of the, from one of the teams that had those former World Championship players and having the chance of seeing it on the line and trying to look out for themselves. Because look, standings come out here. TWSS at 29.8, 51.7. The jump skyrockets with OUG at 11th, JL 55.1, as well as the 9th Alliance. And seeing 55.2 for EWG, Baudo with 56.8 in 7th place. You have the line. And YZG's right under it with 64.4. And above said line for Matchpoint, GG with 65 points, right on the dollar, right on the money. BBE with 66.7, 68 points for CD Wolves. 521 with 72.4 and that 84.3 lead that DRG are taking home. And that's the thing that we mentioned about if the players can try to earn as many points, or the teams, that's all it's going to matter when we reach Game 8. And DRG are on track for that motion, unless someone beneath them under and inside of that Matchpoint threshold to get that MVP.
The points will matter indeed when it comes to the end serve. All of these teams have been preparing for this. All of these teams, we are at this championship round, the Game 7. It's not going to matter for your Game 8 if you don't put yourself in position to clutch it up. But first, we're going to go to the replays brought to you by Thunder Robot.
Now, of course, Yaron was chasing down the nunchucks, something that we see predominantly in the trios as well as in the solos, and then seeing Yaron going ahead and knocking out that 2-piece for eliminations. But of course, Don Ching looking towards in terms of that Romy Yang getting caught out here. Oh, looking towards and rolling out due to his teammates' tenacity to rock right back in and turning that fight around. And now for Don Ching, again, this time against NY7, against Alliance, you see how he was pushing out that Zai from the corner so that way his opponent doesn't have a chance of having that offensive pressure that Zai would have brought to the table and knocking him out. Seeing towards Baudo Yu, though, putting out the spotlight for Alliance outside of that Romy Yang. This time, though, for the elimination outside of the match, this is where you had that right opportune moment of having, even though all the parries are coming through, his teammates to back him up and guarding himself from offensive pressure.
Yeah, you on the Takeda, an absolute menace, carrying his team through that fight versus Alliance. But Pampi, 5-2-1, coming from the depths. They were blueberries hiding in that endgame. They finally make it to that endgame. Akame comes in swinging, picking up some kills, picking up some soul blooms, showing up big for 5-2-1 at the end. 5-2-1 in shambles, letting everyone know even when they're not ahead, they still have the gear to get it done.
Yeah. And now seeing towards the DRG MVP of this round, and that's none other than Don Ching 9. That's going to be where he was out at Zai in his first MVP in the entirety of the J-Cup season, coming through for the 26k damage at Zai, having the skill to be the most damage coming through, and that's just the F skill. Chain Cycles being the majority for his secondary amount of damage in the dual blades. And you see the Jades coming through here. That Venom Tip might have come in clutch at one point. The Velocity might have come in clutch if you found a better rarity for those nunchucks. But the Venom Tips and as well as the Warfare Pace, something that you don't necessarily see, especially Greatsword, but just stacking up that mitigation, stacking up the HP, just to ensure that even if he goes against a fellow Zai, he still has HP enough for those burn tick damages in case that mirror matchup comp does occur. And of course, just making sure he's staying out. You say, what? 10,000 healing? That's also coming out from his ultimate, just to be as active as possible, and with that Matari to allow that offensive siphon to happen.
Yeah, Zai, normally everyone looks at the stats, sees how much damage she's doing, but like you were saying, sir, that defensive stats, super, super important for Zai. A lot of her offense has to be supported by her team. We've seen some spectacular play, though, from the Zai today. The combos, the meteor, into the uppercut, into the jumping LMBs, the follow-up has been so precise today. There's no room to breathe anymore. And Game 7, that championship round, everyone is holding their breath. Who is going to win this? I got to say, sir, I want the Globals players to win. They've showed up big today. I'm surprised by their strategy and what they've shown us today. But still, you can't count out GG. They are known for clutching it up in these big moments.
Yeah, it's going to hopefully not seem like an echo chamber like yesterday where we got 7 rounds from OUG's Mike to win out. Could it potentially be 7 rounds for any of the 5 teams to come through? through, this is going to be that deciding factor. They are probably back in their rooms right now practicing out what is to play next, because things come through for this next round. We're in the Firefly maps. We are now on full aggression mode, and this is not something that some players, were like always, looking forward to, but if that moment comes and strikes, that's where the rotations come through. That's where the full-on drop spawns, and they can contest teams that are massive for those moments, like GG, taking that cave over by the Morris Isle if we end up going to game 8. But overcoming the opportunity in Hot Rod to end into Starry Night and then having the finite position of just looking past where we can drop and start off strong, Salvation Podium is something that would end up being that spot.
Yeah, South Ocean Podium setting up for the Realm of Yang. This is going to be the spiciest Realm of Yangs of all time. Literally hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. You don't want to go anywhere, folks. Not only we're getting cars now, we're getting houses. It's going to come down to this Game 7, setting up for that Game 8. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
You've chosen. You need your blood so cold it's frozen. Broken spirit, no, too far to go home now. Time to find out what you're made. Suns fading away, time to rise or fall. Your enemy is anyone that stands between you and your destiny. So show everyone you're ready for the fight. You're the only one who make it out alive. You're the only one who make it out alive. The quicker your heart is thunder, the harder the fire burning. You're the only one who make it out alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the Grand Finals Trios in Changsha. My name is Severio, alongside with Raven PLZ. We got ourselves coming out here for round 7, Raven, and we are out here looking at 5 teams for J-Cup.
This is the most exciting J-Cup I have ever seen. The new rules, the MVP 55 ground. If you win it, It's 250,000 if you get first, and for the first time, global teams actually giving the legends of the game a run for their money.
I know the pressure is on right now, especially from GG, a team that dominated this entire season this past year, taking out Spring, winning that out, taking out Summer, winning that out, and putting out the punches even against JL, especially inside of the group stage qualifiers. But then seeing where this role comes out here for the final moments, you know, something as dangerous as this comes out as the unexpected, and that unexpected comes in when the teams that you wouldn't least expect make it on top. Wolves in the state of mind right now and putting out that pressure, they are also just making sure they can try to catch out for that MVP.
Yeah, Wolves a little bit quiet, unlike the rest earlier this season, but they're still up and running. It's still very, very close. All of the teams around that 55+ mark, anyone can still win this. If it doesn't go to an MVP, if it doesn't end now, as long as you get 10 to 15 points, you put yourself in striking distance for that $250,000. And it's not only that, the MVP adds on to it. Mike jumped up from that first place of 100,000. I can only imagine what the trios pot is gonna be if you end it right now. A team could be making up to 350,000 if they end it right now.
Exactly, yeah. And then if we even go to the next round, if I'm not mistaken, that's 70K plus for an MVP. So we're taking a lot of money into the talk. So, you know, let's talk money real quick. If it comes down to them catching the MVP and they catch the MVP for this round, that's 55,000 on top of that pot of $250,000. And then that's not even taking into consideration if they have the kill leader position, the full MVP, this is essentially everything that puts them out for that bonus stacks, and that's a lot. And Mike taking out the $184,000 yesterday was something to behold. And for trios, I know in the back of their head, the teams are preparing themselves and just pushing out that threshold.
Now, we did see JL goose-egging that round, losing that head of Steven. That's what I was saying, sir. A lot of the times, the early parts of a tournament, you don't want to peak then. You want to peak at the end. You want the momentum going to the end because you don't want that pressure to reduce your skill in these big moments. The good thing that I did see, we saw GG, a little bit of yawning from them, a little bit that low-key, that calm, cool, collected. They're not in first right now, but it doesn't matter if they win first place now. They are known for their stellar endgame, and in the clutch moments, they've been clutching it up all year. I still think they are the favorite, but the dark horses have shown up. The global scene has shown up. I'm hoping for the biggest upset of all time.
That would be absolutely stupendous to see, because TWSS, OUG, JL, Lions, they are first phase selection. EWG, Bauda, YZG, DRG is second phase. 521 Wolves, BBE, and GG are taking the third phase for this round into Hollow Rock Starry Night. A key map selection that comes out for not only to the aspects of, like I said, the Salvation Podium for the early onset loot, but also to see how fast that an early onset spawn begins to fight. It's because now the picks are coming through. Alliance still has 9 points on the board as well. As seen, they burn all their points and in the pot for a Zyphin. Transformers come from JL, and OUG burning all their points for the Transformer pick. TWSS still opting in. They had all their points still. Are they going to want to burn this one out? Dofu, It's Snack, and Polaris have the option and choosing that key component of a comp. If they go Transformers right now, it would tie out that shit. Oh, okay, so we're bringing out the Fairy Shed into the multiple in the Tianhai for the first time. It's banned out for that 1 point. Now we're on the second phase.
The old school Sandback Alliance going Zai, put it on the back of NY7's Zai. He's been absolutely spectacular today, absolutely spectacular the whole year on this Zai. But we are going to see the heavyweight bouts in the realm of Yang. Everyone's busting out their best dueling compositions, their best 3v3 inside Yang compositions. We got you on the Takeda, heading it down. Can he slow everyone's roll down? I'm gonna be rooting for you to prove everyone wrong and take this to a game 8.
And we're taking Transformers for those +1s. They are committed towards that option, so this is gonna be a tremendous amount of pressure on them. If they end up winning it out, it's gonna work in their favor, but with that 1 point, that could disrupt their whole flow for the 8th round for that point selection, so make it happen, boys, because this is gonna be round 7 to potentially end it out for the night. 521 BBE, 2 global teams make it to the scene, competitors being GG and having to go up against Wolves as well. This is where the gamers have become united.
Man, what is gonna be the winning strategy going into this last bit? We haven't seen such a heavy Monk composition in so long. Usually, we've seen the dominance of the Takeda. We saw Syra come onto the scene, but finally, we're getting that vintage trios NARAKA, the Monk endgame. Are they gonna play it fast? Are they gonna play it slow? But we are, for a fact, gonna get some nice Monk dittos inside the realm of Yang.
It's a movie scene today, folks, and we're seeing the main story to be unfolded here. Round 7 J-Cup Trios Grand Finals, seeing 5 teams to match point, allowing into the games to conclude potentially into Starry Night. Could be a lucky number 7 for both days, but then again, with 5 players, 5 teams on the board, and them having to contest, the other 7 teams need to just slide right by to make sure that that does not happen. We still need to see that game 8, they say. And now the skill selection's coming through. I'm looking past the Cyrus because I need to see what the skills are, F2 or F1, because, you know, it ain't going to be V2. And it seems to be the combo breakers, and the Takedas are taking the F1s as well. Combo breaker for LXMs and under GGG's Valda banner, so not taking that F1 into usage for the bubble for the second row. OUG, DRG, EWG, BBE. Let's take a look at the scene about those skill selections, folks, because if it comes down to OUG right now, and opting in for the F1, that's going to be spicy, but they're going for combo breaker. They want to be safe and allowing for themselves to disengage as well as Fat Bill taking the opportunity of doing that with a V1 Hottie on both ends. For the last selection, all combo breakers for the Valdas except for 521. They are taking out that bubble for the nightly guide. We are at Starry Night, folks. We're swooping right in here, and we're seeing the most spiciest drops I've seen yet so far.
Looking to the north, JL and Alliance gonna be facing off. GG, Kings of the North, gonna be duking it out. BBE versus Wolves in Matab. They've been duking it out this entire J-Cup for Matab. Will the champion be determined in the 7th round? I want to say B. No, I want it to go to a game 8. I want everyone to be on match point for that juicy, juicy prize, the big 300K. Dude, just the biggest pot of all time in NARAKA. Will it go down in history that GG, they have a Grand Slam, they've won everything this year, one of the first teams to do it. Will JL become one of the legendary teams to 2-time it, even though they're under another banner? TXJ leading with VVV, can they take it down again? Or will we get an historic event, something that I wouldn't believe unless you showed it with my eyes?
This is gonna
a global team winning trios in NARAKA.
This is gonna be a difficult one, folks. Game 7 begins, and we're starting hot. We're starting off the rip fights in Imperial Village. GG's signature spawn, and it's getting contested. I see a purple crossbow. That's a good scaling weapon, my friend. And you know, LXM's gonna be looking to pick that one up, but then the ambush begins. The fights start out. GG sees the fights happening inside this tent line, and they're looking to try to rush down with the blue focus. And is that a Gray Sword level 3 charge swinging right in?
GG starting off big, spin to win, getting on the board already, getting those early kills. The lobby has to be worried right now. If they get going, they're a freight train to be reckoned with. YZG17S against the corner, holding the R&B, but 330 is not gonna shy from the moment. Calling out his Prairie, getting him down with the light attacks.
Now seeing towards it, even with no grapples, he's putting the pressure. You looks for the parry, confirming the F1 and delaying out the attack just to make sure he doesn't clink off of it. Having to see 330 with no armor here is going to be an investment for that Kurumi ultimate in the background to make sure that they can keep their fight, because they are set to go on stack duty. Look at this nunchuck wielding Syra, though. You know that it comes down to Yaron to proc that ultimate. He's got the ultimate ready to strike down the Light and Fury. But for 330, it's just going to be another heal cycle as Bow to peak activates that ultimate, and is now looking to try to reapproach the position.
Yeah, Bowder's kind of coming into the ground, but GG's doing a good job of peeling and moving out. Yu's going to get really, really low. Yuran, though, is also going to be running out. The slides are going to run off for a peak. He puts his hands on him. 330's going to find a kill into Yu. And now, popping the ultimate. 330 stuck inside the house. Can he get some value out of this peak? Jumping, weaving, leap, peak, trying to land, trying to get out of here, but he's gonna get picked up a 330. Vintage Monk play coming out from GG.
6 eliminations GG has picked up in the first 3 minutes of the match. It just feels like it's been a nightmare for the players that are dying to them. They don't know who it's gonna be until it's too late and the championship's over, because GG having this early gold onset lead, man, you know it's going to be going straight for a movement if it can purchase it. So if not, they're holding out for purple armors to be purchased, weapons, anything of the nature. But we're switching over. BBE are taking fights against Wolves, and there's going to be a Tianhai ult inside of that ravine.
Global versus Wolves, former champions right now. Boy, he's going to open up with the grab. Kato Shot's going to come out, denying this range pressure. NHQ goes for a ride right now. Now BBE's going to pounce on him, try to secure this kill. The rest of his teammates have already bailed out. 2-for-1 trade right now. NHQ trying to peel, trying to get out of there. But nice scoop up from Roy. Kablowy. NHQ is going to fall.
That's a first elimination for BBE, but it was a significant one. And XCM has to hide this one out with no grapples to escape. He will take this to the walls and start scare rushing. But here's the thing. We got ZK hiding out here, and he is the Kurumi, so he can look for the tethers to respawn. But then again, if BBE saw that soul form, they'll chase him down. They're looking towards the lights and looking towards the city of Tong as DRG. That's where we're switching up for. The quest lines are completed. The Jade has been picked up, and we look to upgrade that. And I'm curious to see what Jade has been created, considering glyph boards, conversation we haven't talked about. That sets up the flow for the entire game in the on-drop spawn for the players. They're looking for the drop for the quest line and getting a gold Jade or even a purple Jade. That could set the tone for their ambush in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, everyone's playing really, really slow. You feel the tenseness. Little do they know there's a sleeping giant that's been awoken. 7 kills going to GG. They don't drop this when they get this amount of lead, but for the first time in this finals, we saw them not secure these end games, even though they were getting a tons of kills. Can they secure it now? We'll have to see.
Now F2 comes in. Don Ching has ultimate ready to go here. There's going to be the Moonbane coming in here to supply the necessary pressure, but then Motario comes out. Wait, this is good, but then again, the spacing is not going to be to their benefit. If that Tianhai starts to ult here, all that pressure would have meant for nothing. The King gets caught into the knockup. Oh, the fan comes out here. We're repositioning towards that Moonbane. The crossbow bolts could come through. The King, wild haymaker grab. Is it going to connect? No, but we see that teleport come through for the teams in the distance. DRG have this engagement necessary for them, and with the King investing in Tianhai ult, we still got SS with the Moonbane. We still got Jingyu for it as well, to make sure that when the next time happens, if DRG wants to commit that fight, they'll be ready for that round 2.
GG, DRG with this Moonbane. Little do they know, with a JL in the background finding a kill on EWG. This Moonbane not getting enough value from DRG. Could have invested it into a little bit more loot to get online right now, but with so many monks in the lobby, I feel like DRG's strategy is to play this early game, chop all these stack teams early before they get online, and unfortunately, they're going to be running into the King. He hasn't been chopped all day, popping the ultimate. Gruion's going to be invested. They want this pressure, they want this monk called out, but the Q's going to be coming out. The King doing a good job of cutting this out. The peel from his teammates, getting him some pressure. He is going to get the armor swap. Diving in right now. Grumi's going to get an ult up, but inside DRG's Donq is causing the pain.
That's a difficult position. Now we're seeing Donq taking the full frontal pressure. That fan went crazy, but for Donq to throw it and snare through the building, forcing the King ult for the second time. Tianhai ults are back-to-back, and now for DRG, they have to go up against their own opponent's Moonbane as OUG's SS drops it down inside the house and going through for those trios.
The King, oh my goodness, nowhere left to go. OUG has trapped DRG. They're stuck in the blender. The Moonbane is cooking, and OUG is getting cooked. Well done.
It's going to be a bloodbath for these guys after the amount of pressure to keep them contained, and then seeing 6 eliminations picked up. OUG, they're finding out in terms of 9th place, they still need around 8 points to make sure to secure, or 7 points in order to get the match point. But then again, BBE off and towards the Manticore Arena. They're pushing out south of the Metop region and making their way towards the east and making sure they don't get caught out. This is going to be the most important part for BBE. They still are, like we said, they are one of the match point teams coming through. GG so far with 7 eliminations. They are literally at that point of being MVPs, but we still have 6 kills for JL, 6 kills for OUG, and we're not even at the first round meeting, folks. So replay though comes out, DRG in the Dunes fight in the very, very, very beginning.
Yeah, over at the money spot in the south, DRG looking to close it out on TWS, getting flanked on Q. He's been spectacular all day, leading the charge on position 1. He's going to get shredded though, looking for the Soul Blue, not able to get it. Setting up for reset, sitting on the back, waiting for C-Mans, looks for the kill. Gonna get one of them from TWS. Dofu is going to fall, Light Attack's going to come out, and with the return, they're able to secure the kill versus TWS off spawn. Now, moving now, they still have a second life. DRG's been spectacular all day, but we're on match point, sir.
Yeah.
There's no more rounds to go. If you do not deny GG, the favorite of the lobby, we have a couple big teams though. This first realm of Yang is gonna be one for the history books.
Oh man, I can't wait to see how it's going to end up in 70 seconds. Now it's coming down to GG at the shop. They have no gold, but they picked themselves up a Poison Splash, 2 Poison Splashes on 330 and CJS, and finding themselves a quick shot Thunder Call Jade. So they still have to stack that up in order to unlock it. But for GG right now, it's crazy. They have the Blessing and the Curse. If they die, they can cause that poison tick damage to be built up, and then afterwards, you're going to see the pain in the player's arms when they try to go for a reset for some heals, and they're at low enough HP to get killed off, potentially. And then we're switching over to Salvation Podium, and inside the heart of the entirety of Plume Castle, even though there's a Starry Night Storm effect in the placement, you see Team Bowda, they are going to get that Drake, or I should say the Mystic Might Spearwell buff that's located into the heart of it all. But for BBE, they are rushing right north. They're taking that reset position, and so is 5-2-1.
It's going to be a pile-in into this Rumble Yang. It doesn't look like anyone wants to hesitate. They know how important it is to get inside the Rumble Yang, to set themselves up to MVP this round. They want to have their destiny in their own hands, but little do they know, GG has the most stacked lineup right now. They have the strongest composition. They are the creator of this composition. Are they going to seal the deal, or is OUG going to slow their roll?
Oh, OUG, baby, man. They're in here with the purple weapon, purple armor. They're stacked out of their mind. They got Fire target lock. They even have a tuna proccing slowly for SS. They're going to drop to the sky. The King rising to the occasion. And with 3-3-0 being up there as well, he's dropping through with that pulse sword. Let's see if that drop down RMB comes out. It will miss, but he is still charging up. One release to the next. Secondary blue focus charges up again, releases it. The bait out comes through, and we're going to see Jingyu get caught by the focus in the background. Like we said, if Balda has the opportunity of escaping and using the teleporter, or taking it through with her ultimate and mitigating all the damage while 3-3-0 is active.
3-3-0 with the grab. Vintage 3-3-0, but the peel is coming out from the King. He's been spectacular all day, chopping away at 3-3-0. He's against the ropes right now, plus the grab. The King letting know 3-3-0. There's a new Monk King in town, taking them to the top ropes. 3-3-0 against the ropes, coming out, and he's gonna get shredded.
There's a double grab slam down. They're going to throw them into the ringer. The King puts himself to deform, but one RMB left is left to go through. As you can see, the 1-2-3s, they're still being released, folks. And you know the King is not going to stop this one. He scare rushes right into it. The uppercut's not confirmed, but the combo breaker isn't necessary. And now for OUG, taking out a team that is quintessential to ending out today. And we still have more fights as Wolves are taking one up against their opponents in the sight lines with EWG.
Wolves, XCM is gonna fall. ZK gonna return the favor. Now in a tough situation, XCM is down. Cookie trying to hold the ground. He's shown us spectacular stuff before. Can he show it us again? Looking for the overhold. Both of them gonna land a parry, trading out parries. Wolves, EW so evenly matched. Cookie trying to buy some time for his team, but NHU could close the distance. Look for the RMB, look for the light attack. Cookie with the scare rush, gonna be looking for that flank play. Both of these teams trying to create a flank opportunity for them, but NHQ gonna hold the line, releasing the 1.5s, trying to get something going. Cookie coming in, he's gonna get the ult up, and now Wolves in a tough position. They're gonna put their Kurumi ult as well. Big parry gonna come up from NHQ. Tempe ult's gonna come down, and it's gonna be a tie.
That's difficult for the bros, man, because that's a double Roman depletion. It's the first one we had today. And now it comes down to OUG and outside the Roman Yang up against BBE. They won their realm, so they got the vermin, but guess who's waiting outside of this? You see that, right? You see the soul forms. They're waiting for the fight to end out, but BBE's Ivan, he goes for proc of the ultimate. Roy E, Fat Milk, they're down, but they still have to wait it out to see whether or not Ivan can survive long enough for them to reposition. They burn out all that time to make sure they can go out. In the meanwhile, we're seeing a bounty scroll off GG against YZG, a key opponent team for them to kind of look for eliminations, considering their loss in the Roman Yang, and trying to get back with those soul balloons. But as Ivan goes through, DRG have a risen to the scene.
DRG has been spectacular with their timing attacks, finding free kills all around him. Kakaxi's gonna pick up that kill on Ivan. Doesn't matter. Vermilion's buff. He lives to fight another day. OUG trying to pick up some more kills right now. They're up to 11 right now. They need to create some distance. GG was up to 7, but now OUG not at match point. Can extend this to game 8. DRG coming through, picking up some freebies.
Picking them up and picking them along the way, because now we're going to switch over towards the north side of the Ice We're going to see GG looking for a drop down blue 3-3 330 will charge up those cold sword strikes. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. R&B staff comes out here. We know 330 has to be safe enough to get a safety netted can high ultimate because Takeda's out here to play out. We're going to see the strikes come through. Is that a V2 hottie? Yes, it is, and that's going to be coming up from CJS to kind of force out that offensive pressure. There's going to be the F2, or I should say the F1 come out, and now the V2 from 330 as the Tian High. The Rocket Straight is up, but the Tumult ult is set up to defend themselves from any sort of pressure from this point on.
Nice shot from YZG, trying to line of sight 330. The grabs are trying to come out, but the Temi ult blinding 330's Mug, not giving him an opportunity to grab. 5-2-1 showing up to the party right now. They're also in Yang depletion. GG sensing the danger, seeing the Gigas up. They didn't get the opportunity they want. They're going to be pushing back, but 5-2-1's Pampy is going to activate and dive onto them.
And now Pampy with 5-2-1. Nice parry coming out here to initiate this fight scenario. 0 eliminations. They lost to Romy Yang. We still have a chance of seeing whether or not the Romy Yang can get rid of, and a double parry from Pampy back to back within 5 seconds comes through. He gets caught by the Valda, but with the teleporter coming up from Hottie gives Pampy enough time to disengage, but then he's caught again by that Valda and now forced to ult. Pampy has so much terrain to work against himself, but if he finds one grab, especially off his Valda, who's been ult for a little bit of a while, that would be a significant grab. As 3-0 gets eliminated, Leeway from EWG confirms the kill. GG are down one teammate in the realm of the Romy Yang depletion, guarantees a full elimination.
Wait a second, DRG is still alive. 5-2-1 has clipped. GG has ruined their chances to take this round, but DRG still in contention. Nice grab gonna come out from Pampy, looking for the double. He's been spectacular all day. LXM though, CGS waiting for him to come out. No armor to his name. Pampy gonna have to get out of here. Releases the one charge, backing off right now. LXM with the parry. Bell's gonna be forced out. Pampy nowhere left to go. Out of stamina, gonna try to roll his way, get out of here. But Wolves NHQ is gonna show up and try to secure this kill.
The Furins are great, and that's the elimination that comes out in Wolves' favor. 1-2s from XEM at the fist plates this time around with that Syra option with no ultimate yet need to be used, and literally putting out the health bar to 0 if it comes down towards the blue focuses. There's another elimination for ZK. That's Yin going down. That's 5-2-1 fully through out of this game, out of this round. We still have BBE with 5 eliminations. No Romy Yang depletion, no worries, no problem. And XEM is still looking to reset going through. The next Romy Yang will be up in a few moments, and they still have one ultimate to be accrued for NiHQ, as he had invested that the Takeda ultimate to push back the opponents.
Woes coming into contention to MVP this round. They're able to cleanse themselves. Takeda still needs that cleanse. LXM's desperately bleeding, looking for another way in. No money to his name, but at the top, DRG with the point lead and an opportunity to MVP and possibly close this out. It's going to be tough with the Zypin, but we've seen the Zai pull off upsets against these Transformers. With the amount of aggressions coming out from everyone, it might be possible, but Wolves as well in a decent position as long as they can secure some kills. It's gonna be a close one with 28 people alive. Anyone can still end this tournament at match point.
Yeah, we're entering the second round, meaning, like we mentioned, BBE on match point. They got themselves an I should say a Vajra script with 1 proc left, and they have Fire Osaka Lock for the bow. They have it. Seeing towards who's going to be picking up that Jade on the ground, but no one's entering Romy Yang. Excuse me, sir. Well, everything comes out with everyone not taking Romy Yang for number 2. That's a risk that they may not even want to take. However, OUG and JL, they're already fighting on their own side. TWSS opting in to spawn into that Romy Yang. This is a fight between both the global teams coming through here. TWSS are still looking to try to find their place and trying to catch match point if they could. Try to catch as much points as possible because they're at 5 eliminations and they're up to the skies up against their peers.
Going against another global team under geared right now. Roy Hee. Will we see a crazy upset ending BBE's run right now? Roy Hee trying to fade out, trying to hold on to his ultimate. Ivan's going to be leading with that. Hottie ult, chopping away Snacks, trying to jump onto Roy Hee. Double hold dodge in. Roy Hee in a tough position. He's forced to ultimate, and they're on the back foot.
This is dangerous, man. This is going to be Fat Milk's ultimate coming out from the Balden. It's ultimate to deny it, but one grab has been accrued. Wait a second, we can confirm this kill. The combo breaker comes out. Snack could have gotten grabbed. Not fast enough, and Roy He's still looking to try to attempt it, and Snack, he gets it. The Vajra is on top of the pillar. The Tian High deformation is up in 5 seconds. Roy He gets knocked off his pillar. He gets a grab. That's 1 hit on Polars, and that's an elimination bow shot from Ivan. In the background, you can see the grabs coming through, and the denial for Snack's slam down.
Roy He put Snacks against the corner, getting a big slap, but coming out of his ultimate. He is going to get shredded right now, down to a last hit situation. Nice focus light going to be coming out. Dufut is going to take down Roy He. Wait a second, it's very, very close. I've been trying to close this out onto Dufut, using that F3 to back up, using that focus slide, but it's not going to be enough. The gear is too much to overcome. TWSS is going to fall, and BBE is in striking distance of victory.
They got themselves a heck of a build right now. They got a gold dagger, which is converted to a fan, Tempest kick, but more importantly, an armor pierce that is on the standby for them. Oh my goodness, an armor pierce. I want you to think about it, but don't think about it too much. I'm gonna explain it to you. 10 high grab and a free musket shot grab where you don't even have to worry about the armor. You just gonna hit those. If you hit those shots, you end up deleting your opponent with their armor still fully intact. That is something devastating for any opponent. Wolves, we're playing for placement. We're waiting this out here, and so is DRG, and I'm okay with that. 6 eliminations on the board. The only problem is BBE is up to 8, having the nearest to high kill elimination, but OUG losing their Romier, they have 13 eliminations on the board. If they can find a team to take their, to take their bout, that could keep them in the game, or it could knock them out completely.
Yeah, the two-way tie, absolutely ridiculous. Only one of these strong teams are going to be able to live. JL, OUG, and TWSS, all with those Yang depletion. Are they going to be able to find each other? Everyone knows that multiple teams are running around with the Yang depletion, and a lot of teams at this top 5, Wolves, BBE, DRG, all in striking distance. They don't need to commit right now. It's up to someone else to make a mistake here, to overheat and blunder their lead, but it's looking like we might be making history, sir. BBE, after that win over TWSS, it definitely greatly increase their chances of closing out this tournament.
Absolutely, taking into consideration that they also have maybe not the Jades of Destiny to come through, but they are setting up slowly but surely the gold eliminations earned from Rummy Yangs and just being able to buy out and seeing it out. But with JL, they are also a team that's tied for them for kills, but they have Rummy Yang depletion for another 4 minutes. JL's one Fong being able to go through and being the player we're going to take a look at. We're seeing at OUG's loss in Rummy. Actually, this is another no way. All right, I'm not going to spoil it, but look at how this fight is going to end up going through. Jingyu, 15 seconds left on that ball that has F2. We're looking at TXJ getting caught out here. It's looking a little bit dicey for both of them, right? But here's the problem right here. The kiting is too good. Both of them are so strong at a disengagement, and in 5 seconds, what happens next is going to cause disarray for both teams because no one's getting elimination. Not one win, but 2 Rummy Yang depletion teams, and they are both on the cutting board.
Shen Yu's cutting there might have been the deciding play, might have been the alley-oop for BBE to slam this one home. But OUG still with 13 kills. They run into JL. Whoever is going to be able to survive this is going to be put into striking distance of MVPing. It's not just over yet. Championship round is still going.
This is going to be an ultimate from the King, and now the Hotties step up from TXJ to get the team out in case the worst case scenario. There's going to be one leap. The King needs to invest another one, and that's both jetpacks to be invested. The King has grabs to be made. Looking for the Yoinks. He gets caught by the ball. Spears to deny any pressure. Oh my goodness, half his health is gone in the blink of a second. Now he's up to down to 4th of his health. He's down to a 5th. He's down to a 6th. He's down to an 8th, and he's gone. The King is deleted, and this is where the chase down begins as Xingyu is trying to reset in the cave. But look at SS. He's trying to regroup with his teammate, and now for JL to find out whether or not they kite it out.
2 minutes and 20 seconds. Big fine for these two teams to find each other. Unfortunately for them, Alliance has also found them with that Draco Storm. NY7 is going to lead the charge. They're going to get super aggressive, and you see him in the kill feed, finding the kill onto CXZ.
Yeah, for BBE, Roy he's going ahead and kiting out here with that fan, and they got a gold fan to hold on to, so that way he's scaled up for ultimate. We're nearby to the Feather Lake. We're switching back to where we just at for the Yushan Village, going straight to the Servant's Pass. DRG are also another team that had approached to the point of reaching it back into where JL's position was. Now for this ensnare, so you got to take into consideration, Dongqing 9 has that Kurumi Tether active. That's going to be passive heal for his health while he gets his armor up, and then he can go ahead and re-aggress upon. He only has blue armor, and so does his teammates. Doesn't stop him from wanting to take this aggression. We still have that Kurumi ultimate to be available for Wuxia 98, and while Dongqing goes towards the Misty Forest line, as long as the teammates aren't going to be prepared for fighting out in a 1v3, it's going to have to be a connection between all the odds.
Yeah, DRG still poised to take this right now. Everything is very close. BB has the edge right now, but it's not a huge margin right now. DRG against Rose right now. WX98 on the Kurumi is very, very low. He's going to be forced out onto his Kurumi ult. He's going to pop the no ult zone. Wait a second, a little bit of overextension from TWSS. They're trying to fly in. JL's coming in. They're still needing to get that cure for their Yang Legion. The Moonbane's going to come in. Don Q is going to get raised up. He's not going to be able to influence the fight. Snack's going to find the kill. And GG in the background's going to fall, but JL's going to come in with a third party.
That's going to be unfortunate because we know this Moonbane's still going to be spawning here for another half a minute. And for TWSS, cleaning up shop would not be a task that they would love to step away from. A res potential for Wushin98 comes out. He is trying to get Dongqing 9. He's going to go ahead and fully commit, but guess who's listening in the background? You see the hotties are going to be making sure they can hunt you down. And for Wushin98, still got that Parasol active. He still has the mitigation. He gets the res. Dongqing is up. He has to get himself a way to proc the cast, but he is still tethered and he is out of there.
DRG WX98 breaking ankles right now. Going into the bush. Bye-bye. See you later. JL, though, they need to find this kill right now. NY7 in the kill for taking down GG's last player, I believe. GG is out of here. BBE has the Tiger buff, has triple gold armor. Are we going to see this upset? They're getting active right now, and they're going to be taking down their one piece of contention left. JL. OUG is fading away. JL is the last threat to absolute victory.
This is going to be that farm out for that teleporter, and it disappears from Roy He safety. Not just the reset. This is up to 8 eliminations. We still got it going, and we lost out one of the DRG members earlier. Fanqing actually getting struck by the Moonbane, but not giving an elimination to any opponent. So far, Roy He still has that bounty scroll on his head for another 2 minutes. We still have 7 minutes left in the lobby, folks. We still have Starry Night effects to happen. The Storm effect for Rage regen for any teams that have already invested their ultimates. They can pick one of those up, and I think 10% comes out in between them all. XEM having that Syra ultimate still be available, you know it's going to be a problem when it comes to the end game circle, folks, because now it comes down to whether or not that second Moonbane will result in the next engagement later in the next minute.
Man, I cannot believe this. I cannot believe my eyes. BBE is in a perfect position to close this out. The last wall ahead of them is JL at 10. And Wolves actually, wait a second, I might have spoken too soon, up to 4 kills. If they're able to pick up these kills on to YZG, it'll put him in striking distance. But Wolves has been known for this. They like to play that very, very slow style. They don't want to overcommit. If they find a couple solo kills here, it might put them, it might change their mind. Doofuts is a step in the right direction. Wolves up to 5 kills. Wait a second. We got 3 teams contesting this MVP.
Ole. This is going to be a tough spot right now. Moonbane's out here for the folks, and now BBE is going to be looking to rise above that cliffside. Merciless Havoc in the hands and hoping to see whether or not Roy He can lock someone down with that fan. This spot has always been a spot where I always wonder about whether or not the trees are going to grieve here. I'm not going to cast a curse that one. We're going to have to see what's going to happen next because Roy he's going with those cannon shots. He's launching it over towards YTG. We're going to see that Merciless Havoc and that Armor Pierce on Ivan. Still having the Fire Arrow target lock on Fat Milk and seeing Roy He with the Vajra script and still holding on to that one proc that's left. They have no Dark Tide coins at this point in time. Meanwhile, we're switching over to seeing a prize fall for ZK, Windy Trinity and Juggernaut for XEM, and seeing out a Swift Cut, a Cyan Fang, as well, if I'm not mistaken, for the third. And then you're going to see how much these teams have been stacking up slowly but surely. Maybe not to their full extent, but they're holding on for dear life to DRG. They might be knocked out here, and they have 6 eliminations, but this Kurumi has already proc rolled.
Nothing he can do. WX98 trying his best to use the scale rush, trying to press his teammates, moving up and down. Kurumi also going to be invested right now, but everyone is looking at this Kurumi. WX98 is going to make his way back into the safety of the movement, and it looks like JL is going to ult, go for the Spirit Well. Will BBE contest them? This Spirit Well is going to be worth $250,000. One back looking for the grabs. BBE is coming in. This is going to be for the tournament.
This is tough because it's going to be a push back to the next, and Roy He is looking for those grabs. JL finds one, though. Find a double grab. That's a slam down. Fong was going to see that proc coming out for the Valda. Having to look for that melee grab. He's denied. The pushback comes through. Even though the Spirit Well is right in the face of danger, Roy He gets a hit, gets a heal back, and he's still trying to look to escape from this pressure. He goes for the grab. He's deleted off the map. That's the Transformer down. Fat Milk still in proc active ultimate. The teleporter gets him out of there, and one fall could look for a drop down blue, something that he is notable in doing in the past.
BBE stopped in their tracks. What a big kill coming out from BBE, taking down Roy He, and now BBE has to play slow, has to back off, and just like before, just like early in the year, the Wolves are coming out of the tree line. They're looking to claim this Spirit World, up to 5 kills on their Siphon. When Wolves get here, they're just like GG. They do not drop the ball.
JL is still at the kill leader position with 11 and still having all three of their players on the board right now, but there's going to be a cliffside engagement coming through as XCM puts himself in the spot. He's got to be really notable about his position as not only as a Syra, but as being able to kind of support his team when the dire straits come through. This Spirit Well has been contested between all opponents right now, and as XCM puts himself into a spotlight for those R&Bs, if he gets caught into a parry, that's going to disrupt the whole flow. We know that XCM is going to be able to defend them even if he has a combo breaker. It's only going to be after the animation comes out, and for XCM holding it down here, the Spirit Well is still at 34%, still at 40% in total, and he's still seeing about it as looking at Ivan getting eliminated. That's completely wiping them off the table, and we still have only 2 match point gamers in the game.
JL's gonna be coming in. YZG comes out of nowhere contesting Wolves. They thought they had it. It's not gonna be for free. It's gonna keep going. And JL's one fac's coming in. Got the one grab. Can we get more? Slamming him into the corner. JL has said this Spirit Well is for the tournament. We're not ending it right now. We want to go to a game 8. One Fang desperately looking for a grab, not able to connect with anyone. YZG letting JL know they're not going to get it for free and push them off.
They're going to be going ahead and seeing about targeting out Tianhai, but then again, Revenge gets a kill off of DRG's Wusha 98. That's immediately eliminating one of the other match point teams. Only one left. Wolves is going to be instead. We're seeing that Syro come out, and that's going to be a clear. Wait a second for that Spirit Well potentially. If they can continue get that clear in the meter, that will be a full refresh for the ultimates, and the team gets their whole health bar reset for that Draco Storm. We're so close for them. Wolves is trying to contain it, but the drop down to deny it comes out. Can we get the clear? We won't. The combo breaker puts them out. ZK, the only remaining player left for Wolves, and now he's completely out. We're guaranteed for game 8 into the Dayco Trios World Championship this year.
EWG denies the win. We keep going. Can EWG close it out? JL still alive, 11 kills holding the center. Alliance, NY7, they pick the Zai. They need NY7 to show up for him. He's gonna pop the ultimate. He's gonna dash up, looking for the flank, looking for opportunities, taken to the sky. But JL's one back, lurking, stack, coming with the flank. Revenge is gonna get taken down, but EWG's Lawyer has been active, taking up kills, taking names. 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the championship round. 6 players left.
One Fang having himself at nearly 80% of the ultimate charge. Is going to be looking to release. We got 13 eliminations now, up to 14. JL's going to be stacking up for the MVP, close enough as OUG still has 1 teammate alive. EWG goes down completely. We still have 5 players total. Snack on his ultimate grind. One Fang to counteract that ultimate just in time to kind of push away TWSS. And for this, look at the amount of damage he's taking. There is nothing that's going to keep him in here. Look at the denial, man. That's tough, and that's it. That's going to be 1 player left. It's going to be the King as a final remaining teammate who could have potentially got the team what's necessary. You can't ult in front of a Tianhai. He's just going to grab you out, and the slam down begins. And for 1 chance to the next, the King attempts to back off. JL, 16 eliminations, first place into round 7.
We go to a game 8. JL holds the line. They are the wall. BBE so close to victory. That Spirit Well worth $250,000, but JL says, nah, we want some of that money. We go to a game 8. It's gonna be so stacked. So many teams in striking range to take it all down. It may go to points, it may go to MVP. We don't know what's still gonna happen. The 2024 NARAKA Trios, full of drama, going the distance.
Oh, JL have earned their spot righteously so, coming out of the depths of the scoreline and then making it back on top. And this was that close position. The global teams BBE at 5-2-1. They're still trying to kind of come through here for the next round. Now they got to think tactics. Remember those +1s I was mentioning about? That is alone can just concurrently destroy their whole lineup for the next round, and that could be where we see some out-of-pocket selections. Otherwise, the Wolves kind of put it out to the marks of being the final remaining match point team, just to then be deleted out of the game.
That was the most insane championship round. We almost saw history in the making. BBE was in the perfect position to take it all down. They were gifted a Realm of Yang versus the blue armor of TWSS. Then going to the end game, the most stacked variation of the Transformers, but JL says no. They know that Spirit Well was the key to that round. Everyone dives in there. BBE so close to victory, gets pushed out at the last second.
Absolutely impeccable coming through here. We know that even with that second Realm of Yang and seeing that tie situation, JL and OUG on that Realm of Yang depletion, it made a tough spot right now to see. What are the odds of them coming back from that? And they were ambushed by not only two DRG Alliance as well over by the Yushan. They still found that line of sight. They cut right past, they cut right through like a dagger in the night and coming through as MVP and picking up $55,000 as round 7 concludes.
$55,000. That is a lot of cheddar served. Even though in trios, splitting in 3 ways, 55 Gs and going into the last round. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see what the scoreline and how many people are on match point. DRG still did super well. There is a world where one of the teams outside the match point do not win the MVP. Someone else may take it. Someone may else steal that huge MVP pot, and it may go to points. So what is going to be the strategy to take it all? This new system has created so much excitement in this grand finals.
It's going to be the upset of the century, and like I would hope to see coming through here for those points to be held onto, the players who have held onto it, the teams I should say, they can concurrently bring out the strongest comp regardless, unless it gets chosen in the first phase and if they're in the second phase and beyond. So for now, it comes down to this. Seeing how the match point gamers have been stacking through, we have a total of 9, and that's DRG, JL, BBE, Wolves, GG, 521, Alliance, OUG, and YZG. And bringing out EWG, Bauda, and TWSS, those teams still have a chance. Like we said, a potential MVP. It all comes down to who has the highest points. DRG are in the lead as the overall, right? There's still a world where DRG comes back in. Now, JL have an opportunity of passing them in points, but maybe not MVP. All depends on what happens next, because the round 8 is where these guys are just setting up shop, and now they're in just in like calm, panic, calm. You know, it's just like going crazy right there, like the meme.
Yeah, man, going in last, this is the most amount of match point teams we've ever seen under this system. 9 teams? 9 teams at match point. It doesn't matter, it's the last round anyway. Yeah. And even if you're 10th, 11th, 12th, it doesn't matter. If you MVP right now, you pretty much got second place. That MVP money is extraordinary. So everyone is going to be fighting tooth and nail. I'm curious though, do you think it's going to be a very aggressive lobby, or are we going to see one of those tag lobbies? You brought up a really good point. Everyone went all in on their character points. What can people even choose? They're going to have to dig so deep into their pocket of tricks. What are we going to see? Are we going to see some new comps for the clutch game, the last round of 2024?
It could be a setting up for that, because we've seen in the past, even earlier this season, some characters that we haven't seen mentioned show up today. Yodohime having more of an approach. The potential of seeing other character picks that we've seen in the past. Justina Gu. I know that recently everyone's talking about how Justina is strong in the current patch, but we're still on that patch version from the 14th of November. This means that if the players want to bring out an ice pick selection, the option selection there is kind of, you know, it's a little sus-G. But things come through in dire straits if you aren't able to consume all your points. For instance, if you're going to choose 2 characters that you've played twice before and you're bringing them out for the 3rd time, not only are you going to get burned out 6 points, you can't bring that key selection 3rd into that process. That means that's going to go over your point threshold. That means you lose your points if you decide to do that. So now it comes down towards this. Can we just choose someone else in that support line?
Man, looking back of this grand finals, you saw the Viper phase of this grand finals. You saw the transition from that aggression to that more late game. We got the classic Monk endgame. Just monks everywhere. Monk inside Yang, Monk in endgame, Mike for all of the marbles. And going into this last bit, we're going to see something we've never seen before. We're going to see the teams push to the absolute limit. They don't have character points anymore, and they have to win. They have to get match point, or they have to stop someone else from getting match point. The choices that all of these teams are going to have to make off spawn, for Yang, for endgame, every decision is going to be worth tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that part right there. This is the standings though from this match that we just had for round 7. It's throwing 23.2 points for JL, MVP fully out, no questions about it. OUG with 15.5 and second, Alliance with 13, 8.5 for BBE, EWG as well, 7.5 for GG, and we're seeing Wolves and TWSS earn 7 points each in their respective manner, but 6.5 for DRG, with YZG having 2.5 and having 1 point per team bout at 5-2-1, just didn't have any sort of points earned that game, just securing any sort of points to try to build up for that end game position. Now towards the stat lines of JL as the MVPs for this round, Valda and Hadi, BVV, TXJ, World Championship players in 2023 under the TE roster, bringing it back out here in full slam fashion here and being the top players in their team for the eliminations and those damage that has been dealt.
Oh my goodness, 30K coming out from TXJ, coming out from BBV. That clutch pay to fry Roy Hehe. Remember, Roy Hehe was stacked. He was juiced. He had gold armor. He had everything, and they still managed to win the Monk Fry on the back of 1-5. Now looking at the overall leaderboards, TWSS at 36.8. Can they pass Bowda for a little bit more money at 57.8? If they MVP, they still get a huge 70K prize. 63.7 EWD, unfortunately not making it past that threshold. It's not going to matter though. It's time. It's the last round. This is for keeps. 5-2-1's going to fall all the way down to 6 way to 72.4. 72.5 for Gigi and Wolves. I never thought I would see global players matching up against the Titans of China. BBE at 75.2, JL at 78.3, coming from the depths. 3 bad games into a monster game, putting them in striking distance for the top. And who would have thought DRG at the top?
Couldn't be me. But just like I couldn't be me, I'm going to show you some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, leading into a double grab slam from OUG's The King and putting out the works as he deforms to keep it going and keep it rolling with a 1-2-3 into another chance of just putting out the Valda out of her misery with 1 second to the next, burning her combo breaker, allowing Hadi to strike past through those bubbles and then carrying the Rummy anchor.
Now going over to Wolves, everyone piled in here, all the Yang depletions, everyone coming out, GG showing up, Wolves, XCM closing the distance, looking for the 1-2-3, this timing was impeccable, GG was out of ultimates, they had no more plays to their books, this is just a classic cleanup, a nice timing attack coming in, inside the Rebel Yang, BBE gets gifted the most ideal scenario, TWSS with no gear, mirror matchup when they're stacked out of their minds, then just a classic cleanup. JL already with the worst behind him. The Spirit Well versus BBE is gonna scoop up the King, put him out of his misery, and get the MVP for this championship Game 7 round.
And the players are returning to their seats. They're getting prepared to set themselves up into Game 8. It is starting soon, folks. We are not taking no break, at least towards the Game 8. Bars coming through here for the J-Cup World Trios Championship. You gotta remember, guys, this is out. It's not even just for all the marbles, this is for everything. The marble bag included the string that tied it up and the store that it belonged to. That's everything that you guys are coming out here. MVP though comes out as you see JL, TXJ, he's earning himself that blistering edge focus slide. 31k damage, and a majority of that came from his ultimate on Bloom Blade and having that pole sword to be in usage with the fan. 2 weapons. TXJ has been notably able to kind of accrue into building out and being able to get him through. This man just dropped out of the frames, but he's back in it. You know why? Because he's that main character from JL and making it happen for that team under the roster with his teammate with BVV.
Man, JL, the Great Wall of China, being able to stop everyone in their tracks. You shall not pass. Not today. We're going to a Game 8. They want to be the 2-beat. Or GG's still in the mix. They were so close to winning it. They had a spectacular off spawn and something that we've never seen before. GG dropping the ball as well, put into the perfect position. Both BBE, both GG, perfect position, getting upset. I cannot believe this.
I seriously can't, but we got a question real quick coming through here for you guys. And it's going to be a question that we got to make sure you can understand the answer to, because we've been talking about it for so long. If you don't know it, I don't know what to tell you. Because which team won the Game 7 today? Is it A, C, D, Wolves, B, JL, C, SC's DRG, or D, OUG? That's in the Twitch chat. That's the answer. It's good morning for y'all on the North American coast, and we know that Peerless Treasure Choice Gift is going to be something to wake you up. Just try to go ahead and try to secure a free gift. So make sure you guys put that answer in the chat, because we're entering into Game 8 in just a few moments while the answer is still circling as NARAKA BLADEPOINT chooses you out. But having an opportunity, like you said, GG, they had 6 kill eliminations, bro. I'm like, bro, you had like all the eliminations coming out here, and then you're able to proprietarily just stack up slowly but surely. And then all of a sudden what happens? Knocked out of the game. And this is something that comes out to that mental strike. But then again, you saw JL walking up that stage, poised, standing straight, posture check, and they sat down just like, all right, let's get going. And they are sustaining themselves because this is 8 rounds of gameplay, and just seeing the actions be repeated over and over, we start this out with potentially a bang for those hero point selections, man.
Calm, cool, and collected. JL's looking ice cold. They got the momentum going into this last game. GG, a ton of pressure on them. You gotta let it go though. It's still possible for everyone. The crowd is electric. I cannot believe it's gone this way. I could not write a better story. The global team showing up. GG getting upset, even having the best start of all time for a grand finals, and then BBE floundering the grand finals, floundering it for the global stage. They had everything possible. JL stops it, and we go to a game 8.
That trophy's never been sweeter looking at it on the grand stage, considering its lustrous shine comes out. We got a spotlight coming through here, folks. That spotlight's going to be only on one team tonight, and this is going to be coming through for it. But of course, seeing how it comes out, the crowd is in a boisterous mode. You see the sham, you see the little bit of goodies here and there. You see them pointing out the posters here. And one thing, BBB, TXJ, JL connoisseurs out in the crowd right now. The man's out there with the noodles, swinging around here. The cheery boat. We saw that earlier from the Discord chat from those Llamas comments. I ain't forget about y'all, especially for you, Armspec. I know that a lot of chances come out for those players, and this is going to be that MVP count, $77,000. That's a down payment for a house, folks. You can get yourself a condo over into the hills if you really wanted to.
Oh my goodness, that's enough money for a dream car right there. $77,000 to win a game of NARAKA Trios. I love this MVP system. We brought back those classic endgames that I love seeing. All of the setup from your off spawn to your mid game to how you play other teams against each other in your end game. The compositions, no more cheesy comps. We've seen so many different variations of comps today. The IGLs, the coaches, the carries have been pushed to their absolute limit. I'm so curious what the rabbit is gonna be as people pull out their last tricks.
So hopefully they don't end up in the rabbit hole in the decision making, because just like trying to find out where the T is, that's gonna be where the players stand by for this point. And I know that I'm looking at this from the perspective of the potential for a global team to make it. It was at its high point. The percentage rate was going to be increased, but now we have dwindled out. We got 7 CN teams to make it through, and now it's going to be up to the position for just crashing through that barrier. And like you said, JL, the Great Wall of China, this is a team that just makes no pressure to make it, to be that rock that stands in its way. And if everyone decides to just chip it piece by piece, layer by layer, and knowing what their game fundamentals are, the only thing JL has to do is just bring out and stay fortified for these next 30 minutes.
Let's go, you. Bowda, you. I know you have it in you. It's time for the craziest game of all time. This Rise Indication. That's 77K. I'm telling you, everyone is playing for MVP this, right? It doesn't matter if you're playing for first, it doesn't matter if you're playing for 10th. The MVP system really incentivizes you to go for everything right now. I'm so curious though, with that carrot on the stick, that giant carrot, how are these teams gonna be chasing it? Is it gonna be that slow, methodical play? Will alliances rush down with the timing attacks coming from DRG? Is it gonna be a Moonbane off Swan that's gonna win it? Or is it gonna be the classic Yang seeing the 2 most stacked teams go at it? Or will it go to the last deciding moment of that last Spirit Well?
Listen, man, I'm gonna tell you something. That Moonbane charm comes out in the final moments as well. That's when things get absolutely ludicrous. No big shoes. All fear is no fast. Everything comes out in terms of the gameplay. I got that coach coming from WBG to come, hey, yo, wait, don't look at me. Yeah, let's go. Because I know a lot of the players, even from other teams, are excited to see what's going to be happening here for the players. And I know one thing is for certain, the moment that this trio is matching it out, that's history made, and that's history that they're here for. That's history that you're here watching about folks at home and witnessing with the crowd in the distance. Now coming out for round 8. This is what makes NARAKA so great for what it's worth. That environment, that pressure, and that fierce ferocity coming out for that fight for prominence.
We've seen all the strategies. Wamba with the new Transformers, Double Healer, Viper, Siphon, Psy, everything you can imagine. The absolute cutting edge of NARAKA today, and it's all coming down to this last phase selection. How can you predict? If you were a coach, if you were an IDL, there's no way you could predict this ending. Are we on like plan D, plan E? This is not even a plan C. What are we doing? It's playing by feel right now. You just gotta hope. You gotta trust in your intuition in this moment. And whoever wins this is undeniably the most clutch team of the year.
It's not even two-dimensional, it's not even three-dimensional. We're looking at the Tesseract straight and true, and now it's going to be coming out DRG with a Siphon, with a Syra, the Viper Wuja Tesla, EWG dropping through. 9 points available for Bauda, 6 points for TWSS, fully comboed out here for the 9 points. Syra, Siphon comes out from Bauda, TWSS, Dofu, Snack, Polaris. They're still deciding upon the next 20 seconds or less what team comp they can find full value off of, whether for the 6 points or whether just something out of the ordinary. This comes down towards their choices, decisions of what's available. And now for the C team, under 8 seconds on the clock, looking past the point, 4 seconds to see what's going to be decided upon. And a Syra with a Siphon, and that's going to be them able to utilize those 6 points they had on reserve.
That Syra Siphon, one of the most devastating compositions inside the Realm of Yang, and even for Spiritwell, instead of a support on that third Brawl support, you have a Juggernaut on that Syra. We're seeing the Monks come up. GG has a Monk, BBE has a Monk, Wolves has a Monk. Does JL have enough to also go Transformers, or is TXJ gonna pull something magical out of his bag of tricks? We got triple Transformers for phase 2. What is JL gonna do? They're going with the Zai variation of this. What is this?
They took out the ball and they slotted in Zai. That's a lot of ticks for Burn if they're going to go for that V2 Audi, but knowing their static, it's going to be V1. And we're going to see transfer from YZG. Syra's available for 5-2-1, and they're still having points available. A Yodo Ice Pick combo. I like it. Alliance bringing out the pass, and we're going to see a Yodo Hime with the cannonball off of OUG. This is going to be the play right now, folks. Oh, this is going to be hype. This is going to be hype because Alliance is so good to just seeing the Ice Pick bringing it out here, brings tears to my eyes because I'm witnessing history coming through where we're bringing it right back to the beginning of this year, folks.
We're seeing the full remix, all going back to the beginning of Cannonball. When you're against the wall, nothing is left. You gotta go back to the tried and true. We're getting multiple Siphon compositions, multiple Transformer compositions, but it's gonna be the 2024 variation. The new changes coming into full effect, and these players, the best players on Earth, are going to be driving this, showing us what the limit of Trios NARAKA is for the last game of the year, Game 8 2024 J-Cup Finals.
Know your worth and know how fast you can turn to burn, because now it's for the final round, folks. We have Bauda, YZG, GG, Alliance, Wolves, DRG, TWSS, BB, JL, 5-2-1. This is going to be a lot to offer for themselves in making their points, make it count, and make it worth. The hero point selections coming out, standardized picking up for the Syra. I'm seeing it with the V1 and F3 from the Yodohime with V1. Yodohime from Alliance's Revenge, a switch out from the V3 that we've normally seen, so that's something they've been holding on to. Switching it down to the second row, kind of a wishy-washy play coming through here. F2 from SS on that Yodohime with that V3, and having the opportunity of spotting out for that third row with the selection of the skills. Too fast for comfort. We're dropping down. We're back in the origin of NARAKA More Style Night for 2024 J-Cup Championship, and the drop spawns are here, Raven.
GG and Wolves in the classic matchup for the Cave in the north, JL in the south. BBE isolated in Sunwing. They're going to have a nice little safe drop. We have a question though, the last question of J-Cup in the 8th round. Will the highest single round score exceed 25 points? These guys are going to be leaving it all on the table. I'm going to go with yes. No one's slowing down. You got to win it all.
And this is going to end us out here, folks. Round 8 begins. 2024 J-Cup Trios World Championship is going to be the spot of a lifetime. Don't leave your seats. We are beginning this, and don't forget to have that drink on standby because we're going to get thirsty for some action here for the Game 8. Final round begins. for the World Championship. And before you know it, we're going to be back here. But it's going to start slow, it's going to start steady. We're going to see ZK dropping through and contesting GG for that cave. That's something that we didn't expect on the bingo card. And the slaps come out. We're seeing 3-3-0 eliminated, LX7 eliminated, and all I hear is slaps in the background. That's a three-piece picking up from Wolves and beginning this game with the eliminations.
No way, GG, the gods of that cave, getting dethroned by Wolves. Now JL in the south, finding 5-2-1 for the Fireflies, getting it going with their Zai Transformers. Now over to Celestra, YCG versus DRG. DRG in the points lead. They need to win this off spawn so critical going on. Slaps gonna be coming out. 17S with the Scare Rush, trying to lock onto the Takeda. Takeda doing a good job. Don Q buying some time for his team to make a play, but 17S is going to switch targets, double up on W6. 98 fading away, the wheel's going to be coming in, no one's going to be fading out. WX98 in a 1v1 versus QGG. TXZ down to a low health. DRG managing to bring this back, but the slaps are coming out. Can they bring it back?
They're trying to pick up the weapon and they couldn't, and that's what 17S does exactly. They pick it up as he slaps as the Cyro comes out. He's going to have to reinitiate. Even with that offensive pressure, he's got to make sure his team is safe to go here. We're at 57% on that rage bar. 17S doesn't have much to offer here. Instead, those two grapples in the dream. He sees QGG taking a whole bunch of laser beams in the background, and then the kill confirmation. Dongqing finds that Soul Bloom. He's going to get that 1,000 heal. He's looking to charge up. He's getting that release for free. And then 17S gets completely wiped through with that drop down blue focus. And Cicada Ultimate Bowden is looking to pick up the pieces for themselves. And looking at the eliminations, DRG are picking them up instead.
Bowda coming out of left field. Hughes coming in like a wrecking ball. Uran's gonna pop that ultimate. Pop the kill onto Don Q. DRG's Kakashi is gonna fall. Laser beam down. Peak really low. It's not gonna matter. Now going to the south at Shipwreck. Alliance versus EWG.
Outside with the Scarlet Cave Revenge, I'm thinking he's gonna get caught by the enchant, but XI is low enough as is to get caught out. There's the freeze, there's the connection, there's the elimination. Revenge is one hit in the dream, but he's getting a full reset for that Soul Bloom. So now Yuma still going back and forth, has the time to heal, goes straight in, gets caught by the test enchant. The Wu Chen Port gets the team out, but there's gonna be a chance here for that ultimate to come in here for a third-party engagement. But Yuma gets caught in the enchant animation, and Revenge is gonna be one hit away from that Wei Shan ultimate to come through to save his life.
NY7 with the slam coming down. Now Yuma diving in with that Destino while trying to close the distance. Out of nowhere, we got a Viper B1. EWG coming in hot is gonna slay down Yuma. Cookie picking himself up. Alliance NY7 desperately trying to connect, trying to peel someone off, trying to trade a kill. Zai trying to back off, is put against the corner, double jump, getting across the wall at 1 HP. He's gonna scale rush and get to safety.
He's gotta be careful, there's a lot of flaming cages in that area, and as NY7 looks to engage inside, he's gonna be careful with the dagger horizontals. The ultimate comes out from Revenge to try to strike out here. We're gonna look at towards those teleports. If we can lock down one of these players, XI gets caught into the knockback. There it is, elimination comes out, XI goes down. The V1 from that ultimate as Yodohime comes to strike back. NY7 has no ult to kind of safety net this out, but Yuma is down in soul form as TWSS look to engage upon this. You know, Lue is going to be looking to get caught by grapple staggers, and with the Fan R&B and the Fear, and there's nothing that's going to keep him alive for much longer.
TW, that snack, able to pick up the kill onto EWG's Louis. Nice timing attack, nice follow-up coming out from TWSS. Able to pick off the pieces, the scraps of that fight. Now going over to BBE at 75.2. Look at that score. It's 72 at 5-2-1, 72 for GG, 75 for BBE, Wolves at 75, JL at 78. No one can really contest DRG at 90 points unless you have the most massive games. So if anyone in the bottom, if Bowda, if EWG, if TWSS, MVP, DRG will just win from points, but everyone else, Alliance, will Ice Pick take it?
Oh
the old school composition at 4 kills, it's gonna be tough. That composition does lose steam by the end game, and we still have tons of bunks in the lobby.
Exactly. They got a movement for Alliance right now, so while they regroup with Yuma, it's going to be a decision to be used early into before the first round, even before that timer comes down. Before that, though, TWSS at Council Courtyard taking an engagement. It looks like they're going to try to contest against the Kings coming through as JL's One Funk. Look at the stanchion out here, looking for the blue focus R&B spams if he can, and voices staff one. Looks for a parry. It's going to work against him in his favor. Gets caught by the R&Bs and looks to invest that Syra combo breaker, but as One Funk breaks away from his skill, he still has ultimate ultimate available. He still has a teleporter from his Hottie. TXJ still putting that pressure to make sure that knockback comes out. And now One Funk has a line of sight right now. Tomosh denies that, but it still doesn't stop him from running to set up the ambush and go straight towards the path of the opponents.
Nice job from TWSS, baiting out the double cooldown, using that Temi ult to peel out of there now. JL in a tough position, EWG showing up to the party. It's time for JL to get out of here. They need to play for that first round with Yang. Unable to get more value from their off spawn. They're up to 1 kill right now. They want to get an isolated fight. 5-2-1, playing this nice and slow. Having double purple armor on the Syra Siphon, but we still got TWSS versus JL. Wait a second, One Funk's gonna be falling down. White armor on the Takeda. JL is gonna fall to TWSS.
BWG though coming in for the invasion with the Tesla enchant. This is gonna be confirmed for Polaris, but the Polaris is gonna have to be very careful. He's got combo breaker, but his team is getting knocked out. Dofu's gonna get low enough to where he can get 1 blue focus, and that's it. That's all that's gonna be needed. And he is opting in to go on the offensive route. He said Dofu's like, I got it, homie. We gotta separate the Viper separator, and that's gonna be working in their favor because guess what? Once that stun procs out here, Polaris can deny that pressure with a stun. There's a dazzle, and the powerful dazzle doesn't even matter for it if it comes through. There's the elimination. Cookie couldn't get the port out. This means that the teams can stay in here for the fight, but the enchant's good. The S2 from the Zayas. VVV looks to double through in here, and that Moonbane coming out from JL.
Polaris and TWSS looking to try to MVP, looking for that 77K, but JL's back. There's nothing like a little bit of salty run back. Nothing wrong with a little bit of sodium in your diet. Coming in, TXJ with the Pulsar, chopping Snacks down. Snacks trying to create some space, looks for the parry. Nice peel coming out from his teammate. TXJ threatening the overhold RMB. BBB's already down. TXJ's gonna be having to back off. He's away from his Moonbane right now. Polaris desperately trying to come in. One Funk doing his best to try to peel for his teammate. Pistol shots are coming out, but TXJ bobbing, weaving, you can't get him down.
It's gonna be a heal for Polaris, and that's gonna be an ultimate that he still has on standby, but a full reset, and especially on a Hottie, is not something he's gonna be prepared for, so he has to disengage completely. This is gonna be a spotlight for the map though. The Moonbane has been dropped. Any teams that are stacked out, Alliance, as well as Wolves somewhere in the vicinity, they can come down south towards the Celestial region and reach past this point of the opponents. And talking about Wolves, we're switching over to them, and they're in a whole opposite direction, over by Eventide Temple, and they're stacked. Oh my goodness, 2 purple weapons, 2 purple armors. This is gonna be where they can take that Romiang no problem with issues, because GG is right next door. OUG is approaching off of the sidelines into the bamboo forest, and the YZG are just coming up past the crow's nest. In the meanwhile, Southside DRG are off in terms of the Romiang by the Jade Pond. If this comes out towards Bauta, they have to look towards and just making sure they can go towards the council courtyard. They'll be safe enough to do it, because even if Team Bauta are looking to try to go inside that Romiang, they have to be careful, man.
Yeah, so many teams stacked up over at Eventide. Top right, OUG, GG, and then to the south, not as much. We got Alliance on Icepick. Does Icepick go around again? Does Icepick even have a chance at the modern Transformers? We don't know any of these answers, but Alliance is gonna dare. Fortune favors the bold. They're gonna just snap right in. They don't want to hesitate. Everyone's gonna be snapping in. Unfortunately for them, they are gonna go into the super stacked Wolves. What is Wolves looking at though? We're looking at this Icepick comp. What are you gonna call?
Oh my goodness gracious! All right, Wolves got everything that they need to win this out. If they grief, it's gonna be a oof statement, because now it comes down for the drop down blue. XEM looks to try to go for the Dragon Slayer. Revenge is trying to space out. The Dragon Slayer is confirmed, but the F3 Yoda comes into clutch moments. XEM now takes the initiative of proccing out Tianahai. Now the Vajra State is gonna allow for him to go ahead, get frozen for free, but of course it's only gonna be for a certain amount of time. The Yoda Himeo comes out here. Revenge looks to connect. Remember that V1 comes out for the bonus damage when they're nearby opponents, and now for up to the case, he's going to the high ground. XCM gets frozen again. That's a free slash to come through. The damage is impeccable, as you can see the Wayshawn can create staggers, but XCM, he gets himself into the formation. He still has armor, and with the slam downs, it's going to be up to Yuma to continue the pressure even without ult.
Yuma is going to get forced out by XEM, releasing that one charge, throwing it back, getting a big parry though, not able to get the punches though, swinging for the moon. Alliance with the aggression, they've taken it to the distance. Wolves looking like they could potentially lose this. Wait a second. second. Revenge is gonna fall, but NY7 and Yuma are fighting tooth and nail for every little bit, but a parry's gonna come out from XCM, forcing out the combo break. ZK, XCM surrounding Yuma, nowhere left to go. The light attacks are gonna come out and Lions will fall.
And we're switching to the next round. Yang BBE up against Bauda. Bauda still having an opportunity to win out, but BBE having no ultimates. It's gonna be ready for Royhee, the second ultimate for his Tianhai. He's looking to try to charge out here. The Dragon Slayer's good. He jumped horizontals. What a crazy play coming out to magnetize towards, and he's got that Tianhai ult on standby. The grab is good, Yu is caught, but no one can go ahead and confirm against this. He's got Furin ultimate come through. The Syra ult is going to work in Bauda's favor, but we got to be careful for Royhee, though, because he could be the menace against Team Bauda. He catches Yu again, who still throws out those Furin blasts, and if he's careful enough, you know that Ibin can look for the slashes and try to confirm it. 7 seconds left on the clock, but we still have a Baldo ult to churn through, and for the third time, a double Realm Yang depletion comes out against teams in the trios.
BB and Bauda, too evenly matched, are gonna tie and double Yang depletion. Absolute chaos is gonna be coming out, and GG, they've been here before. Gonna be calm, cool, and collected. We're gonna see a replay, #1 versus the #1 of the world. GG's 3-3-0, classic vintage 3-3-0, picking up that grab. Kakaxi is gonna pop the ult, disappear into the sky, looking for the scoop up. LXM doing a good job tap dodging, denying the situation, but again, Kakaxi gonna get scooped up. Double grabs are gonna become up. Kaflawi 3-3-0, gonna take them down. WX98, unfortunately, uncontested grab, a bit of a blunder from him. DRG against the ropes, and now 3-3-0. With the momentum, with the kill onto Don Q in a 1v3 situation. GG doesn't lose those.
They don't. They got 3 eliminations. That Realm Yang being their only fight. They got a gold weapon now on standby, and 3-3-0 is rocking this purple command like nobody's business. We are entering into Celestial once more as CJS is in the distance with it. He's going to scout out DRG, Shipwreck Expanse, Bounty Scroll on one of their targets into the northeast. I'm not sure who that might have been, but this is going to be a spotlight moment for DRG, right? Realm Yang depletion, having 2 eliminations, still need to get rid of it by picking up Soul Blooms in the next 2 minutes or so, or it's going to be a GG's moment because Bauda, they are going to be coming through outside of their Realm Yang with the loss. And now it's coming down towards whether or not Bauda can survive this in place because they're looking to fight in DRG's turf as they separate from the engagement inside of the Shipwreck.
Holding on to the sound base, pulling out the hands, so throwing the slaps. What you know about these hands? DRG's gonna pop that ultimate in a minute 50. We gotta make something happen. Yu is getting cooked right now. Microwave toss. F3's gonna be coming out, preventing the execution of Yu. He needs to pop his ultimate soon. The Cloud Weaver's gonna be coming out. He's getting staggered. Non-stop CC going into him. Yu doesn't care. He's moving forward. The Juggernaut will not be denied. Jumping in. Kakaxi now out of ultimate, getting juggled, going to take the sky. Grapples out of here. Nice counter grapple's gonna come out, but Kakaxi a little bit of a Vandro and not able to get away. BVV is gonna be showing up with JL. More joining into the party.
Now it's a spotlight right now. DRG, JL, the skate interference come out left and right. Of course, you gotta be careful about what happens next, because whether or not you see TXJ have his ultimate ready for the next engagement, he can set the team to escape in case of Dire Straits moment. And there's a lot of spacing between them and their opponents right now, especially with the cliffside, especially with the shipwreck, being able to go through the treasure ship ruins and just pushing the teams farther between one another. TXJ though has it ready to go here for it. And he's got that pole source, so something that can keep that stone form, keep the fight going as Yu spots him out. We get to the high ground. We're getting tech chase against with that grapple, but nothing's going to stop him. This is going to be where TXJ takes it through with that fear into the face. And this is going to be a highlight of a spot for a fight to commence between the 2 titans of the industry.
JL. They recover, they get blue armor to everyone. TXJ is going to be forced into the ultimate, put under pressure. Bauda doing a good job of stripping his armor right now, but TXJ is going to slow down, calm, cool, and collected, looking for the opener. Bauda's going to pull back, reset right now. DRG, though, is going to get spotted out. Don Q on the Takeda, going to pop that F1, but the F3 is going to be coming out, flying in. BBB looking to close this out, looking up and pick up this kill. Don Q goes for a ride. He is tall enough, but unfortunately for him, that ride leads to death.
And then we're going to see a pushback. This is going to be coming down towards the rooftop as Bauda drops down and comes at the bow of the ship, maybe hoping to see whether or not TXJ can throw the release and get parried, but no, he is smart with it. He gets uppercutted. Oh my goodness, burns the F2 to get himself into the zone, but the hit damage could be enough when one stagger comes through. It could be over for JL in just a few moments as one teammate is left alone. The other 2 are still fighting their own battles as TXJ gets time to reset. Will he be spotted out by Dash Armies? No, he gets a Vitality. He's safe to go. He is scared rushing. He's got soft step Gecko Foot as well, so he can go ahead and move on by, because with the charge up of the pole sword, all he's got to worry about is whether or not the Takedos are going to catch up here. The Syro comes out here. The turnaround is going to be coming through, and they're going to be coming out of the gates for the elimination.
Bowda invests everything, fighting into the zone, and now GG's going to be showing up, seeing the investment out into the zone. Everyone is going to be eating these cannon shots from 330. The Transformers are showing up to the party, and you realizing the dire states is going to pop his ultimate, going to set up for the disengage for his team, but GG is going to lose a player. TXJ and CGS both dead into the zone. Both of the favorites in the lobby looking to get taken out right now. Can they bring us back? LXM in the zone, trying to clutch it for his team. Bowda's all the strongest players in the world, fighting it out on the edge of zone. They're all in the zone mid-game.
They're in the coastline and making sure they get into the inland because this Shadow Corruption damage is going to stick by slowly but surely. VVV having 12k on his pocket, he can get the res off of TXJ and buying that Reaper charm, but LXM is procking out that ultimate, has it ready to go for the standby for this res on CJS, and CJS will come up here. The Reaper charm VVV has already been purchased, so that was up to Snack with that Mystic Might off of the Spirit Well, and TXJ getting res up. Realm of Yang, OUG Wolves, and they're taking it up, and the only realm so far to take the engagement. Second round for the World Championship, round 8.
Wolves gonna be opening up XCM with the Monk ultimate. The King's gonna respond with the Fairy Mag. Doesn't get D-Mag right now. XCM robbed of the D-Mag, not able to get it. Now he's gonna get sacrificed. His feet are getting fried right now. All the field's gonna be coming out, but SS with the Yoda, gonna push him against the corner. XCM forced to de-transform down to his last little bit of health. He has his armor to save them. Can he survive though?
There's gonna be a chance that Yoda ult goes crazy right now. This is the V3 variation that OUG is bringing to the table with the F2. So now it comes down. SS dropped down, and he looks to kite around. The Hottie spots him, so now it's up to using those double rolls. He's gone out. ZK gets the elimination. Night HQ still striking past this point. The King midair trying to look for the snipe, but the duck shot isn't going to connect, and Night HQ still takes the time to heal. No pressure. Has the F2 combo breaker and gets caught out here, but we know that Jingyu looks towards a hold R&B scenario for the 1-2s, but he's caught through. He is initiating the ultimate as he F2s through. He's going to be looking to try to use that Almighty General State and trying to launch out those strikes for the next minute.
Jinyu, all he can do is play for the timeout, but Wolves are hungry. They're surrounding him. It looks like they're going to cinch it off, but JL's one back, going to get a double grab onto Bowda, and Yu is going to fall. The carry is down. Zyult going to be popped from BBB. One back with another grab. Peek's looking for the res right now. He can, if he gets you up, he can turn this around, buying enough time. Euron with the Cyril pushing JL back. JL's going to have to retreat, get the reset, and fight for round 2 as Yu is about to come back online.
And he's got ultimate ready to go off in the strike mode on Cicada. This is the best case scenario. He got res, he got eliminated. Wait a second, VVV was quick with the elimination as Yu got immediately brought up, and a parry comes out. JL's going to be looking to turn this one around as Euron has looked to the jump horizontal. He's got to keep himself afloat, but then again, he's throwing blue focuses. One Fong is ready for this one. He's looking for the RMBs. There's going to be the F2 to initiate the pushback, and there's going to be that corner side. Looks for the toothpick a little bit. The team's here to support line. That's going to be Bowda going through as Peak gets eliminated out of today's game. The first set to go through against Peak. This is going to be where Bowda goes out against the Wall of China.
JL, the wall, Wolves at 9, JL at 8, but you can't sleep on EWG. They're up to 6 kills as well, and GG still in the lobby. YZG 17S throwing out the R&B. Nice Frostberry. The Sap's gonna go crazy, doing a ton of damage. Cookie against the wall, forced to fort his team out of there. YZG looking for that flash, looking to close this out. They need more kills. They need to slow down these teams from getting that MVP. Remember, $77,000 for winning a trios game in NARAKA. Anyone can win. Anyone can get that giant cash bag. It's for all the marbles for this last game.
And now for Wolves, they have everything in their hands. 2 gold armors. The buff for Draco Storm for the next 100 seconds right now. Gold Spears on standby for XCM stacked out of his mind. I just want to see the Jades at this point because we're rocking into Zest Winery. For BBE, though, in the zone, slowly but surely trying to get themselves back up into the game. They have no eliminations. They lost Fat Milk early on to the fights, and Vibin and Voihi are the only ones left. And they have a zone take crushing damage. No heals are going to save them, even if they had any. But there's a fight right outside of that. That's going to be towards the Blizzard range. TWSS are taking an initiation against OUG, and OUG's SS is in proc ultimate for that Yorohime.
OUG with this old school cannonball. SS bringing the pain with the Yodo. TWSS forced to back up, and now BBE showing up to the party. Roy Hiki with the monk up. Double grab. Big slam coming down. BBE, Roy Hiki putting them on the map. Getting that first kill, only 2 of them alive, but now with enough money, they can possibly pick up their teammate. They just need one a couple more kills to set themselves up, but inside zone, OUG's on the ballista.
Oh my god! Ivan just gets completely sniped out of the sky with one bolt coming through here, absolutely insane, and gets almost to the spotlight with Jingyu on that ballista. This is gonna be a tremendous point, and using ultimate to deny the death, Raven.
Jingyu with the play. I thought that was gonna be his last dying breath. No, he's not done yet. He found some kills here. Can he find the Soul Bloom? Can he clutch it up? YZG though on the inside of zone. He knows everyone's shambles inside there. There's some free kills for them that coming up. They were at 0 kills. Now they're up to 2. BBE representing the global stage. They were so close to victory. Now in the last round, Roy He with his last breath and his last sliver of health is the last hope for this global team. Can he stay alive right now? 5-2-1 at 0 kills right now, still on the edge, but they have their work cut out for them. JL and Wolves absolutely shredding right now, and we still got a very dangerous GG up to 4 kills with 3 alive.
This is gonna be a dangerous game right now for BBE. If they try to survive, they only got 1 person left. The miracle state that they have to go through is trying to find all the spare wells that haven't picked up the Reaper charms and looking out for it. But meanwhile, we see YZG over by the Windmill Gorge. They're cannon shotting left and right. They're looking to try to go ahead for the investment against Roy He, who has been spotted out and has been bird tick procced, and I think takes 1 strike left. We just need 1 cannon shot. There's no more cannons in the quiver. That's going to be Roy He going down, unfortunately, knocking him out of the game for game 8, but the fights are not yet over. We still got GG on the mix with that armor pierce and the Sunwing shot for 330, who is predominantly known to make those shots count.
I cannot believe this. BBE, they were so close this year, and it's gonna stop for them right there. The hope slide for the global stage on 5-2-1 to somehow pull a miracle on them. It's gonna be such a low percentage right now. The front runners in JL, Wolves doing so well. GG, they've been put in these corners before. They found ways to get the end game. They found ways to win it all, but Wolves are now tracking them down, and Wolves is stacked with gold armors. 330 baiting out, trying to get away, throwing those focus tabs, trying to make their way up to this terrain, but 5-2-1 is going to be cutting them off. EWG in the hunt as well. GG surrounded on all corners, trying to stay alive, but the blue buff, the mystic might of Wolves, tracking them down perfectly.
This is a tough spot. We're back at Shipwreck Expanse. We're back at the treasure ship, more importantly, for 330, though. He is going to be looking to try to spam those blue focuses against that Balda, and she is in close proximity. Now 5-2-1 on the south side, EWG on the outskirts. They are trying to look and lock in terms of anyone who's trying to dissipate from the fight and disengage. Like we can see ZK looking to take that teleporter above one of the flags on the mast of the ship. Now it comes down towards just investing that teleporter and making sure that they're safety netted. There's 20 players left alive. We got 7 minutes on the clock. Stanchion Sky Pillar for XEM, and then a Phoenix Blast from Night HQ. It's the key Jades of Prominence, and for ZK having the Phantom Step to build out with a Blistering Edge. VVV finds a kill in the distance though against Polaris, so finding out how much gear they got on standby for Wolves, they're going to have to use everything in their hands right now to make sure it counts, because with that being said, Onefong has been having this Cloud Weaver on standby since before we know it, and he got it off about a U from the early on engagement, so now it's in his hands to make it count.
VVV, they're giving BVV the gold armor on the Zai. This Monk Zai Hottie, never in existence. TXJ pulls one out of the hat. This rabbit looking like VVV with gold armor on Zai. VVV, one of the first NBPL Trios Pros, the debut, the Meteor, showing everyone its potential, and on the biggest stage, bringing it up, putting JL in contention to take this. Is it gonna be a two-peat for JL? Will GG clutch it up for the Grand Slam, or will the points of DRG hold the line? TWSS up to 8, but only with 1 alive, but EWG still at 6. It's anyone's game.
Anyone's game coming out here, and the Viper ultimate comes out at just the right opportune moment in the worst possible case scenario. XI in the middle of the face of danger at 330. One of the key components coming here to lock it down. He's going to find one immediate to slam down against Cookie. Launches away to try to find the high ground position. The Wuchen port is good, but LXM is down. TJS being the only teammate left alive for GG. We're seeing the res be denied. Wait a second. Wait, 330 realized where that position was. Maybe unintentionally for the grabs. And 330 was at 1/8 of this health bar. He could get deleted right now, and that's going to be the case with Wolves. Finds the elimination. We are catching up on the scorelines. We are now up to 10. We're reaching the double digits, and we're disengaging. We know that IHQ doesn't have ultimate, but that doesn't matter right now because now it's up to the players to worry about the next phase. As YGG QGG gets killed against XI, we still got CJS, who's at death's door for GG.
What a beautiful year for GG, but for CJS, the last one left alive for his team. Bleeding out, no hope left in line. Their dreams of the Grand Slam will end at the hands of the global team. 5-2-1. Now it's JL versus Wolves. EWG on the Viper. It's not looking good for them, but it's gonna look like, again, it's gonna come down to this last Spirit Well. JL versus GG, or JL versus Wolves.
It is a dangerous situation for JL because their Tien Hai ultimate's about to deform in a second. You gotta find at least one grab. There it is. Wait a second, we're looking for a double grab. Ain't gonna happen. Oh, yes, it does! And we get a teleporter to get him out, and One Fang deforms just in time. And looking to hopefully see the securement, but guess what? We got another Transformer. YZG 17 finds a grab, and guess who is against? It's One Fang, the one Transformer we did not want to see get grabbed in this situation for them. JL will look to retreat as One Fang tries to back out the reset. Oh my goodness, TXJ as well gets caught. And this is a spotlight where he gets getting pushed away from his team. The teleporter is good for it, but 17S has been connecting every single grab that he's thrown against his opponents on the Spirit Well, which is at 60% for YZG.
YZG grieves the center zone, setting up Wolves perfectly. They have triple ults. They've done this all day. Last one to the party, showing up fashionably late. They're looking poised to take this Spirit Well and have a huge advantage going to this last little bit. But they're not going down so easily. XCM is getting cooked by everyone, everywhere he looks. Range attacks are coming in. TXJ flying in, delaying this. They're not going to give up for free. JL knows how important this is. It's still going to be contested as we go the distance.
This is going to be a chance right now for all players to wait out for the Spirit Well while to disengage, and there it is. It's going to be no free shots for it within. It's going to be everywhere coming out within the circle. Now NiHQ takes that teleporter. 5-2-1 are holding down this fort. We got 2 eliminations for that, 3 eliminations for the team actually, and in the fact state, 5-2-1 had the Spirit Well in the contention and hoping to see Ivanka making him lose out his HP because he just lost all his armor. The range shots coming out as One Fang puts him in the spotlight, maybe looking for a drop down blue. He's looking for it. He's dropping down, but he lands in the spot he was not looking for. The chances were so small, but he ended up doing it anyway. That's just how good of a player he is, man. And we're putting our spots out here for One Fang to try to hold it onto the ground level, even with getting caught by that ball to coil.
BBV on the side is going to pop his ultimate, try to clear the distance. One Fang doesn't want to commit his ultimate. Still too many teams are contesting it. He goes back in. Range shots are coming in. Now Pampi on the Takeda, tethered up, looking to go win. Wolves still super stacked. XCM, 36%, doesn't have that Monk ult online. They can't hard commit to this. Zone is coming in. Will a team actually even be able to get this? We saw this in the previous round. Teams griefing their game. JL still desperately trying to go for it, but the Hadi ult coming in. 5-2-1 doesn't want to give it up for free. Everyone knows how important this is. 14 people alive. Spirit Well is going to be forced into zone.
There's going to be a lot of players waiting this one out here. We know that One Fang has been kiting around in the sky, and he's waiting to go ahead and drop down if he needs to, but he still has that ultimate in case worst case scenario, and to confirm that Spirit Well, if it's a refresh for the ultimates for the team, that means that ball can go ahead and go free real estate. But then again, I should say for that side, she can go ahead, proc ult, go crazy. But One Fang, he is that one player that can disrupt this whole flow as a TNI. In the meanwhile, Wolves are still striking out here for those shots. 10 eliminations for Wolves, 10 eliminations for JL, 7 eliminations for EWG and TWSS with one teammate still alive with 8 eliminations. We're seeing those cannon fodder coming out here the last minute and 45 seconds for the today starts right now. One Fang puts himself in the spotlight with that Tien Hai, the prime target for everyone in the tumult circle to deny it, just to make sure he doesn't have any problems. He's getting one grab, he's looking for 2, but he's gonna miss it out, and he's gonna make sure that it makes it worth his count.
5-2-1. Couldn't put the Temi on, deny One Fang the double grab, but he's still looking for one. Gets 1, can he get 2? He's still at full health. Group heal, advance heal on JL. They're perfectly spotted. 17S with a double grab though. Cookie's gonna remain alive with 1 health, putting up the windmill, gonna deny the hit. One Fang on the other side, scooping up people left and right. But now Wolves gonna pop the Monk ult. XCM with an opportunity to close out J-Cup 2024. He's gonna get 1, sending One Fang into zone, but the Gold Up's gonna stop it. TXA coming in for the peel, saving his team out. XCM, Wolves holding the low ground, but they're getting lit up by the cannon shots of the Lami.
Now everything comes out. Final 50 seconds on the clock right now. XEM is getting those grabs if he could, but he can't. And now it's going to be the deformation for that Momko. He's going to have to leap into the fray. We see JL Wonfang go down, Pompey go down. We're going to see Pompey get the elimination against NIHQ. Now, of course, you got to be careful about what's going to happen next because now ZK, he's getting targeted out. One hit to the next. 9 players left alive. ZK gets himself the Soul Smoke to the sky. NIHQ being down is going to be a problem. BVV having that Zai ultimate. He has the time to space it out with the F2 and his ultimate proc. He loses sight and it hits off ZK unintentionally, intentionally, because now 17S looks for the drop down. Final 20 seconds on the clock. Valdo Coil comes out here. 17S on that Valdo with the 10 high. Last second possible opportunity here to try to make it for the win.
YZJ scooping it up, looking for hits, but he's getting shredded right now. He's gonna fall right now. 5-1 coming in with a flank. TXJ's gonna survive. ZK, Wolves picking up the kills. 5-1's Akami trying to slow it down, but Wolves in the kill feed. It's gonna be neck to neck. 5-1's gonna get the first place. It's gonna be so close.
And with that, champions of J-Cup, Wolves makes it happen for 2024's World Championship as the NARAKA Trios team to win it all.
No way, sir. They were not active the whole day. They just played the classic Tortoise, slow and steady, staying in it, keeping their chin down, and they clutch it up under the biggest moment, the biggest lights. They're able to clutch it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have our 2024 J-Cup Controls champion, Chengdu Wolves.
捧起属于你们的冠军奖杯，现场所有的铁粉们再次拿出你们最高的呐喊声，让我们一起恭喜成都，让我们恭喜成都，恭喜 J-Cup 3排冠军成都狼队。好的，有请我们的教练员以及我们的所有的选手来到我们的台前，有请。好，我们先平复一下，来，哇，平复一下。首先，我们来采访一下教练。哇，此时此刻最想对身边的这些最可爱的人说什么
of Chengdu Wolves. So what do you want to say to your players? Awesome.
扎克这里，扎克平复一下。哇，通过这个努力，最终在今年2024年最高的。
Also, after the whole year hard work,
内心最想表达的话，
got the championship of J-Cup. Now, what do you want to say?
我队友说带我进节杯，我说我带他们拿冠。
队友说进节杯，他说拿冠军。我相信啊，这就是
My teammate said we gotta go to J-Cup. I said we gonna have the championship.
最后战至中钢，在最后那一刻的时候，当时距离奖杯非常近了，现在又捧起了这个奖杯。
Just one step to the championship. What do you want to say to all the fans of Wolves?
今年春夏季赛我们打的决赛都很烂嘛。
I really want to say thank you because actually for today's performance, I'm not quite satisfied. But so lucky we got it.
奈何桥有什么话对身边的一起最终捧起了至高荣耀的
Also, 奈何桥 what do you want to say to all your teammates and all the fans of Wolves?
谢谢大家支持嘛，然后我两队友太猛了。 那个叫小。
Thank you for all your support, and I want to say all my teammates, they are wonderful.
继续把我们现场的荣耀时刻进行一个荣耀颁奖。那么同样的话，我们现在所有的选手们先整理一下自己的帅气的这个造型，因为我们将会穿上属于我们这一次的，也是在湖南长沙的冠军的香
Also, we're gonna move to the next part because this time we prepared the Hunan embroidery champion robe to all the champion players.
有请。 同样，今天的赛事啊，今天的 J-Cup 战至最后一章，所有的选手都是通过自己的努力，不管来自哪个赛区，都是
The Vice President of NICE, Mr. Cheng Leung, to present the champion robe to all the players of Wolves.
给大家送上一场又一场经典的对决，那么我相信就是非常好看的比赛。好，有请我们的龙哥和我们的选手先一起穿上属于他们的冠军的战袍，来，有请。 好，好，先把我们的这个衣服的扣子也系上。我相信啊，这也是今年啊 最终穿上了这件香袖战袍，对于整个成都狼队的全员的认可。好，龙哥，我们先来到我们的身边。好，先一起看一下前
Also,
方，
I
让我们
believe
用镜头记录
this
下这个纪念
Hyundai
的时刻。有
embroidery
请
champion
好，我
bow
们整理好了我们
is
自
a
己最
great
帅的造
honor
型。
to all the
来，
players of Wolf
所有
for the
的
whole
冠军
year
选
hard
手
work
一起
to
看一
be
下
the
前方，让
championship
我们的
for
媒体同仁们
this
用镜
time
头记录下
Jacob.
值得纪念的时刻。开心一点，我们先摆一个帅气的造型，好吗？一起看一下前方，来，3、
Now
2、1，
let's take a
让我们恭喜
picture.
成都狼队。同样，我们龙哥稍事留步啊，我们又到了1年1度在最终的今天
Also, we're gonna have Mr. Cheng Wong to announce the name of FMVP.
MVP 会是谁呢？
So, who do you think
好的，接下来有请我
FMVP
们的
gonna
李小姐
be?
送上我们的冠军的信封。那么，同样我们一起来看一下我们的属于这一次的我们的 FMVP 会是谁？那同样的话，其实来到了我们的湖南长沙，勇敢去闯，也是这一次的我们的主题。那同样，我们的 FMVP 也
Also,
将会获得
Mr. Cheng
非
Wong,
常帅气
please
的
tell us
前
the
任。
name
来，有请
of FMVP.
扎克，恭喜扎克！
Congratulations to
来，扎克来到我身边。
ZK to be the
扎克来到
FMVP
我身边。
for this time
来，有请我
2024
们的
Jacob
颁奖嘉
Trophy
宾
Champion.
把我们的前任给到我们的扎克，带上吧。闯步要闯起来了。
For
你知
this
道的
time,
永劫无间嘛
our FMVP not only will get a pair of physical fist
来
blade,
看一下前方，我们合影留念一下。
and we're
不要
gonna
挡
let
住脸
Jacob
勇敢去
put
闯。
on the fist
接下来
blade.
就是用冠军的姿态，一步一个脚印，继续闯出新的天地。
And all the players of Wolves
好
gonna
的，再
show
次感谢
us
陈龙先生，谢谢，
with
请入席观礼
champion。vote for the following performance
同样，
for
我
the
们
following
这次
games
来到了
in the
我们的
next
湖南
year.
长沙，我们知道来到了新城，不但每个选手要勇敢去闯，其他的选手也将会和
We
我
all
们的
know
FMVP
for
一起
this
获得一
time's
个非常棒的礼物，
Changsha
那就是
journey,
湖
all
南
the
省数码
players
协会
did
会
a
长
really
吴小
good
平
job.
老师亲自送给你们的勇敢去闯的题字，有请。
And also, we invited the chairman of Calligraphy Association of Hunan Province, Mr. Kong Xiaoping, to give an inscription for the FMVP fist
在
blade.
2025年，在永劫
Welcome.
无间的各大赛事当中，我们也会继续看到这个敢打敢拼、勇敢去闯的成都狼队。好，一起看一下前方，让我们用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。
It
再
says,
次恭喜你们！
always moving brave.
好的，那么同样的话，我们再问一下扎克。扎克现在这个很忙碌啊，手上带上我们的全任，我觉得这个就今天晚上先不要拿下来了，带好它。
Also, we're
那么
gonna
此
ask
刻我相信
ZK
啊
who's
这个
wearing
冠军
the
是对于整
physical
个全
fist
年，你刚才
blade.
说过的，不管是队友、教练以及
So
支
we're
持狼队
gonna
的粉
look
丝们，
through
都
the
是最
whole
好的一
year
个答案。
of
那么今天啊，所有现
2024.
场以及屏幕前已经留守到
Today,
现在、坚守
you
到最后的支持你的玩
already
家和粉
be
丝朋友们，
the
有什么话
champion of
跟大家分享？
2024, Jacob. What do you want to say to all the audience today who came to the stadium
但是2次都没打好，
for your
这次只能说
performance?
就是没有辜负他们的期望。
今天啊，
I'm gonna thank for all the audience to wait a so long time. I just want to say
的主旋律，捍卫
we
了
did it.
MVP 的荣耀。不过同样有什么话，其实也送给今天表现出色的 BBE 521，包括每一个同场
Even
竞技
this
的他
time
们。
you fight for MVPL for CN regions, you really did a good job. But what do you want to say to other regions team like BBE or 521?
同一起跑线的选手。
同一起跑线，一步一个脚印，这就是属于
I think
2024
we
J-Cup
start
的
with the
最终的
same,
终
but
章
we're
的
gonna
夜
do
场。
step
那
by
同样，接
step.
下来有请我们的李小姐先暂时帮我们
And
的
they
扎
also
克
did a
以及
good
帮我们
job.
的狼队先保管一下我们的非常棒的 FMVP 的全任以及我们的勇敢去闯的题字，来有请。因为接下来的话，我们将会将这个舞台继续交给成都狼队，让他们去享受属于他们的金色的雨。好的，感谢，谢谢。 接下来，教练、选手准备好了吗？现场所有的接棒。
Okay, now it's the time, it's the moment for Chengdu Wolves to enjoy the champion moment of this time 2024 Jacob. Let's congratulations to Chengdu Wolves to be the bronze champion for this time Jacob.
Thank you so much, Leah, for that wonderful translation. We introduced them at the start of the day as underdogs no more, and Wolves now stand the apex predator at the top of the NARAKA food chain. Let's give it up to Chengdu Wolves, our 2024 Trios World Champions.
What a spectacular performance, them. Duncan, I cannot believe it. They took my breath away. It came down to the last moment. You guys predicted Wolves would take it. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't believe you guys. I thought it would be GG. I thought it would be JL. I was hoping though it would have been BB or 5-2-1.
No, it was definitely a close fought today. You know, everything.
A little bit closer. No, it was very, very close. It was an absolute nail biter. We were up there in the stands at the edge of our seats, and it was truly spectacular. It was, of course, very, very close for BBE and 5-2-1, and it was, what a day we've had on our hands. Highlights, anybody? What was yours, Serve?
My highlight came through here when JL just came out and swept out Game 7, allowing for them to come back out through, and allowing Game 8, putting all the brass tacks for 9 teams into Game 8. So that was my highlight, is seeing them capturing the most kills, especially coming through. But I know that JL had the opportunity here, winning out 2023 with VVV and TXJ. They are going to be bringing out the punches the following year. I guarantee it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's sad to see, though. We saw the players just walking off. They're definitely disheartened, but everybody fought tooth and nail today. And I think everybody should give themselves a round of applause, especially DRG, you know, being at the top of the leaderboard and then falling short, not able to get that MVP in the end. They were praying that one of those non-eligible teams is going to come in and get that MVP, but it was not to be, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, let's also have a massive commendation to 5-2-1, our first international team at J-Cup to be able to come on through and hit that match point eligibility. But speaking about hitting eligibility, it's going to be whether or not you're eligible for the lucky draws. And GD Wolves, or rather CD Wolves in the Twitch chat, for a chance to get your hands on a Kurumi outfit, not this Kurumi outfit, but the Halloween Kurumi outfit, the Blue Lanterns Light.
Man, it's been a long J-Cup. This is the end. I know you really wanted GG to win Moxie, and I didn't really know. I wanted 5-2-1 and BBE to win, but seeing them, seeing how close they got, seeing their hard work pay off for the year, and seeing the Titans fall, like GG and JL, they looked unstoppable this year, and right at the end, it looked like business as usual for the most dominant teams. And Wolves, though, I know they have some championship players on them. They stayed true to what they do and upset GG and even upset JL on the Spirit Well. After that Game 7, they deny the Spirit Well, they go the distance, and they dominate that last little bit.
I mean, we had so many teams being that dominating force, but like you said, a lot of these other teams able to identify that momentum and put an immediate halt to it, even from the drop locations. We got to see GG quite literally throw the gauntlet at JL's feet when they landed on Yushen Ruins. I know, Raven, you would be very surprised on that one because you love looking at your drop locations of all of those teams, and to see GG move away from the backside of Waterfall, that was incredibly surprising for all of us on the desk.
Yeah. Seeing that tooth and nail, I know you wanted OUG to win out there, Duncan. You ended up picking Wolves. Yeah, you picked the winner right now. I'm glad I didn't bet you on the 5 gifted looking at the final scoreboard.
Yeah, what was the 5 gifted, Raven? What? No, I mean, I chose Wolves. I was torn, you know, I was torn between so many teams. So many teams deserved to get that championship. And here we are. We can see the final game score from this 8th game, Game 8. CD Wolves with 13 eliminations, 15 game score. JL with 10 kills, 11.5. TWSS pulling out the bag, 9 game score at the end. YZG 9, 8.5 for EWG. You know, it was so unbelievably close. Absolute nail biter, but here we are yet again with the highlights off the back of that game, brought to you by Thunder Robot. Right here, when I saw this, Wolves contesting GG off spawn. What absolute mania.
It was crazy seeing that. And especially knowing that whether or not XCM was going to be able to get as many slaps as possible, the communication coming out between all these guys is really tremendously coming through, as you can tell right now. Rummy Yang fights coming out, and Wolves pressuring this one through. The Tianhai backing away and resetting and having the opportunity of just putting himself and allowing for that reset. They call it out and they push past that point and they went crazy enough in pushing it in.
The mid-mac from Exia dropping his health checks. This is a $250,000 Realm of Yang. Every focus attack, every parry, that parry worth $250,000. Closing this out. Absolutely insane. Plus that $77,000. Wolves know they're in this moment. They got that Munko. Man.
I mean, this Munko, like Raven said, was absolutely instrumental. You can see him looking for those scoops, looking for those grabs. When any of these players that are trying to either disengage, win that heal-up situation by putting themselves up into that sky, taking themselves away from all of the threats on the low ground. But Wolves had something else in the back pocket. They decided to go from some air drop-down shenanigans with the turns that Dragon Slayers too.
Oh my goodness, that right there at the very end, just that little bit extra damage, that little bit of oomph, able to just get that little bit more, survive that little bit longer, made the difference here. I mean, obviously, 5-2-1, I believe, come out on top in terms of placement, and it is, of course, very unfortunate for them that they just didn't manage to get as many kills as they would need to get that MVP. It is what it is, but look at the faces. Look at their faces. They know here it's popping off. Oh my goodness, you could see it. Oh, the sheer explosion of emotion coming out from the players and the crowd was a sight to behold.
Yeah, and looking at the standings as it comes out, 12th place with TWSS with 45.8, 64.3 points for 11th for Team Bauta. In 10th place, OUG takes 70.7, 72.1 for Alliance. EWG in 8th place with 72.2. YZG has 75.9 points in 7th, but in the top 6, BBE slotted in 76.7 points, 77.5 for GG in 5th, 521 with 80.4, with 89.8. JL takes 3rd, but DRG takes 2nd with 92.8, but with that match point game, that's where Wolves comes out on top, and that's where we're securing our world champions for trios this year.
Man, those jerseys fitting them nicely. Well deserved by Wolves. Playing that endgame. I was talking about it. What is the final strat of 2024? What do you play for? And it's just like always, Jacob has always been ruled by Transformers in trios, and the clutch play from Wolves against multiple Monk teams. There were 3 Monk teams left right there. They stay calm, cool, and collected. They don't blow their ultimates too early. They hold it till the end. First to ult, first to lose. Wolves holds their ult to the very end. Ults at the end, and XEM brings it home for them.
Yeah, and the hard work has paid off for this team because they've come so close in spring and even closer than in summer, being able to figure out, you know, the Spirit Well and that White Tiger's prowess faster than any other team in the MVPL scene, only to be pipped to the post by GG at every single turn. Finally now, though, they've been able to slam the door shut on GG's Grand Slam potential and walk away with that trophy. So we can have a look and see overall, Wolves actually not within the highest damages or kills.
It just comes down to efficiency, doesn't it? But Alliance, Yuma, you know, he's about it. He's about it right there. Total kills 47, average being 3.4, and the total damage 150,000. But the FMVP, here it is, glorified CD Wolves' ZK, the FMVP for the grand finals trios of 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT J-Cup. The emotions going through this team must be insane.
Yeah, they were walking out and they're like, oh, I can't believe that's over. Insignia on the stage as a final resting place for the champions coming through. And my favorite part, the counter comes out here. We're starting off with 9,000. We got 77,000 from that MVP alone the last round. Stacks up with another 40,000 for that FMVP to be stacked up again, but we still haven't counted our total winnings. That's 252 grand. That's highly up to 378K for the team to win it out.
That and the overall worth of the First Blade MVP trophy, which is finally an MVP trophy that these players can lift. I was so worried when they were like, here you go, put it on. I was worried that his hands would just immediately drop to the floor and be pulled down. But Duncan and I, we got a closer look at them earlier.
We did indeed.
My hand looked absolutely tiny in comparison. Yours would have fit like a glove.
I would have been the Fist Blade guy.
Can we interest you from moving from Great Sword to Fist Blade? If we give you a Fist Blade to scale?
I don't know about that one. Give me a greatsword to scale, then we can talk.
Duncan will never divorce the greatsword. I always say Duncan does not play NARAKA. He plays Tarka greatsword. Wolves, though. I cannot believe this ending. Nothing is gonna compare to this moving forward. It came down to 9 teams, the absolute cutting edge, even closer than solos. The teams pushed themselves to the absolute limit, and for the first time, we saw what it takes to compete with the very best. It takes a year in NBPL, 5-1 in BBE are the trailblazers. They've shown everyone else, if you put in the time, you put into the work, you can come to the final level and possibly come out on top.
Yeah, but they did also show that having that understanding requires coming to NBPL and sort of utilizing it as a boot camp of sorts. So hopefully we'll get to see more foreign teams coming through with that same idea, but something that's going to be coming through for one of the final times. Say it with me, everybody. Scan the QR code at the bottom right side of that corner, and you will be able to join the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord community server. We're all members. If you have any questions, if you want to share your thoughts and opinions about Jacob, if you want to cheer the fact that Wolves are going to be your champions, I know Samsara, you're going to be absolutely beside yourself right now. Make sure to join that one.
But this is going to be it, guys. 2024 comes to a close for J-Cup. The season has entered its exuberant stages. I know a lot of players are excited for this upcoming year, especially for 2025, being prepared for what comes next and seeking out what their next light for glory in their fight for prominence brings out. 2025 is only a couple of weeks away before we enter into seeing with the competitive season coming to a close now to prepare for the spring season.
Yeah, to look it back into 2024 with the road that led to this J-Cup. It makes it all worth it. And I've only heard promising things for the future of NARAKA. Looking at the stadium, this was bigger than last year. It was surrounded by even more people. We had artists showing up. We had them uplifted to a new city. And even in the future, talks of being in more cities. NARAKA is spreading, NARAKA is thriving, and I love my experience here, seeing the game that I love growing.
Yeah, and I mean, those compositions, the metas are growing too. This is the most diverse composition meta that we have ever seen in J-Cup. Duncan and I started off the day and we were like, what compositions are we going to see? Maybe it's going to be the same as pre-finals or group stages. And then we kicked things off immediately with just a, huh? What exactly is going on in terms of hero picks? But it goes to show the adaptations that all of these teams can go through to suit their individual identities.
Oh, absolutely. You know, at the start it really was Yoto, Matari, Barrier, all this goofiness coming on through. It definitely made it exciting, and I'm really glad that we were all here to witness it. I'm glad that you guys at home were here to witness it and truly enjoy the spectacle.
Yeah, but now, guys, we're going to bring this to a close. My name is Severio. We were with Dunkin' Donuts. We were with God Moxie. We were with Raven PLZ. We have casted for your J-Cup 2024 experience, and we hope you guys enjoyed the time here. We're going to see you guys until next time. Stay safe, gamers, and be on your guard.
Let's go!
you've chosen.